How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez here. Eddie Goldman's going to be up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to talk about some of the new UFC rules for New Jersey, which actually affects the next show on May the 4th. We're also going to have Tom Zenk up in about a half an hour, who was voted Guest of the Year by the listeners of this show. So that should be a most entertaining show. We'll be talking about last night's Raw, but more the basic framework of professional wrestling, as we've been talking about for a while, ever since the sale of WCW to the WWF. Brian, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Okay. God, you sound tired.
I'm just totally exhausted, behind on the newsletter, and remember we were talking Sunday about how everything that could possibly go wrong did?
Mm-hmm.
It continued onto last night when all that fiddling around that I did with the cable box to try and get WrestleMania ended up not having Raw taped last night, so I didn't even see Raw.
You haven't seen Raw?
No?
Well, okay, well, we can talk about that. Have you read reports on it?
Yeah, I've read pretty much everything on it.
Okay, we can talk about that.
Didn't sound like I missed much, but still.
I thought it was one of the weakest Raws in a long time, and I'm hoping it's this. There's one of two possibilities for this. Number one is that, so much energy was put into WrestleMania that I think everybody, when WrestleMania was over, was kind of like, oh, let's take a rest. And there was just nothing left for Raw because there just was nothing there. Or the other end was that this is what we get now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, there's, last night there was big competition with the NCAAs. It kicked everyone's ass in the ratings, in real television, so to speak. I have not gotten the Raw numbers yet. I'm going to try to get them before we go off the air. If someone has them, they can email us, by the way, but I'll try to, for whatever reason. Well, I mean, the basic thing is that everyone in WWF was not in the office yesterday, so everything's behind, so that's another thing. I did get the XFL numbers, which should be real. This is based on the Fast Nationals, which are not the Nationals, but they're usually close or identical, and that was the Saturday night game did a 1.8, which is the third straight 1.8 on the Fast Nationals, which would be the three of the four lowest rated shows in the history of cable, what am I saying, of Big Four network television. Which actually was probably better than most people thought going into the semifinals, the NCAA's, the Final Four. The UPN game, which went against WrestleMania, did an 0.7, and the TNN game did it did an 0.51 cable rating, which is about an 0.4 national rating, so the three combined did a 2.9, so anyway, that's, I think, about what it did. I think last week was 3.1, so they continue to drop each and every week until, I don't know. I guess
zero.
Yeah, I can't imagine. They're talking. I can't believe this talk of expansion. It's just so bizarre. I mean, the WWF has just added WCW. Now they want to add 2 new teams to the XFL, which is, losing money hand over fist. So
it's kind of like something that they have to say. I don't know I'm sure they're really looking into it, but whether or not, Vince in the back of his mind is thinking it's even an option is something totally different. I just can't even see it lasting. I'm surprised they made it this far, actually.
Well, I think that they can't, I think they're going to have to finish the season, no matter what. After this, I think that they need to reevaluate. I can't imagine they do it for next year, but, maybe he's convinced himself that he's going to, although I don't know what would be.
You can't really go into the championship game telling people, this is it.
No, they're not going to make any announcement until after the championship game. But I think that after that, I think that they better, get to reality, especially, the people that are working in that company are just so overworked already. And, and this WCW thing is only going to make it tougher because it adds another day of television, which means another day for the people that are going to be working on it, which are the key people, which is your Vince McMahons, Shane McMahon, Jim Ross. That's another day out of the office. And it's not like those days when you're out of the office, there's no work that comes. So, Vince doesn't sleep anyway, but, there's a limit to what one person can do. And, anyway, that's that. Well, before we talk about Raw, I guess we'll get Eddie Goldman up and talk about, they had a rules meeting in Trenton, New Jersey, New Jersey State Athletic Commission, and, trying to make, uniform rules for mixed martial arts. And I'm presuming, and if Eddie's up, he can, tell me this, I'm presuming this is the attempted framework for rules that they might try to run nationally. Is that correct, Eddie, or is that not correct?
Yeah, it basically is. Let me just briefly go over what happened. We had Commissioner Larry.
Could you turn Eddie's thing up, because I can barely hear him?
Turn me up. I'm not a quiet guy, am I?
I know. That's what I was saying, man.
Yeah,
I was expecting to have my ears blasted.
It's
anyway,
the microphone. Anyway, Well, we had Commissioner Larry Hazard of the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board on, and if you want to hear that, pretty soon we're going to have the archive up, I think in about a half hour or so, if you want to hear the whole interview. This is basically what happened today in Trenton. There was a 3-hour meeting and involved Commissioner Hazard with about 25 or 30 people. Included in there were representatives of the UFC. Lorenzo Fertitta was there. Big John McCarthy, the referee, was there. Milt Schwatsky, who is both very well known in the boxing game and also the lawyer for the new Zuffa Corporation, was there. There were representatives of Foxwoods there, which is really important because that's a place that there has been a lot of boxing, but not yet mixed martial arts. There was also representatives from the IFC were there, and also representatives of Pride, of Dream State Entertainment.
Pride did send people there, okay.
They did send people there, yes. And on the telephone, Mark Ratner, the executive director of the Nevada State Athletic Commission, participated in there. And basically what came out of it is Commissioner Hazard said we're all on the same page, and we went over some of the specific rules, and he said it's going to look a lot like the current UFC and IFC rules. So don't expect that it's going to, that they're going to just change this completely. It's going to be very recognizable. But there are a number of very important changes that were made, some that exist in some organizations and some that are new. You will not be allowed to kick a downed opponent, which is a current UFC rule, and you will not be allowed to knee a downed opponent. So what just happened in the Pride show a week and a half ago will not be allowed at all.
Now, those were already illegal in UFC.
They were, no, the knees were illegal in New Jersey. They just put that in, but knees to the head on the ground were legal in the UFC. They will no longer be, under this agreement, be legal. Also, I think a major change that's going to be going on, you will not be allowed to wear shoes. You must fight barefoot in the mixed martial arts. There were various concerns about hygienic questions and also kicking with shoes, and I think they decided that the best thing would go on would be no shoes whatsoever.
Now, I want to make a point because a lot of people who are not fighters would not know this, but that does change the game as far as ankle locks. With shoes, they are much easier to get than not with shoes.
Right. Yeah. So that was one thing was done. You will be, if people have questions, you will be allowed to punch the fighter on the ground. They're not going to take that out. It's not going to, go like the USWF rules, the old Pancras rules or anything like that. You will not be allowed any longer to wear gi tops or shirts or tops of any type. You cannot do that. Now, I didn't think to ask this question because there will be women's fights. I assume they're going to have to make a special rule for women's fights in there, but I guess just talking about male fights that were in there. The issue of a ring...
So that means that if we get, this horribly obese fighter, we have to, see his physique the whole fight?
Well, hopefully we won't get too many horribly obese fighters. They'll be standing on line
Unless
to get
Eddie and I get in the octagon.
That's
then you'll
right.
have to see horrible physiques.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no more shirts, no more gi tops. We didn't discuss the shorts that would go on, but I imagine they're going to want to have shorts as well. The big issue of a
They have to keep the shorts.
Exactly. A ring or a cage. He prefers to call it a fence or a fenced-in area, but obviously the UFC's octagon would be good. That's going to be decided by various commissions. They didn't come down that it has to be a cage, as the California rules say. So that there may be a little bit of leeway for organizations that still use a boxing or wrestling type ring that's in there. But they're going to have to work on that. I asked them also the 64 billion yen question about what if a promoter, and you wonder why this comes from, does works and passes them off as real fights, such as is done in Japan, where it's considered more acceptable but is illegal in the United States. And he said he'd have to seek some legal advice as to whether that promoter would be able to be licensed in the United States. So that is still an open question, and I don't know that he was fully aware of everything that's gone on over there. In terms of gloves, sounds like they're going to develop a new glove, but it'll be very similar to the UFC's 5.5-ounce glove. The gloves will be between 4 and 6 ounces. They appointed a committee that will come up with a new type of glove in about 30 to 60 days and a uniform type brand. And they want to start off with every fighter being required to use the exact same glove. And that's good news because some of the other boxing commissions have wanted to use 8 and 10-ounce gloves, which make it much more difficult to grapple in. So these new gloves, between 4 and 6 ounces, sound like that they're taking this into consideration, that these will be grappling gloves, and the current UFC gloves are 5.5 ounces. So they may not use those exact same gloves. They may want to get their own brand, but it sounds like it'll be in the same ballpark category there. There will be 5-minute rounds, as the UFC currently has, no overtime, no stand-up rule, a 10-point must system, and they will have separate pools of referees and judges. And he said, no longer is it I work for this organization or that organization. All the officials in New Jersey and presumably other athletic commissions are appointed by the athletic commission, not by
Now that's actually, it's not so much on the judging, but on the refereeing. That's important because John McCarthy is pretty much synonymous with UFC. Now, how does that affect him?
I don't know what his contract says, but what Larry Hazard was saying is obviously John McCarthy is the most respected referee in the mixed martial arts. They're not just going to pull somebody off the street for that. But what that does mean is that if the IFC, for example, runs Atlantic City or another company runs New Jersey, John McCarthy, at least theoretically, could be appointed as the referee for that fight. And in the last UFC, one of the referees they used was Mason White, who's been an IFC referee, was used in the UFC. So, again, I don't know what his contract says, but that's going to change now. The referees will be appointed by the commissions and not by the companies, and I think those kind of contracts are going to have to be revised, personally. And another area where there was big change, perhaps one of the largest changes, was in weight classes. There are now going to be 9 weight classes in the mixed martial arts.
That is big.
And they are going to have. You want to start with the lower or the heavier weights? I'll start with
the low.
I figured you'd want that. Okay. The flyweight will be under 125.9. I, by the way, don't like this 0.9 stuff, so I'm just going to read it.
Okay.
It should be really 126 or 125. They could decide what it is. That will be flyweight, under 125. Bantamweight will be 125 essentially to 135. And I'm going to drop the point. I'll just go up to the whole pound. Featherweight.
So it's 134.9 technically.
Yeah, technically, but
okay.
That's, if you've ever had to cut weight, that 1.6 ounces can make a difference. Believe me, if you've done it, it matters. Anyway, featherweight is 135 to 149.9. Lightweight will be 145 to 154.9. Welterweight will be 155 to 169.9.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on right now.
Okay.
We've got a 149.9, a 154.9,
No. 140.
And then a 169.9.
I'm sorry. I read it wrong.
The 144?
135 to 144.9 is featherweight.
Okay, so it's 144.9. Okay.
I'm trying to read my own handwriting. That's right. Lightweight
that's dangerous.
It's very dangerous. Lightweight is 145 to 154.9. Mm-hmm. Welterweight is 155 to 169.9. Middleweight will be 170 to 184.9.
184.9.
Right. Light heavyweight will be 185 to 204.9. Mm-hmm. Heavyweight will be 205 to 264.9. And super heavyweight is 264.9 and up. Unlimited.
I basically like this. The downside of this is it's, when you have the more champions that you have, inherently the less each championship means. Like when there's one champion, and of course mixed martial arts has evolved to where unlimited weight divisions are stupid. Okay, you can't do it anymore. I mean, even though some people want it, it can't be done. But when there was one champion, only one champion, it's a big marquee championship. When there were 3, I think it was still good, which UFC I guess has 4 now, right? Yeah, they have 4. But I think 9 is too many. It'll make the lesser ones mean nothing, but I think the main unlimited or heavyweight title still means something.
I don't know.
Well, it's like boxing. There's a million different titles, but people only care about one.
Yeah, but there's good boxing.
It makes the championships mean a lot less. The introduction of a super heavyweight, I guess, I'm trying to think about this. I guess in the long run, I don't mind it, but we've never seen in the UFC a guy over 265 who's been able to been dominant anyway. I mean, the best heavyweights that they've, have as far as like, whether it's UFC or the world, whether it's Mark Coleman, Pedro Hizzo, all the top heavyweights, Igor Vovchanchin, they're all in that 230 to 245 range anyway, and they've never been beaten by these 300-pound guys. So it's almost like, it hasn't been an issue yet. Now there probably will come a day where it could be an issue, where you have like some 280-pound guy who was, a stud who is all around, and then by then him fighting like a Mark Coleman at 235, let's say, might be an unfair fight. But for right now, I don't know. I mean, it's not like these guys. I don't know. It's not like there's not like there's like a 265-pound guy up there.
Tom Erickson at his peak would have fit neatly in there. I think he's got.
Yeah, but Tom Erickson got hammered by Heath Herring.
Now he has, but I'm saying at his peak a couple of years ago. At his peak,
he would have been tough to beat.
He would have been very tough to beat, and he wrestles at 286 pounds. He's just a big guy, and I think he would have fit in there. Today, it may be harder to come up with some guys in that weight class, but I think some will emerge.
But I mean, like the biggest. Anyway, and as far as like the 205 and the 185 and 170, I like better than the UFC, which was just 170 and 200. I think a lot of guys now, especially now that Tito Ortiz would have to only go to 204.9 as opposed to 199. I think a lot of guys that were fighting at 200 can get to the 185 a lot easier than they could get to the. I guess it would have been a 170, right?
Right. Now Frank Shamrock, it'll be interesting. Is he going to fight at 205? Or is he going
he's got to fight at 184.9. He's got, because he's got to eat like a pig to get to that 195.
Right.
Frank Shamrock walking around is 185. I mean, most guys walking around 185 would be trimming down to 169 like Miletich.
Right.
Realistically.
Frank, when he's weighed in a couple of times at the UFC, not only does he wear all his clothes, but he will carry a book in his sleeve. And one time he came on with a big jug of water or something on there while he's standing on his
stairs. Put a 5-pound weight in his pocket.
Yeah. To do that. So he might be, but some guys are going to have to make decisions as to which weight class to go into. And Tito, it's ideal.
I find that more fair because even though like Frank Shamrock did beat Tito Ortiz, I mean, when you see Tito Ortiz standing next to like these guys like Frank Shamrock and Sakuraba, they really are not they should not be in the same weight class. I mean, it's just not. It's not really fair.
Yeah, I was listening to the tail end of your show too, and you mentioned that Sakuraba's still in the hospital.
Yes.
Yeah, he's supposed to be in the hospital until about the 10th.
Yeah, the report that we got, and I'm going to go dig out some of the details on that. Some of it was from the beating, some of it was from an illness that he had ahead of time that he had before.
He got really drunk on New Year's Eve and got sick and never fully recovered.
That's the rumor. That's some speculation on that, but I don't know that it's clear that actually was what had happened.
He drank too much.
There's some stories about that, but that was like a couple of months ago. There was a report in the Sankai Sports that talked about it. They said there was not a liver dysfunction that took place, and there was some anxiety but he did have influenza, which is rather serious, but it will be able to be solved, and they hope to get him out, that this report said in about 2 weeks or sometime by the 10th. So there's been a lot of stories floating around about that.
I think the idea of him fighting in July is very premature. I know that there was Morishita made a mention of that yesterday, that they wanted him to fight and they wanted to do him against Silva, and I just think that that's rushing it. I think. Right,
that would be Pride 15.
Right.
They want to get not Pride 14. It's supposed to be May 27th in Yokohama.
Right. I like the weight classes. I don't really have a problem with any of the rules at all. I think, it's uniform rules. I mean, I'm glad. The one thing I'm glad about that I was afraid of is that they would eliminate the striking on the ground, which personally to me, I mean, just as a fan, I mean, I've gone through so many stages of watching this from '93 to the present, and my views, your views always change. I mean, at first when UFC started eliminating like the headbutt, I was like, oh, it takes away. It's not like really a street fight. Or when they started implementing stand-ups, I didn't like it, but. As times change and you see more and more fights, my favorite show, and I don't know if you saw this one, Eddie, was The Rings King Kings, which was Feb 24.
Yeah, I've seen that.
One of the things what I loved about that show is when you got a guy down and you can't punch him to the head, there is so much more attempts for submissions and there's a lot more technique and it was a lot more fun show to watch. because there was no punching to the head. At the same time, if that were to happen in the United States, I think it would kill it as a business. So I'm glad they allowed the punching to the head from a business standpoint of perpetuating the business. From a fan standpoint, I'll tell you, I would rather they didn't, but that's just my taste, and my taste is not the right taste to sell to the general public. So
it's also the style of the fighter, because Minotaur Nogueira got a lot of submissions, but he's well known training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Mario Sperry, and I think that even if they did have full mixed martial arts rules, and they say in that event they did allow that, he's going to be a guy to go more for submissions rather than the ground and pound.
No, that's true, but I've just noticed, like in the Randy Couture Kasaka fight, it was just a lot more skillful without the ability to punch someone to the head when they're down. And I thought it's a different, every rule changes the fight. That whole, I just watched the Pride show the other day, and so many of those fights just changed completely because of the change in rules, and perhaps a different person would have won. Certainly, the Renzo Gracie fight, the Sakuraba fight, and probably the Mark Coleman fight. I'm not saying a different person would have won, but they would have been different fights, and they would have been longer fights, and they would have been probably better fights under the old rules. So, I don't know what Pride is, I don't know where Pride's going to have to make a decision, too, as far as what rules. Eddie, I want to thank you very much for coming on.
Dave, hold up a second. We're going to blow off the break for a moment. We actually have somebody, and please pardon the pun, who wants to weigh in on this topic. T.J. Thompson, who runs events out in Hawaii, is calling in, wants to make his voice heard.
Okay, go ahead. We got T.J. Thompson, who promotes the Super Brawls in Hawaii, and he's also promoted ring shows. What's going on?
Dave, number one, just want to like to hear you talking about our sport, and thanks for noticed that you were the leader in bringing the Pride show to the U.S. Internet fans, at least. I was at the show live, and you're doing a lot for our sport as well as yours. Eddie Goldman, hello. I just wanted to weigh in real quick. I was going to talk a little bit about the weigh-ins. I also, as you're talking a little bit about rings rules, as you mentioned, I've promoted Rings USA events here in Hawaii and have been involved in judging over there. And I am a huge fan and think if it was promoted correctly, it's far more exciting than the typical NHB that we have in the U.S. But with that being said, I don't know, as you said, as from a business standpoint, it's hard for me to sell it to the fans until they can be educated on just how much fun it can be.
Yeah, I mean, because the one thing is that this is, the United States and Japan are so different in the mentality of what a fight looks like, and in the United States, I mean, everyone grew up with boxing, and everyone thinks of a fight as someone punching someone in the mouth, and because of that, when you take like the mentality is when in every position, people want to see a punch,
right?
And that's and when a guy is down and he can't punch to the head, people are just going like, well, that's not a real fight.
But if they can see the aggressive submissions that go on from there, I mean, that's what makes it so exciting, that the submission guy isn't afraid to go balls out and try some things that he can't try normally.
Right. I mean, that's why I personally like it better. But we're you've got to get that learning curve.
Right. And there's also the quick stand-ups in rings rules. There's that 60-second stand-up rule. So you get plenty of stand-up action. You get more stand-up fighting than you do in typical NHB.
You're right about that. You do. That's right. And actually, I think that's one of the reasons why that last tournament was so good as well.
Right.
Is that
it's clearly to me a far more exciting sport, although I'm still, part of me is the purist loves the fact that the more you can limit the rules, the more you're going to find who the true best fighter is. And I like that too. But as far as from an exciting standpoint, there's nothing like Rings King of King rules. I love to watch it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I also promote Judo. I'm closely tied with Judo. We may do some stuff with Pride real soon. I mean, I'm a big fan of all organizations. I love the UFC. Just personally, I like you. I think Rings is a much more exciting type event to watch. On the weight classes, I think it's a fantastic change. You talked a little bit about watering down the champions, maybe, but I think as in boxing, what will happen is that people will gravitate toward the exciting champions, and the ones that aren't that exciting won't be getting the big paydays.
The thing also is, and in your events it's different, but as far as like the UFC, they've really just started with smaller guys. And I mean, there's never been a 125-pound guy or 135-pound guy in UFC.
Right.
And And when you only have, let's say, 6 fights a show and 6 shows a year, I wonder how many of those guys. I mean, like, I guess they just don't have to establish.
There are only that many UFCs. I think as things start opening up here, that you'll see a lot more events. And I think that's when we'll be able to start seeing those type of things.
And there have been guys at that weight class interested in getting into no holds barred and mixed martial arts, but because they haven't had those weight classes, they stuck with wrestling or other sports. Remember, Kerry Collat a while ago actually signed a contract to get involved, and he never did, and he was pursuing his Olympic dream. So I think once you have the weight classes in there, you'll start to find guys at that weight.
Hey, I'm going to let you guys go. I just wanted to touch base real quick. I think it's exciting. I think all this is moving the sport in the right direction, and I'm excited that I'm going to get to be part of it.
Eddie, one last thing before, because we got to get to a break. We're actually late on the break. What is the feeling as far as these rules being adopted in, say, Nevada or a California or another, or getting this thing? Because, you know, the big handicap is that there are states that don't allow it, and that because there are states that don't allow it, you know, cable companies, and most of the cable companies still aren't showing it, although I have a feeling that when the cable companies start feeling the sting of so few live professional wrestling events, you know, because they're only going to have 12, or only, I should say, only one a month, at least for the foreseeable future, they may be a little bit more, what's the word I'm like, you know, a little more interested in something to fill those voids, and obviously I think that mixed martial arts will probably be what that is, although there still hasn't been any movement in that direction. I haven't heard, like, so where does all that stand right now?
Well, not physically at the meeting, but participating via telephone, you had Mark Ratner, Executive Director of the Nevada Commission, and he's going to set to expect in the next couple of months for the UFC and for these events to apply in the state of Nevada. If they get sanctioned there, and I think there's a very good chance that the Nevada Commission could be educated to that, you can have 3 of the 4 major commissions on board, although California has been held up because of a budgetary problem and not because of the rules problem. That's going to say a lot to some of the smaller commissions that's out there, and Larry has it said today he hopes the Association of Boxing Commissions comes on board. That's going to be a longer battle, but I think that's going to really, to those people that have doubts, it's going to start to neutralize them, and when's a timetable on this, we don't know, but I think it was a major breakthrough that was made with these rules coming in, because it sounds like everything is now in process of that happening, and I think cable's going to have to come along at a certain point for a lot of other reasons as well. When, we don't know, but hopefully by the end of the year.
The other key thing, and I want to mention this before we go to a break and get back to professional wrestling, is that this Meadowlands show on May the 4th is going to be very interesting, and it's not, you know, hopefully it will be a good show. But
June 29th you're talking
June
about.
June 29th, I'm sorry, yeah, that's right. May 4th is Atlantic City. You're right. Okay, the June 29th Meadowlands, more because I'm very curious as to how the New York media is going to take this, because the New York media has so much national influence. I mean, that's part of what killed UFC in the first place, was the New York Times, in my opinion, almost more than anything. And if they, you know, it's a very easy subject to be uninformed in and to knock, and because of that, you know, they've suffered a lot of blows and come in so close, you know, 5 minutes basically from New York City. It's going to be that period in mid-June to late June, from a media standpoint. UFC really is going to have to be on the ball and have good spokespeople, and even that may not be good enough, as we've seen in the past. So I think that's going to be a real key period for UFC. I
agree, and I think that what's going to start to happen is that you're going to start to see some of the boxing writers be more sympathetic now to the UFC and to mixed martial arts, both in New York and Philadelphia. I don't get the hostility that I got a couple of years ago. You get it from some people, but not the kind of rabid, this is crazy, this is human cockfighting kind of stuff. You don't get as much of that anymore. And I think with Larry Hazard on board, with Mark Ratner agreeing with all of this, is taking the steam out of that. I think the biggest problem is getting their attention. There's a lot of them, they may not be hostile to it, but they may say, well, who cares?
I want to make a couple of mentions really quick. The Raw rating was a 5.7 with an 8.4 share, which is very good. A lot of that, so the influence of the NCAA basketball did not make anywhere near the difference of the lack of nitro on the Raw ratings. In fact, the first hour did a 5.5, and they've been hovering around a 4.0 going head-to-head with nitro. So they picked up a lot of the nitro audience. Of course, the day after WrestleMania. What?
How'd the second hour do?
5.8.
Okay.
I don't have the quarter-by-quarter stuff. If someone will probably send it in, and if not, I will try to get that before the show is over. What was I going to say about that? The basketball final did a 15.6, Duke in Arizona. So that's the story there. As far as the show, we haven't really talked about the show yet. The basic gist of the show was it was the McMahon family show. Stephanie did a long interview, brought out Vince. Vince did a bunch of interviews. Shane did an interview. They didn't really make clear where they're going for Backlash. I got the impression it's going to be Rock and Undertaker, maybe against Helmsley and Austin, although that's not really... They aligned... At the end of the show, what they did was they teased a Helmsley babyface turn the whole show, and then Austin and Vince... the main event was on Austin and Rock cage match, which one of the things that was sort of annoying was that they are back to not doing finishes of matches. I mean, not even attempts. Like Stephanie and Trish had a match, and Regal just came out, did the worst neck breaker you ever saw on Trish. Probably more Trish's fault than his, I'm guessing. But it looked hideous. And that match is basically ended. And then the other big match, which was the Vince or the Rock and Austin. Vince just kept it's a cage match. Vince just kept interfering and beating up ref Tim White. And then finally, they're beating up on Rock. And, Rock survives everything, comes back. And then Helmsley comes in with a sledgehammer. Everyone cheers for him to make the save. And, of course, he stopped and paused and hit Rock with a sledgehammer. And then they all killed Rock, basically, for the rest of the show. The interesting thing, the fans did boo. Vince did everything in his power early in the show to get the fans to boo Austin in his interview. And then when Austin finally came out, there were boos and there were cheers. It was like a mixed reaction. And he did a lot. Rock got basically a tremendous face reaction. I mean, they were strong for him as the anti-Vince, but you could see that Austin himself did not, even when he was trying to, did not get what I would call passionate heel heat. It was very much that Ric Flair Charlotte heat where, okay, we're all in the building, he's insulting us, boo, we don't like you, but it was not. You know how when some people turn and people, like when Hogan turned, when some people turn right away, it's like you mother, it's like he didn't have that. He had that, we hate Vince McMahon, you're standing with Vince McMahon, we really like you, we like your music, but we're going to boo you type of reaction. It's similar to, what it's similar to was when Austin used to work Canada not against Bret Hart during that period of the U.S.-Canada thing where if Austin would go against Bret Hart, yeah, everybody would cheer for Bret Hart because he was but when Austin would work those tapings, those Canadians, they're watching the same TV we are, and they love Austin, but they know they're supposed to hate him because he hates Canada, so they booed him, but it wasn't that passionate booing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they booed him a little bit in Texas, then as soon as they get out, I think it'll be okay.
Well, he'll get booed. I mean, that's not the problem. But, I mean, the problem is, and I'm not saying that there's going to be any problem. The problem is how it translates into box office. If people really don't, if the people still like him but boo him, if it's not passionate, you know what I'm saying? Then you've gone from passionate babyface to unpassionate heel. That's not a step in the right direction. Now, it could change. I'm just saying that's where it stands right now. I mean, the people themselves, I don't think people really want Austin to be a heel, unlike a lot of heel turns. But, whatever that means. If they sell out and they do good buy rates with the new matches, then that's fine, and that's really the key. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Tom, how are you doing today?
Hey, Dave, it's going great. So, Vince must be feeling real good these days. I think he must have been walking around Titan Towers with a permanent heart on. Was that a banana in his pocket, or was he just happy to see Shawn Michaels? What do you think of Vince burying everyone on national TV last week?
I don't know. What did you think? What did you think? I mean, no one's ever been fired on the air like that.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Vince is slipping, or he's depressed because of the XF failure, and it's unusual.
What about crazy?
Well, he's probably, from what you guys say or what Dave says, he's overworked. They're going nuts. They got too much on their plate, like I've already said in times before on the internet. But usually he never reacts, but he showed himself. It's like the mask that he wears, when he said, I'm going to run over everyone. I hope he wasn't talking about you and me, Dave. You know what I'm saying? He never sells. That's been Vince's deal, and I think we've talked about it before on the phone. Vince doesn't sell, but he's proved himself that he's a one-trick pony. He can't cut it in the real world. How about ICAPRO, WBF or whatever, the bodybuilding thing? Yeah. I mean, what has he done? XF failure? I mean, I had 6 TVs going on, and before WrestleMania, so he boosts his ratings. What's going on with that? I tried to help, but it's just crap. What a joke that is. That's his brand of football, all right. He doesn't know anything about the XFL and what the Y generation want to see. I thought he was tuned in. What do you have to say about that, Brian?
As far as Vince knowing what the...
you can't ask Brian about football. That's one of the rules of the show.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, he was mucking with his TV.
You know what? When they were doing WrestleMania and Jonathan Coachman came out and he said, these 2 men need no introduction, and then he introduced them, I still had no idea who they were.
That was weren't XFL players. That was Jeff Bagwell and Moises Alou.
About that.
They're baseball players on the Astros.
Okay.
Yeah, Bagwell's a big name. Moises Alou, yeah.
Yeah, they're big name players. Hopefully that's the only Bagwell we're going to see on WFTV for a while.
Oh, Dave, giving him a shot. What about those 2? I heard a rumor that those guys are out drinking in the parking lot and they plan their whole life around pills and drinking. Is that true? He and Luger hang out together.
Who, Bagwell?
Bagwell and Luger, they're buddies, okay? And I heard a rumor that they hang out and they take pills or plan their life around pills. Now, it's a rumor, do you hear anything about that? Have they gone totally nuts? Okay, your answer, okay, or not answering that confirms it.
Okay, no it doesn't, but that's another story.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
where were we?
I hear a lot of rumors on this show.
A lot of
Did you watch Raw last night?
I didn't watch it. No.
Okay. It was.
I heard what you were saying. I was listening to your show. I heard what you were saying. Where do you think they're going? I was surprised in the pulse from the people I talked to about wrestling. They can't believe that Austin, the heel turn. They just they weren't really buying it.
The one thing about the show you were talking about, you didn't know if it was just a letdown after WrestleMania, if everyone was just all, just burned out from writing or whatever. But the one thing is, I just was reading the reports, and apparently the wrestling was pretty bad on the show, and matches weren't great and everything like that. But the one thing was, like, the main angle... The main angle
wasn't that bad. It was just there was no emphasis on it.
Yeah. The main angle was putting Hunter and Austin together, and that is totally WCW, because... Okay, they just did a feud, a couple of months ago, obviously.
Yeah.
The catalyst was that Hunter ran him over with a car, and that was the big story of the, supposedly took him out for a year.
Well, Rikishi ran him over with a car, but Hunter was a mastermind.
Yeah, he was a mastermind or whatever the deal was, but, he masterminded Austin being run over and out for a year. They did the big best of 3 falls match. Hunter wins his 2 straight falls. We figure, well... It's leading to the big series down the road this summer, and then here they go, the first show after WrestleMania, putting them together. And, unless Hunter's going to do the big babyface turn, and it's like... Well, he
is. It's the whole idea is to make them a tag team for a while, and then Hunter does the babyface turn, and then Hunter brings... they're going to Hunter and Austin. They're just...
Well, it's like... They don't I can understand that down the road, but right here, what sense does it make?
It doesn't necessarily have to make sense. They're just doing it.
Well, yeah, but we've seen that in WCW. They didn't think it had to make sense either, and it never did, and it turned people off.
So what are you saying? They're slipping?
I don't know if there's so much slipping as much as
overextended?
There's no competition, so they don't worry about that sort of thing.
That's the whole
kind of thing that killed WCW.
Brian, you hit it right on the head with the no competition. With the no competition, I just felt watching that show last night that they know they have no competition. And for a while, anyone who wants to watch, there's a big thing where, people on Monday night, wrestling fans, there's millions of them, whatever the number was when WCW left, there were between 7 and 8 million every week that were, their thing on Monday night is we watch wrestling. And Vince is the only wrestling, so a lot of people are going to watch it for their fix. And I think the feeling is that right now we've got that audience, and they can lose that audience. But it's not that, I don't know, like that every segment being good and that pressure that was there, and it's that pressure that made them great. That pressure is no longer there. And, I watched that show and it was like they had one idea on that show realistically, and that was we're going to swerve the Hunter turn, and then he's not going to turn at the end. And then everything else I just felt was okay, we're going to, it was booked like a Nitro in that, like, the matches were longer, and the matches really didn't really mean anything. They were just kind of like, okay, we'll put these 3 guys in against these 3 guys and have these 2 guys run in. But it was like formula stuff. There was no real thought to it, which, to an extent, I can understand because, God, they all worked so hard for Mania. It's the first show after. I'm just hoping that that's what it is Mania. And I guess, maybe next Monday they'll put on a better show.
Yeah, but the whole thing is we talked about it a million times, how WCW would do these swerves just for the sake of doing a swerve when it really didn't make any sense. I mean, all the way back to when they first formed the NWO, and here comes the Giant joining NWO after feuding with Hogan. It just made no sense, but they did it because it was a swerve. And swerve after swerve after swerve swerved themselves right out of business.
Well, I'll tell you about that. I did feel that same way watching that Hunter thing, because I knew where they were going, and I'm just going like, you know, they got and when he came out, you know, he got the big babyface pop, you know, everyone's waiting to cheer him, and I guess that's the tease they're doing, is they know everyone's waiting to cheer him, and they're going to hold it off for as long as possible before they do it. But when he did that, and they did that swerve, I felt that same way that I used to when I watched WCW. It's like, great, they swerved everyone, where's the money? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where's the money in this? You swerve yourself right out of money like WCW did, swerve himself right out of business.
Yeah, but Vince is a publicly owned company. Now, he was going to broaden his demographic base, correct? And
Well, broaden his marketing base, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they set out to do, by horizontally through tons of new programming, right? And merchandise, right? And licenses. And their goal was to get larger share of advertising consumer dollars, right? With the XFL and that. They
with the XFL and with promoting like this Tough Enough show and promoting, you know, like they're doing that with that drama show. I got a feeling that drama show may end up being like a, I don't know, XFL drama. You know what I mean?
Which show is that? The one like Manhunt or whatever?
Manhunt, I think is the name. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. So buying ECW and WCW, McMahon has showed himself, right? He's a one-trick pony. He only knows how to make money as a wrestling carny, like a booster. According to the Street, Wall Street has begun to realize that McMahon's greatness is wrestling, and that may be his only gift. So
that should help the stock then.
It's not going to help the stock.
Well, the
thing is, that company was doing so well, and it didn't, you know, the stock was undervalued. People understand that this guy knows what he's doing with wrestling, and that, you know, the business is booming.
One thing, he was going to broaden his base. He pissed away $50 million, and he failed on the XFL. That's a lot of money. It was all built on the wrestlers' backs, correct? That's where he made it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Actually, it was built.
He lost 70% of his audience in the first 2 weeks. Can you believe that? 70%? Any other company would have gone out of business. He's been a failure.
He will too.
Huh?
That company.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a question of which day he admits it.
He's just looking for an out. So his segue was, I'm going to buy ECW and I'm going to buy WCW. Huh? I mean, come on. What are you buying? I mean, he hasn't done. Didn't he have a roller rink before his daddy gave him the family-owned company?
Cape Cod Coliseum. It was.
Yeah, he failed at that, right? You know about it, Dave.
Yes, he did. Yes, he failed. He failed at promoting at the Cape Cod Coliseum. Yes.
Yes, and he failed at that.
He has everything he's done in wrestling for the most part. He's done very well with most of the things he's promoted outside of wrestling. He has. I mean, he was involved in that. Not that he was the main player, but he was involved in the Evel Knievel Snake River Jump, and that was a big loser too.
Yeah,
back in the early 70s.
Vince is like a pig in the muck, like Jerry Springer and Howard Stern. But did you see what Bob Costas did to him? And look, he tried to compete against the NFL. Come on, he's out of his league.
Vince did it to himself.
I know, but Bob Costas,
Bob was just the guy sitting in the other chair. Bob did a good job, but Vince was the guy sitting in the other chair who just like lost his cool or went into his wrestling persona in real life.
Exactly.
The scary thing is that, you know, the more you know this, Tom, you know this better than I do. The more these guys,
Dave,
as
I
far
don't
as
know
the
anything
boys,
better than you do about wrestling. I floundered. I was a loser in my career. WCW proved it. I did good in the WWF, but I lost in WCW. It's like the people that worked. You were a loser. I said, what do you mean loser? You saw my matches? No, I didn't see your matches, but wrestlers are losers. Okay, go on.
Okay, well, anyway, a lot of wrestlers, as time goes by, they become more and more like their characters, even though their characters are not who they are at the beginning. They somehow morph into them.
They're marked for themselves.
Yeah, and Vince, you know, on that Costa show, behaved like a wrestler that had become his character.
Like
That's
Mr.
right.
McMahon.
Yeah, yep. Mr. McMahon.
Yep. And see, that's the whole that's the beauty. Very good, Dave. That's a great point. The psychology of it. That's what the marks of the internet people, you know, they don't see. That's a perfect clue to all the people listening. Yeah, Vince showed himself. I mean, God, Bob Costas jerking your chain, and Vince, wait a minute. He That's great TV. That's like as good as seeing seeing Vince in a money collar. You know, the neck brace and the court thing. He's the puppet master. But he showed himself then. He's cracking. You can see the cracks. Okay? He never did that before. So that gives something away about Vince McMahon, right?
Can anyone hear me?
Okay,
Hello.
you're up.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, okay. Go to your Real or Windows player and click on the anti-drug banner when it appears to find out how you can get help saying no to drugs. And also, let me read this one more thing, too. If you haven't opted to receive my weekly newsletter about the show, I hope you do so now by clicking on the newsletter tab on my show page. Each week we send out a brief note about what's coming up on the show, previews, personal thoughts, and some other stuff just for our newsletter subscribers. It's free, it's fun, it starts coming your way if you click on the newsletter tab on my show page, and I assure you we got it. It never sells our usernames, and we will not use your name for any other reason than to send you our newsletter. I was sitting here, we just had a technical problem, and I'm screaming that I'm here. But anyway, I am here. Real quick, I just got the quarter hours from the WWF. The main event did a 6.4, which I think is the highest they've ever done on TNN. Let's see. And the other big quarter they did was a 6.1, which was a Steve Austin interview. People waiting for the explanation. By the way, Brian, did you hear what the explanation was for why Austin turned?
What did he say?
I don't know anyone an explanation. They didn't even attempt. Remember they did that once before?
I heard all he said was Mr. McMahon, and I guess that was supposed to be the explanation, but I didn't hear.
No, he said he doesn't know anyone. It was remember that explanation once when like Vince McMahon did a turn, and he says that I don't know you people an explanation, and that was the explanation. They did that one again. They didn't even bother. That was the explanation. Let me see what we have here. I'm going to go through a few things here. I say this is about the explanation. What's up with the explanation? There is no explanation. TSN last night cut to a generic crowd shot when Steve Regal gave Trish the neck breaker, but they did show Rhino spearing Molly Holly. So I don't know why they do what they do.
Trish is Canadian.
Oh, you can't spear a Canadian girl, but you can spear an American girl.
Let's TSN.
Okay. Let's see. Since you've seen the Pride show, what did you think of it? I heard it was a very exciting show. Submissions are boring unless you're Tamara, who's incredible. I thought the Pride show. I didn't think it was great. I thought it was. I would watch it. I would watch it because, and I'll tell you why. If I was a fan, why I would definitely watch it is that you really see the difference the rules play and the difference those knees to the head on the ground and the football kicks make in the course of a fight. I mean, for an educational process, it's a show you actually have to see. I didn't think any of the matches were all that great. The best match to me was Sakuraba and Silva. Which only went 90 seconds, although it was very, very exciting 90 seconds. And Henderson and Gracie was very exciting for when it was out there. They're exciting short fights, though. But there were no, like, classic fights or anything like that. So that's my feeling on that. This is from Morton, who goes, why do you talk about Pride? Because, let me say this one more time. Except for WWF, we get more emails and phone calls about Pride than any other subject, so therefore, that is why we talk about them. And speaking of that, with all the losses of the Gracies, is that the end of their mystique? I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
I thought their mystique died the first time one of them lost.
Yeah. Henzo Gracie's still
I think the mystique actually died before that, but anyway.
Well, the mystique that the small guys can beat big guys, that's over. That's just the reality. I mean, Hickson sort of has a mystique because no one's beat him, but that's also because he's never fought
anybody.
Yeah, he's never fought a real top guy. I mean, Funaki was past his prime, obviously, when he fought him, and that was a very strange fight anyway. As far as, with Henzo and everything, Henzo was a lot smaller than Dan Henderson, and Dan Henderson is a great wrestler, so that plays a part. Henzo's still, I love watching Henzo Gracie fight. This is from Chris Robinson, who has a very interesting thing that he wants me to read, because I don't know I agree with it, but let's see. Because the WWF has turned Hunter into a pansy. Hear me out. Remember in college, there'd be this huge party that everyone was going to, except for one guy who'd never go to the party. That was Brian and me. No one was supposed to tell this guy about the party, but he finds out. No, that wasn't us.
That was Dave.
No, it wasn't. No, I just was watching wrestling. No, that is the truth. I was always watching wrestling. Okay. And when he does, when he goes to the guy throwing the party and gets all pissed, there are two routes he can take. He can say, screw you, I don't need you or anyone else there, or he can say, can I come, and wuss out. Well, Hunter, he has no problem going against the hatred for Austin just to be in Vince's favor. Hunter has lost his number one heel status. Okay? Did the guy at the beginning of the show... What did the guy at the beginning of the show say? Pride is going to do stuff with Shudo. That was T.J. Thompson, and he did say that. Let's see. What do we have here? We've got Raw. Who's the most powerful non-McMahon wrestler? in the WWF. I would say, the most powerful. Rock could be the most powerful.
Rock could be, but he's not.
Yeah, but it's Hunter.
Yeah.
Hunter Hearst McMahon.
Yeah. Let's see, this one goes up. I'm looking forward to the UFC show here in Jersey at the Meadowlands. I've never been a huge fan, but I was never given a real reason to be either. Now that the show is here in my backyard and is being billed as a huge possible advancement for the sport, it's become a serious interest of mine as a fight fan, especially with the recent departure of WCW from the national scene. It's possible we can be looking at a very profitable time for mixed martial arts if given the proper advertising and exposure coupled with the crumbling of WCW and ECW and the drought in good boxing matches. We may have a winner. I hope other companies like Pride can step up and make serious money here in America. I love Pride's production. It makes the grapplers look like real stars. This is from Jarrett, not Double J. Goes, I want to know if EMLL and UFC are available through pay-per-view in the U.S. besides on satellites. Actually, EMLL is not available at all, even if you have a satellite dish. As far as the
pay-per-views.
Yeah, the TV is available on a satellite. The TV is also available in a lot of markets that carry the Galavision on basic television. The UFC shows are available in on some pay-per-view companies now, but not all. Actually, most of them do not carry it still, but the satellite companies do. This is where tape's available. As far as UFC, you can go to a Blockbuster and they'll have tapes, but they're usually way behind and they need to work on that. And I know that they're going to, because I've talked to them about that. And as far as EMLL, there are no
some of the real
available.
old UFCs you can get in like the bargain bin, and those are good shows.
Yeah. As far as EMLL, if the best way to get tapes, you can't go to a video store and get tapes of EMLL, but what you can do is find someone who has a dish or find someone that lives in a city that has Galavision, and they can send you tapes. There's plenty of people out there who watch the show. In fact, I'm going to watch it tonight. Let's see. There's another one about the Regal Trish Neckbreaker being censored. I was not impressed by Raw at all. Coming off the best WrestleMania of all time, the first show unopposed by Nitro should have been a Dynamite show to get the WCW crowd interested in the product. Triple H with Steve Austin just proves the lack of creativity as well as putting them together doesn't make sense. Actually, I think in the long run it does make sense. It really does. It's just the lack of a good explanation for it, I would agree with that criticism.
Yeah, if they break up down the road, I guess Hunter could say, I've been planning this thing, all along. You got to become good friends with the enemies or whatever. But, right now, people watching are like, why is this happening?
Let's go to the calls. We're going to start with Todd in New York. Todd, what's going on?
What's up, Dave, Brian, Tom? How are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey.
Wanted to address two things. First, Dave, and this is going back to an email I sent you last week, and I wanted to get your take on it. And it sort of regards the premise you've been having about WCW and how WWF takes it over. And you've been sort of going along the assumption that WWF needs to send in a top star to WCW to sort of get them over, or a core of stars. And I really don't think that's the right way to go in terms of setting up a new WCW, because it totally kills the interpromotional idea, which is ultimately what the payday is going to be. In terms of interpromotional, when you talk about traditional interpromotional, they work for, one of two basic reasons. One is sort of the dream match idea, and if you have, you send Rock over there to WCW, then, the big payoff, he'll become the big star of the promotion, overwhelm everyone, and the payoff will be Rock versus Austin, which won't have a different feel to it at all. And the second thing is the whole idea of, one promotion hating another, and if you don't have that idea that the two promotions actually hate each other, like with the old NWO, then what you have is a works promotion versus promotion.
The idea is that guys like Rock that go over would be rated. How do they jump over there and do both shows? It would be something like Shane McMahon, finds a loophole in 5 contracts and steals those guys from underneath Vince, so you have the hate right there. And then you have a guy that would be working there pretty much permanently.
But that's only going to be for a year, Brian. It's not like the fans are actually going to buy it at home like, oh, Rock's a WCW guy now. He could be there for 3 years, and they'll still see him as a WWF guy.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with Hall and Nash when they jumped over. Nobody in their right mind really thought that these guys were from the WWF.
Yeah,
it was pretty clear they were a contract. It's just the way it was promoted.
Said, we're WWF, essentially.
They didn't say it outright.
I know, but they
couldn't do it legally.
You don't think that those people knew that, Diesel...
Well, they knew where they were from, but...
The face value? Of course they did. Why do you think
they knew where they were from, but they didn't assume that these guys were coming there and they were going to be back on WWF TV at any time.
Well,
they did I think it was like at the Bash show, they pretty much had to legally say that these guys weren't under WWF contract.
They go, are you with the WWF or you represent the WWF? No. And they had to say...
And it still worked fine because at least the fans knew what the idea was supposed to be.
What kind of money do you think... What kind of money do you think that... that lawsuit gave McMahon? enough money to buy WCW?
I thought
it was settled without any
end.
big payoff. So we didn't see anything in the books about like a big payoff, and if there was, it would have been in the corporate books.
Well, it's going to come out, don't you think?
Well, it was settled a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think there was any big payoff in that lawsuit when all was said and done.
Yeah, but I mean, Razor Ramon, Diesel, I mean, the face value that people knew, I mean, people that I know talked about it. It was like something's going to happen. They were waiting for something big to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think.
The problem is people are waiting for something big to happen in this one. Todd made a hell of a point, though, about the interpromotional things as far as there's a certain rivalry hatred thing that in all the ones that have worked, there was a hatred there, you know, like a long-standing thing. And you know what?
Yeah.
In this WCW one, what's going to kill it is the WCW wrestlers that are there are all going to be basically telling everyone how thankful they are to have a job in the company as opposed to, we hate you, you put us out of business scenario. Well, you know, it's like Shane McMahon is their savior. Shane McMahon should be their enemy because he's the owner of the WWF who put them out of business. And, you know, like why it worked in Japan, when the companies would go out of business and then the guys would jump over, even though they worked for, like, say, New Japan, there was that hatred. New Japan put us out of business. They killed our company, and we're here to get Inoki. And that was where all the real heat was in, like, the old IWE promotion thing back in, I guess that's early 80s.
Exactly, and that's what I point to.
And that's not there. You're right. Well, that's a good point.
What I was pointing to as well is, like, when they tried, like, the UFO gimmick a little bit later, I mean, that thing completely and totally flopped because the fans perceived it as just being, you know, Inoki doing his thing, which was a part of New Japan, as opposed to something that was, you know, an entity entirely different. And anyway,
that's why they had to do that big shoot fight angle with Hashimoto because that feud was dead.
Exactly.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm waiting to see what Vince does about Goldberg. I reckon that's the touchstone of how he plans to use WCW, right?
I think he's not going to take him.
Well, you can tell if he's going to build WCW from that one decision. If he hires Goldberg, despite all the arguments and obstacles against it, if he really goes after Goldberg, then he's going to build WCW as a possible rival promotion. If he stays with Flair, Sting,
he's not going to get Flair either, Tom. He's not going to have Flair either. He's not going to have Flair either.
He's making too much money.
Listen, Stinger! Whoa!
He's not going to have Sting either.
You don't look like $1 million. When I was 42, I've cut myself from coast to coast. Drew Hall, whoa! Don't believe your lying eyes. Whoa!
No. Yeah. No, you know what? The thing is, I'll tell you what the real key with the Goldberg was when they wouldn't let Gilbert in the Battle Royal because they knew it would entice people to chant Goldberg. And if they were going to get Goldberg, that's what they would do. Because it was like they would want people to start chanting Goldberg to whet the appetite of everyone for Goldberg coming in. They don't want people chanting Goldberg for the main reason is because they don't think they're going to deliver him.
Okay,
what happens if they start chanting him on the first show anyway, which I kind of think they're going to do?
Thank you, Brian. Brian, my boy. Thank you if I had a grandson.
Brian,
God love you.
Let me point to WWF in '97 after Brett left. Everyone wanted Brett everywhere, and WWF had very few marketable stars. That's when they started rebuilding within themselves and, you know, promoting the guys that they already had. That's when you start elevating guys like Shane Helms or Booker T. When WWF at that time only had Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, and, you know, Stone Cold at that point. And they kept on building, and they created the rocks and the angles, and, you know, the promotion took off within itself to where it was still WWF as opposed to some sort of different entity.
Okay, but you're right. That's how it worked out. But there was two things about that. One is the Stone Cold phenomenon was like something that just happened that they lucked into.
Yeah.
I mean, and that doesn't happen all the time. And then The Rock was a similar thing. And I mean, again, now I don't see any Rocks and Stone Colds in Jindrak and O'Hara and these guys.
No.
If they can make one and they get one, then it'll work. But you gotta, you know, one of these guys has to become, you know, like that. And I mean, like their big boom, you know, was Steve Austin's, you know, big popularity. And then with Steve Austin being so strong, and then Foley, you know, kind of came along for the ride. Undertaker ended up getting to be a bigger star because the promotion got bigger. He was the same old Undertaker. It was really Austin was the catalyst. And then as the thing got so big, you know, Rock came along, and Rock also became a phenomenon. So you got to, if there was a situation where some of these guys could be that, they could be real viable. But they got to, you know, I just don't know if they're going to allow those guys to get over to that degree. I mean, there's so many unanswered questions as to. Once we see that show, I'm in fear for that show right now, though.
Wait a minute, Dave. What if, you know, okay, just, you know, put everything on hold, but, you know, I know what you know about personalities and that, but What if Shane came out with two tough guys like the Steiner boys? Scotty Steiner, he's like a freak on a leash, right? You know, like the Limp Bizkit.
Scott's the other guy with Goldberg who has interpromotional stuff, but then that means they got to sign him. And as far as Rick, I can't imagine them signing Rick.
Well, listen,
no.
He's a tough guy. The past is the past, as the McMahons say. So he gives someone a freebie. Now, all the guys, and he's turned the other cheek, the Iron Sheik, all these guys. What if McMahon just decided to be a nice guy? He's the king of everything in wrestling. These guys just want a payday. He doesn't have unions. He can quell all the union talk. He can just be a nice guy and gives guys, you talk to them one-on-one, you say, this is the way it's going to be. And you can lock them in contracts, and you can keep their mouth shut by you sign a contract that you don't talk about what you've got going on, your pay or anything, right? Otherwise, you breach it. So his wife's smart about that. They're clever business people. They got the only show in town. They're not going to have any rival promotion because Ted Turner, they screwed that over by Eric Jackoff, like Philman said. And there's no competition, and no one's going to come up with anything because, like you say, the wrestling, TV is nothing. Wrestling means nothing for TV people. So McMahon could be a nice guy and use people to his advantage. So why not be nice? Scotty Steiner, he looks like a freak. Just have him run around the arenas. Just
beating
in
up
the
fans.
Crowd. What? I mean, look at that. Where do you see that? At the zoo? I've never seen a guy built like that in my life. Right?
Well, you should see those bodybuilding contests nowadays.
So Steiner
but okay.
In
a bodybuilding contest, my God.
Todd, anything else, Todd?
Yeah, I was going to bring up, a couple weeks ago when they turned Benoit, I was confident that someone was, trying to sabotage him, but I'm not so sure after seeing the Austin turn, and I don't think that Austin is going to be able to become a viable heel because of the way they explained the heel turn. I mean...
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, you're right.
What they basically did was have them come out with Vince and put on a hat that said heel. I mean, that's basically the modern day equivalent.
Yep.
He gave absolutely no dimension to his character, and there's no reason for people to hate him. I mean,
thank you.
People would have bought that we could have hated him, even if they came up with a storyline reason, like Brett did with Canada. I don't think the people really wanted to despise Brett.
Nope.
They respected what they did, but they gave him, the Canada thing. Austin could have done a wide variety of storylines, but now that they haven't done that initial turn, which is a point you need, which is pivotal to getting someone over, if you don't build at that point, he's never going to get over, and I don't think they're ever going to hate Austin because they blew the opportunity, which is right now.
I mean, I don't know what the future holds, but I mean, again, they'll boo him, but there's a difference between booing him and hating him. I mean, the booing, it was so much. Vince just had to work those people, for a whole show. And then he comes out, and it's still 50% cheers probably. And he's out there. And, I mean, you could see even the ones who were booing him, it was like, we're booing him because we were told to, and we're good WWF fans. But it wasn't that booing like when they used to boo Hunter. I mean, it wasn't anything like that where they really hated him.
And like they put their money down to buy a ticket, right?
They put their money down to buy a ticket.
Ratings, just like the Clintons said. It's the economy, stupid. Well, it's the ratings, Dave. For the present, I can't see McMahon making any big decision on contract and salaries until he sees ratings from WCW. I mean,
that may be the case.
Steve Williams.
But if he doesn't do that, that first show's going to bomb.
No, they'll do okay the first show. I think there's going to be curiosity on the first show, but because they'll build it up well. But they have to have a good first show from 11 to 1. I mean, that's got to be a show where people, when it's over, go, this is a must-see show. Because if they don't feel it's a must-see show, that time slot will die.
That's
Todd,
right.
anything more?
Nope, thanks a lot. Have a good night. Bye.
Okay. Thank you very much, Todd. Let's go to Joe in Pittsburgh. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
First off, I had a question for Brian. I was wondering, you sound sick. It sounds like you have, cotton stuck up your nose.
No, he's got a new microphone, that's all.
Oh, it's his microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I do have cotton in my nose, though.
You do?
Yeah.
My question is, first, with all due respect to you, Mr. Z-Man, Vince didn't buy ECW. He's just really bought a lot of his talent. But that's neither here nor there.
What's the point? Let's get on the brass tacks here. And don't be picking on Brian. I like Brian. He's, leave Chico alone.
He's like your godson, right?
Well, he's like a grandson. If I ever had a grandson, I'd like mine. He's the smartest man in the business, and I like Dave, too. He made me a lot of money in WCW. He's the most honest guy, non-wrestler, that I know.
More honest than wrestlers?
Non-wrestler?
Yeah, they said it was raining.
That's some high praise, Dave.
Go on, what's your question? I'm sorry.
What talent do you think Vince is going to pick up from ECW for the new WCW?
I think more of that is going to depend on what Paulie's influence would be. Let's see, who are the most viable guys out there?
Guido?
I think Guido's got a good shot. Yeah.
How about
Guido, Tony Mamaluke's got a good shot. Kid Cash, I don't know.
Is really small.
Yeah, but Paul's going to make a big push for him. He is really small.
Yeah.
How about Mikey Tajiri with the Minister?
Well, Tajiri's going to be in somewhere, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in WCW. Minister, I don't know. That's a lot of that's going to be Paul's lobbying efforts, because I think that almost everyone in ECW, the rest of those people either haven't seen or probably really wouldn't want. So it's got to be Paul selling them on. It's the guy who Paul sells them on. That are going to be the ones that are going to get in there, I think. But yeah, Tajiri, I could see. Mikey, I don't know. Guido, I'm sure is going to get a real big push to get in there, and I don't know. I think
Dreamer?
Dreamer's going to probably end up with a job. A lot of people seem to think it's going to be in WWF, although I don't. I think Dreamer's going to be real tough. Because unless he's just strictly put, I don't know what you can do with. I don't know, Brian. Do you have any ideas what you can do
in the ring with Dreamer?
I mean, as a wrestler, not as an office person. Because I've heard they want to make him a wrestler, but it's like the limitations, compared to all those other guys.
He was even starting to have a hell of a time there at the end with, even all the gimmicks in the ring. He could still do it, but,
Hey, Dave,
I can't even imagine him going in there and doing a straight match.
And then the other thing is like, wearing those clothes. You know what I mean? He doesn't have a physique.
Yeah, he's going to have to wear ring gear, and he's not in shape to wear ring gear right now.
And the other thing is in ECW, Dreamer could be a tough guy because he was, bigger than most of the guys in ECW because it was a small man's company. When he shows up in WCW, WWF, with all those big guys, he can't be the big tough guy. I just don't see Dreamer's, they're going to give him a job because everyone likes him, but I think Dreamer's going to be tough.
Dave, how many towns a night are they going to run? They used to run 3 when I was back there in '87. How many towns a night can WCW?
WCW is going to run Wednesday nights, and that's it for a while until the popularity picks up.
Okay.
Okay, Joe, any more?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Dave. I tuned in for the ratings at the beginning of the show, and you talked about the MMA for about a half hour. I was just wondering. I don't understand why you talk about that. It's a show like
I think
MMA
they give that explanation all the time.
Server Live.
Because the number, except for the WWF, we get more emails about Pride and MMA is Pride than any other subject. If I talked about independent wrestling, I would be talking about something that literally we never get or hardly ever get any emails about, but I would talk about it, or even EMLL, which we talk about. We get so many emails when it comes to Pride shows, and a decent amount for UFC. I think that's the answer.
Well, I'll give you that, but it is a Tuesday. I think last
It is a Tuesday. It is a Tuesday. That's true.
Has he ever been to a UFC show?
No, but it was also, today was the day of the rules meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Al Gattuso and I are going to go sometime, so maybe you should tune him into Al.
See, let me tell you something about Ultimate Fighting. Okay?
Yeah, thank you, Al.
Forget about you guys like pro wrestling. It's great. If you've never been to an Ultimate Fighting match, if you've never seen one on TV, just all I ask, watch
I have seen them.
I've seen them. I'm a big fan, like Al.
I think they're great fights. I think it's a lot of fun. I think the new company that's bought the UFC is trying to inject a lot of entertainment, a la pro wrestling style.
Yep.
I think you'd be pleasantly surprised by what they're doing in their next show. It's a lot of fun.
They're going to run angles or something?
No.
Well, you can only do them up to a point. They tried that angle with Kevin Randleman and Tito Ortiz. Okay, which was not a planned angle. Those guys did. There was legitimate heat over certain comments that Tito Ortiz made about Randleman. The problem was at the end of the show, after they'd each done their promos to build up a potential match down the road, the camera caught Kevin Randleman kissing Tito Ortiz, and it was like, well, you just blew your angle. You might as well be like WCW.
Well, not so much blowing the angle. Basically, he said to him, we should all be brothers in this. But
we should all be brothers. We shouldn't be do that. And they both apologized to each other. And the cameras happened to be right there when they did that.
But also, Randleman wants to fight Tito Ortiz, which is why he's dropping to middleweight and not staying at heavyweight. He wants to fight Tito, and he wants to beat him in the ring. That's his whole motivation.
Yeah.
And there's no problem with being the lesser man. I lost a lot of wrestling matches, if that's really. And
So
I did.
Brian.
That's right.
I had bad days. I'm sure Brian can attest to it. It happens. It's an off night for me.
Okay, Joe, anything else?
One more comment for Tom Zenk.
Yes.
I was just wondering, if you weren't so bitter, you think you would have done the gimmick battle royal for Vince?
Bitter? Listen, why do you call me bitter? Why do you call me bitter? You clarify that statement, and I'm going to really let you have it, okay? So you better think about this, okay?
Well, you just sound like you're anti-everything Vince does. I mean...
I'm not anti-everything Vince does. You ever worked for Vince?
No, I haven't.
Okay, then so what's your frame of reference?
Business.
Are you a McMahon?
When's the last time you wrestled for an hour? Cut yourself 5 times. Live for 45 minutes.
Wrestled for an hour.
Huh?
When's the last time any wrestlers wrestled for an hour?
Well, you tell me. What about
Austin
bitter?
did. Rock and Hunter.
Listen, okay, you've brought up a good question, okay? Now, everyone listen.
Or you just seem bitter.
I seem bitter, okay? Listen to me. Now, I'm going to go on a little tirade here, okay? Dave, everyone, listen up. Wade Keller, Bob, what's that baldy guy that wrote that thing? Bob, that attacked me, Bob Ryder? That big, fat, bald guy that wrote the apology? Okay. I told you people years ago there were just carny people stealing Ted Turner's money. Remember I gave you the heads up on the Fusient deal? Due diligence, fiduciary duty, 6 Flags over Georgia, and you can play back the tape. It's all on tape. Jeff Merrick. Everyone said I was just bitter. Gee, and I thought I was trying to help WCW before it was too late. Dave.
Yes.
Do you think it might have turned out differently if they'd listened to me? It's a crime. 11 years of Ted Turner's deep pockets and just 4 men. Ole, Dusty, Bill Watts, and Eric Bischoff destroyed the best chance wrestling ever had.
Can I add one more man?
Who?
Vince Russo.
Vince Russo, I'm sorry. Okay, I left it out. Damn it. Oh, my God,
How
Brian.
about Jim Herd?
I want to hear people tell the truth. Before these guys turned up in wrestling's Hall of Fame, or should I say the Hall of Shame, okay? It's like Nash blaming Johnny Ace bringing Animal in. This stuff has been going on, okay? They were fools at WCW. I know Dave knows. I used to talk to Dave. I never had any scoops to clue Dave in, but they were idiots. Stupid fools, okay? Everyone, Dusty pushed his kid. Bill Watts pushed Eric Watts. Jim Ross should hire Eric Watts because he put him over on TV. He put Eric over better than me and Dustin. Okay? That's the whole deal. Not bitter. I have a better way. Okay? It's not bitter, and I've never called to get booked in wrestling. I got another job. I knew in wrestling I wasn't going to make my money. I knew I'd have to get up and work 9 to 5. Okay? It's not bitter. I have a better way. They blew it with Ted Turner, and I knew it. Johnny Ace and myself were invited to Ted Turner's Christmas party, okay? And WCW, they blew it with all the bookers and all the great minds that knew the business. They blew it, and now WCW's turned into a big angle for Vince McMahon. I'm laughing, okay? I'm laughing at the XFL, not bitter. It's a joke. Wrestling fans, it's a joke.
This is from Scott Shapiro. Goes, I've read a lot of comparisons of the Steve Austin turn to the failed Bill Goldberg turn from Summer. Both guys were characters the fans did not want to turn, so that comparison is valid. The reason Austin's turn will be successful while Goldberg's turn was a complete failure is that Steve Austin is a true professional and Bill Goldberg is not. I feel anyone will come to the same conclusion just by watching both of their first matches as heels after their turns.
Or even that match before the turn.
Yeah, the match, the Mania match.
I mean, Austin was not working the WrestleMania match to be a hometown hero for his fans. He was being a true heel. Didn't work, but he tried.
Goldberg tried to be a heel, he just didn't have the knowledge to do it. I mean, because he still wanted to be Superman. That was the problem.
Yeah, he kind of was missing the desire to do what he has to do.
Yeah. This is, what do you think about the new UFC rules? I mean, overall, I guess I liked them. Believe me, I was fearing a lot worse. I think that kicking and using the knees while someone is on the ground should be illegal. I agree. And I like the ring's better than a cage. Okay, now I would disagree with that. I like a cage. Yeah, I like a cage better than the ring because the ring, there's so much of the stopping action. and you can fall through the ropes. It's a lot more it's a lot more dangerous. And any chance of you being a judge on the next UFC? No chance. And this is Chris Jericho. This is answer to a question from this is from Grant Zworich. It's an answer to a question from yesterday about Chris Jericho. He was born in Manhasset, New York. So I thought he was born in New York, and he moved to Winnipeg when he was 7. Let me just see if there's anything else. Let's see. As a wrestling fan, I agree with you about Monday's Raw, but don't you think you're putting a little too much credence into this no competition thing? I don't know yet. Well, we're going to find out in the next few weeks. Mm-hmm. Here's an interesting one. We had a guest on, Tom. This is for you.
Yeah.
We had Daryl Peterson, Max Payne on, who actually has a movie. What are your thoughts about him?
I liked him. I did the first shot. He put me in that damn armbar. I couldn't get out of it, and I thought, oh, no, I'm not going to break my arm, so I tapped out, okay? I didn't want to ruin my career, so I tapped out. But, he brought a bass guitar, Nick Patrick, and a couple other guys. He was a rock and roller, and we used to sing and stuff and hang out together. He was a really nice, legitimate guy. A big, tough, good amateur background. That's what Bill Watts liked, right? Like a Steve Williams, like Doc.
Oh, yeah, that's why Watts hired him.
Exactly.
Background.
And he put me in there to put him over because they knew I didn't care about jobs. They knew I was trained by Vern, had good credibility. It didn't matter. I was getting paid $156,000 a year. So, I tapped out, put him over, just worked easy. I never hurt anyone in my life. And he was a nice guy. I mean, it was easy to get along. The Max Payne gimmick, the guitar gimmick, like Van Hammer or whatever. I mean, he was a nice guy. He was real, maybe too honest in the interview. I read the whole thing about what he said or the overview of it, but he was a great guy. He was a great guy. I didn't know he had a drug addiction or Valium and Vicodin. I mean, it's bad, but that's also a different problem. You know what I'm saying? In the wrestling business, I mean, you see a lot of parallels and a lot of the same thing over and over. It's too bad.
It says, do you think WF will make the mistake of elevating Billy Gunn to a prime upper-level position in the WCW? And you know what?
Unfortunately, yes.
That's how, cause on TV last night, I'm Brian, I guess from missing the show, what you didn't know is they had an X-Pac match with Billy Gunn.
Oh, the punishment match.
And it was like punishment for Billy Gunn for thinking about joining WCW, which made it just seem like that it was almost a given they were going to send him there and he would be a key guy there. And I mean, you could argue whether Rock should be sent there or not, but I think that everyone pretty much would be in agreement that if they want WCW to succeed, that Billy Gunn should not be sent there.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Why would they do that?
He just goes and puts everybody over.
Yeah, why do they do that?
I think
even then, though, you don't want the impression of guys like Billy Gunn going over, even if they put everyone in the entire company over.
Well, they put everyone in the company over, it's okay, but the thing is, he's not going to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, he's going to go over, I don't know how they'll portray him. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let's go to
Brock
Phil
doesn't come
York.
back from this beating last night until he shows up on WCW.
Let's see. Oh, wait. Let's go to Phil in New York. Phil, what's going on?
Hi, I have a question for Tom.
Yes. Talk to me, Phil.
I was wondering if you keep in touch with Mike Enos and if you know what he's up to and if we're going to see if he'll be wrestling again.
No, I think he's down in Tampa and he owes Joey Maggs a few $100. So if you talk to him or you know anything about him, tell him to send him the money.
I was wondering if what Dick Murdoch was like. If you have any Dick Murdoch.
Dick Murdoch was hilarious.
Yeah, he was hilarious. Yeah, he liked to drink his beer. He was a Texas kind of redneck. He didn't like pretty boys. Some guys don't have anything good to say about a guy like me. I'm okay, but I mean, if you're handsome or like a guy like that plays James Bond, for instance, guys, they think you're a queer if you say anything that this is a handsome guy. They're intimidated by that, but it has to deal with men's sexuality. And Dick Murdoch, pretty boys, they didn't like. He was like that, like Dusty Rhodes, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, they intimidated by a pretty boy in the business. And listen, my son, he's working for $10 Championship Wrestling, and he's going to be a superstar, but they paid him $750,000 a year, and I'm here at $10 Towers. Yeah, it's that kind of crap. You know, their insecurities, that's their problem. But Dick was a great guy. He was real funny and a great worker, okay? Didn't hurt anyone, just a great guy. He was fun to drink with.
Dave, do you know what's going to happen with J.J. Dillon? Now with the whole thing with the
J.J. Dillon is in. He's going to have a tough time because he left on very bad terms from the WWF.
Good.
He does have he does have some friends in the WWF, but he really left out of bad terms with Vince.
Good for him. Good.
So I would say, okay, my feeling is that like if somebody tries to open up like a new company, that JJ's one of those guys, like a Jarrett or something, that might end up with them. But with WWF, I think the odds are pretty bad for JJ right now.
And why is it that you were surprised that Captain Lou Albano was on WrestleMania at the New York WWF?
I wasn't shocked, but him and Vince, they've had their ups and downs for 30 years. I mean, Vince punched him out like a long time ago. I mean, but before Vince was even Vince.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, Captain Lou.
Literally?
When was that?
Oh yeah, back in I'm thinking late 70s, early 80s, when it was one of those things where Lou used to show up drunk at TV, and Vince would fire him, and then the dad, when the dad was still running things, would bring him back because the dad, just figured, Lou is Lou, and Lou, it wouldn't be Lou if he wasn't drunk. So that's kind of the deal there.
He was family.
He was family in the old promotion. That's right. Yep. But Lou, what can you say? I mean, he's part of the legacy of the WWF, so they put him on that show. But I mean, I could see Vince. Let bygones be bygones. He's a billionaire now anyway.
Yeah.
He had Snook on too, and they've had their ups and downs too.
Yeah. All right. Well, great show. I love listening to it.
Okay. Actually, he brought Snuka back once or twice for what are those, like, surprise things. This is from Justin, who goes, some of my friends have been telling me that you guys work for the WWF and are paid or sponsored by them. They are obviously wrong.
I haven't got my paycheck yet.
Me too. I'm owed royalties. I never got nothing. And they don't like me.
Yeah. That's actually what people used to say. It goes, after listening to your show, that makes no sense. Why would the WWF do that for someone who rips them? We don't, I don't say we rip.
How about that?
We say nice things about them when they're deserved, and we say bad things about them when they're deserved.
That's
the idea. If we don't, then. My friends also think that WCW has a new great time slot, that the Lawler thing is a work.
Your friends are idiots.
Next letter. Yeah, your friends are dummies, okay? Drop your friends. Forget about them. They're idiots.
Let's see. What are your thoughts on the main event for the FMW May 5th show, Hayabusa Great Sasuke versus Tetsuhiro Kuroda and Mr. Ganosuke in a death match? It's just a main event. I don't know. Do you think
that's pretty heavy.
Yeah. Do you think Tenryu and Fuyuki will be any good? That'd be all right. I've watched several matches with Fuyuki against the likes of Hayabusa and Masaharu Tanaka, and he can be a good worker when given the opportunity. Tenryu and Fuyuki, they got history going back about 15 years. So
Samson Fuyuki?
He used to be Samson. He's not his name anymore, but yes, the same.
Quada's
partner? He was Quada's partner. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the Fuyuki that we're talking about.
Yeah, one of the Revolution.
The Revolution guy, right? You wrestled him many times. What's your thoughts?
He knocked me out with a spin kick, and oh God, I had to go and get a CAT scan when I came back to the United States. Fuyuki, wow. Yeah, Fuyuki kicked me, right in the temple. So,
This is about that Max Payne preview. I want to say this about the Max Payne movie preview.
Yeah.
We have gotten so many people who saw that are stunned by it.
Really?
Some of the things that are on that preview. Oh yes.
Is that good?
What?
The funniest thing is Max was just so nonchalant about it when we asked about the lawsuit. It's like, well, they may try and go after it. And it's like every single email we get is, oh my God, Vince will absolutely never allow this thing to get out.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Oh, yeah.
Really? What's up with it?
I've got drug deals and things.
Really? No.
Nothing major.
Nothing besides that.
No.
Let's see what else we got. Oh, this is all these stuff on Raw. Let's see. Austin was so awesome working as a heel. It was a nice change of pace. I couldn't tell Steph was on the writing staff because she only had 5 segments in the first hour. Oh, God. Let's see.
She's fat.
I've been a long-time wrestling fan, leaning more on
I heard she looked a little fat last night. Is that true?
She is fat. I'll know Vince is legitimate when he puts her in a tee back and he puts the kid up the tack hammer, not the jackhammer, the tack hammer. When he puts them up on kite string and flies them in like Owen Hart, then I'll know he's legitimate. When I see his daughter out in the tee back, yeah.
Hey, they stripped her top off once.
Oh, come on! Send me the tape, and I want a picture of.
You may not want to see the tape.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, you may not want to see that actual tape, but they did with Austin. There's something that stuck to her shirt or something. Her shirt came off. She ran away.
Oh, really?
They did it. Yes, once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to see that.
This is from John, who goes, I've been a long-time wrestling fan, leaning more towards the WCW side than the WWF over the past few years. So you're the one. While watching Raw last night, I found the only thing of interest was the Vince Triple H Austin angle. Well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't care about Stephanie against Trish, Kane or Undertaker, RTC, or any other of the real bad wrestlers that were on there. I feel there's a lot of quality put into the production of WWF, but a lack of quality in the wrestling. It's fine for the mainstream, but it leaves those of us who appreciate good wrestling all alone. Yeah, but WCW didn't have a hell of a lot of good. Well, they did have the cruiserweights. I shouldn't say that.
They did.
They actually had a lot of the WCW shows of late, as far as pure wrestling, were better than last night's WWF, except for, Rock and Austin had a good main event. Nothing compared to WrestleMania. Not even half as good as WrestleMania, but it was still pretty decent.
Isn't the RTC dead yet?
Dave, can I say something?
Of course.
Okay, I'd like to see the WCW develop as a developmental territory for WWF, teaching the wrestling skills. The WWF press release with that Snyder said they want to, they talked about Bischoff, with brand names. I'm told the key to maintaining brand names is product difference, okay? Below the Mason-Dixon line, it's a total different ball game than up here above it. The people who don't turn into Raw, that demographic, after 9 p.m. like it used to be, that's the sort of people who like to see Ric Flair, whoa, in the ring. It's a total different thing, and I don't think Vince is tuned into it like the XF failure. You know what I'm saying? The demographic, the Y generation. Show me the wrestling. And Flair and that, it's a different culture down south, okay? And I hate to give it away, but I have notes on this, and that's the deal in the south. People don't turn the demographic, they don't turn their channel to see the WWF. They stuck with WCW, you understand?
Some of them did. It's going to be interesting over the next couple of weeks. And also, again, when WCW starts, how many of them will pick it up?
Yeah,
or how many people will see it as WCW, or will they just see it as WWF using the WCW initials? Exactly. And I think that's actually a lot of the key right there.
Don't you think it's Goldberg and Flair instead of Flair?
It's definitely Flair.
Flair's a real key.
And
it
so is Goldberg. They didn't chant Stinger, Goldberg, come on.
Yeah, Goldberg and Flair are the two keys. I would agree with you.
Okay, do you think Sting looked like $1 million? They should have paid Flair double what Sting gets, because Flair, he has history there. He made everyone. Okay, out of respect. That's what happened to WCW. They had no respect for their stars or the people that made them. That's what caused them to fail, I think. No respect.
Okay. This is from Mark McGowan, who said TSN did not edit out the neck breaker, but they edited out when Regal was holding Trish while she was getting whipped. So that's what was actually edited off of the Canadian show last night.
Yeah,
it was the whipping.
Don't you think that Regal owes Vince a lot because he paid a lot of money, 8 months in rehab with Regal?
Oh, yeah. Regal's paying him back,
I think
though.
Regal admits that.
What?
Yeah.
Regal pretty much admits that.
Yeah, but that's perfect. And I got a letter.
Saved his career.
I got a letter when I quit the WWF. I've always thought I was a fair and just man. So don't you think he's trying to, legitimatize himself with, Dynamite Kid that did a lot? Don't you think?
Wait a second. You got a letter from Vince, and Vince wrote that?
Yeah. I've always felt that I was a fair and just man, and if not, I want to hear it firsthand. I sent it to Dave. Dave, yes or no? And I sent you the contract that I signed for $50 for TV. That's the only money consideration.
I remember that.
What?
I remember those contracts.
Thank you, Dave.
That was everyone's contracts.
Yeah, everybody got that.
Exactly, and you were the only guy I trusted, and I sent it to you, and I was straight up. I've never lied to you because I don't care about wrestling. I'm not afraid to work. I knew I wasn't going to make millions in wrestling, so I knew I'd have to get up and put my pants legs on one at a time like everyone else and go to work and make my money. So what I'm saying is...
How do wrestlers put their pants on?
I don't know. They jump in off the bed. I don't know. I have no idea.
Let's go to Charles. Charles, what's going on?
Guys.
Hey.
Excellent.
I have a question about WCW. Is the deal finalized now? Is it closed?
Yes.
It's done.
Yes, I think it is now.
Yeah, I was thinking about this scenario. Say that some court rules that Vince has a monopoly. Would they have to sell it back to Time Warner?
I don't know. They might have to. Something might have to happen. I don't know enough about antitrust to know. I mean, what's happening with Microsoft? What do they have to do?
They're going to have to split up, break apart.
Yeah, they broke it down.
Okay.
That's how they broke it. Yeah, they broke it down.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing those same types of problems with WWF and Vince McMahon.
Who cares about wrestling? God, it's geek, carny shit. It's a joke. Come on.
And what if they try to sell it back and turn and went, look, we don't want it?
Ted, he has no stroke anymore. They're done with it.
They don't want it. Are you kidding? They don't want it. That's why they got rid of it.
Yeah, so what's going to happen?
80 million in losses? No, they don't want it.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing will happen.
Nothing. Okay, complete
How did they
this
ever lose
sentence.
that much money?
Complete this sentence. WWF, Vince McMahon, $1 billion. WCW, Eric Bischoff, $10 million. Come on. So who won the Monday Night Wars? Eric
Well, I think we know who won the Monday Night Wars. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, Bischoff should piss off and never show his face in wrestling ever again. You talked to him lately, Dave?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact.
Really?
Yes, I have.
How does he feel? He's got to be real proud of himself, right?
He's not that. He's not that happy about. I mean, as far as the wrestling end of it, he's not that happy how things turned out.
Oh yeah, I heard Dallas Page wanted to be in that battle royal along with Hulk Hogan. Okay, and I heard Dallas Page is looking at a real estate next to the McMahon's house. Is that true? No, I'm serious. You always think that I'm sarcastic, and I read on the web that these people laugh at the stuff I say. It's not comedy. This is serious stuff.
No, I
and he's pimping his wife. He's pimping in a yo-yo. I mean, come on, a silver yo-yo and, nude pictures of his wife. Come on now. I didn't see her up at Taj Mahal in Atlanta.
Oh, God.
Who do you think is going to be the main writer for the WCW show?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see who they pick. And
one of the McMahons, probably.
Vince will have the last say, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. As far as the writing team though, they're gonna all of that stuff. I think they're gonna start really working on over the next 2 weeks now that they have a little bit of breathing room.
What about as far as Ric Flair? What did you hear about that? As far as them signing him or not signing him?
Ric Flair is under the impression that he's probably not going to end up there. But again, it's up to them. Nobody from WCW, as far as I know, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as far as I have heard, nobody from WCW, aside from the 24 guys that Vince picked up, has heard anything at all. I mean, none of them have been fired. No one has been fired by WCW. Nobody has been offered a buyout, although those things will be offered. No one knows what the terms of the buyout are. And none of those other people have been offered any kind of a contract deal by WWF. So as far as Flair and Page and all of these guys, they're really just sitting and waiting to see both sides, and then they'll have to make a decision. But based on what Flair thinks he's going to hear, he figures he's probably staying home. And he's wrestled his last match. But we don't know, and he doesn't know.
Of course, but what Flair? Okay, we saw he had to wrestle in a shirt. He's 53 years old. But he can talk like nobody else's business, and he looks great in a suit, so why not use him that way? Use him to your advantage. No one can talk like him. Stinger never developed it, and he helped him out.
I think
it's all going to come down to the contract that they offer. I'm sure they'd want him up there if he'd come in.
My opinion.
What did you say? I missed that, Charles.
I think Steve Regal should have to wear a shirt. William Regal?
He's just white. He doesn't look... It's not like he's fat and,
No, but there's something... I don't know.
He doesn't have a great physique, but that's probably just how he was born.
Yeah, and his title should be Mr. International with that gimmick. He's got the accent and stuff like that. That's what his favorite movie is. What's that one with Michael Caine and the guy that did the Oscars?
I don't know who
hosted the Oscars. Steve Martin.
Okay, I don't know the movie.
What's the movie, Brian?
I don't know.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Oh, God. Oh, you're just wrestling fans. Okay. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
What about getting
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Okay.
Charles. Regal's favorite movie?
Charles.
Yeah. What about getting either of these two guys on your program, Ric Flair or Kevin Von Erich?
Kevin Von Erich, highly unlikely.
I was going to say Kevin Nash.
Yeah. That would be unlikely, too, although anything's possible. Ric Flair, again, a lot of that depends on what happens. I mean, I would say, see, technically, if all of these guys, even though there is no WCW, all these guys under contract, one of the rules of their contract is that not specifically they can't do this show, but that all their media appearances have to be gone through, and that company, especially now that there's no one to go through, we can't book them through anyone. So technically,
But who's going to look at that and fire him for a breach?
That's right.
No, Brian. The thing is that they're looking for breaches.
Oh, okay.
They're looking for any breach possible. So anyone who is actually getting paid by WCW would be foolish to do this show right now because it's like this fake breach, and they're looking for fake breaches. So when everything's settled, when everything's settled, I'm sure we could get Flair on the show. But right now, this is
entertainment, right? And we use a line like McMahon. It's entertainment. That's all it is. Look, you sue me for anything I've said. It's entertainment, right? What's Phil Mushnick going to say? Vince.
I don't know what Phil Mushnick's going to say about anything right now.
Well, Vince is against steroids. I read that somewhere. So maybe someone should tell him that
Vince is against steroids.
What?
Vince is against steroids.
Of course, he used to.
Everyone in the company
publicly.
What?
Publicly, everyone in the company's on him. Not everyone, but 2/3 of the guys. Easy.
What?
2/3 of the guys in the company got to be on him.
They're on him with those big bodies.
It's hard to believe. I know.
They're not doing ICAPRO. What about Phil Mushnick? What's he going to say about this? That's felony drug use.
Yeah.
He's a publicly owned company. That's baloney. What would Jim Ross say?
Ross
sucks without Lawler. What happened to Lawler? And did you read that thing on the internet with Lawler begging grovel Lawler, geek? God, you got a 20-year-old wife? Look at what you got and what you don't have.
Let's go to Robert. Robert, what's up?
Hello?
Robert. Hello.
Hey, guys. I couldn't hear you at first. Okay. Quick question, and actually someone wrote and said that Steve Austin did a good job of playing heel last night. And I know Tom and Brian didn't see Raw last night, but what do you think of the psychology of the heel having to be a coward? I mean, I understand that, they have to be booed or whatever, but, overnight you get Austin, who used to get up from rock bottoms, and now he needs help from Vince, getting up from people's elbows. What do you think about that psychology?
Well, I mean, I think the thing is that they're so desperate to turn him heel. I mean, the one key thing
Austin,
they did
you have to do like the most, the cheapest, cowardly heel tactics that there are because he got over being a badass heel.
But
what's so funny about that is now Austin is doing all the things that Hunter doesn't do.
Exactly. Hunter didn't have to do that.
Hunter's really smart because what if Hunter came up with this idea and his whole plan was, we'll turn Austin heel even though nobody's going to want to boo him. We'll water down his character. Rock is going to leave. I'll be the top baby face, and no one can even compete.
That's right. You got it, Brian.
And if you judge from last night, I mean, again, I know you guys didn't see it, but when Hunter comes down, everyone's cheering for him, and, he faces Austin. Easily, Hunter looks to be like the leader of the pack, sort of, just the attitude he had. Where, Austin he didn't really back down, but he didn't seem as aggressive as Hunter.
That's why Dave Meltzer says Triple H is the smartest guy in the business. Case closed.
I guess that explains.
Amen.
Yeah, the other thing that you guys didn't see last night is when Rock put Austin in the sharpshooter, and this was during one of the ref bumps, Austin tapped out.
Yeah.
What?
Last time Hunter tapped out, just out of curiosity.
I mean, he didn't just tap. He tapped immediately because I guess the ref was already down. And he just tapped like, okay, oh God.
I mean, Austin was Kurt Angle in that match with Rock. In fact, that's the kind of a match he worked, was the Kurt Angle match.
Okay.
Where he's always pinned and then someone's always saving him, and that type of a match.
You don't miss a trick.
Another quick question. Well, also too, coming from that, I guess there's a psychology, at least here in America, that you can't. I mean, going into WrestleMania, Rock and Stone Cold were baby faces. What's up with the mentality that says that you can't have two faces go against each other, have a good match, have them shake hands, and then maybe have a rematch or best out of three or something later?
Boring.
I'm sorry.
Boring.
I think the feeling is that without the element of hatred, that people won't buy it. I think that there's a time. I think it can be done
occasionally.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, ECW did it a couple of times.
Exactly, and do you? Okay, just looking at WrestleMania, do you not think that with all the near falls they had back and forth, do you think that it could have worked there if it wasn't for I mean, the match was good, and I understand Vince going in there was probably the only way that you could get Stone Cold to turn in his home town or whatever. But with that match, do you think it would have worked better? Or the fans would have been like, wow, what a great match, two equally matched people, and, the better man won on that night?
You don't do that when in Texas, no. Steve Austin's from there. No, you don't do it there. No. Sorry.
No, but as far as like, if they had done that match with no Vince McMahon and just done a babyface match, I think it would have been an excellent match. I think, In fact, it would have been a different kind. It might have been.
It might have been better.
I think so.
Maybe what? I don't know. I hate to say better
I
because
think that's what they would have done if the plan hadn't been to turn Austin heel. I don't think they would have done. They might have done the tension stuff, but they wouldn't have had Austin working, as a heel, trying to get heel heat during that match.
Right. Okay. Well, I guess I have to tone down my Japanese wrestling viewing or something. Anyway. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Let's go to John in L.A. John, what's up?
Brian, Dave, great show, and Z-Man, baby, I love hearing from you like you were from my own loins.
Listen, I have never heard from you, baby, but listen, I know Dustin would love to hear from you. Talk to me, baby.
Hey, I hate to do this, but I think you guys are being a little hard on Vince.
Stop it. Are you a McMahon?
Well, everyone says the XFL is a failure and everything, but there's a lot of benefits I think he has from it, that he can raid some of that talent. It gets him in bed with NBC. Now he's in bed with 2 of the major networks.
Dick Ebersol.
Yeah, but he got in bed with NBC and failed.
Yeah, listen, Dick Ebersol, he just wants a bar of soap that'll get McMahon's stink off him, okay? Now, tell me, talk to me, go on.
Well, okay, and then also, I think there's a long-term plan with the Austin heel turn. We have now him and Hunter aligning, and I really think we're going to see Hunter wearing that WCW belt pretty soon. I think it's something Hunter wants, being a fan of the game. And now
Hunter's going to wear the WCW belt. You know what? I
tell him, Dave.
No. I just want to hear what he's saying. No, I think that's
because how else can you have Austin and Hunter coexisting as 2 top heels? I don't think you're going to have a Hunter turn very soon, because that's such a valuable turn with his alliance with Stephanie. That's going to be a big draw, maybe 3 or 4 pay-per-views down the road. I think you can work one more pay-per-view with Austin Rock. Now the Undertaker has a rub from beating Triple H. That could be another program they're going to work. And then a few pay-per-views down the line, then we can have Hunter turn face. How long is Shane going to go over as a baby face in the WCW? I don't think very long.
Okay,
and
let's hash this over, Dave and Brian.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I'm just interested in what you said. I think that's. I think it's kind of how they're going to do it.
Hunter be a top guy to send over there.
Because I don't think you're going to get Shane as a face very long in WCW.
It'll work as long as they promote him as a face. I mean, it's not like Shane is a face turn on a guy like that.
I think Shane is a face in WCW will be that case as long as they want to keep WCW separate. I don't think that Shane would go heel with WCW until they are, setting up an angle to throw in the towel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because you can't have I don't think you can have an all heel show on a Saturday night for the long term.
Nope. That's right.
And they've already done. Vince has done that heel owning the company thing so long that if they're doing the same, I think that's one angle that's been done to death, and Vince is the only one left who can do it.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And I just want to say I'm 28 now, and about 10 years ago I really wanted to get into pro wrestling, and in the last few years I've been kicking myself, but. Thank God to hear
you wouldn't make $1 million.
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying thank God to hear you talk, Z-Man, because I know I would have went crazy with the nepotism and all that's going on there.
No.
Thank God for you setting me straight.
Oh, don't make me your savior. Thank Dave Meltzer. He helped me out more than I can ever repay.
Hey, don't mark out to Dave now.
No, I'm not marking out to Dave. I'm telling you straight up. My hand on the Bible, my folks, whatever. No, Dave's a good guy. He clued me in. He made me the 156 in WCW for 2 years. And I'm grateful for that.
No, Dave, that's a great show and everything. Hey, Tom, is there a way to email you? I know you can post stuff on your site.
www.tomzenk.com. Sorry, Dave, to take your time, but yeah.
Okay.
It'll get to me.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks for your call.
Okay, we are totally out of time, Tom. I want to thank you, and we'll be having Chris Cruz on tomorrow night. And we're also going to...
Ask him about me. He was a good guy. A very good guy. Ask him about Bobby Batista. Yeah, he knows the story. It's probably it'll incriminate me, but yeah.
I know the story too. But
anyway. Forget it, Dave. Stop it. Anyway, I thought you were my friend. Now you're gonna bury me. Okay, whatever.
Okay. Well, anyway, Anyway, we'll have Chris Cruz on tomorrow, and he's a straight shooter, and we'll be seeing everybody tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly with us, and our special guest today will be Donovan Morgan of All Pro Wrestling. So we'll be talking about the current wrestling scene, the latest news, and everything else. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I guess we will start. Well, before we talk about SmackDown, we can mention that the May 9th debut of the new, quote, WCW promotion, which is the WWF, and television show on May the 12th have both been postponed. They are looking at sometime in June, probably early June. I'm guessing probably the 9th, June 9th. That's just a guess as far as the first date of the new company. Basically, here we are. What are we? We're about 5 weeks away. They have hired 24 wrestlers, which is not enough. No agents. It's basically, no writers, no whatever. No office staff. And it would have been a rush job. And that time slot, we talked about before, it's very important to make a strong first impression in that time slot, as the XFL showed. And just to go on there and to rush to get a show on the air and kind of just throw a show out there to people in that time slot that isn't a good show will be a failure right away, and I think they recognize that. And
it's a good idea.
It's a great idea. They're giving themselves an extra month to start. It looks like they're delaying 4 to 5 more weeks. So, so anyway, that's the situation as far as the first TV show. So the Trenton show's been canceled. The shows that were scheduled for all the Wednesdays in that month are canceled. None of them had actually been announced anyway, and going to start in June, most likely. Again, everything's a work in progress. I guess we could talk about SmackDown.
I think if Nitro went off the air and the show wasn't starting up the next week, then it really doesn't matter at that point, how many weeks they wait to start it up. It's best to just get everything going, get some agents, get some wrestlers, figure out what they're going to do with the top guys, and then once everything's in place,
get some writers and write some long-term angles.
Yeah.
Get a plan.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
So let's go.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I mean, it's like, there's not even writers to start writing a plan. So therefore, you go, you know what I mean? You've got to go on there. You've got to come up with, ideas where you want to go, how you want to get there. Certainly got to hire writers first. So
yeah,
they're not ready. And they're doing the right thing. SmackDown did a 4.3 rating and a 7 share, which is, I don't know. It's not a great rating for SmackDown by any means. There was pretty much, Survivor was out there, so that did a strong number. The NBC shows were in reruns, and they did actually pretty bad. NBC actually finished 3rd. There was some baseball around the country, so that might have hurt a little bit. Last year there was a big drop in the rating, which you could say is the first week of baseball, or you could say it's also the week after the unusually high number for the week before WrestleMania. Now this is back. The 4.3 is what really the show's been pretty much in the ballpark of since February anyway. And maybe just last week was unusually high because it was the last show before Mania.
Yeah.
So, anyway, what are your thoughts on the show last night?
I actually thought SmackDown was a pretty damn good show last night.
Did you really? Because I didn't.
Really?
Go ahead. No.
Yeah, I thought I guess where can we start? I don't even have all the notes here. I thought that, the 3-way with Regal, Angle, and Benoit, it was too short, but for 3 minutes I thought it was a pretty damn good 3 minutes. I thought Big Show and Jeff Hardy, as far as entertainment, I think it was the most entertaining Big Show match in a long time, but most of that was just the Hardys and the finish and everything. And, people cared about that, and I liked the Jim Ross, Steve Austin interview, and thought the main event was pretty good. Thought the pedigree finish was awesome, and got a title change and everything, so I liked it.
I thought the Jim Ross, Steve Austin thing was tremendous. I thought Steve Austin was really great last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that the 3-way was really good for a 3-minute match. As good as it's going to be in 3 minutes. They did a lot of really good spots and clever spots. And I thought Steve Regal was very funny when Angle wouldn't break the hold, and he's kind of giving him the look. And I thought, it was hilarious when Regal was talking to Angle about, my Regal stretch is a great submission, and Angle thought he was kidding.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, some of that stuff I liked. I was going to say, as far as the show Jeff Hardy match, I think that probably why I didn't like as much as you is I know what the purpose was of it, and I think it didn't accomplish its purpose, in that and I think you know what I mean by that. I mean, the designation of that was supposed to be where a star and a headliner puts over a mid-card guy to get the mid-card guy over into star territory. That was the designation of what this was about. And to me, it was just like one of those jobs that that they would do, like Scott Hall would do in WCW for Hector Garza. It's like, yeah, he got pinned, but or Hulk Hogan. It looked like a Hulk Hogan job to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he didn't put anybody over.
I mean, it didn't bother me so much because I don't look at Show as like a top guy who's going to be elevating anybody. I mean, I almost look at the Hardys as bigger stars than Big Show. I mean, they probably don't see it that way at all because he's making $1 million or whatever. But, I mean, I just saw it as, these, the Hardys beating the Big Show. I didn't see it as like an elevation thing or anything because I don't look at Big Show as like, man, if someone beats Big Show, they're a superstar now.
Yeah, well, that was sort of
especially Big Show lately.
Yeah, he's gained more weight again too. That's not good. Helmsley and Jericho, I thought was good. I mean, pretty good match, no doubt. But nowhere near the caliber of the matches they had last year. I mean, they had like 2 or 3 TV matches that like blew that one away. But it was a good match. I think that in watching it, there's a total difference in Jericho between now and last summer. Last summer, when Jericho and Helmsley were wrestling, it was like Jericho. Everybody saw Jericho as this guy ready to beat Helmsley, ready for his big win, and ready to be a main eventer. And now, watching that match, they see Helmsley as a superstar and Jericho as a mid-carder, and the match was just a superstar against a mid-carder who had a good wrestling match. I mean, there was the emotion that was there last year in their matches. It wasn't even, in the same ballpark last night.
Yeah.
So, aside from that, I thought the first hour of the show kind of dragged up, and then up until the handicap match. And then the Austin thing.
The one thing I liked about the Austin interview was Jim Ross. And I know there's like a lot of...
good too.
There's a lot of commentators that can do a good job at commentary, but when you ask them to actually do some acting, they're like hideous. And Jim Ross, he's a great commentator, and he did a hell of a job acting last night too.
All through the show. Those little vignettes too, like when Vince was browbeating him early. Yeah, and then, the other thing was when he came out, and, it's Oklahoma City, and he's, so identified with Oklahoma and grew up there and everything. I mean, he looked like he was about to cry. And I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, overwhelmed at this great response. And every time he goes to Oklahoma City, he gets that exact same response. So it's not like it's anything new, but it's never been on television before. Yeah. And that just made him so much more of a baby face to turn Austin heel. You know what I mean? It was that little things like that. You're right. Jim Ross was incredible on that, incredible performance too. So.
I mean, if Michael Cole out there in Michael Cole's hometown, they beat him up. Austin would be a bigger babyface than ever.
Yeah, that's what they, But I just, Steve Austin, what a great job he did of, I just think like just acting.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah.
Kind of being like a little bit remorseful, but it was just like, way deep buried down there, and he hated everybody.
Yeah. So, I like that. I like that part of it. They did a good job on that. They are supposed to, what are they doing? Oh, Monday, Linda McMahon will be there on Monday and make some big announcement regarding the future of the WWF, probably involving Mick Foley or something. Maybe Mick Foley.
Funny thing last night, she goes, it felt great, Vince, to kick you in the, how do you say it? The gonads. And I thought, when has Vince ever said gonads?
No, he did on Monday.
He says grapefruits.
No, he said gonads on Monday. He did.
Oh, did he? Oh, I missed that show. Okay.
Yeah, that's why she used that.
Get.
Yeah, but he was doing that in that really long interview he did early in the show. So, so then she sliced the grapefruits and everything. So, I don't know, I think we're seeing we're building to Mick Foley and Vince.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else are we building to? Undertaker and Kane, obviously, against Triple H and Austin, which is kind of a throwaway. But, I don't know. We've had 3 great pay-per-views, and actually we'll probably have, the next one will probably be good too, because they have so much talent, it's not impossible for them to do a bad pay-per-view, because they did 2 or 3 of them last year, but, they haven't. What was the last bad one? Survivor Series, right? Was Survivor Series bad? I'm trying to remember. It's a bad buy rate.
Yeah, I can't remember for the whole show.
King of the Ring stunk. I mean,
that was horrible. That was the last really horrible pay-per-view.
Yeah,
nothing could even compare.
But that's almost a year now. That's June. So, I mean, Armageddon was great. Although Armageddon was not great till the main event, but the main event saved it. And then Royal Rumble and No Way Out and WrestleMania, they were all great. So,
I wonder what they'll do for King of the Ring this year. I mean, last year they had these brackets, and everyone's having so much fun figuring these brackets out and all these great matches we're going to have on Killer
We got none of them.
And they do, like, the absolute worst possible matches in the brackets. And I wonder if they learned their lesson.
Yeah, it's like...
Remember there was, like, Benoit and Guerrero and Benoit and Angle and all these great matches planned out.
Guerrero, like, lost to Val Venus, right? And then Rikishi ends up in the finals, and... Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Anyway.
Rikishi in bad shape, too.
Yeah. Let's see, any other news before we start hitting emails?
That's about it. This is the calm after the storm.
Yes, absolutely. We still got tons of emails though. Let's see, where do we start? This is someone who actually sent the inflation-adjusted gate for every WrestleMania, and with adjustments for inflation. Let me see if this is right. When you adjust it for inflation, WrestleMania 6 was actually the biggest, the one with Hogan and Warrior.
It was like $4 million, right?
Well, it'd be $4.6 million. It was $3.5 million originally, but it adjusted to $4.6.
4.6 U.S. Canadian.
U.S.
Oh.
So this one that we had Sunday was the second biggest. The third one would have been WrestleMania 3, which would now, by today's money, be $2,470,000 and $2,470,286. So that's the deal there.
Nothing in the billions.
Nothing in the billions, no. I was wondering what the structure of Big Show's contract was. The WF has released Road Dogg, Mideon, and Cat, but not Big Show. They want him in shape so bad, and every time he doesn't get in shape, why don't they just release him? I think that the contracts are well, for one thing, I'm sure that Mideon had probably something in his contract where they could release him, and Road Dogg violated company drug policy, so they had every right to release him. I think Big Show hasn't violated any policy, although actually I shouldn't say that because I know that they have in the contract that you have to be in shape, and that's what they always use the weight for. Basically, they haven't fired him because they don't want to fire him. I think that's your answer. I think that they still think there's something there. And certainly before, I think they didn't want to fire him because they figured he would go to the other side, and they don't want to give a talent to the other side. Now, there's a lot of guys in that type of a situation now that probably would get fired that a month ago would not.
Yeah. I think he had more success in WCW.
He was done better. Well, you know why?
Just the way they used him and everything.
Not just that. It was the same thing of when he first came in that we talk about all the time, the illusion of size. Big Show, when you have Undertaker and Kane and even like Mideon was there and all of these, Test, he's like bigger than everybody else, but he ain't that much bigger. Whereas in WCW, you only had Kevin Nash, who was a giant in WCW as well. And most of those top guys like Ric Flair and everything, he could be like a total, giant. In WWF, he had to get by on actual ability rather than being a giant, and ability-wise, he ain't that great.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Who would you say?
What was he trying off the top rope last night, by the way?
It was
they claimed it was an elbow, but it didn't look like that to me.
It looked like at the end it
looked like a cannonball into the swimming pool or something.
he threw his elbow out there, though.
Okay, well.
Nobody was laying there waiting for it, that's for sure.
No moonsault. We never got to see that Big Show moonsault. He just got too big.
Yeah, that's right. But when he was in training, we always heard this giant guy who can do a moonsault, and we actually never saw. Now, he did in Japan, and I think he did it maybe once or twice on Nitro, the drop kick off the top ropes. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. I think he's in the WWF, actually.
Did he do it? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think he did it once.
Yeah.
I think he may have done it once.
That was quite a sight.
I remember he worked in San Jose, and I think it was San Jose. I know it was a show that I was at, and it was like this weirdest thing, and it was like, and they were saying like he didn't do this any other nights of that tour where he was a big boss man. You know how bad those big boss man, Big Show matches were, and this one it was just like he was up there, he was throwing drop kicks, and he was running around. He never stopped for like 8 minutes. I'm going like, wow, what is it? He was huge then too, so it's like the only night he ever did that. Anyway. In fact, the agent report, I talked to someone afterwards, and I go, did the agent report say anything about Big Show? And says, yeah, he was unusually active. Let's see. We could argue all day whether WrestleMania 17 was the best pay-per-view of all time. I wouldn't go of all time, but I would say the best WrestleMania and maybe best WWF show of all time. It was I think overall maybe I would say it was the best. But anyway, would you agree that no promotion has ever put on 3 pay-per-views in a row as good as Royal Rumble, No Way Out, and WrestleMania? 3. WCW put on a lot of good ones, but I only remember 2, that June and July in '96, that were both awesome in a row.
Yeah.
So I think August would have been Road Wild, and those always stunk. So I don't know what May was that year. And I can't remember WWF ever putting on 3 in a row this good. So that's last year. Well, last year they didn't, because they had last year they had a really good Royal Rumble. They had a really good No Way Out, but then WrestleMania wasn't that good.
Yeah.
And then they came back.
And the Armageddon before the Royal Rumble, I think that was the Boss Man Big Show, wasn't it?
Yeah, that
was Survivor Series. That was Hunter Vince.
No. It was Hunter and Vince and Boss Man Big Show. I think those were the 2 top matches, and that wasn't good. So then they came back after Mania, and Backlash was really good. And then I forget what was May. Was May the 60-minute match? No, or was it July? May was the 60-minute match with Rock and Hunter. So that was a good show. But then they came back in June with King of the Ring.
King of the Ring.
Right. So then July you came back with, what was it? July was that great show, the Fully Loaded with, that was a great show. Then August would have been SummerSlam. I think SummerSlam wasn't that good, if I remember. So, yeah, I think that probably is right. Someone's going to come up with some period of 3 straight great shows, but it may be right.
We got Undertaker Kane in the main event, so it's going to be a challenge this time.
To make it 4, yes. We got tons of emails about Robot Wars, by the way. We have a lot of listeners in the UK. It's awesome. I'll read a few of these. Just listen to your show. You're commenting about Robot Wars. Yes, it's popular here. It's a lot better than they sounded when you read the TNN information. They finished another series, and it's good fun to watch. It's on 6:45 on BBC Two, so it's got a great time slot. The robot names you were calling out, Sergeant Fashion, Matilda, they are house robots in the UK series. They are the Guardians, and are constructed by BBC Special Effects Department, so they're very impressive. We got a lot more of them. Let's see. Do you think WWF will continue with Jericho versus Triple H, or was it a one-time thing? Well, I mean, they'll wrestle again, but it's a one-time thing. Is there enough time for HHH to feud with Jericho at the next pay-per-view? No such luck. No, not the next one. A lot of comments, a lot of very, what's it called? A lot of praise for Nova yesterday. People liked him a lot. He was good. Very good.
Yeah, he was awesome.
In fact, we're going to replay it a week from today, which is Good Friday. We're going to be off doing a live show, so we're going to replay the Nova show from yesterday. What's going on with Hulk Hogan? He is trying to start his own wrestling company, is what's going on with him. This is from Zach, who says, I was wondering if H has or ever will go back to Hayabusa as a name. Actually, he already has. He's wrestling May 5th. I think right before he got hurt, or right before he had the surgeries, he came back as Hayabusa, but he's going to be wrestling May the 5th. Hayabusa and Great Sasuke against, I think it's Mr. Ganasuke and Tetsuhiro Kuroda at the Kawasaki Stadium parking lot in one of those electric, barbed wire, explosive matches. So, anyway, that's his name. Also, do you think Yuji Nagata could carry a promotion on his back? I don't know how strong his back is. Yuji Nagata is an awesome worker, but it's one of those things where in New Japan, they've got that mentality that it's going to be Nakanishi, and everyone's going to complain forever. And I think Nakanishi's probably going to beat him on Monday's Monday's the Osaka Dome. So, anyway, everyone's going to be sad about that. And my last question is, how many more years do you think Vader has?
Why don't they have, I'm trying to think. You could have Nagata beat him, and then if Nakanishi ends up with the title, you got a bunch of matches there. So Nakanishi would be defending his title against someone who can work and have some good matches as champion.
Okay, so that would mean Nagata would wrestle. Actually, you know what? I think that they're going to put Fujita over Norton. I think they should, for sure. For sure they should, which means the New Japan means they probably won't. But if Fujita is going to defend, Fujita and Nakanishi is a pretty tough match. Fujita and Nagata is that good that it would probably be an excellent match, or at least a good match. So, yeah, you know what? They should, and then they could have Nakanishi beat Fujita down the line, and you still got, that'd be good. That's good. Okay, this is from Rob Harvey. He goes, I heard you mention on the show yesterday that you wanted feedback on the legitimate ratings of Robot Wars. We're only going to do 2 more Robot Wars ones, even though we got a lot more than this. On the BBC, it's presented as a student-type geeky show for teenagers. It gets shafted from primetime weekday to early afternoon Sunday, which tells you the kind of ratings it really gets. But it does a decent rating for a Sunday time slot. Realistically, TNN is buying garbage. And as someone who knows something about both subjects, it will shock me if WCW gets a worse time slot than this. Prepare to be shocked. That's all I got to say. Because it's getting prime time and WCW in. And this is from someone actually not in the UK, but in Canada. I just want to write a quick note to let you know that we get Robot Wars here in Edmonton. It's awesome. They get a bunch of mechanically inclined people, sometimes kids, and divide the robots into weight classes. Oh, God. Like the UFC. Then they have many different kinds of matches to decide who's the best robot. At the end of the show, the result is usually the same. Most of the robots involved are maimed or destroyed, and one robot is the winner. We get it on PBS in Edmonton. You know what? It's on PBS. There's PBS stations in the United States that have carried this, too. I do know that, actually. So I'm not sure where it originates from, but the host talks with a British accent. Yes, it comes from Britain. Let's see. So anyway, that's the story there. It's from Joel, who goes, I really enjoyed the show with Nova. He was a great guest. He should be booked again in the future. He will be. I read on the internet that WrestleMania will be in Florida next year. Is this true? It's not 100% true. There are actually several sites they're looking at, but the leading site absolutely is that, what's Tropicana Park? Tropicana Field, that the Devil Rays play at. But they haven't done a site survey or anything. It's not like it's done, but it is the leading candidate. Who do you see as the top babyface that will feud with Austin for the WF title?
Hunter.
Obviously it's Hunter and then Rock. Let's see. Just got a copy of the last J Cup. Even though it was short, I thought the Shima-Ricky Marvin match showed both guys have a great upside. Yeah, that was good. That was a really good match. Ricky Marvin reminds me of Ray Jr. early in his career. Yeah, I would agree. And Shima works very American as far as playing to the crowd. I just want to know what the outlook is for both men in their countries, as I'm sure they don't have much chance in the United States for now. I mean, Ricky Marvin does well as an undercard guy in EMLL, but I mean, because of his size, he's kind of an experience level. He's kind of like mid to low card. Shima's, probably the number one guy for the Tori Human promotion, and it's a good promotion. If you ever watch Tori Human tapes, they're a lot of fun. Also, when Undertaker and Kane go back to main events, don't you think it's time for Vince to call up Shawn and say, clean up your act and come to TV this week? Well, like with Shawn, they tried with Shawn. I mean, I don't know what to say about Shawn anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, he's had, how many years? Everyone knows what the score is. They delayed and delayed and delayed, whatever it was, and then he showed up. They were going to shoot a big angle. He was going to be wrestling Hunter at this next pay-per-view. That was the plan, and he blew it. And I mean, as far as is he done for good? I mean, no one knows. He may not be, but they will not make any. I can tell you that I do not expect at any time in the near future that they will make any kind of plans for any big Shawn Michaels comeback, because they did and it didn't work out. What is the date of WrestleMania 18? I don't know. I think it's either going to be March 31st or April 7th of 2002. How did you and Brian first meet? We've never met. And how did we end up doing the show together? I called him up and I go, Brian, I need help to come do the show one day this week. So he did it, and he's still there.
That's right.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to view the email pay-per-view? No, I have not gotten the tape yet. I wish I had. See, it's from Joe, who goes, I wonder whatever happened to Magnum TA. He was always my favorite wrestler. When I was younger, he had a car accident, and then after an interview with Tony Schiavone, he sort of disappeared. I just know that he's living in Virginia, and I don't know what he's doing now, but he's around, and after he had that car accident, he was never really able to come back. I think, his he had some spinal problems, and I think he never really regained use of his hand, and then he doesn't walk well or anything like that. But he did TV announcing for WCW for many years, and then it just he really wasn't that good as an announcer and just kind of didn't last.
Speaking of the hand, remember we were talking about great WCW moments? Got stuck at about 6. Arn Anderson's retirement speech.
Yeah. You know what else?
That was awesome.
Arn Anderson's retirement speech and the Arn Anderson interviews building up to the reuniting of the Four Horsemen before Ric Flair's thing in Greenville, like for 4 straight weeks.
Yeah.
Remember when Dean Malenko and Benoit kept asking him and he kept saying no?
Mm-hmm.
That was great stuff. Looking at the current WCW roster, it seems Booker T is probably the most marketable wrestler still under contract. Well, a lot of the guys haven't been fired.
Marketable?
Scott Steiner and Bill Goldberg have not been fired, if you look at it that way. But and Booker T has not been signed by WWF yet, although that's kind of just a formality. Everyone expects that'll happen. If Rock jumps to WCW, wouldn't that cripple Booker T's chance of being elevated, since Booker T's biggest knock is that he's a poor man's Rock? Yeah, but you got to get people to watch that TV. That's a lot more important. If Booker T's the number one guy on a show that no one watches, he's not the number one guy in anything.
Plus, the reason he got over as a poor man's Rock wasn't anything that, it wasn't like his idea. He was told, do this stuff.
Yeah, I know.
So they'll totally differentiate him from the Rock.
Oh, yeah. He's going to change. He'll change. Why did WCW fire Vampiro? Because WWF didn't want him. That's your answer. I don't understand how they could want Sean Stasiak and not Vampiro. Yes, that's strange. I sort of can. Vampiro didn't do himself any favors in the last couple of months. At the same time, Sean Stasiak, I don't know. Like we said, Sean Stasiak.
Any favors at the end in the WWF either.
Who's Stasiak? Yeah, I know. Do you think Vampiro and Conan will go back to EMLL or something with AAA? I don't know what's going to happen with Conan. Vampiro, good shot of going. I think Vampiro is a good shot of him ending up back in Mexico, although I'm sure that's not what he wants to do. And Conan, who knows?
Is he looking XPW?
I don't think he's going to be allowed to because of his WCW contract. I know he's advertised to be there, but I can't imagine him doing it. Now, a lot of these guys, actually, Vampiro and Conan, there's going to be a lot of work for those guys for a couple of months, just on the independent scene and foreign tours and stuff like that. I think they're going to, there's going to be a period where they don't really have to go to a regular promotion because there's going to be, just like things here and there that pop up.
Well, how are their contracts structured then, where they couldn't go to XPW, but they could go to another independent group?
They can't. I'm saying after.
Oh, okay.
Well, Vampiro's cut. Vampiro could do whatever he wants. Conan hasn't been given 90 days notice, so for Conan, he's got to sit and wait, basically collect his check until he's fired, is basically his deal, and then, or end up in the WWF, because he has not been told that he's not going there, and they haven't made their roster yet, so, those decisions, I know that on that first, whatever it is, that first meeting, he didn't fare too well, but it wasn't like that decision was etched in stone, because they didn't tell. If it was, he'd have been called and said that he was fired, you know what I mean? And that has not happened. So he's in that list of people they haven't decided about just yet. Okay, we got Donovan Morgan on the line. Donovan, how are you today?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing really good. When I was actually talking to Mike Modest last night, and we were talking just about the current situation in wrestling and everything like that. And one of the things, how's everything going with All Pro Wrestling right now?
Well, right now, that was like one of the main things I wanted to talk about. Right now, All Pro Wrestling is doing probably the best it's ever done, and we're growing. One thing that's always, been a factor in the past was Roland was always on the internet and, always plugging away at APW, and now he's kind of drawn away from that. He's not so much on the internet as much anymore, and there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff going on that a lot of people don't know about. But I know, like, when Mike got his notice, that he was released, I was really, happy to see that he really wasn't that upset about it, and he was really taking it like a champ. I didn't hear him complain about it. He said, well, that's the business, and now I'm going to focus on APW. And so that's really good. We've got a lot of things going on right now, like our boot camp, for example. Our boot camp last year signed up 65 people, and that was a record number. And we just started our first class of the year in February, and it was 37 guys. So we had to actually break up that camp. So we're doing 2 camps. We're breaking it in half. And even though we're the top school, I feel, or one of the top schools, we're always doing things to try to improve. Like we have a championship bodybuilder, Greg Thurston, who's doing, now the strength and conditioning portions of the class. And since I talked to you last time, I know when I talked to you last, I was really down on the body situation here, and that's really, something that it doesn't turn around overnight, but since I talked to you last, is really coming along, and I think we're on the right track. The boot camp's awesome, and now we're talking to some possible angel investors. and we're close to possibly doing something with TV. So a lot of good stuff going on, and everyone here is more excited than they've ever been. So it's a great thing.
What's as far as how is your reaction? I mean, you've been working the UPW shows, and you're doing the feud with UPW both in Southern and Northern California. How's the reaction? You know, how do you sense the reaction both in Southern and Northern California?
I think that when we first went down there, we did the invasion. Man, boy, I'm telling you, there was a lot of heat there, and I think that it was definitely something good. Even though Modest and myself and Tony and Roland are still going down there, the feud with Rick Bassman is kind of like ixnayed, like it's kind of over. And I was talking to a couple of people like Chris Daniels and Modest, and we were like, man, it's too bad we couldn't really push that a little bit farther because it was just getting so much heat. Roland out there and Rick out there together in the ring. People related to that. The smarts, they related to that, seeing it all on the internet. And I don't know, I think the reaction's good, especially when the UPW guys come down here. Our fans are really glad to see a new faces and good talent, and the same thing, vice versa when we go down there. I think the reaction's really positive.
Why was the program with Rick and Roland pulled back?
Well, it wasn't done like on
or just run its course?
Yeah, I think Rick had just thought, hey, it ran its course, and so we kind of just went, down from there. But we're still, Roland still comes out to the ring with Modest and myself when we tag, but it's not like anything directly, at Rick. So, but it's still good. It's still getting over. It's still a really awesome thing, and we're going to do something on the 14th. They're actually coming down to Vallejo, so that was awesome. Last time they backed their UPW rig into the building, and they all jumped in the ring. It was really, got a lot of heat.
Do you have any idea what Chris is going to be doing? Because they did the Loser Leaves Town match, and then the whole WCW thing fell through. So now you kind of stuck. That was more UPW than APW. But yeah. So.
Yeah, I know Chris isn't going to be wrestling this month at all, but I'm sure that he'll be back in May. That's my guess, anyways. I actually just spent the weekend with him in Chicago. When we were up there for MCW Midwest Championship Wrestling, and we were talking a lot about it. Yeah, I think he'll come back. I know he helps out a lot with the booking there and stuff, so I think it's just a matter. I know he's going to try and delve into Japan right now, and that's his first priority. So that's what I've heard from Chris.
Now, you mentioned you were in Chicago and everything. You've been getting your name out and wrestling in a lot of different places. What places have you been besides Chicago and UPW?
Well, I'm going to Harley Races. I'm going to do something for him on the 11th and 12th of May. Of course, I've been doing UPW, APW, and then I'm doing, small indies here and there. The thing is, it's like right now I'm to the point where I won't just go out and just do any old independent promotion. But now, I've kind of built that up. I'm not saying I'm a superstar or anything because I'm far from it, but I can kind of pick and choose, between certain indies. And right now, MCW is actually like one of my favorites. I kind of compare it to APW in a way because the guy that runs it, Brian Zinner, he was bringing in a lot of talent, a lot of big name talent like King Kong Bundy and Honky Tonk Man and those kind of guys for a while, and then he was losing money, and so he said, well, I'd rather lose money with the young talent than with the old talent, so I'm going to bring in a bunch of young guys. So that's what he's been doing. Like last show, Simon Diamond, Danny Doring, Chris Chetty, Vic Capri, Reckless Youth, myself, Chris Daniels, we were all on the show, and I'm telling you, it's definitely comparable to APW as far as the in-ring style. A lot of good wrestlers there, and that's probably one of my favorites. So he gives me a lot of work. I went to Chicago 3 times in the month of March, so alone. So he's actually running, quite regularly, and so that along with APW, UPW, and Harley Race in the mix, I stay pretty busy.
As far as like the guys that you're training right now, and some of the younger guys in APW, Is there anyone that like stands out? Because Mike was really praising Miyake.
Yes, Miyake France is one of those guys. Like he is a natural when it comes to athletic ability, and he's a natural when it comes to understanding psychology. He's got a ton of promise, and if he puts on about 10 more pounds of muscle, he'll definitely be in the hunt and definitely make some money in the business. There's another guy too. His name's Tommy Blaze. His real name's Corey Carey, and he's going to be making his debut next weekend in Vallejo. But he is going to make some money in this business. He is definitely really good. Once he gets some matches under his belt, I'm sure people are going to be talking about him a lot. So we've definitely got those key guys that are coming up. Those future main eventer type caliber guys that we're slowly developing, and there's not just one of them. There's actually, 2 or 3. So that's definitely a good thing.
How's Boyce LeGrand done in the last couple of months? Because I probably haven't seen him like live in since the last time I saw you guys wrestle.
Boyce is one of those guys that he's such a nice guy, and he's good in the ring, and he's a natural in the ring. But he's one of those guys that just disappoints me from a promotion standpoint because he doesn't push himself to the limit. He doesn't market himself. He doesn't really spend that much time in the gym. It's pretty much just a weekend thing for him. And that Modest has talked to him, I've talked to him, and we're just like, come on, boys, come on. And he's like, well, I'm getting married right now. After I get married, now I'm going to turn it around. So that's what we're waiting for. 'Cause Boyce is one of those guys that could be a big star if he just give himself the opportunity. And it was like with me, when I started pushing myself out there on the indie scene, it wasn't like I didn't have the luxury that Mike Modest had, where a lot of people knew who Mike was because Mike was just incredible and phenomenal, knew psychology, and so that just in itself, the word traveled, and he got out there. With me, there was a lot of tapes sent out, a lot of talking to people, and I really had to hustle, but it feels good to have earned that. And so I hope the same thing happens to Boyce here soon.
And we got a lot of emails in here about various and sundry things in wrestling when it gets to. This is from Tim, who goes, in the early 90s, did the Duke of Dorchester, who was Pete Doherty, win the WWF title from Hulk Hogan in the Boston Gardens? No, absolutely not. This never happened. I think that Pete Doherty did get a win, who always lost in Boston. I think he did get a win on one show, at his last match, but it absolutely was not against Hulk Hogan. A lot of praise for Steve Austin from last night. Donovan, did you watch the show last night?
I actually didn't get a chance to.
Okay, yeah, Steve Austin did a tremendous interview segment. This is, what did you think of the poll where Canada came in first as producing the best pro wrestlers? Do you agree or not? I disagree. I was going to look at the country that produces the most pro wrestlers is Mexico. As far as the most good ones, I would say certainly up until a few years ago, I would say Japan. Now it might not be the Japan. It might be United States, but I would not say Canada. Who are the top 5 amateur wrestlers in professional wrestling? Kurt Angle was a gold medalist, so he'd be up there. Dan Severn, certainly in his day. Steve Williams in his day. Jun Akiyama, Yuji Nagata, Manabu Nakanishi. Are there any of them leaving out, Brian?
He said the best.
They said the top amateur style.
Oh, okay.
The top amateurs that are in pro wrestling, not necessarily the best workers. I mean, the best pro wrestling workers that were great amateur wrestlers would be Yuji Nagata, Jun Akiyama, and Kurt Angle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I may be missing somebody, but this is Justin, who says the Big Show did a top rope dropkick against Viscera on Raw in December 1999, but it was not picture perfect. Somebody actually has 3 pay-per-views in a row that may have been better. 1989 WCW Chi-Town Rumble, which actually I was at that show. That was not a great show, but it was the Flair Steamboat main event was great. Then Wrestle War, which was a hell of a show, and the Great American Bash, which was actually a really hell of a show. They may have been as good as the last 3 WWFs. Main event caliber-wise, they were probably better, actually. As good, if not better. Let me see. Here's another person who has the exact same three. Chi-Town Rumble, Great American Bash, and Wrestle War 1989. Let's see. Why won't WWF sign Rob Van Dam? He goes, it's really pissing me off. They went, WWF, they pulled their wrestlers that worked with Rob Van Dam, and the bottom line was the wrestlers who worked with him did not give him a good recommendation, and WWF takes they want a harmonious locker room, because when you got that many guys, Donovan can attest to it. You get like someone, even if they're really talented, in the locker room was always complaining and everything. It kind of ruins the mood of the whole. It can ruin the mood of the whole company, don't you think?
Oh, definitely.
And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Rob Van Dam is like that, but I'm just saying that's why the WWF pulls its wrestlers. Go ahead, Donovan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's WWF is very much based on what they hear, especially from the other boys. The people that say, well, it doesn't matter what the boys say; it matters what the suits say. That's not true. A lot of the boys, I know when Crash was there, Crash would tell me, man, this locker room is, and he goes, I wasn't here in the past, but everyone's saying this is the best locker room that we've ever had here, at the Fed, and so definitely, turned around to that now, and I think they're really careful of who they bring in there and very leery of others.
That's why a lot of guys that a lot of people thought would be a given would be signed by them from WCW have not been signed, because they want a good atmosphere, and they don't want, because it only takes, like, if the top, because a lot, if the top guys behave a certain way, that's kind of how the younger guys learn to behave. Donovan probably, like in your case, you probably learned how to behave around wrestling from the guys from Modest and those kind of guys. If they had like a real negative attitude, you'd end up with a negative attitude.
Definitely.
And that's.
And there were
right?
times, where I'd say the wrong thing, and I would get chewed out. I mean, almost to the point, when I was like 19, of tears. It's like, but if I didn't have that, I wouldn't know how to act. There's so many people that don't know how to act.
This is another one with those same three pay-per-views. Here we go.
That may be it.
Yeah. If I remember, SummerSlam was a damn good show. It had the tables, ladders, and chairs. That's right, that was awesome. It had the big bump by Shane McMahon. It had the 2 out of 3 fall Benoit Jericho. Rock against Angle against.
That's kind of disappointing, though.
Yeah, Benoit Angle, that was good, though. But the undercard wasn't too good, but I wouldn't call it a bad show. Val Venus and Eddie was decent. Cat against Terry. Taz against Lawler. Those weren't that good. X-Pac and Road Dogg. I remember that being disappointing as hell. And RTC against Too Cool and Rikishi, and Undertaker against Kane. Undertaker against Kane. Seen enough of those. When will Jerry Lynn and Jerry start? Jerry Lynn actually wrestled at the Access, and also wrestled at a house show the week before. So they just haven't debuted on TV. To Jerry, they just have not started him. And how long will Tarzan Boy be out? We don't know for sure, but looking like 6 months minimum. Long time. Okay. What's going to happen to Joey Styles and Don Callis? I don't think they know. There's going to be people who start something up. Whether they'll get anywhere or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
But all of these kind of guys, they're all going to probably be getting calls. And it's like the landscape. It's just such a strange landscape right now that, these kind of guys, and everyone unless they're with WWF is kind of sitting going like, okay, they're kind of sitting waiting for something to happen.
Right.
What's the reaction? I mean, a lot of guys, let's say like, as far as like your students and everything,
right?
Does it really affect them or anything, or is that just something like it's so far away that they're just learning to be wrestlers?
Well, I think for most of them, it's something that's so far away, and right now, for some of them, even that they think, oh man, what a cool thing, and the rest of us are going, oh my gosh, and putting our hands to our foreheads. But it's one of those things, I think it's too far away for the guys that are in the beginner's camp. The guys that are in semi-pro now are kind of like the guys like Mark Smith and, Miyake and those kind of guys are, we've kind of taken a double opinion. The first opinion that we were all talking about this the other night was this could be good in the long run when someone else, like if a Bischoff or something, doesn't go away and he starts something back up, because definitely there's going to be that need for the talent that WWF hasn't already snatched up. And because let's face it, they've snatched up a lot of talent, over the past year. So that could be a good thing. And, the bad side is if nothing really gets going, you have a few startups, but they run like 5 TV shows like UWA and go out of business, then, it's bad. So in the long run, it could be bad, but you just got to keep that open mind. I think right now we're just kind of seeing how it all formulates.
Yeah, there's definitely room as far as I think the public will buy a well-run second promotion easily once they're aware of it. But the key is it needs a good time slot, and it needs people who are willing to, survive that early period, because it's not going to be an immediate hit. It just can't be.
What the problem is, and what I've seen so much, is it needs wrestling people. They need wrestling people in the right places, and they need the TV people in the right places.
And not mix them up.
Because, at UWA, when I was there, it was like, I'm watching this, and there's TV people doing the angles and the storylines, and I'm just going, whoa, man, I hope this gets over, because I'm crossing my fingers here.
It's kind of why I hope the whole WCW show takes off. I just want it to take off so bad, because that'll start opening doors. I mean, if they start WCW up and the thing just tanks, I mean, it's going to be years.
I tell you what, you're right. And the other thing that's really scary is if it does tank, and there is a possibility it will. What will really be scary at that point is people will go, "Oh my God, even Vince McMahon can't do it," and that's going to scare a lot of people off if that were to happen.
But what do you think the probability is of that happening? I don't know. I mean, I think I think
the whole problem is the way that it might fail.
He's got a lot on his plate.
First off, the time slot, and second off, they've only got those 24 guys, none of whom are going to pop a huge rating. I mean, they may all be great workers and everything like that, but there's nobody on that show that is going to help draw like a 5 rating or anything like that. They need to bring in some names, and right now the problem is they may not be bringing in those names. It's the whole contract deal.
Because of the contract, they don't want to upset their salary structure.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, if he had Goldberg and Steiner and Booker Flair and everybody, and he didn't care about screwing up the salary structure and decided, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to turn this thing around, I think it would work.
He could do it.
Easily.
Sure.
If they had all those names. But if they don't have those names and they're in that time slot, it's going to be hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it'll be hard, but I really think that he'll find a way to make it work.
Do these guys have a chance in the new WCW? Jim Mitchell, I certainly have not heard his name at all, but I wouldn't say he doesn't have a chance. Kid Cash I hope he gets a shot there because he's very good. Easy Money is another one who I really hope gets a shot. I think that he will because he did real well at the end in WCW. Juventud Guerrera is not going to get any shot anytime soon.
He did get in a fight, though.
What?
He got in a fight, though.
Yeah, he did. You're right. That's not going to help. But, I think that he'll...
But Sean O'Hare did, too, so...
Yeah, but Sean O'Hare, Sean O'Hare and Chuck Palumbo. And Palumbo and Stasiak, they got that thing going for him that will always give him a chance. The tall in the body.
Mm-hmm.
Juventud Guerrera does not have a chance of going now. I mean, down the road, if he has a good track record for 6 months, I think that he could probably get in because he's a phenomenal talent, but they're not going to take him now. Chris Daniels and Mike Modest, we talked about those guys. It's not going to happen now. Hopefully they will get a chance down the road. Okay. Another one. 1989, Chi-Town Rumble, Music City Showdown, and Great American Bash. Wasn't Music City Showdown basically a one-match show, though? They had one or two other matches that were pretty decent, but it was it didn't have the depth. The Great American Bash was, a super show, though. Also, WWF 1992, Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, and SummerSlam were very good. Royal Rumble was very good. WrestleMania that year was good, but it had a terrible main event, because that was the Hogan-Sid main event. SummerSlam 92, I think, was good. That's Wembley. That was a hell of a show.
Did they jump right from WrestleMania to SummerSlam that year? There was no King of the Ring? When did that start?
Yeah, the King of the Ring came in around 94.
Yeah.
Maybe 93, 94. Let's see. Oh my God. Robot Wars airs on Sunday nights on KTEH in the Bay Area, which is the public broadcasting station. So it's Orion here. It's hosted by the guy who plays Lister on the BBC comedy Red Dwarf, which means nothing to me, but probably means a lot to our listeners in England. He goes, it's far better than.
I was going to say
US
Tiny Lister.
Tiny, yeah, I know, the U.S. knockoff BattleBots. So I just want to make mention that tonight in about 3 hours, there's going to be the Pride pay-per-view, if you've got a dish, which eliminates a lot of people, most everyone actually. But anyway, that's on tonight. I wanted to make mention of that. We've got Donovan Morgan of All Pro Wrestling here. We've got a full bank of phone calls. We're going to start with Terry in North Carolina. Terry, how are you?
I'm doing fine, David. Okay, yes, didn't last year, like in 1999, when Shane Douglas had his problem with ECW, didn't he try to go to the WWF and they turned him down? What happened in that situation?
They negotiated with him, and they were real far apart on money, so he ended up going to WCW, which offered a better deal. But they did negotiate with him. The big thing with Douglas was when those guys, Benoit and all them, walked out. Douglas and Conan walked out with him, and WWF did not want Douglas or Conan, and they kind of had to go back to WCW. So that's where I think, they didn't want Douglas January of last year, so I don't know how he's going to fit in. He's a good talker. He's not young, and I know they wanted to keep the younger guys rather than the older guys, so I don't know. Plus, he's got a lot of heat with Paul Heyman, tremendous heat with Paul Heyman, and Paul Heyman is one of the people that's being asked on who to come in and who not to come in. So, I'd say Douglas' chances are probably less than 50%, just as a guess.
Even his talking ability's gone way downhill lately, though.
Well, that doesn't help either, then.
What's the situation on Joe Gertner? Is he going to get a shot at anywhere?
Not that I've heard.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't hear his name lately either. Yeah, because I think
he's just been doing independence and doing independent stuff in the Northeast.
Okay, and another archive question too. What happened with the WWF? WCW title whenever they brought it on the WWF television with Ric Flair that time. What was the deal behind that?
Flair never lost the belt in the ring, and he was fired for not agreeing to drop it. And then they wanted him back, which was very strange. And so he took the belt with him on WWF TV and had it on WWF TV for a couple of months. And then there was actually a big court case between WWF and WCW. And the court ruled that the belt was the possession of WCW. So Flair was not allowed to, they had to give the belt back. So then Flair and Vince McMahon went and made a belt that was an exact duplicate. And they put that on TV for about a week, and WCW went to court again and beat Vince in court again. And that's when they started doing that blacking out thing until the Royal Rumble when Flair won the WWF title. So that's the story on that.
Now, how did that whole court thing work? Because Flair, he had to make the $25,000 deposit, right?
Right. But
so if they hadn't given him the money back, the belt was technically his.
Yeah, I guess
just the whole thing about they could just show it on TV because it was
I guess the feeling
like
was
the
WCW
thing when Hall and Nash went over.
I think that the whole deal was, the Hall and Nash came later, but the whole deal was that...
similar to that.
Yeah, the whole deal was that if they gave him... That he put a deposit down on the belt, so if they gave him the money back, then he had to give them the belt back. But
so
the
he
belt
did get $25,000.
Yeah, but the belt was even though Flair had the deposit, and all that, the belt was the property of the company itself and a trademark of the company, and they were using another company's trademark on their TV. So that's how it went down.
So what about Medusa? They couldn't sue the Medusa incident?
Medusa, for throwing the belt in the garbage, they just threw the belt in the garbage. They may have used the Medusa thing as one of the points in the suit when they sued WCW later. I'm not sure if they used it or not. But it wasn't like they were coming out week after week with the belt and showing the belt. It was more like they had a belt and threw it in the garbage. So I don't know. That's, again, I don't know exactly how that all, would have been, legally. But, she didn't use it after that very first TV appearance. She just came in, they threw it in the garbage, and they never talked about it again.
Okay, so that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about Brian Adams, Brian Clark? They got a chance for the new WCW?
Who? Brian Adams?
Chronic.
Brian Adams, I don't like his chances, and Brian Clark and Vince did not leave on the best of terms, but it was many years ago, so who knows? But I really haven't heard anything other than I don't think they were on the list of the 24 that WWF bought, so it's up in the air. I haven't heard of them being fired, either of them being fired either, so, these decisions haven't been fully made yet.
Yeah, because I think they probably might give it a new WCW.
I think there's a good chance that they won't, actually. Pretty good chance. Those guys, they complain about doing jobs, and, I will say this. You will not get away with that in the WWF today, unless maybe you're Steve Austin. But I mean, not mid-card guys. No way. It won't even be tolerated for a second.
Did Triple H try it a few times too?
No, Triple H is it's totally different.
He doesn't so much. It's not like he comes up and goes, "I'm not going to drop the title." It's like, why don't we do this instead? And he convinces them.
He's very good at coming up with scenarios,
plan.
and the scenarios protect him. But that's not. I mean, if Vince McMahon said, like, okay, it's your turn to drop the title, he wouldn't say no. He wouldn't even think of saying no. He would just go, okay, well, we'll do it this way, and he'll do it in a way that protects himself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So I know Rock, he gets a lot of talent over, too. So I pretty much respect him for that also.
What, Rock putting people over? Yeah, you got to respect Rock as far as, I don't think I've ever seen a guy in the business as over as him that puts over so many guys. I mean, granted, he puts guys over on Monday, and he would always beat them back on Tuesday. but he still did put, like Benoit and a lot of guys. He put Benoit and a lot of guys over. Even Boss Man and stuff. Even if
he got his win back on SmackDown, it wasn't like on Raw. He did the old Lex Luger job or made him look stupid getting the win or anything like that.
Oh, no, he was always professional. Yeah, always professional. Yeah, I know that those kind of jobs like those where like the Scott Hall or the Kevin Nash job, he never did those. I mean, even though they were flukes, it was like, it was always outside interference, but it wasn't like he didn't get up and start laughing, I just did a job, like, you know what I mean? That shows how fake wrestling is type of an attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Donovan, don't you hate that? When guys are like, you know what I mean? When guys are like, I don't want to say expose the business is such an antiquated term, but when guys like show the fans that they're not taking it seriously. To me, like as a fan, I feel like, hey, it's like I take it as serious entertainment. Don't insult me when I'm watching it. You know what I mean?
Definitely. And another thing too is those guys can still get over even by putting someone else over. If I have to put someone else over, I can still get over by the way I structure the match and by really having a good, solid match. And a lot of people don't realize that. They just think, well, I got to do the job, screw you,
But especially now, if you have a great job, if you have a great match, both guys get over. And if you have a shitty match, it really doesn't matter who wins because neither of you really got over.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. That's a great point.
I mean, everyone looks back at WrestleMania with Brett and Austin as, this big turning point for Steve Austin as a babyface and everything, and he lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, that's definitely true.
Let's go to Franco in Ontario. Franco, what's up?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. I have a friend of mine who actually I called on last couple of days ago. Anyway, it was a pretty busy show. It was a great show. And I wanted to give you some information. I have a friend of mine who goes to university in Minnesota. I don't know the exact university, and he saw on a board. I don't know whether it was an audition call or a casting call. They were looking for extras. They were looking for 500 people. So he showed up. This was last Saturday. He showed up at this casting call to see if he could make some money as an extra, and apparently. This is a Fusient, the same company that wanted to buy WCW.
Oh, Brian, have we talked about this one? No, that's not. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And he says to me, he was asking to see, what exactly it was for a commercial or for. It's actually, and this guy's, don't quote me on this, but this is what my friend told me. Apparently. Fusient is trying to put together a group of wrestlers to get a series of videotapes together to launch and sell them. With the first edition being, they're going to pay extras to sit in the stands, bring out maybe 10 or 12 matches, do something of like a pay-per-view on cassettes and sort of put some commercials together and market it across the states and see if they can do town to town, city to city, once a month or once every couple of weeks and and see if they can build that way. Have you heard of anything of this? And I've been going crazy for 3 days on the internet here trying to find something, and then next thing I know, I find Fusion's interested in buying the Blair Witch Products production company.
Artisan Entertainment.
Yeah. Have you heard anything like that?
Fusion still has ideas about wrestling. They just don't know what they are. But that is, I mean, there are, you know, they still, you know, it's like they haven't given up on the idea of wrestling. But the problem is that, like, you know, they're trying to go at it in a way that doesn't involve, you know, good television. And I just don't think that you can tour without good television on a national basis. I mean,
and WCW did the thing before where they hired people to sit in the crowd and kind of bombed. You know, you got. They
didn't hire people.
I mean,
they never hired
cheered,
people.
It
was AWF was the one that hired people to sit in the crowd.
Right.
Didn't they do this with like the Orlando tapings though?
No, the Orlando tapings, they let people in free and they would give them the applause meter, you know, like at a game show or something. And so it was the fake crowd noise. Yeah, they tried that too. They won't do that because I know with Bischoff, I think Bischoff in hindsight realized that atmosphere didn't work. But, you know, I mean, you know, Matt Rats has a fake crowd. You know, I mean, it's like they hire all these like pretty teenage girls to be in the crowd to make it look like, you know, and it actually, you know, Matt Rats, Donovan, by any chance have you seen any of that?
No, I haven't.
Matt Rats. Okay. It's, there's something there, but their appeal is so geared towards teenage girls that they're making a mistake because they actually have, they've got some guys, you know, and I think you're probably familiar with, you know, Ted Annis or Teddy Hart.
Yeah.
I think they're guys he's trained. And, I mean, there's no psychology. I mean, when I say no, I mean no psychology whatsoever. They do like 2 to 3 minute matches of some of the most incredible high flying stuff. And it's actually pretty entertaining and at the same time numbing in that when it's over, you know what I mean? It's, you know, it doesn't get to you, but you're kind of like amazed by watching it at the same time.
Right.
But, you know, but I mean, like I watched the debut and I was super impressed with the potential of many of the guys there, as far as if they learned to work and everything. They had great acrobatic moves, but I mean at the same time when like that audience feel was such that I couldn't see a wrestling fan sitting through it because the whole audience is teenage girls and they're like it's such a teenager product that I thought, you know, unless it was, you know, it's not going to get over as something touring, put it that way.
Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to ask you guys, actually two things. I think they killed Jericho last night by giving Hunter the belt. I don't think anybody's the winner there with whatever they were trying to do. Maybe by Triple H.
Hunter's the winner.
Hunter's the winner. Hunter can win anything he wants, I think, in the WWF. But I just think that Jericho, they really, really hurt Jericho by taking the belt away from him. I don't know whether there's a Trish Stratus angle coming up with Jericho or anything like that. But the other thing is, with no clear-cut baby face in the company now, is there any way that Vince drops some money to bring in Goldberg at some point in the next pay-per-view or the pay-per-view after that?
It's not going to happen in the next pay-per-view. It's not going to happen like that. But as far as any way, it's Vince's call. You know, it's like
I need to use him to rebuild WCW.
Yeah.
Not bring him in for a WWF show.
But I mean, the whole thing is and I can see where Vince is coming from. Vince McMahon has a certain salary structure, and Bill Goldberg, because of his contract, would just blow that salary structure out of the water. And I think that it's more important to Vince to maintain it because he doesn't want to be like baseball and doesn't want to be like basketball and these other sports that actually lose money. I mean, give him credit; he's got full control, and he's not gonna. When you break it for one guy, if he were to bring in Bill Gold, well, you know, but again, he did. You're right. He did with Big Show.
And Goldberg has a far bigger upside, and they need him to help turn the company around. Big Show's just a big guy that wrestles hardcore matches.
Okay, but at the time they signed
Hardys.
Okay, and you're right. Okay, but at the time they signed Big Show a couple of years ago, they thought he was going to be the thing in wrestling. That's why they signed him to that deal. I mean, if they had thought that Big Show was going to be in this position, they would not have signed him for 1/4 of what they signed him for. You know,
they need Goldberg to be that thing.
Yeah. No, I think that it's very, very important that they make that move. I just don't know that they're going to make that move. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, because it's Vince's decision, and this is one decision that, everyone knows what the upside and the downside is, and it's just going to be a call Vince makes one way or the other.
Yeah. And one thing about Jericho, real quick, I don't think it hurt him that badly in that, A, he lost to Hunter, who beats everybody, so what's the big deal? And B, they really hadn't been pushing that Intercontinental title as anything special. I mean, it's not like Jericho was defending this title and, like they were trying to do with Benoit for a while, just beating guy after guy to make it look like, a viable title. It's just a belt that he had. He was doing jobs everywhere with that belt, so I don't think it hurt him.
Last thing here. On Monday night, does anybody expect Linda to come out and Shane maybe to show up? Are we expecting some sort of a WCW angle in any way, shape, or form? Because since WrestleMania, there hasn't been, other than I want to say hi to the boys up on in the rafters. There hasn't been anything, and I'm wondering, are they going to start, promoting this? Because like you guys are saying, and you've been saying it since day one that you heard. They need to promote it, and the WCW fan, I think they've lost the WCW fan. And for them even to get the WCW fan to turn the TV on that first show, they got to start promoting it. And every wrestling fan is a wrestling fan above and beyond WCW and WWF. But I think that if the WCW fan does click on Raw for 5 or 10 minutes, the first 5 or the last 10 or somewhere at 10 o'clock.
I think a lot of WCW fans, obviously from the rating, did watch Raw Monday.
Yeah, but
are they
watching to hear, when is this new launch? Are they watching to see, when is this new WCW starting? And from what I understand,
or are they watching because there's nothing else?
That's true too.
a little bit of everything.
What is this Shane McMahon presents the WCW? What the heck is that?
That's what the tickets for this non-existent event stated. But
the fact that they postponed it makes me think that they're not going to do something like that on Monday. I think it'll probably be something like Linda comes out and goes, "You want a divorce? Fine, I want a divorce. I want half your money." And then we'll have to watch Vince grovel for 3 months trying to get on this side. And that beats a TV.
I think that's what it's going to be too.
Yeah. Great, guys. Great show. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, let's go to Chris in Long Island. Chris, what's up?
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good.
I have a comment and a question for Donovan. The only match I've seen of him so far was off the APW website, the Click movie.
Right.
It was a match with Jardy France, I believe his name is. It was a great match. Just want to say, I hope you get a shot somewhere, WWF, well, where else is there, but WWF right now.
I appreciate that.
And also, what I was going to ask from like an independent wrestler perspective, as far as the whole, the single ownership of the two major companies now, is it kind of frustrating now that like at least before, if you were hardworking and noticed independent guy, even though it took Modest and Daniels a long time, two guys like that got a lot of attention outside of the big two, that there would at least be some kind of fighting between the two companies to say, well, let's grab Daniels before WCW gets them, or vice versa. Now that there's only that one company, does it kind of like, I don't want to say like hurt your motivation or anything, because I'm sure I know you're dedicated to what you do and everything, but I mean, does that linger in your mind at all, that like, there's not kind of...
I mean, it was always nice because that, for the boys' sake anyways, because if something happened over at WWF, they could go jump ship to WCW.
Right.
So you had both those things to play against, but I think at the moment, like right when it happened, when WWF took over WCW, I think everyone's, opinion was like, man, this is really going to hurt the business. It's going to hurt the boys. But then I started to think, and I kind of thought, I doubted, Vince and stuff before, and every time I do, it ends up turning around for the better. So.
Except football. In wrestling, Vince has a phenomenal track record.
Yeah, and in pro wrestling, he's definitely the man, and so you never know what could happen. But I think, we're just trying to wait and see what happens before we make any, drastic decisions.
Especially too, because it was hard to tell because Jardy France is obviously a smaller guy, and you looked a lot bigger in comparison to him. But I assume on scale to the WF guys, you're also you'd be a cruiserweight, right?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, because that's the only match I've seen with you. So like I said, that's all I had to compare. So next to him, you look
pretty big.
Yeah, I think if WCW was still running and they were still pushing a lot of the cruisers, I think my opinion is I think I would fit in, good there, but.
Oh yeah, I think without question, you definitely.
That's not happening. So.
Yeah, you definitely showed ability in that match. I mean, just from the one match that I saw. I had a couple questions for Dave too. The Triple H, the IC title. Do you think that's just to maybe elevate that title? I mean, because like Ryan was saying, they really haven't. The title really hasn't meant a lot in a long time. And
yeah, actually I do, and I think it's also one of those things where they want, like, you've got Austin with a belt and Hunter with a belt with Vince, and it's kind of like, definitely to elevate the belt, and also to just really make that Austin Hunter thing, duo look like the two real superstars. And, Hunter will have his belt, to set up when they do the turn, and they do the singles match between the two of them, or the series of singles matches.
The belt and get more heat. And
at least if he drops the title, like if he does elevate it and then drops it to Benoit or Jericho or somebody, then at least it would mean something. At least
the problem is I think they're going to do a good job trying to elevate it, but then in the end it's going to be something like, Austin before their pay-per-view match or whatever costs him the belt or something like that, and so it'll be like, Austin was the one that beat Hunter as opposed to Benoit or whoever wins the belt from him being the guy that actually wins.
Yeah, when he loses it, the guy wins that fluke thing where it.
It's not going to be Hunter putting someone over clean in the middle.
Yeah, I know. Also too, because now, all right, if Undertaker and Kane are going to be basically the two top faces, at least up until when Rock comes back. I mean, do you see them? Do you think that's in their minds is what they want to do, or will they at least give us at least like maybe some matches with like Benoit and Jericho as a team, maybe against Triple H and Austin, at least just for something different?
We may get it on Raw and SmackDown, sure.
But I mean, even some kind of like as a primary angle, not just like a one-time match where they build up an angle on Raw.
I mean, it could. I just don't see it. It just doesn't seem like that's the direction they're going. I see Benoit, and it looks to me like you got Benoit and Jericho being built up for Regal and Angle.
So then, would you say that their plan for the next few months is just strictly a series of tag and singles matches between Undertaker, Kane, Triple H, and Austin until they turn Triple H?
I mean, I sense it's going to be this tag, and then it'll be Austin and Undertaker doing a program, and then it'll either be and after that's when Hunter will do the turn. That's how I see it. I mean, no one's told me that specifically, but it's been hinted to me pretty much too, though.
Right. And I was listening to an audio show from Between the Ropes with Mikey Whipwreck recently. It was earlier in March 8th, I think it was. And he was a really, really entertaining guest, and I think if you should try and get him on the show because he was very funny and I think he'd be the type of guest that just like they like Nova and Zenk, all the listeners, I think he would fit right into that category. So if you could work that out, I think it'd be great. And also, is there any shot of him, of Heyman trying to get him into teaming with Tajiri, maybe throw him into that whole tag team mix with the Hardys and Edge and Christian, because I think it would work perfect in that sort of.
I'm sure Heyman will try. I'm sure Heyman will try, and those are like, to me, the odds of a guy like Whipwreck getting in are probably better on the WCW side.
Right.
Like as a team as opposed to unless they, it's like with Edge and Christian, I don't see that one happening.
Okay.
I mean, if they send the Hardys over there, which I mean, it's all a possibility. Then I could see it, but I would see them probably being more likely on the WCW side, both because for the size reason, and also just because. The WWF side, the roster's packed.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, he said the one thing he has going for him is he's friends with guys like Foley and Benoit and everybody, and they like him, and he's got Heyman there to hopefully sort of go to bat for him. So I just think that team was too good in ECW for to be split up like that. I think if they got a shot in WWF, they would have got over with the type of matches that they had with FBI. That they had them with Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian and Dudleys and all that. I think it would just add to that because right now those are the three teams they have. Those are really the only three teams they have that work that style. So after a while, there's only so much you could do with them. So
yeah, I think we've seen those three teams against each other. I mean, and not that I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Hardys and Edge and Christian, this on Monday, but again, as far as being something fresh, it's not fresh.
Okay, all right.
It can't be fresh anymore.
All right,
okay?
I'll let you go. And thanks a lot, and good luck for Donovan and his career. And thanks for holding me over.
Okay, cool. I want to get.
Regal was so funny last night talking to the Hardys.
Yeah.
Young Jeff.
So, young Jeffrey. Yeah.
Young Jeffrey.
Get a couple of these things in here. Who did Sean O'Hare, Palumbo, and Jason Jett get into fights with? Okay, let's see. Jason Jett and Sean O'Hare went about 30 seconds before Sean O'Hare got a choke on him, right?
Yep.
Got that one right? And Palumbo tried to wrestle with Rick Steiner, which was a bad idea. Very bad. Very, very bad.
Rick goaded him on all afternoon.
What?
Rick goaded him on all afternoon.
Well, you just got to go, okay, you're right, I'm leaving. You got to know your own limitations.
Sometimes I just look at the Steiners and I go, you know, these guys are just dying for a fan to jump the rail or some wrestler to get pissed off at them, and I know they just try, you know? They just try and get these fans to jump the rail. They try and get these guys to grab their leg or whatever, just so they can just pummel them.
Yeah. They do it for no reason. I mean, God, Rick Steiner with that match with Conan?
Yep.
I mean, that's not fun. That wasn't funny. That was bad news.
I know.
It's from Harry Simon, who says, "You'll be happy to know that I'm officially recovered from the WrestleMania Trivia-thon." Yeah, he did a trivia-a-thon question every day the week before WrestleMania on the website. And next week we're going to have who wants to beat the crap out of Shawn Michaels trivia. That's oh boy.
That'll be another 8-day series.
Yeah, really. See, do these wrestlers have a chance to go to WCW? AJ Styles, Air Paris. Don't know. Good question. Jamie Noble. I got to think that Jamie Noble was on that list. You know, of the names that we don't know. Just because I know some people that are very high on him, and I know his salary's low, and I got to believe they're going to sign Jamie Noble. Evan Courageous, don't know. Crowbar, I know that they haven't done anything with him so far. We had him on the show last week, or whatever it was, just recently. Actually, what am I saying? We haven't had him. We're having him on the show. I know, I'm losing my mind. We're having him on the show in like a week or two.
Okay.
I just remember from the list that I talked to him about doing the show, so that's why. Vampiro, no. Shane Douglas, probably not. Mamalukes. Vito, probably no, and Johnny, I'm guessing yes. Johnny's got some potential, don't you think?
Oh, he does,
Johnny Deville? Yeah.
He doesn't get hurt.
Yeah. And Terry Funk, probably no. What's going on with the racial discrimination lawsuit? Still on against Time Warner. Will Survivor Series be held in Toronto? Yes, as far as I know. Where will Raw and SmackDown be held? I don't know for sure, but probably up in that part of the country. You know, Ontario, Quebec, maybe Michigan. The King of the Ring started in 1993. That was also Hogan's last WF pay-per-view. The three worst pay-per-views in a row were 1999, Great American Bash, Macho Man against Nash, 1999, Bash at the Beach, Macho and Sid against Sting and Nash, 1999, Road Wild, Nash against Hogan. Okay. What do you think about Ken Shamrock going to WCW? Certainly not now. Does Vince McMahon now own the rights to OWN, the One Warrior Nation? I think that might have slipped through in the trademarks that they were buying.
They have.
Let's go to Scott in Connecticut. Scott, what's going on?
How about Ed Leslie? Does he have a chance?
All right. I had a quick question for Donovan.
Yeah.
All right. You may not want to answer this, but if they're looking at all the guys on TV, whether it be WCW, WWF, if you could have one guy who you could just take back to the center and make them bump their ass off and just
Billy Gunn.
Yeah, and you could you had the whole day to do your best to teach them how to wrestle. Because I mean, obviously, someone who can't. Who would it be?
I don't know. That's one of those questions that you really put me on the spot. I mean, yeah. I really
get in trouble.
To be honest,
say like a guy who's like really retired, where he's never coming back.
Right, exactly.
Well, then he could die on you.
I think
Tex McKenzie.
On the who?
Tex McKenzie.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to give a name that won't come back to haunt you in later life.
How about Adrian Street?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I know you don't really want to answer that because, I mean, the time may come where, that could come back to
the thing is like, I'll just tell you real quick, I'm not there. I'm not in the WWF. I haven't made it to the big dance. So, to be honest with you, I'm not, it's not even my position to say that.
I mean, that's kind of the reason I asked you.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're the guy, you see all these young guys, work their asses off, and then you see guys slouching on TV,
I mean, it's definitely one of those things where, there's guys that are getting paid by major companies where I feel, I'm better than those guys in certain aspects of the business, but I'm not at liberty to say because they're the ones making money and I'm not. So on the indie scene now, if you ask me that question, I could probably answer it for you a lot easier. But in the WWF or WCW, I'm not. They're the ones making money, so I'm keeping my mouth shut until I start making some money.
And Dave, I want to run a few names by you, see if you can tell me what's up with these guys.
Okay.
What about Reno?
Tex McKenzie.
What about Reno?
Reno, if it was me, I would take a chance on him. Absolutely. I don't know that I don't know that he's not on their list, but I mean, I was impressed with Rick Cornell when he first came in there, and it just kind of, you know, they have to certainly give him some character and everything like that. But I thought he was a solid worker, good worker.
I was impressed with him on when he did Saturday nights and stuff like that. But I was impressed with a lot of those guys because I mean they had to be impressive. You know.
Yeah.
And then another guy's, what about the Big Boss Man?
What about him?
As far as just like where the hell is he?
He's in WWF. They're trying to come up with like a new gimmick for him, just to kind of freshen him up, and they haven't really gotten around to it yet.
The thing to do with the death of the Big Show's father was just horrible. It's probably the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
As far as angle-wise, considering his father had already been dead, you know? I mean, it's one of those things that, A, you don't really base an angle on because it's, you know, it's not one of those things you should touch on, and B, because he had, you know, it was so, like, you know, people can easily find out he's already dead, you know?
Yeah, that was pretty tacky. And then the deal, you know, where he wasn't really his father. And then they do all that, and then they really do nothing with it when it's over. You know, it's like now today. I mean, it's like that was, you know, it's almost like, was Russo still there then? I'm sure he was.
No, I think that was.
I think he like started writing it, but then he left, and so someone else just finished it.
He was already
gone. Remember, he came in like November, and that feud, you know,
that was like a November-December feud. No, and Russo came in October. Yeah, okay.
Russo was gone.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but the thing is about that feud is also I noticed around that time is when WWF, WCW, and ECW were all doing the same thing, where they moved their world title matches lower in the card, and it was really weird because I mean Big Show had the title. Big Show is probably the worst champion they've had in a good while. And
well, that, you know, the Big Show thing was because of the Austin injury, and they just felt they needed to give a babyface the title that month. You know, because I mean the plan was not, you know, the Big Show winning the title was a last-second plan because they had screwed everybody because they'd advertised Austin at that Survivor Series.
They did that.
Yeah, that was a real bad thing they did on that one. Yeah. I thought that, you know, I mean, they should have just told the truth, but they, you know, had to get one last, you know, buy rate out of Steve Austin because they, you know, they didn't even know he was ever going to come back.
Yeah, and what do you think, guys like Jarrett and Nash and stuff like that? What do you think once their contracts are up and say they wait a while and they don't get a call? What do you think they're going to look for that like them themselves go at? You know.
Nash will probably try to get into New Japan, and because of the size, they will at least give him a shot. As far as Jarrett, I don't know. I mean, you know, Jarrett, there's always going to be someone who wants to use Jarrett at a certain thing, and so, you know, he'll be one of those guys where if someone starts up, he'll be one of the first guys called, but again, something's got to stay stable, you know, for him to, I don't know, he may end up in his father's real estate business for all we know. I mean, you know, he
doesn't have enough money to go on just living.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's made good money for the last several years. I mean, I don't know how much he's, you know, I don't know what his financial situation is. So I couldn't answer that.
Yeah, and no, with this Austin thing, you're saying it's building into, you know, Triple H turning face and stuff like that, right? Don't you think they have to be extremely careful to make it seem like Austin's still the heel, Triple H is baby face, rather than Austin's turning face, Triple H is remaining heel?
I think they'll do it. I think the way they'll do it, it won't be a problem. I really think by then.
I think if they had did it this Monday, it would have been perfect. Because, I mean, he got the clean loss against Undertaker, right? And that's always a babyface thing. And I'm sure that was done to get the heel turn over more. But I just think that since they've already done the fake turn so many times with Hunter, it's going to be so hard to do it the real time. Especially with a guy like Austin, who these guys want to cheer.
Well, they went for it Monday. They went for it Monday.
The crowd was definitely ready for it Monday, yeah.
But will they be ready for it next time after seeing Monday?
They will.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
And what about with WCW? I'm hearing the date's going to be pushed back.
Yeah. June.
It's going to be June?
Yeah, we don't know the for sure date, but I'm guessing June 9th, just as a guess.
And I really think what they have to do is, first thing, if like, I mean, maybe not the first week, but maybe, you know, bring a guy like Rock or something like that. Next week, have, maybe not in the singles, have like a tournament, maybe a battle royal, and have a WCW guy go over the Rock. Like I'm saying, not in the singles, maybe in a battle royal.
Why not singles?
Why not singles? Because it's too, it's kind of like a bad message, you know?
Maybe too early.
A bad message? What message, though?
It's a message saying, I mean, this guy, like, none of these guys that they hired, which is, I'm not going to, like, fantasize, say Booker T or guys they haven't hired. I'm talking about the guys they have, and I'm thinking Mike Austin's basically their only shot.
But I'm sure by June they'll have some guys in there. They can't just go with these 24 guys. That's why they pushed it back.
The only believable guy can go over Rock, and how many WWF guys are going to say, Mike Awesome went over Rock in a singles clean? I mean,
sometimes you got to do things like that to get people over, though, to make a company.
We were talking earlier, Boss Man's beating Rock. Yeah, everybody.
That's right. Mike Awesome better than Boss Man.
I mean, Rock is really good in the sense that he can lose 1 billion times and still be the most over guy
Rock
on the
can
planet.
do anything and stay over because he's like Ric Flair, and even more than Ric Flair ever was. In that there's something. He's just such a superstar. And the other thing is that today, who wins and loses, it's important in the storytelling. But as far as guys getting over, I mean, guys get over great losing a great match.
Not so much anymore because there's only WWF now. Back when they had all three promotions going with the two main promotions, 2 shows a week. ECW had 1 show a week. I mean, it's like a loss gets people don't remember it 2 weeks later.
They still don't, except if it's on a pay-per-view. But even on a pay-per-view, if you have a great match, I mean, I don't think that the Hardys or the Dudleys got hurt, by not winning that 3-way. I mean, I think they're in the same position they were in, and I certainly don't think Rock got hurt losing the title, and I don't think that Benoit got hurt losing that match to Kurt Angle. I mean, because they all had great matches.
Now, here's something interesting. If you're saying that they're going right now, they're going for 2 big tag team promos, whereas it's going to be Jericho and Benoit against Regal and Angle, and then they're going to do Undertaker and Kane against Austin Triple H, right? Normally, the WWF's formula is when they have singles built up for a pay-per-view. I haven't seen a singles main event on Raw. Last night. But I mean, besides that, they do so many handicaps and tags.
Too many handicaps.
What?
You know what? I think too many handicaps because I'm getting bored with the handicap thing.
I hate them. Because I mean, it's either a guy beats 2 people and he's Superman, or the guy loses and who cares? And it's a punishment angle.
And the other one with when 2 guys beat 1 guy, that's a hard one for people to get over because the 2 guys that just won, I mean, what does it say for them? It took 2 guys to beat 1.
Yeah, unless in the rare occasion when they did the thing with Benoit and Angle, that's when they did their feud, is because of the handicap with Rock.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well,
but
that was going somewhere.
2 handicaps against one with Benoit and one with Jericho this week.
Well, those are okay. I mean, the one like last night, what I didn't like was it was 2-on-1 the whole match instead of tagging in and out, because tagging in and out, it gives you a better chance to
more believable.
make believable comebacks. Whereas this one, even though Benoit made that great comeback with all those German suplexes, it was totally awesome. Yeah. It's just something like where 2 guys of that caliber are beating. Everyone knows 2 guys of that caliber are beating on you. I don't care if you're Chris Benoit or anyone. It's just it's just tougher.
That storyline that shouldn't be,
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that I think that doing those handicap matches makes sense because you're building up the idea where everyone wants to see Benoit and Jericho, in a fair fight with those 2 guys. So there's a reason for them to team up. So it's this one makes at least sense based on where they're going.
All right, and who are you guys picking for King of the Ring this year? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I mean, as far as
name somebody mentioned last night in email was Regal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, that's 2 heels in a row.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm thinking this. I'm thinking, you know what? Angle was so predictable in the sense that he was basically almost at the level, and the King of the Ring didn't really do that for him,
He didn't get help for the King of the Ring because it was a bad tournament. It's the same thing. If something's really good.
Plus, I mean, what they've been doing with this King of the Ring is saying this has gotten guys far. You look back, Shamrock's not in the company anymore. Billy Gunn is. I don't even want to talk about Billy Gunn. And then Angle's the only guy, but I think Angle didn't need it. I want this year. I want to see some guy.
Well, Austin. Austin's actually the one.
Yeah, but it was more Austin's interview than actual winning the King of the Ring.
Remember the tournament when
he didn't beat Jake Roberts.
Yeah.
And then remember the tournament where Viscera won.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and they had Savio Vega go all the way to the finals.
That was one of their really bad nights in their history.
In the finals for some reason.
As stupid as that was, just the fact that as far as Savio Vega, some jobber, actually made it to the finals, I think is the way they should go.
No.
I
don't want to see not a jobber, but I'm saying,
I don't think so.
Maybe,
how about
maybe
Angle wins again?
Who's breaking away from a team? Huh? What about that?
You mean a tag team guy breaking away from a team like say Edge or Christian or Jeff Hardy?
Jeff Hardy, yeah.
Jeff Hardy's a good one.
Jeff Hardy wins.
Or you know what, Jeff Hardy could even just go to the finals and lose, and it would be good.
Yeah, I mean, but I think what would be good is if you know, they had if whether it be Hardy's or even Edge and Christian or whoever they're thinking about breaking up, whether they be paired against each other, therefore they have that build up for that, you know, confrontation, and the person who wins goes on to win the King of the Ring. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best idea, rather than Regal. I think Regal's doing main events now. Why does he need to win the King of the Ring? Same thing with Jericho. Same thing with Benoit. Same thing with any of the
Well,
guys.
Angle was too. Well, no, I guess he wasn't.
I just don't think that would go. I mean, storyline-wise and vignette-wise, Regal would be the best choice to do it with, because I could just see hilarious stuff with that.
Oh yeah, King William.
Yeah.
I could see that too.
That would be awesome.
It'd be hilarious.
In the back and having
Yeah.
to summon people, I just think that'd be tremendous. But as far as like the best thing to do to actually get this pay-per-view over, because I mean the last 4 have been horrible. As far as if you look back on what it's done for people, you know.
Benoit, Regal, King of the Ring finals.
Benoit against Regal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Regal wins.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
It's Donovan. Can I say a couple things real quick?
Go ahead.
I
Absolutely.
just want to get this in here. I wanted to thank Red Bastien, and I wanted to thank Dean Silverstone and Cauliflower Alley for putting on such a great event this year in Las Vegas. And I think one of my main goals now is to really get a lot of the younger talent involved with that Cauliflower Alley, because it's not going to be too many more years, and we're going to be the ones that are there and being honored. So I really stress how important Cauliflower Alley is. It's taking care of, like, you know, guys like Johnny Valentine and stuff, and now they raised a lot of money for him this year. It was like $2,500. And so it's a very good program. Bobby Heenan was there. Mike Tenay was there. You know, I know you asked Bobby Heenan on your show if he liked it and stuff, and it's just each year more and more legends are showing up, and I think we need more and more of the younger talent out there too. I know APW is very dialed into that. You know, we bring most of our guys there every year, so it's definitely a great thing. And
I'm glad you.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you brought that up, because you know I used to go to Cauliflower Alley, and it was really cool when I first would go, because there were like all of these legends from the 50s that you kind of like read about but never saw or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then like a lot of the, you know, it seemed like they skipped a generation, and then some of the younger guys would go.
Right.
And it's like it's really, you know, the Cauliflower Alley is like one of the few things that links the history, you know, the historical wrestlers like your Luthez and stuff, but not just him, but like all of the names that, you know, Pat Patterson's or whatever, with the current scene, and it's I think it's really good. I'm glad that you guys. It's really good for the younger wrestlers to go there, because there's just like a lot of knowledge in that room. I mean, I picked up so much just going to those Cauliflower Alley things when I was younger.
So many stories. You know, you can educate yourself, and that's one thing, you know, that a lot of the guys today don't do. They don't educate themselves to the history of the business, and that's a great way to do it. Real quick, too, I just wanted to mention the APW Awards Banquet. For those of you that are in the Northern California, Hayward area, is going to be on Friday, April 20th. So we have that every year, and I think it's a great thing. We pretty much pay respect to everyone that's helped, you know, our company out. And, you know, and I got to thank Roland, too, because a lot of people, they ask me, do you work for UPW, or are you full-time with UPW? And I say, no. Roland's the one that pays me. I work for UPW. Actually, I wrestle there, but Roland's the one that employs me so I can make a living in this business. And so the awards banquet's a great way to, you know, pay respects to everyone that's helped out. And if this company ever gets, you know, into TV, I guarantee you, we recognize good talent, and there's a handful of good guys out there we definitely have our eyes on. So I hope something comes, you know, really quickly.
Okay. I want to go through these really quick. We'll get back to the phone calls. This is Kid Romeo and Jamie Noble will be kept. We talked about Jamie Noble a second ago. Kid Romeo, I think he's got a real good shot of making it. If it was up to me, I would pick him. What are your thoughts, Brian?
I'd take them both.
Yeah, I would too. Who do you think Vanderlei Silva's next opponent would be in the next Pride? I would think
Jamie Noble is really small, though.
Yeah, but they've got a lot of good small guys there.
I started watching him with Ray, and he didn't look much taller.
No, he's not.
I mean, I have absolutely no problem with that. If I were running a company, I'd bring him in anyway. I'm just looking at it from their standpoint.
I think Romeo's got a lot of charisma, too.
I think he's great. I like watching him.
You know, in fact, with Romeo, of all of the guys in WCW, most of their entrance music can be changed. But I remember when I was talking to someone from Titan, and we were going through the list, and I mentioned Romeo, and I go, this is the one guy who you keep his entrance music and you keep his ring entrance, because he only had like 2 or 3 weeks on their TV before the thing went under.
Yeah.
And I go, like, he's good.
He is good.
And I think they recognized it, too, because they gave him that big, push in there with Ray and Kidman and him and Ilk Skipper, and they had great matches, too.
Mm-hmm.
The last pay-per-view match was really good.
Donovan, did you see the last Nitro?
Yes, I did.
What did you think of that when Vince showed up?
It was definitely, it was something that we had been talked about before the show started. So, of course, everyone was they kind of know what's going to happen before it even happens. But I thought it was definitely good for the viewers. I mean, as a wrestling fan, it definitely generates a lot of talk.
It was a moment.
Yes.
How about Flair's interview? Wasn't that awesome? How about Flair's interview?
Flair's?
I thought Flair's interview was awesome on that show.
Yeah, I thought it was too. I know Roland was like, man, I didn't really like Flair's interview, and because he was yelling and just really, screaming at Roland. Yeah, exactly. But I think it got over the point that Flair was really hot that this was happening.
And it was over.
Yeah.
It's like this is my last interview, and you're going to remember me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was definitely over.
On the Vanderlei Silva thing, if it was up to me, I would not have him fight until Sakuraba's ready to come back, because the last thing they need is to put Vanderlei Silva in there with a really good opponent and then have him lose, then bring Sakuraba back for revenge on a guy who's lost, and have Vanderlei beat Sakuraba again. So I think it's real important not to have him fight anybody until Sakuraba's ready. But that may not be their decision. Let's see. This is from Josh, who goes, I heard you talking about MattRats.com and checked it out. The trailer for the show featured all kinds of crazy high spots that would make the Hardys and other thrill seekers proud. What is their history? Do these guys have any background or a chance in the future? They're trying to syndicate the TV. Mandalay, in fact, is involved in that. There's not really any history. It was just they did like 1 or 2 30-minute shows, and the announcer is great. Mauro Ranallo is a great announcer. They have a thing, Donovan. I don't know if you have read about this or heard about this. They do it's like a platform on the ring post.
Okay.
So a lot of their high-flying moves, instead of being from the top turnbuckle, are actually from the platform on the ring post and doing moonsaults off there or knee drops off there. So it's like, about a foot higher. So it's the highest high-flying moves in a ring that I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
And actually, I like, as a thing, in fact, I would think about, because it's something new, and if I was running a company, that's something that I would steal, because I thought it was like, even though it came off really good and it's not contrived, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They call it the launching pad is what they called it, which I didn't really go for the name, but the idea that they had this little platform up there and these guys climbed the top ropes, then climbed to the pad, and then do one guy did I guess it would be a 540 senton, which was just totally ridiculous. But like I said, their high flying moves are out of this world. They're teenage guys. I think they all look like they're under. Ted Annis is probably the oldest one, and he's probably like 21.
Right.
And
I think 21 is a cutoff line.
Is that what it is?
I know. I remember. Ted Hart's involved with this. Am I correct?
Yeah, he's probably like the booker.
Yeah, I remember he came here about a year ago, and he got in the ring for probably 30 minutes or so. And I'll tell you, I don't know him as a person or anything, but he was incredible to watch in the ring for 30 minutes. I mean, the kid is a natural when it comes to certain things. I don't know too much about the psychology. I didn't really get a chance to see him work a whole match, but he's definitely a solid, when it comes to certain things.
He's in the ring. He's one of those guys who just seems like he can do everything he visualizes.
Yes, exactly. It's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah, they have Davey Boy Smith's son Harry, who's probably like 14 or 15. He's in there. They call him the Bulldog. And then the rest of the guys, there's friends that those two, Harry Smith and Ted Annis, grew up with. like O.J. Wilson, I think I don't remember all their names, but they're T.J. Wilson, I think. But they're like kids. They all grew up together. They probably all learned in that like ring, that the Hearts train guys in.
Right.
And a lot of them are Calgary guys. Brian knows some of the guys too, right? That went up there.
I think there's like 4 of them that worked our shows. One of them was like 16, one was 18. Can't even remember what the other 2 were. Same age range though. Yeah, it's great. If you watch the first TV, you'll be impressed. But again, like they have to change the marketing of it because that audience thing, the feel of the audience, just it didn't go for me.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, because none of them were wrestling fans. They literally the whole audience was hired teenage girl models. Mm-hmm. And so it's just you hear all the screeches and everything like that, but they're behaving as they're told, as opposed to there's no. I guess when you watch the match, there's no emotion because it's a fake crowd.
Right. So natural feeling.
Yeah, none. Yeah. Let's go to Vince in New York. Vince, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Not too much. Hey.
First of all, for the King of the Ring, I was thinking if Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy went to the finals, that could be a good match.
It could.
Could be worked the split-up angle. I had an idea for the WCW. I want to know what you guys thought of this. Now, it would have to be a ways down the road because they'd have to get a better time slot and everything. But if maybe around December or so, Linda goes to Shane and says, I was able to find a loophole in the contract. You can have one spot in the Royal Rumble. And then in December, have WCW use, I don't know if they're going to keep the Starrcade name or whatever, but have their own little maybe 20-man Royal Rumble thing for Starrcade, and that one goes on now.
You don't want to do that because you don't want to dilute from the WWF's Royal Rumble. You can do it a different way.
Plus, doing that makes it like, WCW's a second-rate promotion. You guys have to win this Royal Rumble, and the winner gets a shot at the big time and go to the WWF Royal Rumble, and then it just makes, WCW look like this second-rate joint.
Well, I was just thinking that because if they're going to try interpromotional things, and Vince isn't letting right now his... they're doing the story with like Michael Cole and stuff, can't even say the WCW name on TV. Maybe they could,
maybe they can
try to
kidnap
find
Michael
loopholes
Cole
to get on TV or whatever.
What I missed? What you said?
They could maybe try and find a loophole to get some WCW talent over there to start interpromotional. I wouldn't want the WCW guy to go into the Royal Rumble and win it right away because that would really make it fixed, look fixed and everything.
I think the loopholes need to be something like, there's a loophole in Rock's contract, so he leaves. And they do the invasion.
Yeah, I guess.
And you don't want to make a loophole where it makes one company look like it's the place to be, and everyone wants to get there by finding a loophole. Unless they're doing it for WCW to build it up.
I don't know. I also, listening to the WWF Access thing last weekend, Bubba Ray mentioned that he'd like to go to WCW to win the belt so that they can be the only team that's done it. Am I wrong in assuming that the Steiners won all 3 titles?
Not ECW.
All 3 Steiners ever won the AWA. If that's what
No, I'm talking... Bubba Ray was saying ECW, WWF, WCW.
I don't think... Did the Steiners ever win the ECW? I don't think they did.
I don't know if they did. I know they were there, but...
They were there, but I don't think they ever did, because they never did a job when they were there, because I remember that was the big thing. I remember when they came in, it was like, okay, DePaul was like... Okay, this is when those guys were big in Japan and the guys that were big in Japan didn't like doing jobs in the United States because it made the newspapers over there and all that. And I was going, okay, let's see you get them to do the job. And he goes, oh, no problem, they'll be professional. And then they left and they never did a job.
Well, that was
kind of like Sid.
That was in a time frame where I lived, we didn't have cable, so I didn't really see any wrestling. So I'm not really too aware of what happened in the mid '90s anyway.
Yeah, they were in ECW, but they never held the belts.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, we are pretty much out of time. I just want to read one real quick thing before we get out of here, and that's that the Big Show Boss Man angle was Terry Taylor's idea, but he had a different ending and direction for the angle itself. So anyway, that's what that was all about. Because Terry Taylor actually left before they finished the angle, and then he went back to WCW as well. Anyway, Donovan, I want to thank you very much for doing the show.
Thanks a lot, Dave and Braun. It was great.
Okay, and Donovan, hopefully we'll be seeing you real soon. I'm going to try to get to Vallejo on the 14th.
Yes, definitely, and definitely the awards banquet too. If you don't have anything.
Let me know about that one, because that one, Hayward, I would love to go to that.
Cool.
And I will go too.
I will. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Donovan.
Thank
and
you,
Brian,
guys.
of course. Okay, Brian, thanks for joining us this week. And next week, Monday, of course, we're going to be covering I guess what's going on in the weekend. Actually, a pretty quiet weekend in the States, but a big weekend internationally. There's a big show in Tijuana tonight. There's the Pride tonight. There's the Osaka Dome would be Monday, but on Monday's show we will have all the results from the Osaka Dome. And let's see. And then for Tuesday we're going to have Ken Shamrock on, and we'll see everybody Monday at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be talking pro wrestling for the next 2 hours. We're going to have Karl Stern, who is author of a couple of books on pro wrestling. In fact, he's got one book that's coming out like any minute now. I actually got an advanced copy of it yesterday, so we'll talk about it. It's the Ultimate Book of Pro Wrestling Lists, Volume 2. And he also did the Ultimate History of Pro Wrestling, which is kind of a chronological, in-order list of basically every big match, big occurrence in the history of wrestling going back to, gosh, I think maybe the 17 or 1800s. I mean, he did a great job on that. We'll talk about history. We will talk a lot about the present and some of how it relates to history and some comments on world titles and all that kind of good stuff. So anyway, he'll be up in about a half an hour. We're also going to have Eddie Goldman up in a couple minutes to update on Abu Dhabi, which is going on also right as we speak. 3-day tournament in Abu Dhabi. It's a submission tournament. A couple of pro wrestlers are in it. Kiyoshi Tamura, Tsuyoshi Kasaka's in it. Yoshiaki Yatsu's in it, although he was facing Rico Rodriguez in the first round, so got a feeling he may not, if that match has already taken place, he may not be in it anymore. But anyway, we'll have that. Of course, SmackDown was last night in Philadelphia. We got Brian here, of course. We've got that, some content issues on WWF. So we've got quite a bit of news, actually, to talk about, but we will start with SmackDown. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Let me see. Let me go through. Okay, I'm going to go through SmackDown, and then we'll do the Abu Dhabi. So let me go through SmackDown. Let's see. Devon Storm, Chris Ford, was there under the name Devon Storm. Of course, she was Crowbar in WCW. In a dark match, he lost a Prototype, who was brought in for the weekend.
Did you hear how they looked?
I heard Devon Storm, people knew who he was, so that was kind of a positive. There were a lot of comments. We got a lot of comments in the emails from the show. The comments I got were that except for Jeff Hardy won the Intercontinental title from Triple H, and basically the comments were except for that it was not a very good show. A lot of people complaining about long delays and things like that. So they had a full house though. Let me see. Let's go to the SmackDown part of the show. The show opened with a long interview with Triple H, Stephanie, and Steve Austin, and they dare anyone to stop them. And Jeff Hardy comes in and nails both Austin and Triple H with a chair shot and knocks them down. Then Stephanie slaps Jeff Hardy, and Jeff Hardy hits Stephanie with a twist of fate. So there is someone who they shot the rocket with Jeff Hardy. And it's funny because that was not even a couple of days ago. Well, I mean, there was a plan. Don't get me wrong. Monday was planned to elevate the Hardys and Lita to a higher status. But the idea of Jeff Hardy being Intercontinental Champion, I don't think that was so much of a plan even a few days ago. But the reaction in Boston to the Hardys match with Austin and Triple H, that the fans bought them in that role, which is largely a lot of it due to Triple H and Austin's great job they did of selling, made them think that they got something here with the Hardys. So, and also that may change around the entire face of the card. Although, as of at least last night, the Backlash pay-per-view, the main event is still Undertaker and Kane against Helmsley and Austin. Of course, it can change since that hasn't even been announced publicly yet. But that, as of last night, was still the plan. Anyway,
what did you think of Jeff's promo on Monday?
What?
What did you think of Jeff's promo on Monday? When they were all talking in the locker room, and Jeff said,
he was just he was lying on the couch, and it wasn't bad or anything, no, you know.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed, actually.
Yeah, it was all right. It's all right. Better than the promo that he did for the Chef Boyardee commercial.
Yes. The whole thing is, it was kind of like what I was talking about for the SmackDown show. I mean, this whole time, I've always seen the Hardys as pretty much being bigger stars than the Big Show. That's why I thought the whole idea of
they are today,
elevating the Hardys was like, how does that work?
Hey, you want to know what I heard about the Big Show? I was going okay, so there's going to be like a rebuilding of the Big Show since you beat him twice on Monday. And it's like, no.
You know what? I was reading through because I finished up the TV reports and everything last night, and I felt really bad for the Big Show because, he got beat on SmackDown, then he got beaten up, and then he got beat twice more in a row in like 1 hour. 2 matches, he did the job, both matches in an hour on Raw. It was like at the end of the show, I thought, this guy must have done something.
He didn't lose weight.
He must have missed his weigh-in or something.
He didn't lose weight. He's been told for months. And I
gotta say one more thing about Big Show, by the way, and I don't want this to come off as sounding bad, because the interview on the website that we've been talking about, it really is a good interview. And I think that, 95% of the interview, he's being very honest, and, it's good, but he had one comment about...
Brian, real quick, is that interview up yet?
I don't know if it's up, actually. I just got the copy like 3 days ago.
I don't know.
I assume it would be up today.
Yeah, if it's not, it'll be up in the next day or two, because I think it's going to be up today at some point. But anyway, go ahead.
He made one comment. He's talking about his weight, and he goes, I got to tell you guys this. I'm really not fat. My belly, my stomach is just very large because of the acromegaly. And it's really very hard, and I'm only fat, in my ass and the back of my legs, he said. And I thought...
That's where he gets his fat. Yeah.
I thought, Big Show had acromegaly, and it got taken care of before he even got into wrestling. And I seem to remember him in WCW.
It got taken care of when he was still in college.
Yeah, and I seem to remember in WCW, his stomach was nowhere near as large as it is today. So to blame his size on acromegaly, 8 years after the fact, I don't know.
Not at the end in WCW.
Well, he was growing, but I'm just saying at the beginning. If this all had to do with acromegaly, why didn't he have a huge stomach at the beginning in WCW?
Right. Yeah, no, I remember that one time on WCW when he had gotten up to a legitimate 500 pounds at one point, which is heavier than I think he ever was in WWF. They did a flashback when he first broke in, and he was about 375 at that point. And it was just amazing, in 4 years or 3 years, whatever, it was 3 years, how much weight he had gained. And, when he came in as the Andre son for that first pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you're right, he didn't have a big belly then at all. Okay.
But it was a good interview, so check it out.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want to completely run down the Big Show, because I kind of do feel bad for him today.
Yeah. Then Triple H demanded an Intercontinental title match with Jeff Hardy, and Regal agrees and ends up scolding Jeff Hardy for putting the Twist of Fate on Stephanie. Albert beat Spike Dudley. After the match, Dudley's came in, made the save, but the finish was Spike Dudley got put through a table by Albert, which will be Spike Dudley's getting pounded too for a while. Let's see. Deborah asks Dave Hebner where JR's locker room is. Okay, this actually is kind of funny. Anyway, they come back, and Steve Regal, William Regal, yells at Jeff about putting his hands on women, and then Big Show comes in and demands a match with Undertaker and Kane, and Regal says that he'll grant him his wish, but Big Show has to get a tag team to be his partners for a 3-on-2 handicap, so he's got to go and find himself a tag team. So, anyway, Lita
Remember that, by the way.
Yes, Lita goes to interview Crash Holly, and Rhino beats him up. So anyway, Deborah is in Jim Ross's office and basically trying to apologize for what Steve did and just be kind of the baby face. And then Steve Austin comes in and accuses JR of hitting on Deborah and then kicks JR out of Steve Austin's locker room, which was Jim Ross's locker room. Maybe actually this makes sense on TV. We'll see. China squashed Ivory. Stevie Richards then went to interfere and she squashed him too. Let's see. The Big Show tried to recruit the APA. They said no, and they started making fun of him for being fat. So anyway, that's the deal on him. Everyone
missed the weigh-in.
Yeah, everyone's going to make fun of him for being fat. Then they did a 4-on-2 match. Edge, Christian, Angle, and Regal beat Benoit and Jericho when Angle pinned Jericho with an Olympic slam. Then let me see. After the match,
what's kind of interesting about that is I think they're actually already teasing that Jericho's going to turn heel on him, because I guess they were doing the segment to set the match up, and Jericho's the one that's kind of complaining about it. They have to do this handicap match, and Benoit's just come on, let's go do it. So they're portraying him as the tough guy that doesn't care, and Jericho's the guy who's kind of whiny. So I assume they'll turn.
Yeah. Let's see. So after the match, they knock Edge and Christian out of the ring, and they put. See, one has the walls. Jericho would put the walls on Regal, and Benoit put the crossface on Angle. So that's what happened there. Let me see. Then Hardcore Holly against Rhino was kind of a non-finish. Rhino gored Bob Holly and the referee at the same time, so it was no ending. And then Molly came in with a trash can, and I think Bob started using it. Wanted to chase Rhino, but Molly stops him, and Bob and Molly start arguing. So I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Test and RTC. So anyway, RTC tried to recruit Test to join. So it's the same thing they did with Raven. Of course, he said no. Then Big Show goes to his second choice for a tag team, Kai and Tai.
Good second choice there.
Yeah. So anyway, Big Show, let's see what, Kai and Tai makes fun of Big Show, saying, he's really fat. Then Big Show makes fun of them, saying that they're Chinese, so that's nice. And then,
yeah, that's an insult.
Yeah, that was an insult. And then,
so they're comparing being Japanese to being fat.
No, they're Chinese.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
They're comparing being Chinese to being fat. And then they agreed to be his partner because he forgot to tell them who their opponents were. So then they come out and they find out it's Kane and The Undertaker, and they're not happy. And Big Show just walks out on them, and Undertaker and Kane, kill Kai and Tai. And when I say kill, I mean kill because Kane, the finish was supposed to be Kane doing the last ride on Sho Funaki, and he didn't do it good the first time and nearly killed him. Lost him somewhere. Anyway, at this point, the crowd is chanting, "We want Lawler," but it's during a commercial break. And I guess it was really loud, because everyone, I'd say just about every report I got mentioned how surprisingly loud that chant was, which is surprising in and of itself just because, it's been several weeks now. The first week, second week, it wouldn't surprise me. And it got worse because Taz got up and flipped the finger at the crowd when this was going on. So he was very upset. Test beat Val Venus.
Maybe they wanted to keep Taz and replace Michael Cole.
Yeah, maybe. Test beat Val Venus. Raven interfered as a member of RTC. And anyway, somehow or other, when this is all said and done, RTC either does their breakup or starts their breakup because Bull Buchanan and I think Bull Buchanan and Val Venus start fighting each other, and Goodfather starts beating up on Stevie Richards. So maybe it's the end for them, and it didn't come soon enough. Let's see. Jeff Hardy beat Triple H when Triple H beat up the ref, and then Matt Hardy ran in, hit Triple H with a chair shot, Swanton bomb. Jeff Hardy won, and good match, and good ending of the show. And that was pretty much it for that. We'll get Eddie up here before we talk a little bit more about some of the stuff in Japan. Eddie, what's going on in Abu Dhabi?
Well, today they had the first day of the competition, but it was just the Arabic regional competition. The main tournament will start tomorrow. Abu Dhabi is about 8 hours ahead of New York time, so you could do the math wherever you happen to be on that. The competition will start at noon Abu Dhabi time, so that'll be about 4 a.m. Eastern time, and I guess about 1 a.m. Pacific time in the United States. And it was just the Arabic regional competition, and we spoke earlier on my show, which of course is before yours, with Kid Peligro and Miguel Iturrate, some interesting results that took place. One of the things they pointed out, they have the under 65 kilo weight class was won by a fellow named Tariq Al-Ketbi, who's only 15 years old and a really young guy. And so he's somebody that they said is really amazing and look forward to in the future of hearing that name. It's the same rules pretty much, although the matches are shorter. It's submission wrestling, and you can also win by points if you don't get a submission in there. And I suggested it would be interesting to see, because I said, what level are these guys in the Arabic competition compared to the people that are in the main tournament? Because in the main tournament, you have a ton of Gracies. Hoyler Gracie is in there, Henzo Gracie, and many, many others, and people that are well-known, Jean-Jacques Machado and many others that are known to be really the greatest grapplers in the world. And I made a suggestion that maybe what they should do is that the winner of that Arabic tournament in each weight class would advance the next day to be in the regular competition, just to see how good some of these guys are. In the lightweight class at 75 kilos, the winner was a guy named Marcos Escobar Saad, and he's a guy that's been training for many years in Brazil, as have some of the other competitors in there too. So even though all the people are in it are from the Arab countries, some of these guys are a little bit more experienced and have trained, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or with Ruas Vale Tudo, and gives them a bit of an edge and experience in there.
Now, was there a website that will be updated for results? Because I may be up real late tonight. I may want to check out, because actually if it starts at 1 a.m., there actually may be some matches before I go to bed tonight.
Yeah, the Abu Dhabi Combat Club news page, the address is news.adcombat.com, and you can check that out. They're also there'll be limited access on a webcam. They're experimenting with it this year. You got to have a high-speed connection, and they're only going to make it available to 200 viewers for 3 minutes at a time. So it's, limited bandwidth they're setting up, but at least you'll be able to see something. And I think eventually they want to put the whole thing up on the Internet, which is why they're kind of experimenting at that time. So that's news.adcombat.com, and Miguel and the people there will be updating it as they go.
Okay. Good enough. And tomorrow, I guess we'll have. So pretty much most of the first round should be done in time for tomorrow's show, right? Yeah, they will be doing the first 3 rounds of matches. Then there are in each of the weight classes there are 8 matches in the first round of 16 competitors. So they'll do the first 3 rounds, just leaving the finals and the super fight for Friday's competition. Oh, so basically the whole tournament. So we'll know the championship matches tomorrow. Yeah, we should know them at the end of tomorrow, which will be the beginning of the day here. Later today, late tonight is the big night with most of the matches. Okay, that's cool. Very good. Okay. All right, thanks a bunch, Eddie. Great. All right, thanks. Take care. I'm going to talk a little bit about Japan.
What are the matches held? Just like a regular ring?
It's like a mat, isn't it, Eddie? I've seen the tapes. Yeah, it's on a mat like you use in martial arts tournaments. It's not any ropes or. Yeah, it's not an elevated ring or a cage or anything like that. Right. Okay. And it's in the stadium, and it's like you know the whole story about Abu Dhabi, don't you, Brian? About the sheik and everything like that. Yeah. Not Ed Farhat. There's this like rich sheik. Actual sheik. An actual real wealthy sheik who brings in the greatest fighters in the world, and it's kind of for him and his 1,000 friends. They're starting to open it up, though. From what I understand, tickets are on sale to the public, and there's an interesting story because Kid Peligro, who writes in the Abu Dhabi page, knew the sheik when he was in college, and they were also, studying jiu-jitsu together, and nobody knew this guy was a sheik, meaning he's one of the sons of the emir, which is the absolute monarch in Abu Dhabi. They just knew he was some guy from one of these Arab countries, and an Arab guy at school. An Arab guy at school. They didn't know that that he was in with the petrodollars, and he was just a regular guy because he didn't want to make friendships based on the fact that he was a sheik. And you mean he didn't try to pick up on girls like, hey, I'm a sheik and I've got billions of dollars? No, he didn't. I give him credit for that one. He didn't try to do any of that, and so later when he finished college and he went back to his country. I don't think Vince McMahon would be so sorry. Well, he went back to his own country and he invited Kid Peligro there, and people were saying, this guy's the sheik, he's the son of the king and all this. He's like, yeah, right, yeah, believe it. And then of course when he gets there he finds that, oh man, he really is. So it's quite an interesting story. It defies a lot of the stereotypes that are out there. God,
when you really think about that, though, how is a sheik supposed to go to college, without being incognito? Is he going to wear like his robe and everything and sit in the back of the classroom?
No, but people may know that. No, but I mean, I'm just amazed that he didn't flash his money around. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have to say. He doesn't have to say like I'm a sheik, but he could. You know what I mean? You know how obnoxious rich kids are in school? Tell me about it. But see, when they were doing jiu-jitsu, they would say to this, the younger guys or the newer guys, they're the ones that would clean up and say, hey, you over there, you wash the mat, you clean the mat. And okay, and he did it. And if they had known he was royalty, they might have been more hesitant to do so. And the point is, he didn't want to be treated differently from anybody else, which is quite a unique story. That's a great story. Yeah. That's even better than the little bit of the story that I knew. I just thought it was like some crazy sheik that...
He deserves credit for that.
No, he does. He deserves tremendous credit.
I had like a full throne built in the classroom for me to sit on. Elevated above everybody else.
I read Dave's newsletter on my throne, but I think you can figure it out. No, and he's done a lot for the martial arts world because this is, when it comes to submission wrestling, this is the thing. And they invited people from all forms. Greco-Roman guys, professional wrestlers, Shudo guys, rings guys, guys from
everything and everywhere.
Pancras, Genki Sudo, and Sanai Kikuta there from Pancras.
Yeah, Pancras guys were there.
Pride, UFC
a lot of Pride guys.
Yeah.
A lot of guys that are in the upcoming UFC are in this one. Joey Gilbert's in it, right? And Matt Serra's in it, right?
Yeah. So and guys that have been there before, and guys that may be there in the future. And Mike Van Arsdale is there this year.
Mike Van Arsdale,
and
sure.
Tom Erickson, for the first time in ages, is passing up the U.S. Freestyle Nationals, which were also this week. He's there. Roberto Travin, Jeff Monson, who had been in the UFC. Kosaka is there. I mean, it's just a real all-star lineup.
Yeah, Tamara's going to be in there with guys his own weight for the first time in his life.
Right.
And they always have him go against these guys that are 50 pounds heavier than him.
And he's got Laborio in the Ricardo Laborio in the opening round. And Maeda's not going to be there ringside to change the results if he doesn't like it.
No one's going to be there to deck him from behind either, huh?
Exactly. Evan Tanner's in this.
There will be no arrest of Akira Maeda this weekend.
Not in Abu Dhabi, but maybe somewhere else. You never know. The week is young.
Yeah. Anyway, Eddie, all right.
Okay.
We're going to get to a couple of quick notes as far as in the GHC tournament, which was in Japan in Hiroshima today. Mitsuharu Misawa pinned Jun Akiyama, so he'll go against the winner of tomorrow's Vader-Yoshihiro Takayama match, which will take place on Easter Sunday in Tokyo. So it looks like a Misawa-Vader final, which actually makes the most sense because they got the Ariake Coliseum to fill, and Misawa. I think Misawa and Vader is the match for the Ariake Coliseum. So they did a double count out, and then they restarted the match, and then Misawa got the pin with like an inside cradle or a small package like 90 seconds later, which sounds so American. And whenever they do American, I don't know why they do it.
Sure got over in the Shawn Michaels Bret Hart match. It wasn't a DQ.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a DQ.
The restart, everyone was like, man, they do a restart and they go a minute. What's the point?
Yeah, well, that's what they did here. They went 90 seconds. Well, and that was the same as I think. In fact, when I read the result when I woke up this morning, that was the exact thing I thought. Is like, I saw that with Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. It's like you go 60 minutes with no falls, and then you do a pin in a minute. You know, it's like, anyway. And then in the Champion Carnival, Tenryu beat Taiyo Kiyo, which is no surprise, with a lariat in 17 minutes. So he won the tournament and the Triple Crown. So he must be the booker. And we still don't have, unless they're on the machine right now.
That's kind of an interesting finish, though, because if that was like a semifinal match, that would mean that if it had been, what was it, double count out?
Yeah, it was double count out.
Okay, so that means Vader would have just, taken the title, right?
No, so they have, but they have, it was a must-win.
Oh, yes, they have one final match, that's right, okay.
But the thing is, with Noah, which is an offshoot of All Japan, I see this is what's bad about it, and this is why it was so stupid to do double count out. I would think probably you got to go back. As far as All Japan, I mean, someone will probably find something in like 92 that I've forgotten, but the last count-out that I remember was Abdul the Butcher and Tiger Jeet Singh in 1990.
72, wasn't it?
No, it was 1990. I was at the match.
Oh, okay.
It was on June 8th, 1990. They did a double count-out, and I mean, they were brawling like in the stands, like they ended up in the upper deck of Budokan, which is a huge building. And it's pretty hard to get back down in a 20 count. But I mean, the fans booed that finish so bad. I mean, and that was like they had just started probably about a few months earlier, doing the thing where there's going to be pins and they're not going to do juice. And, they basically, when Baba changed the thing because of the popularity of UWF, the way they changed the whole way they did their pro wrestling and did clean finishes in every match. And they felt that, because, they always let Butcher still do the blade because, without the blade, you can't really be Butcher. And they figured that Butcher and Jeet Singh could still do the double countout because that's what they always did historically, right? And they're old-timers and they're not figured into the main mix anyway. So they did their double countout and the crowd was so mad because it was sort of like, and I don't think they ever did one again. Now, New Japan did it and it never worked every time they did it. And I'm just shocked that like they would fight outside the ring in All Japan for all those years and the referee just wouldn't count. And it was just understood that you don't do countouts and the referee would just tell them to get back in the ring. They'd get back in the ring. And to do a double count-out means they had to have counted, and that just, even though they came up and did a finish at the end, it's like they've just told people that we're going to do count-outs again, and it's like, why even tell people that? Because nobody wants it.
Yeah.
Anyway. So
watching too much Raw.
I don't know if they got that one from, but it is totally Americanized. I mean, New Japan, those guys are watching too much Raw. I think that's pretty clear. Bunch of other news. Rob Black did not win the mayoral race last night in Los Angeles. In fact,
you didn't even know what the capital was.
I thought that was hilarious when they asked him what the capital of Los Angeles was, and he said Sacramento. I thought that was really funny.
The capital of Los Angeles?
There is no capital of Los Angeles. No,
okay.
He did some interviews. They were hilarious. But he got, I think it was 739 votes. Which
Wow.
is probably more than he should have.
That's like every fan that attended one of those shows.
But that's scary.
I mean,
just
that's
because you
pretty
attend
impressive.
Yeah, well,
Vince got every single person that watched Raw.
You have 20 million.
Cast his vote that one night.
Oh, he made no
through the whole election.
Yeah, XFL ended up doing a 1.5 both March 31st and April 7th. So those would be the two lowest rated primetime shows in the history of the Big Four networks. In fact, he would end up with I think that with the season over, I think he'd probably end up with like 6 of the lowest 8 shows ever. Somehow
He'll be back next year, though, to try and break that record.
Well, they ain't going to be back in primetime on NBC. I know that. Oh, you know what's funny is in the Newark Star Legend...
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's add all these up, because, they were promising, what, a 9.5?
No, they were promising between 10.5 and an 11 for the Cume, for the 3.
Okay, let's say 10.5. Okay,
so they did a 1.5 on NBC, and they did an 06 on UPN, and we don't have the TNN number, but, it's probably like a 04. Oh, wait, national, because it'd be national, so it's... they probably still ended up with an 04.
So that's a 2.6.
So they ended up at 1.521.25.
Wow. That's horrible.
Oh, yeah, that's horrible. Somehow, it's going to be justified, but I don't... God knows how.
We tried the holiday thing yesterday. That didn't work.
Yeah, there's always a holiday. Somebody on the Sunday one said that there was something on one of the other networks. There's always something on one of the other networks.
Wasn't that the ping pong championships? The email we got
No,
yesterday?
that was a joke. That was a joke.
It was on, though.
Okay. There was, they say that they'll be back next year. You know what was funny is, like, the Newark Star Ledger, they had a story, and they were quoting Basil DeVito and Mike Keller, saying, Mike Keller said, I don't even want to bring up that quote, but I'm bringing it up, right?
Come on, say it.
Okay. He swore on the heads of his children that they would be back last year. And, of course, you know what that brought up in my mind. So, that's
how can that even be a coincidence?
The old Earl Hebner. So, anyway, but then they were saying about how TNN and UPN, you know the UPN story. Anyway, TNN and UPN, even though NBC wasn't happy with the ratings, the TNN and UPN were happy. Okay, and TNN's numbers for Sunday afternoon, I think the XFL numbers were probably higher than TNN was doing with whatever they had in that time slot. I think they... Maybe not, though, because TNN's, but it probably is a little bit higher. Certainly, like the first week when they did the 2.4 is higher. The last couple of weeks, maybe it's about the same as they were doing.
What did we say their average was? Like a 0.9?
For the season?
Or no, just the average for TNN programming.
For 24 hours a day, I don't know what the Sunday afternoon average is. The primetime average is a 1.1. So they're nowhere close, but the show's not in primetime. The show's in Sunday afternoon. Okay, we got Karl Stern on the line. We'll get to him in just a second. Now, I know that when, let me see. I have seen TNN things on Saturday afternoons, like what they do, and it's usually about an 03 to an 04. So they are slightly above, so they're probably slightly above what they were doing in those time slots. Now, UPN, the thing that the one with UPN is a riot because they go, we're ahead of, what UPN was doing in these time slots last year. And it's like, UPN didn't run Sundays last year.
Well, they're telling the truth then.
No, but those affiliates, you tell me those affiliates weren't getting those 6s locally? I guess some of them probably weren't, but I would think most of them were. Let's see what else we got here.
How can they even think of continuing a league just so they can air a show on TNN that's going to get a 0.5?
Well, Vince McMahon has said that without a network broadcast partner, they wouldn't continue the league. So if UPN drops it, and UPN has the right to drop it because they only had a 1-year contract. Now TNN has a contract.
Even if UPN doesn't drop it, and they're getting a 0.5 on TNN and a point whatever on UPN, where's all this money going to come from to keep this thing alive?
That is a mystery. That's the mystery of economics, which actually
sold out stadiums.
Well, that's not going to happen either because the attendance dropped every week. They were, I mean, one of the things that they're, claiming was like they averaged 23,000. But, that's like, that's using those fake numbers to get that number.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just like, it's like we had, 939,000 attendance for the season, but it's like, yeah, but I mean, it was like, there were newspaper reports of these games where the attendance is listed as 25,000. The newspapers say there's 7,000 people there, and we know they're papering like crazy in all these cities. So it's like those numbers don't mean anything,
Yeah. It's funny how the rating was so bad that didn't even have a chance to become a scandal. All this paper.
Well, no one even knew about it because quite frankly, no one cared. Once they saw the rating, it was like, why even look any further? That was the whole story. Yeah, why look any further? They were promising an 11. They ended up the last week at a 2.5. Who cares what they did? I mean, that's basically that. The WWF.
Are they gonna have to do make good too on all those ads?
Okay, here's the deal. And I don't know which one. I don't know like the contracts with every different person, but I did hear about Anheuser-Busch. This is scary. It's not make goods. They have to give the money back based on the percentage of what they didn't deliver. So, like, they collected. God, what was the number? 45. What?
No, I'm just thinking how much money this league's going to lose. Thinking about just if we know one company, what about everybody else?
Well, that's remember I did that thing where I figured out that the whole league was going to lose about $90 million. Now that was based, Brian, on maintaining a 4.6 cum average for the rest of the year. And I mean, and obviously this last week was 2.6. They never. After that week they did that, they never came close to a 4.6 again because they were 4.1 the next week. So based on this league, they're talking about $40 million in losses. I mean, they're doing that, not figuring in all the money they got to give back to these companies for advertising. So those losses, this is losing far more money than WCW, which is kind of funny because, like people in WWF, and rightly so in many ways, make fun of how absolutely horribly managed and how you could lose so much money. And here they are, they got their own company that's actually losing more money and obviously doing a hell of a lot worse. What?
May lose double.
It's not going to lose double what WCW lost, but it's going to lose more than not double.
If you predicted $90 million for
92 million. Okay, but the thing is that WWF shares the losses 50-50 with NBC this season.
Yeah.
But the total losses, are going to be very big. I may have to go sit down and redo that math and figure out where the losses really are going to come in. I'll wait till after the playoffs because they still got 2 more weeks. Those playoffs may turn it around for NBC.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let me see. One more thing. Speaking of WWF television, actually we weren't. The Canadian Broadcast Standards Council came down with a ruling yesterday on numerous complaints. You know what? I want to say this. Every Tuesday when TSN edits Raw, we get tons of negative letters about TSN emails, and TSN gets flooded with phone calls and emails about editing, like just they did Monday night with Lita and Steve Austin with the chair shots and everything. But you know what? I feel so sorry for TSN because TSN is they're caught in the middle because they just got sanctioned for not editing certain things. Okay, yesterday. And there was a quote from David Rosenblum, and you feel sorry for the Big Show. This quote, he's one of their spokesmen. He goes, "We have to be mindful and responsible to the viewers. Those who feel the program should be edited more, and a lot more who feel it should be edited less." It's like, what are you going to do? There's no win. So anyway,
you're just talking about all the emails we get to this show, and think about the percentage of fans that watch TSN that are listening to this show, and then just try to imagine how many emails TSN must get.
They're getting flooded every Tuesday when they edit something, but when they don't edit, and now that when they don't edit something, they're getting sanctioned too. I mean, you cannot broadcast this Raw and win, except for TNN because nobody cares, I guess, in this country. But anyway, they made some rulings regarding certain things over the last couple of years that they received numerous complaints about. So anyway, one of them was the Mae Young giving birth to a hand, and they ruled that. Quote, the fact that the segment is absurd does not render it exploitive. So anyway, what they basically said was it was too silly to be taken seriously, and that was fine, and there was nothing wrong with that segment. Except it was bad television, but you're allowed to do that. So, but anyway, where they did come down on were references to female. There's a Canadian Association of Broadcasters Sex Role Portrayal Code and Violence Code. And Raw has violated that code, and here are the ways. And this is basically a code. So anyway, the references to female characters as wearing a $2 walking suit. Now, do you remember that one? $2 who said that?
Probably Jericho, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't remember a $2 walking suit. The horny little she-devil, of course, that's Jim Ross. And a filthy, dirty, disgusting, brutal. Oh, yeah, horny little she-devil? Yeah, I bet Terry. Lawler, too? No, both of them. Ross has said...
I can't remember Jim Ross ever saying that.
Okay. Anyway, maybe
something he'd say. Anyway.
Okay. Well, anyway, clearly it was said because it was, you know. And the other one was the filthy, dirty, disgusting, brutal, skanky, bottom-feeding trash bag hoe, which was actually a catchphrase. So anyway, TSN has failed to provide adequate on-air viewer advisories during war regarding the content of the show, and they are now obliged to air a primetime statement that the channel has violated the sex role portrayal code. So anyway, that's what's going on there. With that,
what does that mean?
They got to apologize in prime time in the next couple of days for doing this, and they can't do it again.
Okay.
So that means they have to watch the sexist remarks made on these shows. So there's going to be more editing of those shows, and we're going to be getting more emails, and that's that. Anyway, we've got Karl Stern here. Karl, how you doing today?
Hey guys. Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing really good. I want to mention that I got your book yesterday, or the rough draft of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Why don't you tell everyone about the book and when it's coming out?
The book will be available April 27th. Right now, it's still at the publishers. They're putting the covers on them and so forth, but it'll be out April 27th. We are taking orders right now on the website and by mail, or just however you can get it to us for the it's the updated version of the book we did 2 years ago, and it's about twice as much material as in the one before. And we've added tag team rankings and listings and just a lot of oddball trivia stuff that any kind of history buff of wrestling, I guess, would like, and even modern day fans, folks. It's up to date. It's WWF and all the way up to the pre-WWF WCW, I guess. Everything's in there, updated and ready to go. You know, Dave, since I was on the show last time in October, I've actually finally bought a computer where I can hear the show without it buffering and being so horrible you can't understand it. And you guys do a really good job. I mean, you and Brian have great chemistry. I've actually laughed till my side was hurting the last few days, some of the stuff you've come up with.
Thanks.
Really good. I was also wondering, I heard you talking about the XFL earlier. I'm of the understanding that they're going to change the XFL name. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that at all.
Well, they're going to keep the letters, but they're going to change it to 10 fans left. So, which is about, I guess, how many are watching it on NBC now. So.
Yeah, I guess. You know, one thing, since the last time you were on the show, wrestling's totally changed.
Oh, no doubt.
Every single day. Now, historically, do you think the last couple of months, say since the beginning of this year, has been the most important in the history of wrestling?
Certainly in the modern era. I mean, there's, I can't think of anything post-1950 that would come close to touching it. I mean...
Maybe the invention of television.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, post-invention of television, I don't think there's anything at all. Even when the NWA was fragmenting off in so many different directions, I don't think it even remotely... Well, wrestling's so much bigger now. I mean, as we hear all kinds of numbers thrown out there, and I'm sure you know what the real numbers are, but, I mean, wrestling as a whole on the U.S. scene is so huge that how could anything come close to touching it? I mean, the money involved, certainly back in the, 60s, 50s, wrestling was drawing as big a crowds and bigger than they are now, but there was no way was the marketing infrastructure and things like that as massive as it is now. Everywhere you go, something wrestling's out there. You walk down the toy aisle of the of the Walmart and, wrestling stuff's all over it. You got wrestlers on everything. So, and there's never been anything like that up to this point. So the money is just so huge. So obviously, basically a monopoly now in the U.S. Gosh, I mean, how can you get any bigger than that?
Now, has there ever been, because I'm of the opinion that there's never been anyone who's had anywhere close to this kind of a market share of wrestling, at any time that there's been wrestling, at least in this country. Ricky Dozan probably did have that in Japan at one point, but in this country, never anything like this.
The heyday of Hulk Hogan, late 80s.
But there was tons of competition then.
Oh yeah, but even then, you think about now, there's so much more wrestling merchandise out there. I mean, and there's just nothing that can touch it. I don't know if you have the numbers that would compare total business incomes or something like that from, say, WWF in '88 to like now. I'm sure it's astronomically
I would
different.
say '88 they were maybe. Let me see. Let me try to think of what I would be told for various years. I would think '88 was still pretty strong. Maybe 150 million. This year it's going to be 430.
Oh gosh, see,
So there you go.
Over 3 times the difference. That's absolutely unbelievable. Is there anything new on the WCW time slot today? I've been kind of out of contact.
The tentative plan is June 9th, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on TNN.
Still basically the same thing then.
Yeah.
Any word on late contracts or anything like that? I guess the WCW guys still don't even know anything.
No, I mean, I checked last night after SmackDown, and I mean, the thing is, WWF is kind of, they're kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, it's bad for them because until
Their
Time
hands are
Warner,
tied too, because Time Warner's not offering the buyouts yet.
Yeah, until Time Warner starts negotiating buyouts with these guys, and I haven't talked to anyone. I mean, there's a whole list of guys, but 2 days ago I talked to one guy who knew everyone, and we were discussing like his moves and stuff. And I mean, he certainly hadn't heard, and he knew that Goldberg and Page and all those guys had not heard because they all basically have the same attorney now, John Taylor, and he had not heard anything from Time Warner about any negotiated buyouts. So until they start negotiating buyouts and guys accept buyouts, WWF can't even negotiate with these guys. So it's really tough.
Yeah, is the merger holding anything up, or is this just red tape, drag your feet kind of thing? I got to imagine some of these guys are sweating. I mean, if I was working for WCW making, the unbelievable money some of those guys do, and I had no idea if I had a job, I'd be getting somebody on the case.
I think the guys who are going to be terminated have already been told. Like some of the lower card guys, if they have a cycle.
But Brian, there's all those guys that are on the bubble that nobody knows.
Yeah.
I mean, there's guys that I know of that, they could be terminated tomorrow.
But you would either know if you're being terminated or you'd still be getting a paycheck.
No, they're still getting a paycheck now, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they may not be for, they may not be 8 weeks from now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of guys like that. I mean, I'll just throw Jarrett's name out. Well, actually, Jarrett may have a no cut. But, the guys that have, cuts that haven't been picked up, Rey Mysterio, for example. I mean, he hasn't been signed by WWF. He's got a contract with WCW. It's got 90-day cycles. He hasn't been told they're cutting his contract. He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
I want to go to Alex in Puerto Rico since he's calling on a payphone. Alex, what's going on?
Hello?
Hey, Alex. What's going on?
Yo,
Alex, you're on.
Is Brian Alvarez there?
Yeah,
Brian Alvarez is there.
I subscribed to your newsletter.
Okay.
I still haven't got my free booklets yet.
Okay. Yeah, we ran out a couple of weeks ago. Just get your address to me, and I'll send them out to you.
Alexander Arce.
Actually, I don't think you should give it on the air. Can you, do you have a computer with email?
No.
You don't? Okay, just send it via postal mail, and I'll get it to you.
You got my home address, right?
Yeah, what's your, just give me your first name.
You probably don't have a lot of Alexes in Puerto Rico on the list.
Alex in Puerto Rico?
Hello?
Okay, I'll get it out to you, buddy.
Alexander Arce.
Okay. All right, give it to me, buddy.
Okay, you gonna mail it out?
Yeah.
Yes, he will.
You have my address, right?
I got it.
Okay, I'd like to ask you something. Is ECW gonna come back like the NWA did?
No.
They just filed bankruptcy. They're dead.
When they died?
Well, I guess officially they officially died Wednesday, but they really died in January.
After guilty as charged, right?
Yeah, a week later.
I would like
that
to
would have been their last show.
WCW Worldwide, is that still on syndication?
WCW Worldwide, maybe, but if it is, it'll only be like for another week or so.
Excuse me?
If it is, it'll only be for another week or so. I'm not sure when the last episode is. I think they may have done the last episode already.
I was wondering, what day is the new Nitro coming on TNN?
Saturday night, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Starting June the 9th. Tentatively June the 9th. It could be June 16th.
June 16th?
It could. June 9th right now could be June 16th.
Because my cable company, Centennial Cable, does not carry TNN.
Uh-oh.
You'll have to give him a call.
A bunch of cheap asses.
Yeah, you should give him a call and say, I want
a lot
TNN
of cable companies are like that.
That's why Raw's not going.
That's why I switched to a dish. It's like you watch those annoying commercials that say, you switch to a dish, now you'll never get another girlfriend.
Oh, that's right.
Dave.
Yes.
There was this show in Hotijos on WrestleMania weekend, put on by the Iman Latin Wrestling show group here in Puerto Rico. They got some good stars.
How was the shows? Did you go do any of the IWA shows over the weekend?
No, I was seeing it on Channel 12. Miguel Perez dressed up as a mummy.
Right.
He came out and started attacking Star Corporation.
Yeah. I heard it was hot.
And Shane the Clown Boy won the belt again in Bayamon.
I heard that was an awesome match, too.
Yeah, from a friend of mine told me. And he heard from the internet that Gran Apollo and Ricky Banderas are turning heel against Shane the Glamour Boy.
Yeah, Gran Apollo looks like he's going heel, yeah.
I would like to know, since WWF bought WCW, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Will they start sending their stars to Puerto Rico, the WCW workers?
To IWA? I guess they could. I mean, that certainly is not in the plans right now. The only guy I heard that's being sent to Puerto Rico regularly is Russ McCullough's going starting Friday, who's an OVW guy.
What you say?
Russ McCullough.
Rusty who?
Russ
He's
McCullough.
from Ohio Valley Wrestling. He's not on WWF TV yet.
He looks like Kevin Nash. Unfortunately.
Damien
Till he got a haircut.
looks like Kevin Nash.
What? Yeah, he looks like Kevin Nash, Russ McCullough.
I heard that he's going to be given the junior heavyweight belt again.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
So is Ray Gonzalez going to the new WCW?
I seriously doubt it. Seriously.
Why you say that?
Yeah.
He's 8 times Universal Champion here in the WWC.
I heard 12 times, but it doesn't really matter.
But who's counting? I would like to know. I
remember seeing Ray Gonzalez, years ago in Japan. He was pretty good.
Don't you ever? Excuse me.
I don't get tapes from Puerto Rico. I haven't seen a Puerto Rico tape in years, unfortunately.
Well, I enjoy Brian's newsletter so much that I started telling it to my friends. And my friends couldn't believe that ECW died. And most of my friends couldn't believe WCW went out of business.
Yeah, it's a sad day in wrestling.
It's been a sad year. It's been a sad year in wrestling. Anyway, we got to go. Okay.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can you send me a sample issue of the Wrestling Observer?
Yeah, Brian emailed me his address. He doesn't.
Will do.
And I'll send him an issue. Okay?
We'll take care of you, Alex.
Okay.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
Just as happened to have right here in front of me out of the Ultimate Pro Wrestling Book of List, actually a World Wrestling Council chapter. I've added it to the book, and I have Ray Gonzalez down as 7 times, if anybody cares, with the dates. And
he just won it from Bronco a week ago or so.
Right, that would make his 8th time there. And based on all of his previous wins, of course, you know who's the #1 guy on the held it the most list.
Oh yeah, Carlos obviously.
Yeah, about 3,860 days is what I have. Ray Gonzalez is #2. 753 is what I have for him day-wise. Do you have any idea?
How many titles, or how many times has Carlos won it?
I have Carlos Colon down, and this is just what I could verify, and I believe this is going to be pretty much 100% there. I have him down for 17 times. Now, he's done
Lawler's got him with that USWA.
Oh, yeah, I've got...
Lawler's got 400.
Yeah, I've actually got a chapter in the book on it, too. Lawler is 20-something, seems like right offhand.
Yeah, that's right. I was including all those Southern title reigns going back to the 70s.
No, actually, that is just the unified title, 27 times.
Oh, no. I know, including the Southern, it's got to be close to 100.
Oh, gosh, yeah, at least that. Take a guess on, talking about the WWC Universal title. Colon was number 1, Gonzalez number 2. Who do you think would be number 3? Have any idea? I bet it will surprise you.
That is really tough.
Think about some of the guys that were around in the 80s, and, you might think about Hercules.
A lot of guys had short reigns. I don't remember too many guys with long reigns. I mean, Carly Colon.
Carly Colon is number 4.
Oh, so I'm missing a guy.
Yeah.
God.
It's not.
Butcher?
No. Butcher is 11th.
Okay, who's number 4?
Number 4 was Carly Colon. Number 3 is Greg Valentine. Greg Valentine was in there 259 days.
Well, I'm glad we didn't wait until I picked him. We'd be waiting a long time.
And that's
where's Ronnie Garvin?
Ronnie Garvin is, I just flipped off the list. Ronnie Garvin is number 7.
Okay.
The top 10 are Carlos Colon, Ray Gonzalez, Greg Valentine, Carly Colon, Hercules Ayala, Steve Strong at 6, and then Ron Garvin, Dory Funk Jr. at 8, Invader 1 at 9, and 10 is El Nene.
I should have picked Ayala, just because when I used to watch Puerto Rican wrestling, he was always Carlos's rival. Right. But anyway.
And for more totally useless trivia like that, you can order the new Ultimate Pro Wrestling Book of List. And the best way to get it, by the way, to get to my website, the easiest way is to go to kayfabemagazine.com. I have an article up on this show appearance, as a matter of fact. If you'll just click on that article, it'll take you right to where you order the book. That's the quickest way to get there, kayfabemagazine.com.
Is there the Wrestling Gold videos, too?
Yes, there is an article up about the Wrestling Gold video. I had no idea that was coming out.
April 24th.
Yeah, and I was reading
yesterday.
I was reading the match listings on Kayfabe Magazine, and that looks like a pretty good set. Is there going to be a VHS version available too, or is it just DVD?
VHS version and DVD. And,
I know the article at Kayfabe sort of read like there would be one, but it wasn't real clear.
Yeah, I know the DVD has me and Jim Cornette doing the announcing, which is actually, some of it is really, really funny.
I can't wait to hear that. I was noticing something about the DVD version that is really neat. You can choose between you and Cornette or the original commentary. Wow, that's pretty sharp.
How did you and Cornette do that? Did you do it like you were watching the match for the first time?
What's funny is like a lot of those matches, Cornette is at ringside at some of the really old ones doing photography, and then a lot of, I would say that 80% of the matches we'd both seen before. So we didn't do it like it was, we didn't act like it was live. We acted like we're going back 20 years and this is what was going on. Cornette, Cornette's knowledge of that 1980s wrestling. When we talked, Brian, you and I talked about this anyway, there's nobody else in the world, in the world, who could have done as good a job as Cornette. In fact, looking back on that 2-day period that I spent doing those videos, if it was anyone but, because Brian actually at one point, in fact, it wasn't Cornette, it probably would have been Brian that would have done it with me.
Oh, boy.
It would have been, I'll tell you, it would have been a struggle.
That would have been a hell of a disaster.
I think we'd have been, 12 hours of commentary. Oh, God. You know how hard it is to come up with new stuff? But anyway, there's no one, I think, in this world that I could have done it with, except for Jim Cornette, where it would have turned out that good. Because he was just coming up with all these stories. And, I know enough stories, but, he knows so many more stories about that time period and, living through that. And, it was, those Indianapolis stories and Memphis stories. And you'll really be entertained by Cornette. I pretty much recommend it. And a lot of it's very funny, too. Anyway, got that plug out of the way. Carl, talk to Al, because maybe we would be able to sell the book through this website here, the Yada website.
Well, that'd be great, and I'd be glad to do something with the DVD too, if that would work out as being something possible. But I greatly appreciate that. I'd like to.
Did you watch AAA last night by any chance?
No, I haven't watched tape yet, but I have it coming.
I didn't watch. You haven't seen Pride yet, have you?
No.
Okay.
Charlie Manson's Fall.
That would be on AAA Extreme, so that doesn't air in the States yet.
Okay.
Although they're doing the time slot for it. The only thing I watched last night was an EMLL Minis match, and it was incredible. And not EMLL, AAA. And most AAA stuff is so bad. And then I'm just like, I didn't watch any EMLL, and I just tuned in while I had a break last night, and they had this Minis match, and I'm going like, oh my god, And it was.
Did they have the full size guys come out later?
In the show? Yeah, probably. Yeah. And they probably weren't. But
I decided after watching AAA 2 weeks ago that if I ever have a mini counterpart, he better suck.
Mini Chico?
Yeah, he better be horrible. I was watching his show, and there's mini Octagon Cito, and then the big Octagon comes out and just looks hideous.
Octagon. It was Octagon Cito, Masquerita Sagrada, and I'm sure these aren't originals because it's Masquerita Sagrada 2000, which should be 2001 now. And then La Parquita, and these guys are just incredible. I mean, it's the big Parka at least is funny. But yeah, the big Octagon, who's not even that big. I mean, God, that mini is 1,000 times better than he is.
Yes, he is.
I'm going to go through the poll real quick. We didn't get a chance to do this. What do you think of Monday Night Raw? 8% said excellent, 20% said good, 31% said average, 25% said bad, and 17% said awful. Not a good rating. We have a poll. What is the greatest pay-per-view of all time? And don't send letters. We only had 5 choices, and I came up with about 15 of them, and I just had to whittle down. And anyway, they're AA when Worlds Collide, AAA when Worlds Collide, since that's the one that seemingly more people mention than any other as the best pay-per-view ever. So I figured I had to put that in. Then I took 2 WCWs and 2 WWFs. The 2 WCWs B would be the 1989 Great American Bash and the 1996 Great American Bash. For the 2 WF ones, I picked 2 WrestleManias, which are 94's WrestleMania, which was with the WrestleMania 10 from the Garden, and the WrestleMania we just had last week. So those are the 5 up there. I know there's WF Backlash, WF Calgary Stampede, so many other. The EMLL show from last year, although a lot of people probably didn't see it, but that show was awesome. By the way, I heard that the EMLL pay-per-view from last week, I heard that it was the second best pay-per-view they did, except for the very first one. So I'm really looking forward to a tape of that. Let's see. We have so many emails to get to. Carl, just jump in when we go through this.
Sure. Let's do that trivia you were starting.
Oh, yeah, start with the trivia.
Okay, hey, remind me also, I've got a list I made up especially for this show before we get on. I don't want to give it out just yet, but I made up one of the 5 greatest issues ever of Wrestling Observer newsletter. So don't let me forget that one.
Oh, wow.
So that's especially for you. Okay, let's jump. I guess 70s, 80s era, West Texas State University. 12 wrestlers came out of the university. How many can you remember just right off?
I could probably do this pretty good. I may get almost all of them.
Okay.
Bruiser Brody, Stan Hansen, Dusty Rhodes, although technically, Terry Funk, Dory Funk.
Correct.
Bobby Duncombe, Tully Blanchard, Ted DiBiase, Manny Fernandez, Kelly Kiniski. Did I say Tito Santana?
You just did.
That's 11. Which is rather depressing.
Okay, so I'm missing one. Oh, God. Let me think.
Billy Gunn.
I can't.
Actually, I don't know which one you skipped. That is 11. And these are from the book, by the way. Anyone listening?
Okay, let's see. Dory Funk, Terry Funk.
Okay.
Bruiser Brody, Stan Hansen. Bobby Duncombe. You're not including John Ayers, because I don't think he ever wrestled. I think he just refereed. Tully, Manny Fernandez, Kelly Kiniski, Ted DiBiase. Dusty Rhodes. I don't know.
Okay, Barry Windham.
I knew that one. I just didn't come up with it.
And actually, 2 honorable mentions, really. Dick Murdoch, he didn't really go, but told everybody he did.
He didn't go. That was a myth.
Right, yeah, but he told everybody he did.
He put me on the list then.
Yeah, he's not on the list.
Do you know the story about Dick Murdoch in the alumni game?
Oh, yeah. I actually read that in your newsletter. I had no idea.
Brian, do you know the story?
I don't think I do.
Okay, Dick Murdoch never played football at West Texas State, but always said that he did. So anyway, one year he showed up and played in the alumni game and killed everybody. And he never even played. He was never even a football player, and he just killed like all the guys on the varsity. He showed up at the alumni game and like, oh my God, everybody thought he was like some superstar, that played in the NFL that came down there, and he never even played college.
But isn't that amazing?
Great wrestling
12
story.
people from that one college. And actually,
it's not because it was Amarillo and they had the tradition, and the Funk's kids went there, and
Scott Casey may have went there too.
I think Scott Casey did go there as
according
back.
to Terry Funk, he couldn't prove that he did, but he thinks he did. So I don't know.
We'll have to ask. Scott Casey claimed he did.
Okay.
So did Murdoch. By the way, something in your book, just so you know.
Sure.
As it pertains to the Olympics, I'm relatively positive that the Iron Sheik was never wrestled in the Olympics, and I'm also positive that Klaus Wallace did do judo in the Olympics. We had Bad News on the show, and Bad News actually fought Klaus Wallace in the '76 Olympics in judo and beat him. So he was definitely in the '76 Olympics.
Wow, that's pretty. That'd be something to put in the newsletter, which we do keep the book updated in the newsletter. For those who don't know, we do a newsletter also, and it's basically built around the book where we keep everything updated.
Yeah, it's records and things like that of all the titles.
And you haven't asked me about Abraham Lincoln yet either, by the way.
No, I haven't. But Abraham Lincoln definitely wrestled. He did a great historical piece on Abraham Lincoln as a wrestler. That was awesome, by the way.
I appreciate that. That was my favorite issue to put together ever. I mean, you talked about having
an issue on wrestling before 1900, right?
Right. Yeah. Everything was pre-1900.
Really interesting.
And there's so little written about that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there on like Frank Gotch in that era, but prior to 1900, there's really very little out there to get a hold of. And there were some pretty important people back then, William Muldoon and Colonel James H. McLaughlin, a guy who never has got the credit as far as being as important as he was and nobody knowing who he is. A lot of people know Muldoon because, of course, he was president of the New York State Athletic Commission for years, but everybody has never heard of James H. McLaughlin, and he was as important a star, maybe not as important in the long term because Muldoon did a lot of other things, but in the ring, McLaughlin was probably Muldoon's equal, in my opinion. Of course, there's no tapes to go back and verify that, but if you go by what there is out there, he certainly...
wrestling history, who was it that told me? I think it was Gary Will, says wrestling history is a minefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was... Gary Will and Royal Duncan were both... very instrumental in that issue being put together, and also Mike Chapman was also very, very instrumental in putting that issue together. But a lot of work went into that, and I actually set out to disprove the Abraham Lincoln myth. I thought this was some.
I didn't think he ever wrestled. I thought it was like some Abner Doubleday story.
Oh, I thought that. I assumed it was some garbage come up with back in the 20s to kind of legitimize. About the time wrestling was going from a lot of real shoots to being worked, I thought that was something they had come up with just to legitimize it. Say, hey, we had the famous president that was a wrestler. So I thought it was a load of crap. But the more I dug into it, the more evidence came up, and I actually uncovered several newspapers from that era that listed him as competing. So.
Do you think Spielberg's going to show his matches in that movie?
If he can dig up the film, I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see him put that part in. We've got a couple of questions here for you. Let me get that historical. So much stuff I want to talk to you about here too. From the book, but anyway, this is someone says, I have a question regarding the greatest tag team in the history of pro wrestling. I'm working on a 128-team tournament. Oh, good Lord. Oh, my question is, who should get the 4 number 1 seeds? My feeling is that 2 of them should be the Road Warriors and the British Bulldogs. So basically, you're trying to pick... my favorite tag team of all time that I saw was Bruiser Brody and Stan Hansen. And a lot of people would say... I would say... Road Warriors were very, very successful everywhere they went during their heyday. The Bulldogs were an excellent team, really excellent for their era, but they were not main eventers pretty much anywhere outside of Calgary.
Okay.
But they were innovators. What? I mean, if you're looking at success long term, I think Stevens and Patterson and Stevens and Bockwinkel are certainly 2 of the more famous teams. Bruiser and Crusher and the Andersons. But I don't think. I mean, in the ring.
Okay, here is the top 10 list of the teams who held a major World Tag Team Championship the longest period of time. Okay, this is across the board, top 10. Number 10, Steve Williams and Terry Gordy.
They were an excellent team.
Do what?
They were an excellent team.
Yeah, absolutely, one of my favorites. They held the world belts in All Japan, the NWA, and WCW. Number 9 was Demolition, believe it or not, made the top 10 WWF Tag Team Champions. Number 8, Larry Hennig and Harley Race.
Yeah, AWA champions for 3 years.
Right. Yeah. Number 7, the Road Warriors. They held the World Tag Team titles 4 times in AWA, NWA, WWF combined. The Steiners at number 6, and they're the most prolific tag team champions. They've held 11 World Tag Team titles spread across IWGP, NWA, WCW, and WWF. Number 5 is the Japanese team of Kawada and Taue.
Akira Taue.
Right, and all 6 of theirs came in All Japan. Gene and Ole Anderson are number 4 in the NWA. Number 3, the top 3 are all AWA teams. Number 3, and this one surprised me because I'd never really thought about them as...
The High Flyers.
Yeah, the High Flyers, right.
I got it, all right.
Yeah. Botwinkle and Stevens are at number 2, and number 1 are Crusher and the Bruiser at 1,330 days spread across 5 reigns in the AWA. Good 130-something more days than Botwinkle and Stevens, so
now
they're top.
There's a couple of you know, when we started talking about that, I think like some other teams that I think of as the best ones I've ever saw were Misawa and Kobashi. They were an awesome team when they were together.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's the world thing is kind of weird because someday I'd like to think about like what should constitute a real world title and
absolutely. You know,
a fake world title.
Right, that's something I've grappled with hard. I mean, you know.
Yeah, because like to me it's like there's no such thing as, except for WWF right now, there's really no such thing as a worldwide, and I guess NWA World Heavyweight was a real worldwide championship because they went to Japan and New Zealand and everywhere. But those are really the only ones where the guys actually traveled everywhere and were recognized everywhere as main event world champions, because AWA was still more, I mean, it was a huge regional, a very well-respected regional, but still a regional. WWF was a regional until they went national.
Correct. On the list I've compiled and kept together, the criteria I used were basically, I mean, there's really no hard criteria. I basically just took every group that is generally considered to be, quote, a world title. And nowadays, because they don't travel the world very often, not like the NWA did, you got to go by company size and prominence and things like that. But I think it'd be hard to argue with the ones I have in there. And
I do have an argument.
Yeah, I've
drawing power.
Right, exactly. I've added a minor world title section to this book because there was such, whether certain ones should be in there. I've added WWA out of California, the USWA Unified title, the World Class title after they split with NWA, and some of those groups, the Universal title and such. I've actually put a whole chapter in there of what I deemed minor world titles. Of course, who can say, really?
Well, the thing is, okay, where I would look at it is, if a group is the dominant group in an entire country, and like when the country's like really over, and it's like I mean, the EMLL lighter weight titles to me have more significance. I would say the heavyweight though, and they never really had a world heavyweight except the CMLL world heavyweight. They never really took seriously, but certainly the old NWA titles when Santo and those guys had it, middleweight, welterweight, and light heavyweight were probably far more significant than anything except for a few major titles. I think that some of the belts, like, that Ricky Dozan held and Baba held, and Inoki held, Inoki's NWA, even though they weren't called World, although Inoki's NWF was called World before the IWGP, that was a pretty big deal. And then also Jim Barnett's Australian guys, I mean, that was, that IWA World title was, world title for Australia, and it was like, it was a major national promotion. It was a big deal. The one that I always question is ECW. To me, and they traveled.
Yeah, I used it. I considered it to be on the same level as the big ones, just because most modern fans, that's what they know, and I didn't want the book to seem all history where people nowadays couldn't enjoy it. So ECW, I really had.
Yeah, I know you put it in. I don't see where an ECW title is anywhere near as significant as an All Japan or a New Japan when you got a national promotion on network television, or even a Mid-South or one of the top regionals. A good regional title in the territory, because you're talking about some of those territories drew real money. ECW never really did. And, Mid-South, when they had national syndication, their viewership was tons bigger than ECW's ever was.
Right, so, yeah, the UWF belt also I included in the minor section.
Because, to me, the UWF was they were a much bigger promotion, certainly in their history, going back to Mid-South than ECW ever was.
ECW was in the major section or the minor section?
Major.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, that's just my
also, Inoki, talking about him, the major belts I took into account on him was IWGP and the WWF. He had a brief reign there in, 79, and he came in at number 20 on the list, but some of those IWGP things were when they were doing the annual tournament, so it's kind of misleading, too. So.
Yeah, but he also did the NWF thing for
exactly,
7 years, and in Japan, that was like, you're on network TV, and, he was the god of, except for nobody. I was going to say Hogan, and that's not true. There's nobody that was bigger than Inoki. When he was fighting Ali and Will and Ruska and all those people, even though he didn't get the top Americans, because Baba had all the top Americans of that era, worked for him, or most of them. But anyway, that's from Fred Heisen, who says, WWF.com has a poll on their website asking fans to name the new WCW television show on TNN. Here are the names that they have on their poll. WCW Saturday Nitro, which is probably the number one contender, WCW Hot Box, WCW Uprising, WCW Late Night Appetite, WCW Hard On. Seriously.
No way.
Yes, I'm not making this up. And WCW Primal Urge. So those are names.
Horrible.
I know all those stuff except not.
Well, it's Nitro's a traditional one. Probably win. There's a few questions here for Carl from Dan Circatel in Seattle.
Yeah.
He goes, what was the most significant event in the genesis of pro wrestling before 1900?
Before 1900, it would have to be something involving William Muldoon, without doubt. Probably his, I'll tell you exactly what it was. Richard K. Fox launching National Police Gazette, without question.
Okay. What does the success of Frank Gotch owe to Farmer Burns, taking him under his wing? Probably all of the success.
Yeah, a great deal. Well, I don't know. Fox was pretty instrumental in getting his name out there, too. Richard K. Fox was, he was a major power player back in circa 1900. He pushed Muldoon hard, and also Gotch. In fact, he published a book for Gotch on his wrestling, and I've got a photo of that book in the latest newsletter and some information about it. He was, he wasn't a promoter, but gosh, he was definitely to wrestling in 1900 what I guess the aftermags were in the early 80s, and I guess what the Observer is today. How else are you going to know about these guys if somebody's not, putting it out there? And that's pre-TV, so people read back then, and he was a power player.
Yeah. This is one. What is your opinion? Actually, that's what my opinion is as well. On the 1911 Gotch Hackenschmidt knee injury.
Mike Chapman says it was all made up by Hackenschmidt later on. There was no such hooking incident involving.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why I don't buy that one, and I got a really good reason for that. And that is that Hackenschmidt was a famous weightlifter. And Hackenschmidt was, and that was his passion. He was the number one weightlifter in the world. And Hackenschmidt could never lift heavy weights after that match. And, so to me, that's a pretty good indication that he got his knee blown out. Now whether it was Ad Santel or Ben Roller or whatever it was,
Lou Thez swears by that story. I mean,
the Ad Santel story, and everyone used to say that there's no way it was true, and then all of a sudden they've uncovered that Ad Santel was definitely around then.
Oh yeah,
Because originally everyone thought that Ad Santel wasn't even around in those days.
No, I dispute that myself. But Lou Thez, I mean, he wouldn't have got the story firsthand, but he sure would have got it secondhand.
Lou would have got it firsthand. Lou Thez was trained by Ad Santel.
Oh really?
Lou Thez was trained by Ad Santel. Ad Santel's the one who told him the story.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Santel was still. Okay, yeah. I guess if anybody would know, he would. I mean, because he's like the last connection to that whole era, and I don't see why he would gain by making anything up about it.
Yeah, but he will push his trainers as legends, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I've read Hooker, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the things. He was going to get Lewis over his. Although there's people. He's been on the show and stuff and talked about guys who could have beaten Lewis. He said Jim Browning, and I think that was the only one he actually said. He said Stecker may have been better than Lewis actually. So,
Okay, here's a quick little piece of trivia from that same era. This is also from the book. Who are the only 3 wrestlers to defeat Frank Gotch between 1905 and 1913? Got any idea?
Oh, I'll know him pretty. Let's see.
There's
Fred
only
Beal.
Fred Beal, that's correct.
Tom Jenkins.
Correct, 1905.
And I don't know the third.
Number 3 was Stanislas Zbyszko in 1909. That's the only.
But that was sort of a handicap match thing.
Yeah, correct. It was based on falls and stuff. He had several draws where it was handicap rules, but those are the only 3 to get a decisive victory.
They did a handicap match to build up a later world title match with Stanislas Zbyszko,
right?
And every match in those days was not a work, right?
Oh, no.
I mean, when you look back at the way they did programs and the newspaper there were newspaper stories that are so skeptical, and it's like so. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I do believe that both Gotch Hackenschmidt matches were real, but I've looked at newspaper stories from like 1909 and stuff, and they basically say 98% of the pro wrestling matches now are worked, but some of them are still shoots.
Oh yeah, well, even pre-1900, some of the I was talking about McLaughlin earlier, James McLaughlin. Some of the newspaper articles about his matches around the late 1880s and even earlier. Specifically stated in there that there was no question as to the legitimacy of this match, and that clearly indicates that there must have been
is question.
Yeah, there was question about some of them.
Yeah,
even before 1900, there was a lot of it. I'm sure from the beginning of time there has been. Almost on par with boxing today. So.
Yeah. This is from Garen Shea, who goes, I was wondering exactly when the WWF purchased Georgia Championship Wrestling in 1984. You mentioned there was a court fight going up until the day the deal was done. The TV shows prior to Black Saturday, July 14th, gave no indication that was going on. I know that, I had in the Observer back then, like at least a couple of months before that this was going down. So I would say probably a good 2 months before it happened, the purchase actually took place. So anyway, I don't remember the exact details. Let me see. With his multiple city title victories, that's right, because Lawler won his titles in Memphis, Louisville, Nashville, and Evansville. Because Lawler's got to have won at least 400 belts. Oh, he has.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm so looking forward to the New Blood angle in WoW.
Oh my God! Imagine that. They'd have to bring in some old people though to make it work. Mae Young.
Yeah, Russo's ratings are going to outrate the Chicken Grill infomercials for at least the first 7 minutes of the Terry Gold Slam Dunk KFC Chicken on a Pole match. I can't wait for the shoot angles in WoW.
Oh, please, guys! I heard you guys say yesterday or the day before there was going to be no more Russo talk till he done something.
Well, we get emails. What can I say?
Come on! Oh, he's so horrible.
Let's see. Did Larry Lane go to West Texas State? That's an interesting one. He was a college wrestler. Mm-hmm. He wasn't a football player, and he may have. I don't know.
The majority of the information on that particular one came from Terry Funk. Terry Funk. So, and I think he compiled it from some yearbooks, and he didn't make mention of it. But again, he could have, accidentally left somebody off. I don't know.
I don't know. This is from. I personally think WWF has to upset its salary structure and get Goldberg. Okay. Let's see. Do you ever see China getting the Intercontinental title back? No.
No.
Do you think that in order to get Paul Heyman to join the WWE's creative team, that Heyman demanded the color job on Raw, so Lawler became the sacrificial lamb? No.
I don't think he wanted that job.
No. Has Steve Austin ever refused to do a job or put over other WWF talents? Yeah, he definitely refused to do a job for Rock when he was supposed to drop the Intercontinental title.
I was thinking back. I think Austin is the guy that threw the belt off the bridge, because that was
right, he threw the belt off the bridge rather than right.
Yeah, okay.
And then he had the problem with Jeff Jarrett too, didn't he?
Yeah. I don't think it was so much.
He refused to work with him. That was never. I don't think they ever asked him to do a job for him. They never even got close to that far. How old is Bill Goldberg? Bill Goldberg would be 34. Why is he so highly regarded? Because in 1998 he was over like crazy, and people remember that, and they still chant his name. He goes, I see him as a white Ahmed Johnson.
Oh, no, come on.
No, I don't think so either.
Both had great intensity in the ring. Both were pushed like monsters, and both were exposing their mic work and heel turns. They both.
And one drew money.
Yeah, and
Ahmed never.
And Goldberg could work some. I mean, even though he was young.
Yeah, Ahmed was so clumsy, and Goldberg is dangerous, but it's a different way. Both, not that it's better. Both Ahmed and Goldberg injured themselves and others in the ring. I see a lot of comparisons between the two. Will Shawn Michaels be sent to the WCW division? I seriously doubt it. Let's see. Let me see.
When I watch like Goldberg and when I watch Ahmed Johnson, I was afraid that Goldberg was going to kill somebody else. I was afraid Ahmed would kill himself and his opponent.
If Goldberg,
he would do like those crazy dives over the top rope and land on his head on the floor, and I thought, this guy ain't going to make it.
If Goldberg had somebody really good to train with, he could have turned out to be. I mean, there was definitely potential there.
Oh, awesome potential.
He like worked with Flair every night on the road.
And Bret Hart, except you know.
But at that point, WCW didn't care. I mean, they had a big name, big pop, and were going with it. So, yeah, who cares if he could actually turn out?
Let's see. What's Super Crazy status? Why aren't AAA or EML using him on television? Well, it's because he's in Puerto Rico right now. Is Paul going to try to get him into WCW? It's not up to. I mean, they may. I wouldn't be surprised to see him. It's just kind of up in the air as far as him. The problem is that there are people in WWF that have a mind block when it comes to Mexican talent, and he's Mexican talent. Let's see.
I hope he does, though.
This is someone who goes, in the interest of fairness and maintaining integrity, I think you should clarify your statements concerning Vince Russo's statement on his website. He never said the botched bikini segment beat the return of Austin on Raw, just the segment popped a higher rating than any other segment that night. That may be true. I'll have to look that one up. His point is that women can draw ratings in the male-dominated field of pro wrestling. That's true. I mean, Sable drew huge ratings.
I could have sworn he said that segment beat the return of Austin. I have it here. I'll check it out after the show.
Okay. He stated that Sable was the second most over person in the WWF during her stay, and that garnered a lot of jealous feelings. There's a question of what over means, but Sable at one point was the biggest ratings draw in the WWF, and that's for sure, for about a 6-month period. And Sable was a big star there and a big merchandise seller. I don't think Sable was the second biggest pay-per-view or ticket seller at any point, though, and that's really the determination of over. But she did draw ratings, leading to an unfortunate situation. I only bring this to your attention because I assume you want to be objective in your commentary, and you strike me as an honest guy in an industry that truly lacks integrity. Russo may be a buffoon, but not everything that comes out of his mouth is crap. Now, that's true. Not everything that comes out of his mouth is crap. But... let's see. Sal is a fool. Akiyama's the future of the company, and what does he do wasting? Hey, I want to tell you something about that. They have a show on Sunday, Easter Sunday, at the Ariake Coliseum. They need to sell tickets for it, and Misawa versus Vader sells more tickets than Akiyama versus Vader. That was the right decision. I mean, I knew that when that result came in that people would go, he didn't put the young guy over and all this. Everything in the right situation at the right time. In this situation, Misawa had to win. It would have been a dumb booking decision for Misawa to lose because it would cost him money on the big show, and that's what they're building for, Sunday's big show. One more thing. How would Dory Funk Jr. versus Jack Briscoe compare with Flair and Steamboat in terms of match quality? It seems like these two are always called the greatest feuds ever. I was wondering which you thought was better and why. That is so tough because you're talking about different eras. If you watch tapes of both today, Flair and Steamboat would be much better because it's more modern.
Absolutely.
But Funk and Briscoe was the standard great wrestling match of the early 70s, and Flair and Steamboat was the standard great wrestling match of, the late 70s and throughout the 80s. I think that Briscoe and Funk was bigger in more parts of the country during the regional days of wrestling, because that spread across every territory almost, and drew everywhere, and was the #1 world title program. But Flair and Steamboat, as far as drawing money for more years on and off, they started that feud probably around '76, and they were still doing it in like '94. I mean, Funk and Briscoe feuded for a long time, but the real big money singles feud was probably 1970 to maybe 75. So, I don't know, Carl, what's your thoughts on comparing Flair and Steamboat with Funk and Briscoe?
Well, I was a big fan of the Flair Steamboat era. I mean, that was great. And it really is comparing apples and oranges, truthfully, because the styles were so different. I saw some of the Dory Funk Jr. Briscoe matches, and for the time they were something. But if you were to sit down today and watch them on tape, you'd definitely want Flair Steamboat. I mean, that's no disrespect to those guys either. I mean, that for the day, that was something else, and the programs meant something and were very interesting. But as far as match quality goes, compared to what you see today, Flair and Steamboat would stand strong with anything.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, people will talk about, classic guys from the 50s, but just because of the style of wrestling, if you ever watch 50s tapes, I mean, they're not going to be as good as these matches today because the style didn't evolve. I mean, generally speaking, with exceptions, say, Tiger Mask and Dynamite Kid, who were ahead of their time, but generally speaking, the more modern the match, the better the match. By today, if you're, more action and things like that, but, they were the classic feuds of their time. I mean, to me, probably Misawa Kawada was better than Flair Steamboat or Funk Briscoe, which was like the classic feud of, say, the mid-'90s, but, again, the style had advanced. Okay, we've got Raw ratings. It got a 5.4, so it was down a little bit from last week. The main event with the Hardys and Lita against Stone Cold, Triple H, and Stephanie did a 6.0, which was the second highest rated segment. The Vince and Linda interview did a 6.2. And where did that recap? The recap did a 5.1. The 15-minute recap of the thing from the week before, which actually, I don't know. I mean, it's what it was. It doesn't really say anything one way or the other. They really dropped down to a 5.3 for Val Venus and Raven. Sucks to be them. Let's see. We got some more names, because I can't believe the names the WWF has put on their poll. Except for the original Nitro name, everyone is awful. I've got some better ones for you. WCW Tradition is dead. WCW Saturday Night Monopoly. WCW Pissed Off.
Yeah, okay.
WCW Saturday Nitro Live. That's a good one. WCW Buyout. And another one. WCW Orton is Nitro. I don't get that one. Oh, that's Nitro. Oh, that's Orton is Nitro backwards. I still don't get it, but I know what it means. Anyway.
Raw is War.
Oh, Raw is War. Orton is Nitro. Oh, Brian, you're so clever.
That's pretty clever.
That is clever, yeah. What's the new WCW going to be like if none of the top stars get a buyout from Time Warner? Well, we'll find out. Let's see. Get through a few things real quick. Let's see. When Bockwinkel was making dates for All Japan, Crockett, Houston, Germany, Georgia, Toronto, the AWA is definitely a world title. Yeah, when Bockwinkel was champion, I have to agree. He went everywhere. Let's see. Is there any footage of Santo wrestling besides in the movies? That's a good question. Is there any footage? I'm sure that they have them because EML probably has it, but I don't know.
Except in the movies.
So I've seen all the movie footage of them. Yeah. As far as the ECW World Title, you must remember it was defended in Japan and Canada, so technically it was defended around the world. It was defended in Canada, twice? Japan, I was defended on FMW shows, but it wasn't even main event there. But I think actually maybe it was once. I think it was defended a few times in Japan. Why did WCW break up the Hollywood Blondes in 1993? They were so over, and you should add them to the list of the greatest tag teams. It was one of those many things that WCW did that, in hindsight, make no sense. It made no sense at the time, either. You know what happened is I'll tell you what happened with that one, okay? Because there was a Clash of the Champions, and it was the Hollywood Blondes against Ric Flair and Arn Anderson, and it did 2.6 rating, which was a horrible rating at that time, and it was Ric Flair's first match back in WCW, and why he did that rating, I don't know. Probably was a Jewish holiday that night, too. But it did, and so afterwards they had a big meeting, and they decided that it was Flair and Pillman, it was Pillman and Austin's fault, and they had to break them up as a team because they weren't over. Even though they were the only thing in the company that was over, it was their fault. And they just told him, Greg Gagne went to Brian Pillman and Steve Austin and said, you guys just aren't over. And that's probably why they love Greg Gagne to this day. Let's see. What else do we have? Does Roddy Piper have a future in WCW? No. It'd be great to see Roddy Piper feud with Mick Foley or Triple H. No, it wouldn't.
Jeez.
Was Pride really
worse?
Was Pride really disappointed with their rating? They shouldn't have been. I don't know because I haven't talked to anyone from the organization. It's from Mike, who says the attendance for the last New Jersey Hitmen game was 29,199. That was from the stadium office. I mean, that may be the number that was in the building, but we don't know what paid versus paper is because they paper a lot in New York. Merchandise sales were actually pretty good for a startup league. The XFL said it would lose money for the first 2 years, which it will. They also said they would make money in the third year, which they won't. XFL average attendance really wasn't 23,000. It was closer to 15. That's about right because I heard that the numbers they generally mentioned were 40% higher than usual. Those attendance figures are legit and better than WCW or ECW. Yeah, they're way better. They better do better than WCW or ECW. They don't exist. They don't exist either. Plus, with football's got to outdraw wrestling because you're doing stadium and you're only doing 5 home games. Wrestling's doing should do like 150, 200 dates a year. They're not going to average as much doing that many dates. Let's get to the phone calls. We're going to start with Terry. We got to make everyone quick, okay?
Okay, yes, David, was Vince McMahon responsible for destroying the AWA? I would, he put the nail, him and Vern Gagne both, from within and from without. Yeah, they were the two that killed it.
Were you also responsible for USWA and Smoky Mountain too?
Vince responsible for them?
Mm-hmm.
No. I mean, yes, in effect that Vince got so strong that they couldn't compete with him. Yes. No. I mean, he didn't directly do anything to kill him. The economics of the time. USWA actually went down because, the economics of the time killed USWA, and then they did that big buyout swerve thing, which killed it. Smoky Mountain was the economics that cost too much to buy television time, and they couldn't make it up at the gate, so they couldn't make any money, and that's what killed it. But the fact that WWF was the major league in all these markets and they couldn't compete with it was one of the reasons. It's not Vince's fault, but it was a reason that most of these companies went under.
Oh, okay. And also, too, it seemed like Vince...
I mean, it's like he shouldn't be blamed. He shouldn't be blamed for it, but, it is the reason.
Okay.
Anyway. Because I don't want to blame him for producing great, production of wrestling television. That's what he should do. You know what I mean? You can't say, his wrestling, his production was so good, he killed everybody, and it's unfair. It's like, it's just the survival of the fittest.
Also, too, I want to know this right here. If Vince Russo and McMahon exclusive with each other, because it seems like that some of Russo's style of booking is taking place in the WWF now, such as
That's not a compliment,
That's what it seems like now.
Yeah, they put it this way: if they were in cahoots and there was evidence of that, Ted Turner would own WWF very soon. So I would think that So I don't think so.
Yeah, I was thinking of another strategy to try and destroy an organization.
Yeah.
Because Matt Hardy's already the Intercontinental Champion just after...
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, yeah.
Intercontinental. Jeff won.
Yeah, it seemed like something Russo would have done. It seemed like they're slipping on the booking a little bit since they ain't got no competition.
No, that's something he would have done. I mean, I'm not saying Russo wouldn't have done.
Trying to put a young guy over. It's not like they were putting over...
God, they need to put they need to put a young babyface over in the worst way. Yeah. That was the guy they picked. There's people who think he's going to be the new Shawn Michaels. And, hey, he's a talented guy. I don't know that he will be.
People that for a long time, though.
It's a tough man to live up to, but, he's a hard-working guy. People love him, so what the hell? Give him a chance. I mean, if it works out, cool, and if it doesn't work out, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
They could have started out with the European title or the lightwait belt.
Yeah, but
they killed the lightweight belt, and the European belt would be a waste of his time and everyone's time, so it's probably... I think it probably will make for good TV tomorrow. Okay, Terry, we got to get running because we got to get a lot of calls in, okay? All right, Sean, what's going on?
Man, I don't know how you put up with some of these callers, man. Like, you guys need a medal. People asking about Blockbuster, asking if Yada's on the, it's just, I don't know how you guys deal with it. But, Mr. Stein, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Why did they call an Irish whip an Irish whip?
Give up. Why?
Oh, no, I think that maybe the first guy to do it probably was an Irish guy.
Well,
and that's just a guess?
Just like a German suplex?
I really don't know.
Well, you know what's funny is the German suplex, the guy who made it famous was a Belgium guy.
Who invented it?
I don't know who invented it, but Karl Gotch was the one who popularized it, and they called it German suplex, but he was from Belgium, so I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't.
Maybe they thought they were the same place.
You know what's funny is you know something that's funny is like in the 80s and 90s there's the move. I don't know if I've never seen you actually do it, Brian, but you know the underhook arm drag. It's not like an arm drag. Ricky Morton used to do it all the time, so Carl, you'd remember that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they used to call it the Mexican arm drag. And I swear I watched Mexican wrestling for 20 years. I never saw that move once, but it was always called Mexican arm drag.
It's like Australian tag rules that started in San Francisco.
Is that where they started?
I think so. Who knows? You know,
I mean, the Fullers always claimed it was their grandfather or great-grandfather that started it, and so that probably was not Australia. But the Australians also claimed that they started it, too, so who knows?
I thought it was just a gimmick for
the kangaroos. Well, they got to claim something.
Yeah, I just always wondered, and I figured, since you had the historian on, I thought, I do have one more comment. If WCW actually does rename their TV hard-on, it might be the first time in a couple of years somebody actually has a hard-on for WCW programming. So, that's about it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Dude, that dude had to have made up that name.
No, it's on the website, swear. It is on the website.
No way, that's impossible.
No, that's got to just be a joke.
No, it's WCW Hard On Saturday night. Absolutely, it's right here.
Hey, I'm voting for it, man.
Okay. Okay.
Who's up now? Are we on Franco?
Okay, we got Jason in Wisconsin. Jason, what's going on?
Oh, not much, guys. Love the newsletters. Carl, I love your books.
Thank you.
I can't believe you guys are going to make me follow the killer dick joke like that. But I guess the question I had for you, was there ever anything that occurred in all your years of watching wrestling that actually drew money that you were totally mystified by, that you couldn't believe it actually drew money?
That drew money?
Me? Yeah. The Ultimate Warrior and Andre the Giant feud.
A string of 30-second main events, sure. That'll draw a ton.
Yeah. I thought after those, and I was at a show when they did that, and the people went home and they were like looking at each other. I thought they killed the cities, but they came back to the cities and still drew. So I would say that match drawing money didn't surprise me, but the fact they came back a month later and they didn't kill the cities, I was surprised because I thought this is just like, what are they thinking? And as it turned out, maybe they knew more than me. Maybe the right thing to do with Andre the Giant was at that point in time was a 30-second. It probably was.
Well, what did they come back with?
He couldn't do anything anymore.
They didn't come back with a rematch, did they?
Yeah, they came back with rematches, and they did DQs in like 7 minutes. And
wasn't that during the time where they were running almost triple shots on the weekends? Running like 8-9 shows a week?
Yeah, they did. When they did the now I saw one of the comebacks where they did the 7-minute match. Now that was hideous.
People are probably, man, we should.
Andre the Giant
was 30-second match again.
Yeah, Andre was basically almost wheelchair bound by then. He could barely stand up, and Ultimate Warrior was obviously great at carrying matches. Wow. I don't know. Carl,
I did have one more comment about explaining why Vince and Linda will ultimately get back together. It'll be the same explanation they give when Vince decides to hold up the XFL championship and then fold the league. He doesn't owe us an explanation. All right, thanks for your shows, guys. Bye.
Okay, you're very welcome. Any other calls? We're going to go to emails. Okay, what is Jim Ross's age? God, I had that in the, I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm thinking about 50-ish. When I did the Hall of Fame thing, I had his birthday, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. But, yeah, late 40s, maybe 50. Are all of HBK's trainees in Memphis signed to WF developmental deals? Yes, they are. Is Shane McMahon's real name Shane Brandon or Andrew Shane McMahon? I don't know. Any chance of the Nitro Girls in the WWF? Well, Stacy Keibler would be the only one. Can you explain the recent direction of the Triple H character? He wins a 2-3 fall match against his hated enemy. He loses cleanly the Undertaker. He aligns himself with his hated enemy, and then he wins Jericho's title and loses Jeff Hardy. What's up? They book week to week. That's what's up. Let's see.
Hey, Dave, I know we're running close on time. Don't forget, I want to get those Observer newsletter things in, too. So.
Why don't you do that right now?
Okay, yeah. Here we go. Real quick, also, I want to throw my addresses out there for folks. If they'll write them down real quick. Best way to order if you've got a credit card, go to kayfabemagazine.com, click on the story about this show, and go to my website and order it. If you got a pen and want to go straight to my website, it's www.angelfire.com/AL/Dragon King. That'll take you there. And also, you can get there through the Pro Wrestling Connection. We were having some problems earlier, but I'll write for them too. But here we go. 5 greatest issues ever of Wrestling Observer newsletter. Number 5, the Brian Pillman tribute issue when he died. Number 4, Andre the Giant obituary issue. Number 3, Death of a Dynasty, Kerry Von Erich from 1993. Number 2, the original Hall of Fame issue from 1996. And number 1, in my opinion, the greatest issue Observer ever was the Bruiser Brody obituary issue.
A lot of people said, to me, I would say number 3.
Really? I don't think so.
When I was done with that one, I thought that, you know what, the other one that I personally really liked was, just after finishing writing it, was the one when JYD died.
Yeah, that was a really good one. The reason I put Brody at the top is because in 1988 there was nowhere else to get that kind of insider information. I mean, you had to either get it out of the tabloids or the After mags, and that was the only place at the time to get something truthful on it. So that's why I thought it was, because by the time Junkyard Dog died, there was a proliferation of different newsletters out there and while you may not could have got the exact same thing, you could have got at least the news. The Brody thing was, that was the only place to go to get the whole real story. So that's why I
tell you about that issue, which the Bruiser Brody issue was really weird because that's before I had I guess before there was computers and everything. So I typed that one on a typewriter. And I sat in front of the typewriter from like 7 o'clock at night to midnight and did not even have a first sentence. I just sat in front of the typewriter. And then at midnight, I came up with the lead, whatever it was, which I don't remember. And from midnight to 4 a.m. on a Saturday night, I did that issue with like no rewrite, no editing, no nothing.
Wow.
And when I did it, I didn't know if it was going to be good or bad. And when I came back, I mean, most of the reaction, 90% of the reaction was really, really good. And at the time, it was like the first like issue that I did that I thought was really, really good. It was because it was the first obituary. We never did one like that before.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of people who were just going like, how could you devote 7 pages of our issue, to one story? And what about all the other news? I was amazed at again, that 10% of criticism.
Wow.
Now, if when somebody dies, if I devote, like with Owen Hart, when Owen Hart died, I mean, there's nobody complained about that.
Yeah.
Hey, I do want to throw out real quick, the people who order the book do get a free copy of the Dragon King Update Report newsletter. I don't know which issue you'll get, but you will definitely get one with the book, so good chance to check it out, too.
Okay, we are just about out of time. I just want to read one more email about Shawn Michaels from John, who goes, was Shawn Michaels supposed to drop the title Sid the night he lost his smile? Yes. If so, then why? Because they were not booking smart that year. What would have been his role in WrestleMania 13 if everything went as planned? He would have wrestled Bret Hart in the match that Steve Austin ended up in, and he would have lost that match, which is why his knee didn't recover until about a month later. I can't see them choosing Sid over Shawn for the WrestleMania title defense, and let me tell you something. Neither could I when that happened, and looking back 4 years, I am absolutely dumbfounded that anyone faced with the decision-making in February of 1997 of the long-awaited Bret Hart-Shawn Michaels rematch, which or Undertaker and Sid as the WrestleMania main event, that they picked Undertaker and Sid, and they did 237,000 buys for that WrestleMania, which was horrible for a WrestleMania. I mean, it was like WCW did like 7 pay-per-views that outdid WrestleMania that year, including the uncensored from that same month. And the reason is because they decided that the big guys are what draws money, and Bret and Shawn were not. And it turned out it didn't really matter anyway because, Shawn wasn't there anyway. Shawn wasn't there for the show anyway. So what does it matter? Maybe they made the right decision. Maybe they knew that Shawn wasn't going to do the job for Bret, and they were actually right. And he was going to bail out on him, and at least they had to get the belt off him as soon as possible. And maybe they figured they could get him to do it for Sid, and he'd never do it for Bret, and he didn't do it for Sid anyway. So what the hell? Anyway, that's all the time that we have. Karl, I want to thank you very much for doing the show today.
Yeah, I enjoyed it greatly.
And I'd love to talk to you some more about this stuff because I love talking about wrestling history.
Sure, man. I'm open anytime.
So we'll do this again, and we're going to have Shelton Benjamin from Ohio Valley Wrestling here tomorrow, so we'll see everybody at 5. Yada.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're finishing up the week here on Wrestling Observer Live. We've got Brian Alvarez, Figure 4 Weekly, who's going to be here, as well as Chris Pope will be here in about a half an hour. We'll be talking about his book, which is the Encyclopedia of Pro Wrestling, the Good, the Bad, and the Collectible. It's kind of an encyclopedia. It'll be coming out next month. We'll be talking to him about how to get the book, what's in the book. I have not seen the book, so I can't really comment on it at all. But he'll be up in a little while. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Brian, I guess we could start. We'll start with Eric Bischoff is now involved with Matt Rats, which I actually pretty much expected since when he went up to Calgary, and the connection with Jason Hervey and Mandalay Sports and everything. He's going to be the vice president. He's going to be in charge of trying to get financing, trying to make the business deals, which is actually something he's good at. Creative. I don't even really know if booking actually fits into this thing. You know, the one thing with the Matt Rats is the booking could be really stupid and it probably won't hurt it, and it could be really smart and it probably won't help it because it's being marketed to teenage girls. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Actually, we should probably talk to Eric Bischoff about it at some point. But anyway, that's the big announcement by Eric Bischoff. I don't know if he said anything about it, but I mean, they released it yesterday, the Matt Rats people, that he's going to be doing that. Any comments on that?
I just hope the thing flies. I mean, you know, we've talked about the downsides to it, just the fact that the audience that it's marketed towards is an audience that I don't know if it can really help the thing, you know, get huge or anything like that. But, you know, it's something new. It's like you were talking about earlier. I don't think the booking is such a big deal because the whole thing is based around all the high flying and everything like that. And I think that if it's an audience that wants to just see the high flying, they're not going to care so much about the soap opera. Plus, with WWF, you know, there's a lot of people that are just pretty much plain sick of soap operas. So I guess we'll see what happens, and if Bischoff's behind it and Mandelay's behind it. The one thing is, I'm at least happy that a lot of these guys are going to make some money off this while they're still young, because
if they are,
and I just hope that some of them save it, because
if they are, there's no guarantee that they're going to make money.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll make a little bit of something, better than $25 a night or something like that. But you know,
that's true.
I don't think it's going to be like huge money or anything like that. But it's something for them to do.
The thing with this concept, though, is that I really believe that it's something that if you put it out on tour, will not draw at all.
Yeah.
I mean, and I watched the TV pilot that they did, and I mean, and we've talked about this on the show before. The announcing was excellent. Morinall is a really good announcer. The action is really good. They do short matches. There's no psychology to them, but they're short matches with incredible moves. The launching pad thing, which is basically this thing on the top of the ring post, I think is a great idea, and will probably end up being done on innovated and used on indie shows throughout the United States. Probably once people start seeing this, because it allows for more high-flying moves. But I don't know. Touring wrestling and making money touring wrestling is very, very difficult anyway, under the best of circumstances. And but this doesn't lend to it because it's appealing to such a narrow demographic group. Basically teenagers. If it's put on it as a TV product, it's going to have to be like Saturday morning fare, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the upside is it is a new concept, and I don't know.
It is. Yeah.
I don't know what they can do with it. If they don't get TV, it's going to just be, what can they really do?
It won't exist without TV. It's TV product.
Yeah. So but these guys are young, and it's exposure for them. And the one downside is it's the whole. All these guys are 21 years old and under, and they're not going to have anybody in there that can really teach them how to work. So what these guys can do now is pretty much, as far as like having an actual wrestling match, is probably about as good as they're going to get. I mean, I'm sure that the high spots can get a lot better, and I'm sure that there are going to be some high spots that are invented there that have probably never been done before. But as far as like becoming good all-around wrestlers, which is what you need to be to make it to WWF or WCW, I think it's one of the hindrances there is the fact that everyone's just so young, and that's what they're keeping it as.
It's not going to be the best training ground for WWF, put it that way.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying there. Because the guys, that's the style that they will all learn to work is not a style that you're going to go to WWF and work.
Yeah.
Let's see, SmackDown, I guess we could talk about that. SmackDown did a 4.2 rating, which actually is pretty decent considering pretty tough competition last night. And I don't know, I made a big mistake last night. After the show was over, I watched the EMLL video, pay-per-view from March 30th. and then I watched SmackDown, and I should have done it in the other order, because after watching that pay-per-view and, the emotion in it, and I just, enjoyed every single match, I watched SmackDown, and it was just I didn't hate anything. Well, I take that back. I didn't hate
a couple
much.
of pretty horrible things on that show.
China
I didn't think the main event was anywhere near as bad as I kind of expected it to be. I mean, at least they got heat on Kane for a while, but the one thing I hated was, the reason they got heat on him was because he had been injured earlier and he had one arm, and then he's making his comeback with one arm. He's beating up the tag champs with one arm, and of course they did the deal at the end where everyone's bawling outside and Undertaker pinned Christian, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, with Undertaker just, destroying them both and pinning them clean, but he did pin him clean, but I think overall it was a little bit better than I expected.
It was still 5-on-2.
It wasn't a burial. How about that?
No, it wasn't a burial, but it was still 5-on-2, and, the key heels in that thing were not Edge and Christian, but Austin and Triple H. And, Rhino just got, Rhino did the run, and he got laid out, although he got the hardcore title earlier in that fluke, thing in early
Which
in the
was
show.
a total fluke. He just got squashed.
Yeah. And I thought the match itself was better than I expected it to be. Although Undertaker, there was one segment, it would have been in the early part of the show, where Undertaker was brawling with Edge and Christian over the rail, where he just looked so old.
Yeah.
And when this was, when the hardcore title situation thing, China was very weird, and I think that they're booking her to get her not over right now.
They got to be booking her to be a heel.
Well, it looked like subtle heel, but an interesting heel though. Kind of cocky that it all went to her head and stuff. Which
especially when they do that Molly Holly interview first, where she's trying for all the world to be the cutest person in the entire world, and they immediately cut to China.
Golly gosh, Molly Holly.
This creature looking in the mirror. Oh my God.
Yeah. The thing on Monday night on Raw, they had, I think it was Monday night on Raw. It was the weirdest thing because they had Molly Holly was in there, and there's this woman holding up this sign that says Molly is a hottie, and I'm just going, and they flash right on it, and I go, this is a little bit too weird for me this week. What are you gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. I thought the WCW thing. I think that one of the problems among many with WCW is WCW has a very negative image. Yes. And John Muse was actually the one on this show who really, way before they went out of business, pretty much explained it really, really well as far as the name brand WCW has always come up short in every single situation. It's always been made to be the fool's promotion. And to me last night, when I saw Vince and Shane there, Vince so totally overpowered Shane as far as in the scene. I mean, Shane, and then, I'm not talking about the outsmarting storyline scripting, but throwing that in as well. You have this thing where WCW just looked like it was being run by, just another clod that Vince is going to manipulate around pretty easily.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the way that they should be presenting the WCW brand right now because, unfortunately, it already has a negative image.
Yeah, that name just being mentioned still gets that violently negative reaction on TV. And even though Shane's supposed to be a babyface, every time they mention WCW, there's everyone boos and they're angry to hear the name, and I don't know. I felt bad for Big Show last night, because here's this guy coming out, and I know he probably brings a lot of it on himself by not getting in better shape, but he comes out, Vince rails on him as the biggest disappointment in the history of the World Wrestling Federation.
And he believes it too.
Oh yeah. And then they go to
paying
the
guy so much
of Vince showing, from a year ago, Shane making fun of Big Show for about 3 straight minutes, just clip after clip after clip. And at the end you just realize what a goof this Big Show is. And then of course he turns on Shane McMahon and we get a match between the two, which I cannot possibly look forward to, but I just kind of felt sorry for the guy. It's like, hey, you're getting buried by Vince, you're getting buried by Shane, getting buried because you're fat. Oh well. I guess there's a lesson to be learned there.
Yeah. Well, it's not like they haven't told him privately and publicly what he needs to do. And here it is months later, and he didn't do it. I can't feel sorry for him. If he had gotten, I could feel sorry for Mark Henry, okay? And Mark Henry probably, ability-wise, does not deserve, from a wrestling ability standpoint, to be in the WWF. There's so many guys that are better. But Mark Henry, he went out there and he lost whatever it is, 80 pounds or something like that. He lost a lot of weight. And, Big Show was sent there to do the same thing. And he may have lost some weight, but he didn't lose a lot of weight. He certainly didn't get to 375 like they wanted him to. And, they brought him back. And ever since he came back, whatever weight loss he was doing has certainly stopped. And it's probably starting to reverse.
Yeah. The weird thing about wrestling is, in the context of a fake storyline, you can actually bury a person in real life, and it's all part of the show.
It's that, what's the word? Someone explained that, used terminology to me over the weekend. It's that ribbing on the square. Ribbing on the square, that was the term.
Yes.
Where you act like, this is just a work, but everyone in the world knows that every single word is real. Mm-hmm. But it's being done as part of a storyline, so you're not supposed to get mad about it, about what these people are saying about you, even though, quite frankly, they mean every word of it.
Yeah.
So anyway.
And I don't know if that has anything to do with the departure of Jerry Lawler, but I never noticed this before, but lately they have been making out Brian Christopher to be the world's biggest jackass. I
don't think it has anything to do with Jerry Lawler. I think that's just the gimmick
coincidental that all of a sudden he's got this speaking role and he's come across as an idiot.
I think he would have had the same speaking role and come across the same way. Because he kind of before, he was kind of still doing the same stuff. He just didn't get as much airtime.
Yeah.
And I personally don't think it has anything to do with Lawler. In fact, I think, if anything, he's getting more airtime because of Lawler to try to show that, by giving him more airtime, act like an idiot, that, we don't hold we don't hold a grudge against you because, your father left, type of a thing.
Okay.
That's what I think. New Japan announced that Yuji Nagata's opponent for the Fukuoka Dome show on May the 5th will be Rainy Martinez. And if you don't know who Rainy Martinez is, that's okay, because no one else does either. He actually did one UFC show in 1998, I think. I actually remember it against Jerry Bolander. Jerry Bolander beat him in like a minute very easily. And why he should be against the #1 contender for the world's title on a Fukuoka Dome show on a primetime special is totally beyond me. Now, I had been told a couple days ago that they might announce an opponent for Yuji Nagata that's a fake opponent, in that they'll eventually announce someone else. So hopefully that's the case, because...
Why?
Why? I don't,
To slow the ticket sales?
I know, really. I know, it's funny, it's like, WWF can get away with this kind of stuff because the fact is WWF tickets sell really good, but these other companies, like every other company in wrestling, with no exceptions, they actually have to work for selling tickets. So this thing of like holding secrets and things like that is so stupid. Like the thing with one was really bad was 0-1 the other day, and maybe it was like just last minute negotiations, but they didn't announce the main event of their show. And that was Misawa and Takeshi Rikio against Naoya Ogawa and Kazunari Murakami. Their pay-per-view on Wednesday. I don't think they announced the main event until Monday. And it's like, WWF may be able to get away with 2 weeks before the show getting the main event out there and still doing good buy rate because it's WWF. But where pay-per-view is in its infancy, you can't go in there and announce a pay-per-view 2 days ahead of time and expect to get any kind of buys or sell tickets to an arena show when you don't announce the main event until 2 days before. I don't understand the mentality there.
Yeah.
We got a poll question result. This is pretty overwhelming. Actually, this is about as overwhelming a result of a poll question that we have ever had. This is, are Chris Benoit, Chris Jericho, or Kurt Angle ready for true main event status? That's like that, not that fake main event, but real main event status. 8% said only Kurt Angle, 4% said only Chris Benoit, 1% said only Chris Jericho, 86% said at least 2, if not all 3, and 1% said none of them, which, by the way, all came from New Hampshire.
That was Triple H. Voting repeatedly.
And his mom, yes. Today's question for the weekend is, what did you think of SmackDown? A, excellent, B, good, C, average, D, bad, and E, awful. By the way, on any other news to get to?
I think that's it.
Okay. The EMLL pay-per-view, like I said, I enjoyed every match. You know what surprised me is how much I enjoyed the Perro Aguayo match. It was, I guess part of it is there was so much heat, and they really worked hard. Perro Aguayo did one tope, he did one, it was sort of like a dive off the apron. It wasn't particularly good, but it's like for an immobile guy. He did
jumped.
as good. What? He got off the ground.
Got in the air.
He got in the air. I mean, he did far more than you will ever see Hulk Hogan do in any 10 matches. And, Perro's a lot more crippled up than Hogan. And Universo, who's terrible, he did pretty good. The crowd heat was unbelievable because, I mean, just watching it, and having watched Perro Aguayo for God knows how many years, but, I mean, I remember watching Perro Aguayo 20 years, here in California, God, in the 70s. So I've been watching this guy forever, on and off. And, it's supposed to be his last match, and the people believe it's his last match, even though, of course, it's not. It never will be. But watching this guy get his head knocked out, head shaved, and watching this crowd reaction, I mean, it was really, like, they had some really good matches on the undercard, and the main event, from an emotional standpoint, blew them all away. But the match for the Infernales name, that was really good. Some of those guys, Rencor Latino's really good, Mr. Niebla's great, Shocker, great workers. Just so many great workers there, and, I don't know. Luckily, they didn't have any of those ex-WCW guys there because I probably would have cried, like I always do when I watch, Silver King or something like that in New Japan, and you just go, how come he did none of this in WCW? And you know the answer, so.
Yeah. Did you see the footage from EMLL of them having the referee in the ring explain the proper way to do the Martinet?
Martinende? I heard about it. I did not see it. I haven't watched. I watched bits and pieces of the thing since it's on Tuesdays, and I don't tape it. I mean, I usually, for whatever reason, end up watching a lot more AAA.
Mm-hmm. It's just funny to watch them. They were working so hard to put this over as this was like a real legit injury to this guy, and having the doctor right there, the X-rays of somebody's neck. I don't think it was Aguayo's, but someone screwed up.
It might have been. Hey, look, the guy's been taking bumps for 30 years. I'm sure if you X-rayed his neck, it would look hideous.
Yeah, I guess that's true. So, and I'm just thinking, look at all the injury angles in WCW that not only did they not make a big deal out of, but like we talked about yesterday, sometimes they didn't even show a replay of them.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Their idea of an injury angle was that garbage that Vince Russo did. Remember?
The what?
Where Vince Russo claimed that he had what did he claim he had? Remember when they took him off TV when he had the concussion? And they did this big injury angle. The brainurism, that was Ric Flair when he had that other. That's another story.
Oh yes, his heart attack or whatever the hell he had.
No.
The ear imbalance.
The unbalanced ear, right, when he fell down. And then his pulse was racing and everything. Yeah. No, this was the one after that when Vince Russo got taken off TV and they did that skit. And remember they had like brain surgery or something. They tried to act like
yeah.
Oh God. Oh. No, that's why. That is why. There's your answer right there. Last night, and I know that you already know this, okay, Brian, but last night it was a letter, or was it a letter or was it a booking idea that somebody mailed me that I emailed to you, and I started reading this thing, and the light bulb flashed, and it was like, Vince Russo ruined wrestling. I mean, he really did. This is the plan as of this morning as far as WCW goes, and it will probably change. I did this. This is so funny. I mean, I did this, detailed article in the Observer on Tuesday on where WCW was, talked to everyone over the weekend, status of different people, the whole bit, right? So mailed out on Wednesday, and when it's mailed out on Wednesday, it's actually accurate. And by the time everyone gets it, it's all changed again. I mean, but anyway, what happened was the decision has been made now, and this could change again, to do the TV tapings on Wednesdays as opposed to Saturdays. They've canceled all of the dates. There actually are no Wednesdays booked yet. They would like to start in mid-June, but it could be in July. And basically, I talked to Vince McMahon's office, and they said that the reason that we're not more specific is because Vince is not specific. I mean, it's like it's all being decided. Nothing is decided. Nothing is for sure. The 11-to-1 time slot on TNN on Saturday night is likely, but it's also not for sure. They don't have a start date officially. Jim Ross is down in Atlanta meeting with various people about stuff. But anyway, the situation is that the production people, I guess, were very, very unhappy. And I guess it's a lot better for the fans. It's a lot better financially to run these tapings on Saturday nights because, one, you probably will draw more people to a show on a Saturday night than on a Wednesday. Wednesday's a very tough night to draw, especially for a product
Monday
like
used to be.
If you have a hot product, it'll draw no matter what. And if you have a cold product, it's not going to draw on a Saturday. That's true. But all things being equal, Saturday is easier. Okay? Mm-hmm. Especially for something like this. Also, it would be, if it's taped on a Saturday, It's kind of, it's more immediate, although I don't think that's really a big factor for television at all. The fact that, I don't think SmackDown's ratings go up or down based on the fact that it's live or taped, because when Raw used to be taped, the ratings on the tape shows actually were higher than the live shows, so that doesn't really matter. But, and also it's cheaper because if you're flying people in for one show, you get the Saturday night stay over, and it's just a lot cheaper. However, the production people who are going to handle the show that work for WWF, Saturday is like the only day they really have off, because Sunday they got to do Heat, Monday they got to do Raw, Tuesday they got to do SmackDown, and the idea of then during the week they got to prepare for all these shows. So really, those people, the only day that a lot of them had for their families was Saturday, and they were very, very unhappy about losing their Saturday nights, which I can imagine. I actually talked to some people during the week about the idea of if you're a wrestler, it's no big deal because wrestlers always work Saturday nights. But the people who aren't wrestlers who were realizing that if they work in production, it was actually production jobs for that show, that they would never have another Saturday night. And, if you're married, that could be bad. But anyway, it's going to be on Wednesday as of this moment. On Monday, it may be back to Saturday. So that's where it all stands. And start date, there is no start date officially, but timetable, like we said, sometime in June or July is what the hopeful timetable is. And that actually, I would suspect, would be finalized by the middle of the week. Let's see, what else do we have here? Is Simon Diamond's WWF developmental deal confirmed yet? Simon Diamond started this week for Memphis Championship Wrestling. He was told, and Don Marie went there with him, they were told that if they went down there, there's a good chance they would get a developmental deal. I don't believe they've actually signed one yet, but I think there's a good shot that they will get one. Let's see. Is Murray Hopper, who was just released, Bo or Jacked Up? Do you know which one that is?
That's a good question. I've been wondering for about 3 weeks.
I think it's Jack. I think. I could be wrong. Because are Hardcore Holly and Barbara Bush married? Yes, I believe they are. Do you know for sure?
Married? I don't know for sure about married.
Yeah. I don't know for sure either. I try not to know these things. But anyway, are Luger and Liz still a couple? Luger's married. I don't know if she is anymore, and not to her. Ken Shamrock and Ryan Shamrock, yes, they are. Billy Kidman and Tori Wilson, I'm pretty sure, yes, they are as well.
Not married, just together.
Together, right. So he said still couples, yeah. How old is Simon Diamond? I don't know how old Simon Diamond is. I think about 30, 31. Does that sound right? I think I read it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Did the AWA fold or go bankrupt? It folded. Let's see. What have your experiences been like when you have talked to Roddy Piper? I ask because shows I've seen him on make me embarrassed to be a wrestling fan with his dumb-ass remarks. When he was on Politically Incorrect, it was a good example of stupidity. What are your thoughts on him? Roddy's a very interesting character, and I don't know what else to say. Another Roddy Piper one. I saw on Roddy Piper's website that he has a book out, and it's called If You're Gonna Die, Kid, Die in the Ring. It's good for business. Do you think this title's in bad taste in respect to Owen Hart and his family? I think that the title makes a point that he wants to make in his book about how callous wrestling promoters are, and I think that's the theme of his book. I don't consider that title in bad taste. I actually consider it kind of a cool title, to be honest.
I don't think the book's out yet, is it?
I don't believe so.
I thought he was writing it.
Yeah. I'm sick and tired of people talking about how Chris Jericho should be the next WWF main eventer. The fact is, Vince McMahon likes big guys. Chris Jericho's not a big guy. Nor is he tempted to gain muscle to make him look bigger. He has definitely attempted to gain muscle to make him look bigger. If you want him to gain any more muscle, do you want him to get cancer? Come on, don't say stupid things like that. He's not a big guy. He's not naturally a big guy. He's not unnaturally a big guy. He's just not going to be tall. But I hate it when people I don't mind when people knock guys' physiques that clearly don't go to the gym. But when guys clearly are going to the gym all the time, training hard, and they're just doing the best their genetics can give them and more, and then they get knocked because they don't look like Hunter, that's so screwed, It just gets me so mad because all you're doing is saying, hey, why don't you take more steroids and growth hormone? You're not big enough,
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, at least Benoit and Angle have added muscle mass to their bodies. Repeat what I just said. Let's see. I have 4 candidates that can be claimed for the... Okay. Anyway, let's see.
One thing I was noticing at the end of SmackDown that kind of worried me was the very last scene going off the air is Undertaker down in the ring, Kane standing there looking angry, and then Hunter and Austin looking back at him, and I thought, this is like 3 years ago. Same guys. Same guys on top.
Well, Hunter's
maybe not so
only
much Hunter. But it's the same faces.
Oh yeah, Steve Austin, Undertaker, and Kane. Remember that feud? God, that feud took forever. I mean, and it did great business until they ran it into the ground, and now, but now it's new again. Just, Undertaker's not new enough, and Kane's a big guy, but I don't know. I mean, and I don't dislike him, but I
have nothing against Kane. He's a big guy and he tries hard, but I just don't see him as like a top guy.
He rarely has good matches. Very rare. I mean, he often has average matches. Sometimes has good matches. Almost. When was the last great Kane match? There probably never was.
Damn good question.
I think I remember.
Maybe when he interfered in that Michaels Undertaker match.
Yeah, I think I remember him having some decent ones with Austin, but I don't remember him having good ones with.
Remember
with
he
Hunter,
even had bad ones with Benoit.
Yeah, he was the one. He did not have a good one with Benoit.
Those guys did not work well together at all.
He nearly killed him. I don't remember. Chris Pope's on the line. We'll get to him in just a second. I know that his matches with Angle. The one I remember seeing one live. It was hideous. It was terrible. It was one of the worst. Undertaker and Kane had the worst matches that Angle had all of last year, I think. Anyway, Chris Pope is on the line. Chris, how are you doing today?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing really good.
All right, are you in the studio together?
No.
Oh, okay. It sounds like you guys are in the studio together.
Yeah,
I'm at Dave's house.
Okay. Oh, at Dave's house. Okay. With dogs barking.
Only if Shamrock shows up.
Okay.
Chris, I have not seen your book.
No one has, Dave. It hasn't come out yet. It comes out at the end of May.
Okay. Of course, I saw the first one, which was talking about collectibles. Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about the first book and a little bit about, basically you're doing a series of books on wrestling collectibles.
Correct, yeah. The first one was Pro Wrestling Collectibles. I mean, it gets as straight as it gets, and it was basically designed to be kind of an introduction into this whole new phenomenon of wrestling collectibles, and we kind of went from the beginning to the end of, basically everything that's out there that someone can get their hands on and what it might be worth, and to try to add to that some of the history of wrestling, and that whole idea kind of is tied into this next project that we did. And when the publisher came to us and gave us the go-ahead to get another opportunity to write something, they threw this idea at us about doing something that traces more of the history than we got to do in the first book. So when they gave us this idea to kind of chronicle the first 100 years of wrestling, as we started to sit down and work on that and kind of hash out the idea, basically what we came up with was to chronicle as much as we could within the time and space that we have to basically reintroduce people to the first 100 years of wrestling. Basically not the first 100 years of wrestling, but from the early 1900s all the way to the current day, and try to tie with that some collectibles and whatnot. But this book really is more of a history book than it is just a showcase of the collectibles market.
Oh, really? History book. The thing about history is it's really weird about wrestling history is that up until the last, 5-6 years, there's been some history, largely tales told by people that get passed around from generation to generation, which means by the time we get them, they're probably so exaggerated and wrong.
Right.
And there actually has been, what I was going to say, in the last 5 or 6 years, there's been some people like Gary Will and J. Michael Kenyon and these guys that have really actually gone back and then there's a lot of them that have researched history, and a lot has been uncovered in the last 6 years that had been, from the previous 94 years or so, or most of the 94 years that was never there. But nevertheless, it's like what they're uncovering is newspaper clippings from the era. And the scary part of it is that, we all look at newspaper stories today on wrestling and we go, man, these are clueless.
These are horrible.
Right.
I know, and I'm just thinking so we're learning, wrestling history is so impossible because, everyone is dead, and the people who wrote the stories had no clue because people have no clue about wrestling.
Right.
And the wrestlers who probably would be the most accurate versions because they were on the inside, or the promoters, are 90% dead, and then the only ones who are alive, like Lou Thez, are getting stories from other wrestlers, which may, even if he's telling the truth as he heard the story, that doesn't mean that the way he heard the story was
truth.
Right.
Yeah, he heard it from an old wrestler who's telling him about, we went here and we did this with this girl and we did this with this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just tales that get changed through the years, correct, right.
Right. You know, kind of like the tales that we get told.
Those are, that's part of the myth. Right. That's part of the myth of professional wrestling. You know, there's so many things that people just don't really understand. I mean, the whole concept of, take one thing, for instance, the concept of the NWA. Nobody really can accurately say what date was when the belt was changed, and when it changed over to WCW, and every book that I've ever read on wrestling, any attempt that's ever been made has really screwed that part of history up. And part of our attempt at doing this project was to try to set the record straight in that sense. I mean, we're certainly not, J. Michael Kenyon is a great example. I've been reading his stuff on the internet for a while now, and it's fascinating. And, we don't go to the lengths that he does. We have a certain number of pages that we can talk about wrestling with, but, that's kind of the idea, where we're trying to basically set the record straight. And we know that our market right now is our new wrestling fans. I mean, we don't deny that. So one of our thoughts was to try to reintroduce history to a lot of these new fans, to kind of get them to understand that there were people before Triple H and Steve Austin and The Rock. And this book
Not Triple H, though.
What's that?
Nothing.
No, right. Nobody came before him, right?
Not after him.
I mean, the idea of the book is kind of to draw a circle. I mean, I don't want to get too touchy-feely or anything, but it basically creates a circle that shows you that, Frank Gotch, Kurt Angle didn't come, just from off the tree. He came from someone like Frank Gotch, and we try to bridge the gap in that sense and show what happened between then and now, and just try to introduce that.
A lot happened.
Right. And then and with that, throw in some collectibles, and show people what things they could have bought back then, or what collectors are finding now from that time, and it's a pretty fun read.
Hey, what's the Danny Hodge Sports Illustrated worth?
That one is worth about close to $100 right now.
$100, okay.
Yeah.
I hope
and that was that was a pretty special issue. It was the first time a wrestler was ever on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Since then they've had Hogan made the cover in the early '80s, and for diehard collectors, those two covers, really kind of cemented in people's minds the legitimacy of wrestling, and for a long time wrestling was kind of a cult thing and never really got any mainstream publicity, but when a mainstream magazine like Sports Illustrated kind of legitimizes your hobby or your sport by putting someone from that sport on their cover, that's why it has become such a popular item.
How recent are the latest collectibles? Is it like up through the late 90s, or?
Pardon me?
When does something become collectible?
Well, I mean, generally a rule of thumb in any collecting, and not just wrestling collecting, but in any type of hobbies, collecting, whatnot, really anything less than 10 years old is just speculative, and you really can't pinpoint what something would be worth until at least 10 years expire. So right now you're seeing a pretty hot market on eBay and these online auction sites for things like the early action figures that the WWF and the AWA released in the early 80s. Those are, the prices for those right now are just phenomenal. I mean, some of a collection that was just sold on eBay for the early Remco dolls, the AWA dolls, and they have $1 is selling for $200 to $300 a piece.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Vern could make a lot of money if he just put like all the stuff he's got in his they never sold out there.
probably make the most money he's made in about the last 10 years. Yeah.
A lot of the old promoters that didn't make any money, if they had saved their videos.
Right.
That's my advice for everyone promoting wrestling. Save your videos. You'll make your money back someday.
Well,
someday there will be a market for those videos.
It's so funny that you bring that up, because I was just talking to a friend yesterday about that same thing, that Vince kind of has this corner on the market now. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that when he bought WCW, the video library that he has goes all the way back to the early TBS days, I would guess. Don't you think?
We don't know exactly how far it goes. It goes back to the 80s for sure. I don't think it has anything from the. I don't think they saved anything from the 70s. Because when it came to that period, you know how the wrestling promoters were. I mean, like, Vern obviously saved a lot of his tapes, but most of the promoters saved very, very little. And it's funny because, like, in Japan on Samurai, those things are worth a lot of money now. You know, Samurai's paying big money for, you know, like, if they could you imagine, like, some of those old Kiel Auditorium matches?
Right.
But Mushnick never allowed TV cameras in because he thought that, like, you know, hey, we don't televise our house shows. But those matches today, you know, I mean, in the 60s and the 70s, I mean, in the 80s, I mean, those matches would be worth a fortune on the Japanese market and probably worth something on the American market as well.
Well, Vince is so smart in my mind because my guess is that he would probably guess at least some of the Crockett days. I would imagine some of the TBS stuff the Crockett stuff that was on TBS. I mean, and you can tell that he's positioning himself to have the internet be the sole provider of all his content. You know, once the technology is there where, you know, you or I can just log onto the computer and swipe our credit card through and get a pay-per-view, so he doesn't have to go through, you know, these big pay-per-view companies. That's what he's positioning himself for and archiving these videos. But the sad thing is that a lot of these old promoters, even guys like Vern and, you know, even I know for a fact some of the stuff in Memphis, they just used to, even as early as 5 years ago, they were still taping over it. You know, I was down in Memphis one time and we saw Larry Burton, and we went into his apartment.
That was scary.
Yeah, it was.
I admit,
Mike Samples and Flash Flanagan were there, and we're just sitting there, and they're doing the promos for Louisville and Evansville and whatnot, and they're taping over, you know, what I would consider priceless tapes. I mean, you know, like a Funk and Lawler match or something like that, and they're just, you know, taping over it to send their syndication
out. Oh, that's
out.
so stupid.
Oh, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, for 3 or 4 years ago, that's stupid. I mean, when they used to do that every week in the 70s, but nobody knew in the 70s. And a few years ago, they should have known better than that.
Right, and Vern did the same thing when he was in his dying days and he was trying to, you know, cut the budget as much as he could in the early 90s. He did the same thing. It was, you know, taping in Rochester, Minnesota, and taping over his old stuff. And fortunately, he had saved a lot of it.
Tape?
What's that?
How much is a tape?
One of those tapes, it's like $50 for those kind of tapes. They're not like the dollar tapes that we buy.
I know, but still, you got to be. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, he's got a lot of his stuff, and you know, some of the AWA materials they're re-airing it on satellite right now. But you know, there's so much stuff out there that, you know, if you think about, you know, old LA territory or where you are, Dave, and you know, Portland,
there's almost no old San Francisco tapes. I'm sure Don Owens didn't save any of those Oregon tapes of like, you know, Roddy Piper and Buddy Rose, which, you know, I mean, I don't know if there'd be a huge market for it, but someday.
Well, I certainly think there'd be a market where they can make some money at it. I mean,
someday you'd be something where you can make money. Yeah. Let's see.
By the way, just look at the differences with Vern taping over videotapes while WCW losing $60 million, destroying $50,000 video cameras.
Not a lot of foresight there.
As usual, there should be something like a happy medium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, this way we go from the penny pinching days of,
they can destroy a videotape instead.
At least when Vince does it, you know, he saved, like when they destroyed that Corvette, at least he saved it and put it in his museum or, you know, whatever
he used all that for the museum.
Yeah, but okay.
Like the access deal.
Okay, here's the thing. Vince McMahon last year made $87 million in profits. This year he's not going to make nearly as much, although if he didn't have the XFL, he'd actually have made more.
Mm-hmm.
But Vince McMahon still this year will make, $29 million in profit. Okay?
Right.
So whatever he does, if he wants to throw money away and he still makes $29 million in profit, then that's cool.
Yeah.
But somebody who's losing $60 million to be bashing up cars for 1 second of airtime, you know, that's just plain dumb.
Well, they were still living in the time where they were still living like they were making money hand over fist. You know, they still believed that they were the promotion that that had the NWO and they could basically do whatever they wanted each week. And unfortunately, their bank book wasn't showing that.
There would be a time if, I was running the company where they were going you're starting to lose money. I would start thinking, okay, let's try to preserve the bottom line while not gutting the product itself.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they gutted the product itself while wasted money on these ridiculous things that meant nothing.
Right.
They thought that fans, a brief glimpse of dropping a car, is more valuable than a wrestler's contract. And they made those decisions because they cut guys because they needed them,
It's shock
whatever.
TV.
shock. Yeah.
What is
Anyway.
it, Crash TV?
Crash. The
Didn't
ratings
they release
crashed.
Crowbar that same week that Canyon dumped over the limousine?
Yes.
We should have
They did.
brought that up yesterday. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. We did bring it up when it happened. Many times. I want to mention real quick that you can pre-order Chris's book, Eddie Yada. You can click on the shopping link on the media player, so you guys can pre-order the book. Let's see. This is from Jim, who goes, do the writers who do TV actually write out a screenplay for each show, or do they come up with some basic outlines that they tell the wrestlers? I mean, they basically write a script, you know. I mean, it's not necessarily word for word. I mean, WCW was word for word on the interviews, which is why the interviews sounded like bad acting. With WWF, I mean, the guys who are good wrestlers are pretty much, the guys who are good talkers. I mean, they're pretty much given, okay, these are the bullet points, and they frame them the way they do it. It's not scripted word for word what you're going to say, but you kind of go over it. But I mean, as far as, it's pretty detailed.
See, that's what you need to do.
Charge too. Russo was more of the read this exactly word for word, whereas probably Bischoff is just like go talk.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. See, I mean, in scripting guys word for word, that's such a mistake. I mean, part of the mystique of wrestling is let these guys, do things off the cuff and, do what comes naturally. I mean, you don't nurture that person's character when you're telling him exactly word for word what he's got to say. The idea behind developing a character is to make this guy believe who he is, and then that person can add his own personality to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like, look at Steve Austin or Triple H or The Rock. I mean, I would not guess that their promos are done word for word. They're allowed to, add their own personality into it, and that's what makes them so special.
Okay, is it possible that sometime during the Shane McMahon Big Show match that Booker T could show up and help Shane? It's possible, but highly unlikely. We require Booker T to make 2 deals within a week, which is possible.
Yeah.
It's possible that could happen, but the odds are against it. I mean, the odds as of a week ago were against Booker T even being ready by June. So being ready by April 29th is going to really push it, but it's not impossible. This is someone who says Inoki must be stopped. Enough with this work shoot crap that Inoki is selfishly using to try to create some phony legacy, because apparently his true legacy still isn't enough to subdue his colossal ego. Actually, believe it or not, he has. While there is truth to that, Inoki has a vision of what he thinks pro wrestling should be, and let me point out that no one else in the world has that vision, but he does, and it is consistent with his vision. I actually sort of talked to him about it, and I mean. He's got that 70s mentality that we got to make it real, and the way to make it real is you have the wrestlers beat the shoot fighters, and you make the real people the guys on top, and you make it credible, and he's very tied to that thing, and that's what he's trying to do, and I don't know, I don't think it's working, but
hey Dave.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? I've been really into this Pride stuff, and I just got this tape, the Pride show that has Ken Shamrock against Fujita on it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and what was the deal with that match? Did Shamrock really give up, or was it a work, or what?
We've been trying to get Shamrock on the show for a long time to tell us that answer, and
ever since August,
shockingly, he's never showed up.
He was dominating that match. He was kicking his ass.
He was killing him. It was actually the best that Ken Shamrock ever looked in a fight against such a tough opponent, because Fujita is a real tough guy, and he was eating him alive. He nearly knocked him out 2 minutes into the fight, and he just ran out of gas.
Right.
And when he ran out of gas, he just quit. He just goes throw in the towel. Huh. I mean, it was not a work.
So maybe he was afraid that he was going to get knocked out then, and make himself look bad, if he ran out of gas like that.
I mean, I think he started. He just ran out of gas. That was just. It was very, very weird.
I thought that was a hell of a show, though.
That was great Pride. Oh yeah.
I mean, the Gracie Sakuraba match was really my introduction into Pride, and I mean that stuff just blew me away. It was great. I'm such a fan now.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this for a theory? Yes. Rainey beats Nagata.
Oh God, no! It will never happen.
Because then you could have Fujita versus Rainey for the IWGP title in a real fight.
Do you know who they're talking about putting Fujita in with at the Pride? Is Takayama from Noah. So remember I told you that they had to protect him? No, that's how they protect him. By putting him with another pro wrestler. Let's see. It says Hogan was never so megalomaniacal that he wanted to make himself out to be the world's greatest shooter. You know what? I think he did want to. It's just that it just was too silly.
He had no opportunity.
No, but when Hulk Hogan, I mean, I remember him on Jay Leno once, and this was during that period when he was he'd quit the WWF, and it was before he went back to WCW in 1994. So this is during this, what was the name of that show he did with a boat, the Superboat?
Oh, Thunder in Paradise.
Thunder in Paradise, right? Okay, so he's just during the Thunder in Paradise days. And, Hogan was out there, and Hogan was basically saying, WWF is all work, right? And he goes, now what I do is I go to New Japan, and New Japan, it's not sports entertainment, it's real sport, and they have all their Olympic athletes there, and it's really tough, but, I beat them all. He said that right on TV, and I'm going like, oh my God. So yeah, he did try to make it out like if it was real, he could beat everyone too.
And don't forget Vince beating Shamrock in the Octagon.
And he took down Angle too, remember?
Yes, he did, that's right.
Took down Angle. Imagine. Well, we just thought that the guy DuPont, who killed David Schultz, who's not the pro wrestler David Schultz, but a very famous amateur wrestler David Schultz. DuPont used to wrestle these amateur guys. He funded these guys. I mean, that's Kurt Angle. In fact, Kurt Angle was funded by DuPont. And they all learned how to lose to DuPont. So he would think, oh man, I'm a world class wrestler. I just beat like Kurt Angle. Because that was the way that they would get more money.
Yeah.
Sort of like weird prostitution, doesn't sound like? Oh. Anyway, let's see. I just discovered your show. It's excellent. I just started to watch this week's Raw. This is someone from the UK because they get it on Fridays. It really makes me wonder if the writers can keep a decent standard of work with the launch of WCW. So far tonight I have serious doubts. I hope SmackDown's better. Actually, I thought Raw was pretty darn good until the last match. And the last match was a well-worked match. It was, not a well-worked match, but it was a decent match. Just the storyline left a lot to be desired. The way it was worked left a lot to be desired. Who is Darkness Dragon? How good is he? Brian, is Darkness Dragon Brett Como?
I don't think he's Brett Como.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought it was. Okay, then I don't. If it's not, then I don't know who it is. Let's see. Could you give an example that would show why all wrestlers think Ming is so tough? Didn't he pull Jesse Barr's eye out?
Maybe it is Brett Como.
Okay.
Someone can email in.
Yeah. He pulled Jesse Barr's eye out. He bit somebody's nose off. What else has he done? I remember there was a time in Illinois where the wrestlers, they were at some bar, all the WWF wrestlers, and it got out of control. There was a big fight, and all of them were fighting. And then these cops came in, and the cops were like, tying up all the wrestlers, and there was and everything. And then these cops came after poor Ming, and it was they had all of these cops, and he's just throwing them one after the other all over the room. You know what I mean? So Ming, he was a tough guy. I mean, I don't know that he could go in the Octagon and beat Mark Coleman, but he's a tough guy.
That kind of happens less and less now, doesn't it? Where wrestlers are legitimately getting into trouble outside the matches.
I think there's two reasons for it. I think number one is the wrestlers don't have the mentality. I think that the wrestlers don't have the mentality that they have to protect the business, which in the old days, that was clearly how you were indoctrinated. If someone starts a fight with you, you better beat them up and beat them up bad, or else you're exposing the business.
Right.
And then also, I think that the fans don't look at wrestlers in the same way, because it's like a drunk guy would go, oh, I'm going to beat up one of these phony TV wrestlers. And I think that now people I think that they're such big stars that those same people would go, oh, please sign my autograph, rather than oh, I'm going to go beat you up,
Yeah, I think the last time that happened was when Shawn Michaels got into a fight up in.
Yeah, but that was different. I think that's Shawn. I think he probably rubbed somebody the wrong way. I don't think that was an out of nowhere occurrence. You know what I mean?
Right.
You hear more about fights and this behavior in WCW because they had nobody that would do anything more than suspend them over 4th of July weekend with pay. Whereas in WWF, if you get in a big fight or beat someone up and it's all over the newspapers, you're screwed.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I think the guys have so much more to lose now, like you're saying, Brian. They have so much to lose that it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Just stay away. They probably don't even have time to go out after the matches, I would think.
No, they still do. But I was going to say, it still happens. You know what? Because remember, there was that guy at Nassau that tried to pick a fight with a giant.
Mm-hmm.
Paul White.
Yeah.
And there was
that was WCW though, right?
When he was in WCW, no, but Shamrock when he was in WWF, somebody tried to do something there, and but he ended up getting sued. So I think a lot of the other wrestlers also is in the old days. I think that if a wrestler was challenged to a fight, they would salivate, look for the opportunity to pull the guy's eye out. You know what I mean? Now because of lawsuits, Yeah, but that's Scott Steiner with Paige. It's different.
Rick Steiner.
Okay. Because he's doing it with other wrestlers. Although, no, Scott Steiner, remember the Scott Steiner bar thing? He was at some bar, and it was getting out of control, and Scott Steiner beat a whole bunch of guys up. So, but...
yeah, I mean, it used to be a regular occurrence where guys like Harley Race or,
Larry the
Dutch Mantel
X-Hag.
would, every night that they would go out, someone would be looking for a fight, especially down south.
Yeah, Dick the Bruiser. I mean, Dick the Bruiser probably had 1 million of those kind of fights.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
See, I mean, it's hard to compare the legitimacy of, your toughness, when you're comparing a guy like Meng who, is a tough guy, but when you compare that to, Dick or Harley, guys who were, had to fight every night when you go out for a beer, And that's tough.
No, I mean, I remember, was it Brody, saying that, when he was, he used to get into a lot of those fights, and then when he got older, he realized that, you accomplished nothing, and then when a guy would challenge him to a fight, as he got smarter, and go you're not so tough, I could beat you up, and he would, his reaction always was, you probably could, here, let me buy you a beer. And now there was never a fight.
That's classic.
Which is probably a smart way to do it, but when he was younger, or if somebody said that to Dick the Bruiser, you know what I mean? Goes,
right.
I'm tougher than you, and it's just oh no. There we go again. Let's go to Ed in Texas. Ed, what's going on?
Yeah, Dave, what I'd like to talk about, since we're talking a little bit about history, is I want to ask about some certain legends in wrestling, and I would like for you to tell me if they're legends because they were that good, or is because they were promoted that way. And some of the legends would be, from Japan, would be Ricky Dozan, Inoki, and Baba.
Okay, well, they all own their companies. So, I mean, if you're wondering, Ricky Dozan was a tough guy. But as far as, by today's standards, none of the guys in the 50s by today's standards would be great workers. The workers evolved so much. But in the 50s, a lot of the top guys kind of got their spot because they were tough. And I don't know that Ricky Dozan was a pretty tough guy. I mean, as far as...
Well, what exactly do you mean by legend?
Well, like those three names.
Well,
they're
Ricky
the names
Dozan,
when you think of Japan. Those are the names that you think
those
of.
are the three biggest names of all time.
Yeah.
Ricky Dozan, Inoki, and Bob. What?
Are you talking about, for example, at WWF Hall of Fame, there are guys in there that they consider legends that really aren't?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, those three are definitely
John, isn't Johnny Rodz in the Hall of Fame and he was just a preliminary guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if you're talking about that, but as far as Bob and Inoki and Ricky Dozan were super, draws and legends and all that. But as far as, great technical wrestlers, Inoki, no, it was not nearly as good as his legend. Bob obviously was nowhere near as good as his legend, and obviously neither was Ricky Dozan.
Okay.
Few of them were. If you're comparing them to say Ric Flair, no, not at all.
Okay. Yeah, because before, when people would talk about Inoki, I would always think that, he was probably the greatest Japanese wrestler until I started listening to your show. And then I found out that, he wasn't.
Not in the ring. Legend-wise, him and Ricky Dozan and Baba, certainly stand up. As far as cultural names, that'd be like Hulk Hogan in our country.
Yeah.
But to a much greater degree. It would be really unfair to, when people say
they would be closer to Hogan and say Luthez.
They're closer to Hogan than Luthez, yeah. The Luthez would probably be who would be like a Luthez in Japan? Jumbo Tsuruta, maybe? Maybe Jumbo Tsuruta?
Right.
Yeah.
And also, let me switch over to Mexico. How about, what are your opinions on Mil Máscaras and El Santo?
Mil Máscaras, for his time, was, if you're talking about the early 70s, he was a phenomenon. He was a big guy with a good body who could do a lot of high flying that everyone copied. Again, by today's standards, no. If you look back at a tape now, because it's evolved so much, who else were we talking about besides Mil Máscaras?
Santo?
Santo, even Santo's friends will tell you that he was never a great. He was a good wrestler by their standards, but he was never a great wrestler. everyone will tell you that Gory Guerrero and Blue Demon were much better than Santo, but Santo was far more beloved than them. He had it. Whatever it is that makes people like. It's like he was probably like The Rock.
He's a movie star.
Yeah, he was a movie star.
Okay.
But certainly, there are guys, especially like Santo and Baba, who were, promoted that way. Whether or not they, like Baba, if he owned his company or not. But, he was popular because he was an anomaly. He was popular because he was big and
he was the Japanese giant.
Yeah, he was the Japanese giant.
A giant in a country of small people, and who was a baseball star, not a star, but a baseball player. And that's what he got. And Santo and Baba are probably, wouldn't you say they're probably the two most loved wrestlers, I would think, of all time?
Yeah.
Yeah, in their respective countries.
Just look at the funerals.
Yeah, I mean, like, Ricky Dozan maybe. I mean, because Inoki was bigger than Baba, but Baba was much more loved than Inoki. Inoki's more revered like a god, but Baba was really loved by the people. And Santo, I think, was probably more loved by the people than any wrestler ever. I would think no one ever came close to him.
But a guy like Luthez probably deserves to, stand alone, and he deserves that acclaim as, being a legend. Don't you think? I mean,
of course he does, just for his longevity, and also, he went everywhere. I mean, he was a legend, and everywhere. Like he was a star in Mexico. He was in Japan. I mean, Luthez, Ricky Dozan. To this day in Japan, everyone knows Luthez.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So and he went, England, everywhere. Let me get to a couple emails, and we'll get right to the phone calls right after this. This is from Harry Simon, who goes, not to be morbid or anything, but I just realized that today is 2 years ago to the day that Rick Rude passed away. For my money, Rick Rude was the greatest wrestler to have never won a world title. So that title that he held doesn't count? Remember that one?
Yeah, sure, the international title.
Yeah. Was that not a world title that year?
Right,
I guess it wasn't. It was. WCW. Oh, it wasn't because. Okay, when he was
because of the deal with Japan.
The NWA wouldn't approve it. The NWA wouldn't approve it, so WCW had to change it to International World Title.
Right.
Because instead of NWA. So, but when Rick Rude. They sort of called it a world title.
It was the world title. I mean, I don't think anybody really disputes that. It just had a different name.
Okay, well then he wouldn't be. Because who if not, who would you think would be the greatest wrestler who never won the world title? When I was a kid, they used to always say about Johnny Valentine. And Johnny Valentine was obviously a star for far, far longer than Rick Rude ever was, but, it's hard to compare eras.
I mean, the thing about Rick Rude was at the time, he was the company's main man and had the strap. So, it's kind of hard to dispute that, just because the name was different, that he wasn't really the world title.
But they had another world title in the company at the time, too. Because there were two of them, and they were building up to the unification, which ended up being a Hogan-Flair match. It was a Flair-Sting match that Flair won, and then Flair is unified, then lost it to Hogan in '94. That's what it was. Yeah. I mean, I would sort of say Benoit, but I know he held that title for a day. Remember he had it? So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if he'll ever get a chance to hold another world title.
Hard to say. Yeah, it is. It's from Mike Johnson, who goes, I hate dumbass guys that write in and talk about people like Jericho. Look, Jericho works hard and deserves everything he gets, and the only reason he mentions a whole bunch of names of big stars in wrestling look like they do is because they all take steroids. And I will say that every name he put on that list definitely does. Let's see. I loved Crowbar. Wish you could get the current wrestlers on. Isn't there someone you could talk to about it? Yeah, right to Vince. Let's bombard him with emails. That's what we should do.
Let's
That'll
do an
work.
email campaign.
Yeah, well, I'll email him, and that'll make him real happy. Just like Lawler, Anyway, let's start with was it Matt in Pennsylvania? Matt, you're up first.
Hey, Matt. This is I'm Dave. This is Matt from Pennsylvania. I met you back in 1996 at the Big Ass Extreme Bash. You remember the famous Mysterio Guerrera?
I love that match.
Falls?
Were you
know which match I'm talking about?
Oh, I remember that match live. That was an awesome match. Yeah.
Yeah. I was wearing the Juventud Guerrera mask.
Oh, you're the Juventud Guerrera guy. I remember the ring? Totally.
Yeah. I can barely hear you though. I'm on a phone. Anyways, what I wanted to ask you about is I was talking about I was reading the April 6th Tijuana show with Santo and Psicosis.
Yes.
The problem is we read about all these things, and you were talking about tapes earlier, and do you know anybody down there taping the shows anymore?
I know that there's tapes. Okay. I got a tape of it. Now, as far as how I got the tape, I couldn't tell you how I got the tape because I know who sent it to me, but I don't know how they got it.
Okay.
But obviously someone is still.
Is it possible?
Someone at least taped that show. I mean, I don't know if Ron Rivera tapes or.
Ron Rivera is working on the Nikki show, so he does not go down there very much anymore.
Okay. I don't know.
You can't possibly give me the name of the person that taped the show. Are they a dealer or what? Or
nah, it was actually a wrestler that gave me the tape, so I don't know where he got it from. I don't know what channels he went through to get it.
Okay. Yeah, that's like the big problem. I really don't know any dealer that gets down there anymore or anything like that. But going over your match of the year listings, got a match for you that you might want to look out. It was from August 14th. It was a Michinoku match. It was a six-man with Ricky Marvin, Super Dragon, Simo Nobunaga in it and everything. It's an easy 5 stars, and I don't think anybody saw it. And I know a lot of times people neglect to watch Michinoku and Torimon and all that stuff, but that might be a match for like all your listeners out there to hunt for. It's on a Samurai tape or something along those lines, but I believe the date of it was August 14th. And one other thing, have you had any contacts for anybody that went to any Revolution Pro shows? The Ron Rivera shows. It's the same group that produced Blitzkrieg.
I know those guys.
There's a couple guys down there that are really worth mentioning. There's a kid down there, Super Dragon. He was being looked at from WCW, but
I remember that.
Yeah,
there were 2 other guys that WCW was going to bring into a dark match, but there is no WCW.
Yeah,
contrary to popular belief, but there actually is no WCW.
Yeah, it was Super Dragon and Rising Sun, but the kid Super Dragon, he did a few tag matches down in Tijuana with Blitzkrieg, and he's every bit as good, if not better, and that's really saying something. So
wow.
I don't know. So then you just know the shows down in Tijuana are being taped, but you really...
I only know that show was taped because I have a tape. I don't know that all the shows are being taped now or not. I would presume that Pena... I haven't even heard of any of Pena's shows that are down in Tijuana being taped.
Okay,
so I don't know.
Would you give the match, like 4, 4.5, or what, or...
Santo and Psicosis?
Yeah.
4? 4? Not more than 4. I would not call it a match of the year by any means, but it was really, really good. It was very enjoyable match. There were matches on the EMLL pay-per-view that were better. The Infernales match was that match was awesome to me.
Okay. What about Ray Hoovy? What'd you think?
Ray Hoovy was very good. I mean, 3.5 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Hoovy was a really, really good match. It was like if they did a 10-minute match on American television, because it was very Americanized style. They didn't miss any moves, but it was 10 minutes, while the Santo match was 29.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was more of a, there's a lot more mat wrestling in the Santo match. Psicosis really did a great job in that match, though.
Yeah.
Or Nicho, actually.
I am a really close friend of Juventud, and we speak, maybe, every other week, something along those lines and everything. There's something going on with him, maybe with Combat Zone.
Really?
In May or something, you reported in the Observer.
I didn't report that he was going, did I?
There was a line maybe about 2 weeks ago.
That they were going to try to get him in. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any possible dates or any confirmation on that?
No, and I would, if it was confirmed, I would know about it.
Okay.
So no, but I would presume they're trying to bring him in for May 18th and 19th, because that's when they're trying to do some big junior heavyweight tournament.
What's the date of that? May 19th?
May 18th and 19th.
May
when they're trying to do the junior heavyweight tournament.
Okay. Well, I asked him about it and everything, and he hadn't had everything finalized about it and everything, and I'm going to talk to him sometime next week, and he let me know, so we can hook up and hang out and stuff like that, so that's really cool and everything. So I hope he gets in here. Since the whole WCW thing fell through, you don't get a chance to see some of these guys. And you were talking tapes earlier, and I thought, well, I'll call in and see if anybody's, still after the, has any of the Tijuana shows and all that stuff. So, anyways. Okay, thanks a lot, and take care, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, Dave, they may have some luck trying to find, I think there's handhelds from Tijuana, and there's a chance that RF Video may have something like that.
Yeah.
So they may want to look there.
Yeah, they may have a lot of those. This is for Chris, who goes, how much can I get for an original DDP shedded skin? Oh, sorry.
God.
I tried. There's someone who goes, is the original Sable Playboy issue worth anything?
Yeah, definitely. It all depends on finding the right person, but something like that, old magazines like that, particularly a feature issue of something like Playboy probably would be in right now about the $35 to $40 range.
That sounds about right, because that's what I sold my copy for.
Okay.
That was a used copy.
Copy, brand, and I know I'm going to get killed for this, spanking new.
Oh, boy. What is the estimated value of the ladder from the WrestleMania 10 Shawn Michaels Scott Hall match? That's an interesting question.
That is an interesting question. I don't think I've ever heard of a ladder being sold. That's a really good question. I don't have the answer for that. I don't even think you could find something like that. But if I were to take a guess, just judging on what, like something like what a belt is worth, belts are generally, in the $3,000 to $4,000 range. So I would say, about $500 to $1,000 for a ladder, something like that. Some fan would buy that.
How would you confirm that it was the actual ladder, though?
Huh?
It would have a seal of authenticity on it, signed by Shawn Michaels, and you couldn't.
So there'd be a blade underneath it or something. I don't know.
Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, you do this. I bet you that there's gonna be some con artists like they do at the baseball collectibles, and they're coming in with a ladder and go, this is a ladder from the Tables, Ladders, and Chairs match at last year's WrestleMania.
Well, I was just reading something. I think it was on eBay. Somebody was selling paintings or something like that. That they just they took a painting and then forged some dude's signature and auctioned it off on eBay.
There's a WWF auction site that they have now that they sell a lot of ring-worn material. They actually sell steel chairs, too, from their pay-per-view shows. And those things, believe it or not, are getting like $300 to $500 in that range.
Oh, God. That's why that company's making money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll make money off any idea that they have.
Yeah. Let's go to Sean in Texas, which I don't think it's the famous Sean, but anyway, what's going on?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Pretty good.
Doing all right. I had something to bring up, but he just happened to mention the Sable Playboy.
Mm-hmm.
Out here in Dallas, I was flying back home to Orlando, and out of nowhere, I happened to have it in my backpack. I swear, I run into Sable, right? I hand it to her to sign the Playboy, and who's with her? Mark Merrill. So Mark Merrill has to sign it as well and ruined everything. It would have been just totally Sable. He's like, oh, you want one too? With his little voice. Ruined it. What I called about, though, I read this on online somewhere. What do you think about the possibility of a 3-hour Raw show, and would that help maybe make the matches a little longer? Because I hate these 2-minute.
No.
All you would get is double the amount of 2-minute matches.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
And they're, I mean...
You remember those Nitros, though? Where there was decent, the Malenkos versus Guerrero matches?
No.
Yeah, but in the end, it bit them in the ass, and I think the WWF knows that. And also, I just don't think that they want that kind of a workload, because the thing is like they do a 3-hour pay-per-view, and I think 2 hours on Monday and 2 hours on Thursday is plenty of TV to produce a week. In fact, it's too much, and I think that they think that also. So I just don't see them expanding past what they have now.
Okay, and also, do you think the buy rate's going to be any good on Backlash? Because I'm a hardcore fan, but I mean, that just doesn't interest me. I think Triple H and Stone Cold will definitely win the belt, and then what are they going to do with that,
Be dominant.
Yeah, I know.
As far as, I think that this is like the bottom. Like, this will be the lowest buy rate of the year. I'm almost sure. So we'll find out what that bottom is. I mean, the bottom might be a 1 buy rate now. I mean, they haven't done.
I think it's going to be lower than usual, but I don't think it's going to plummet or anything like that. I mean, just watching the pop, and I know this is stupid because we talk about the pop all the time and how it really doesn't mean a whole lot, but when Undertaker and Kane won those titles, the crowd went crazy, and they're going to be pushed as the 2 top baby faces. Hunter and Austin obviously are pushed as 2 top heels. We got all the belts on the line, and I just think that people are going to end up buying it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the pop for Undertaker and Kane. Some of the hottest crowds are in Texas. I just went to that Raw the day after WrestleMania. They went absolutely berserk for Billy Gunn. Like, online, everyone hates Billy Gunn, and then I read these arena reports, and it's true. The second his music hits, they go absolutely nuts for him, even though he's horrible.
I think they just like the song.
I guess that's what it is. I mean, and then after a few beers, you hear something you recognize. I guess you have no choice,
That's the whole thing. I think that everyone that got Eric Embry, yeah. No, I think everyone who has very recognizable music, you know what I mean. You kind of get into it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're dying for. I mean,
I don't know what their idea with Backlash is. The premise is supposed to be, the Backlash from WrestleMania. It's supposed to be a WrestleMania
revenge. Remember the old WrestleMania revenge tours and stuff like that? They don't even do that.
Yeah.
Well, the one last thing I wanted to touch on, everyone's saying that the main event for even SummerSlam should be Austin and H. I say, why don't they draw it out some more for once, I mean, save it for next year, because, I mean, what do you forecast for WrestleMania next year? I know the storyline.
Then Rock will be back.
The Rock will be back? Yeah, I know, but they're not going to do Austin Rock 3, are they? Because
Oh, I'm sure that's the plan right now, but a million things will happen between now and then. But, I mean, that would be the most logical match. You have the two biggest guys, and this time you actually have a face and a heel, and you've got a face looking for revenge. I mean, if
they switch Hunter, though, that'd be a first.
If they switch Hunter...
If they switch Hunter by, say around the Rumble or something, if they could hold off on that, I think the payoff would be a lot better.
I think there's a lot more money in Rock versus Austin than Hunter versus Austin.
You don't think Triple H could be a top face, or?
As long as Rock's not there, he can be the top face. If Rock's there...
Maybe next year will be that three-way.
Yeah, or they could do the... Yeah. Great.
I just don't see Vince doing the same main event that many years in a row.
He never has before, you know?
Yeah, but he always...
Wasn't that the first repeat main event ever?
No, okay, but here's the thing. He's wanted to. We've talked about this before. He's wanted to every year. It's just that circumstances always get... Rock and Austin were supposed to do it, except Austin got hurt. Brett and Shawn were supposed to do it, except they both, but you know what happened there. Almost every time he's done a successful WrestleMania, I mean, with Hogan and Andre, he repeated that on the next WrestleMania. I mean, the idea is to
you are right about that, yeah.
And repeat it. The only thing is that things have always gotten in the way, and it just doesn't happen.
And then I had a quick question for the fact guy there.
Mm-hmm.
What was the real reason? And Dave, you might know this. Whenever Flair was in '92, what was the real reason that he didn't fight Hogan in that WrestleMania? I still look back at that and think that was terrible.
Vince promised it to Sid, and Vince thought that big guys draw.
Really?
That's the reason. Yep. Vince thought it would be a bigger draw.
Have you ever seen him throw a right-hand punch? He's horrible.
Hey, every promoter closed their eyes.
Oh, please.
Every promoter closed their eyes every time Sid threw a punch, and they just dreamed of his body or something. I don't know what it is because, man, he stung for a lot of years, but he got more chances than almost anyone but Luger.
Sid just turned 40 years old.
I think 40 or 41.
Yeah,
I think he's really a year older than they say. So I think he's turned 41.
Okay. Because I can't imagine coming back from an injury like that at 40 years old to be productive. At least by his standards, productive, ring person.
Well, the problem with him
I don't mean to be a jerk, but if he had been mobile before, I would agree with you. He was not. And therefore, I don't see why he couldn't come back and do the style he did before.
Yeah,
you know what you're saying. What makes a lot of sense is do you know that some guy like Flair, when he gets to be 50, it's kind of sad, and he's not the worker that he once was. But the Sheik and Abdullah could go until they were dead because the fact is they never did anything when they were young, so you have nothing to compare them to.
That's true.
Yep.
We got tons of emails here and a full bank of calls, so let's get through a couple of these emails. This is from Sean, who says the Darkness Dragon of Tori Human is Brett Como, who was formerly Ultimate Dragon, as opposed to Ultimo, who feuded with Ultimo Dragon. Please explain the story in Gary Capetta's book where, in May 1990, Jim Cornette hit a 70-year-old man in the face with his tennis racket. I think the fan was hopped the rail and tried to attack Cornette, and Cornette hit him in the face with a tennis racket, as I recall. And the cops were chasing Cornette. It was, I think, in Allentown, PA, because I remember Jim Cornette calling me up just as he got outside of Allentown that very night, telling me the story. It was, anyway.
A 70-year-old man hopped the rail?
I don't know if he was 70, but it was an old man hopped the rail. But Cornette didn't, he came from the blind side, right? So Cornette just sees a guy coming from behind him. Or, kind of coming from behind him, kind of peripheral vision. And, he does that natural reaction, which is just turn around, hit the guy as hard as he can with the tennis racket. And he hit him a zillion times. It was other wrestlers called it, I remember that night, one of the other wrestlers told me it was like Lizzie Borden. Just whatever.
50 wax.
And then with the axe, right. So, there were charges on Cornette. And Gary Capetta was really repulsed by it because Cornette kind of bragged about it because, his feeling was once you cross the guardrail, it's your bound duty for being in the business to destroy the person that crossed the guardrail.
I don't know so much if he should have been bragging about giving him the 50 wax or whatever. If you jump the guardrail, good God, you're going to get whatever you get.
Yeah, that's because that was what he was taught by, Watts and everybody else. And, other people were going, hey, he was a 70-year-old guy. And, when he realized he was 70. But, the one thing with Cornette, and it's not to defend him because, Jim Cornette, obviously, everyone knows that he and I have been friends forever. But he does have a temper, and he does do some very crazy things when he's mad. Like when he bashed in Casey O'Connor's car window and drove that thing in Knoxville. God, Anyway, but when he gets going, he just gets in that frame of mind,
Yeah.
So anyway, I heard you talking about Harley Race on today's show. Has he ever been on your show, or do you plan on having him on? Yes, he was on the show once before. Let's see. I was listening to you talk about tough wrestlers outside the ring. The person who comes to my mind is Dynamite Kid. After reading Pure Dynamite, I was amused at his story about Hogan backing down from him after being drunk and Macho Man asking Dynamite to watch his back while the NWA wrestlers were in a bar. The stories might even be true. They probably were. On DailyRadar.com, they have a list of the 5 worst wrestling injuries of all time. They're Mick Foley's ear, Yukon Eric's ear, Mick Foley's tooth, Bob Holly's arm when Kurt Angle broke it, and Sid Vicious' leg. What are your opinion about this? There are guys who have died in the ring from wrestling injuries, so a broken arm is not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Guys have lost their eyes.
His tooth
guys have
fell out?
broken.
That's one of the top 5?
Guys have broken their necks. I mean, my God, what that Charlie Manson thing that you just saw on TV last night, Brian?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, there was a match here in Combat Zone about a week ago here in Delaware.
I saw the Combat Zone match right before the show. That was sick.
Did you actually see it?
I just watched it right before the show. Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Jun Kasai's back. Oh my God.
Yeah, I saw pictures of it. I haven't seen the video, but that was really the most disturbing thing in wrestling I've ever seen. It was just disgusting. I don't know.
What's disturbing about watching the matches is that, it'd be real easy for me to go on there and go, those guys don't know how to wrestle. But you know what? When you watch them, those guys really were not too. Those guys, all 4 of them were ranged from decent to good wrestlers.
Yeah.
But the idea was they brought all those weapons, and by God, they were going to use them. And they just took those tubings, those the 6-foot light tubings.
Right.
There's one guy jumped over the ropes, did a flip into the tubings on the table, and.
Yeah, I think, probably the stuff that they've done was not a lot different than what a lot of guys have done with the tubing, but, I think this match really showed
It was too much of it, though.
Yeah, the level of danger that can really be involved in it. I mean, there was a gouge in Jun Kasai's elbow that was...
Oh, that was so sick.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. And Nick Mondo's back. I don't think I've really ever seen anything like it before. I just hate to see guys, put themselves through that just to, get a match over.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. The amount of blood on Jun Kasai's back, it's just this river of red on his back, and then that thing right by his elbow.
Yeah.
Where you see the bone, you actually do see the bone sticking out because the skin is ripped. It is so, I'm watching this and it's I expected it to be so much worse as wrestling, and it wasn't. It wasn't bad as wrestling as far as when they did the wrestling. But I mean, as far as why would you do this other than because we're all talking about it and everyone wants attention, but it was, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what crosses your mind when you really want to do that to yourself, but that's why I'm not a wrestler, I guess.
I just look at it as, hey, attention's great, but what's the payoff here?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I can imagine if you wanted attention because you had, this tremendous match and you wanted word to get to the WWF so they'd look at your tape, but, what's the payoff here?
Okay, this is from Troy Presley, who mentions 6 XFL players were signed today because the season's over except for the 2 teams. He goes, the sporting media has stated many times that the XFL is minor league football with awful talent and it's below Arena and CFL. Actually, I don't think I have ever read, and I'm sure it's been written somewhere, but I've never read that it's below Arena.
Yeah, I don't think it's below Arena. Arena's, really, really poor.
Yeah, I've never read anywhere that it's below Arena football. I've only read once or twice that it's below CFL. I mean, and that's from football people. That some have said and some have said that it isn't. But as far as below Arena, I've never read that. It goes, the uninformed football journalists who have no knowledge of football talent or don't bother to check out the XFL rosters will now eat their words. Why? The biggest argument against the XFL has been it's not a legitimate football league with legitimate football talent. Without the XFL, these players don't get another opportunity to stick in the NFL. Some of them don't. That's true. I mean, there was something that I read today. Mike Keller, who's the director of operations, I believe, for the XFL, was bragging that of their 360 players, that 200 of them are going to get a shot in the NFL next season, in camp. At least in camp, right?
That's funny that you say that, because I was thinking the only guy that probably would, at least mainstream guy, was Tommy Maddox. Just because.
Oh, Avery will get a shot. I mean, Avery and the Copeland and those guys were going to get shots. I knew that from the second week of the season.
Yeah.
But the thing is, okay, a lot of them are going to get shots. But one of the things about Tommy Maddox that I also read today was, Tommy Maddox was the MVP of the XFL, and somebody was writing here's a guy who was, I think, selling insurance because he washed out of every other league and didn't want to play in the Arena League because the pay is just so ridiculously low.
Mm-hmm, right.
And here he is, the MVP of this XFL. But I mean, the thing that
he was the number 1 draft pick. I mean, the guy was the number 1 draft pick at one point.
Yeah. Well, there was a Heisman Trophy winner in there too.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, Brian and Avery was a high draft pick too, I think. I'm not a super big football fan, but Brian, who knows nothing about football, and I'm not saying this to knock him because he'll admit it. I mean, we were before the season ever started. If they make any stars,
The next season, they're going to be playing in the NFL. They're going to be the ECW of football. That's not a knock. That's just a reality statement. That is what they're turning into. ECW doesn't exist anymore either. And, I mean, like, Vince wants to fund it. He can keep the thing going. But, that thing lost so much money this year.
The one guy that actually, more than a player, the person who may go on to some other endeavor, like in the NFL, is the coach of the LA team, Al Luganville. The guy actually coached like to 3 World League titles. I mean, he's probably going to win the XFL title this year. He's never coached in the NFL, but I wouldn't really put it against anybody to bring him on as a coordinator somewhere, or maybe like an offensive line coach, something like that.
Okay, this goes. I do not mean to sound naive, but do wrestlers in the WWF still take steroids? Yes. Isn't there a chance of Vince going on trial again? I mean, if Vince McMahon was involved...
Why is it illegal to employ somebody who takes steroids?
It is not illegal to employ somebody who takes steroids. Because if it was, every coach in the NFL would be in trouble, and every coach of every head of a wrestling company would be in trouble, and every guy who ran a bodybuilding show would be in trouble. As long as you're not involved in the distribution, where the whole thing, where McMahon was put on trial, was because of the belief that he and Zahorian conspired to get all these guys on steroids, and the fact is that if certain things had happened and not happened, it could have happened, but it didn't happen. And you can't you can't be convicted of something that you might have done, but you actually didn't do. And then in the one with the distribution to Hogan, I mean, it was just an embarrassing thing. That's all I can say is when you have this idea that a guy is distributed steroids that were sent on October the 18th. Okay, the deal is on the Hogan charge, and this was such an embarrassment that this thing went to court. One of the distributions, there was actually 2 distributions on Hogan, but the one that actually made trial that ended up getting thrown out, and they both got thrown out because of venue, because they could not prove that a crime took place within the district that he was being charged in, as opposed to that a crime actually took place, although I didn't have enough evidence for conviction anyway. But there was a charge that Vince McMahon gave. What we're trying to prove is that Vince McMahon got steroids from George Zahorian, okay, and then gave them to his limo driver, Jim Stewart, who drove from Connecticut to the Nassau Coliseum. And the key is the Nassau Coliseum is within the district that Vince was on trial in. Mm-hmm. So that gave them venue. And gave it to Hulk Hogan at the Nassau Coliseum. Okay, now the key to this was that the show at the Nassau Coliseum, that Hulk Hogan allegedly got the steroids sent by Jim Stewart to Vince McMahon, took place on October the 18th, 1989. The package was sent by George Zahorian to Vince McMahon on October the 24th, 1989. And it went to trial. And that was when that happened, boy, was that sad. How did Rick Rude get injured in his match against Sting? Sting did a dive over the top ropes. They had a platform, and Rick Rude caught him, and in falling backwards against the platform, it was like on the middle to low part of his back, and his back basically cracked as he caught Sting, and Sting went down. So that's what it was. Let's go to John in Florida. John, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, I love your show, man. I really get some great information from you and Brian. You do a really good job, man.
Thanks very much.
Dave?
Yes.
Thanks.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, can you hear us?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. I can barely hear you guys, so I'm going to try and see if I can go with this question to your guest. I have a collectible back in '91 when we had the Royal Rumble down here in Miami.
Yeah.
It was a title match between between the Warrior and Slaughter. I was talking about the ladder. What would that collectible be? I happened to be sitting on the corner side of one of the entrances where the wrestlers were coming, row 1, right on the corner when they were coming into the ring. And when Savage used that scepter, the scepter bounced away. He had Sherry on the outside. It got kicked over to me, and I reached over and I grabbed the scepter.
Really?
Yeah. And then after when all the melee left, like Savage wanted to go grab the scepter, but because of his timing and everything, I guess it bounced away. They just left. And I thought like an attendant was going to come up and ask me, hey, we want the scepter back and everything like that. They never did, and there was an intermission after the match. So, and because I worked at that arena at one time, I found a way to slip out, throw it in my car, and then come back in without having anyone noticing. Now, it's been, more than 10 years, and if you look on the history, I guess, of the WWF title changes, although the way they're changing belts now, I mean, it's amazing. It should be like the only collectible that actually caused a title change hands that I can actually, verify that hey, I was there, and did I have the thing? How do you go about finding out the value of something like that? If there is such such thing.
You really can't have it appraised anywhere. There's no place like that. The only way to really get an idea of what it would be worth is to, put it up on a place like eBay. My experience in finding original items, not quite like that, but along those lines, something like that would be, worth quite a bit of money. Actually, there would be several people out there who would be willing to have that. The hardest thing for you as a seller would be to, authenticate it. But if you could in some way, you've got a piece of gold, really.
Yeah, because and again, I can't find the ticket that I was at, but I do have the copy of the show. And certain scenes, like when Savage came to jump over a guardrail, he went running right by me as he turned with that whole skit with Sherry and the Warrior begging for a title match and everything. Right. It was the wildest thing you ever seen. Hey, Dave, you do a great show, man. I always enjoy listening to you. Have a good weekend, guys.
This is from someone who goes, I've been watching Lucha Libre for about 6 months, and they have the dirtiest steroids down there. Who's the one guy with the worst acne? Scorpio Jr. Let's see.
He is not the ugliest man in the world, by the way. It is Emilio Charles Jr. I did a comparison last night. He does have more acne, but there's no way he's uglier.
Yeah, but his dad is uglier than Emilio. Scorpio Sr.? That's the one who was billed as the ugliest man in the world.
Talking about acne, the next time you get a close-up of Crash Holly's back, you take a close look. You're going to see a lot of acne there.
He's still young. He may just be going through puberty.
Yeah, right.
I think he's like 31 or 32. Shh. He's been around for a long time out here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey, look at the back of like half those WWF guys.
I remember reading about him in the early 90s, reading in The Observer about Aaron O'Grady, yeah.
Maybe just be taking so many bumps on that dirty mat.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
He was Johnny Pearson before he was ever Aaron O'Grady, too.
Yeah.
This is from Greg, who goes, I've been out of the country for a year. Now that I'm back, I want to know what happened to Jerry Lawler. Here's the quick version. They fired his wife, and in protest, he walked out, and that's the story. Let's see if there's anything else here. On the subject of legends, just to have an idea of who the Japanese love and hold in high esteem, all you have to do is look at the video game series Fire Pro Wrestling. God, people always tell me about Fire Pro Wrestling. Almost I've seen the commercials. The commercial for Fire Pro Wrestling on TV is so awesome. I just gotta say that. It's the best video game commercial. I think, it was the best. The Kurt Angle one where he goes in that hotel is actually better.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, that's just a tremendous one. And then the Rock one, there was a Rock one that's really good too. But before that, the Fire Pro Wrestling was the best. Anyway, almost every release has not only had Japanese legends like Inoki Baba and Ricky Dozan, but also people like Lou Thez, Carl Gotch, Funks, Bruiser Brody, Mil Moskowitz, Terry Gordy. The past releases have Destroyer, Dusty Rhodes, Dick Murdoch, and Fritz Von Erich. The fact that all these guys are in a current video game just makes me so sad to be a wrestling fan in America, because it seems while we forget our wrestling heritage from even 6 months ago, they hold these competitors in high regard, even in a game targeted for a younger audience. I will say that Acclaim is trying to come out with a video game with the Legends of American Wrestling. I don't know that it'll do well, but that's what they're trying to do. Let's go to Joel in Georgia. Joel, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, really good.
George?
Yeah, I ran across y'all's show on another website, and I've been listening ever since. But I was going to call and say, y'all talking about the Ultimo Dragon? Mm-hmm. That's actually, he was saying Ultimo, it's Ultimo, which is Last Dragon in Spanish. Right. That's not what I originally called to ask. I was calling to ask about, what do you think they're going to do with that title, the one that Booker T supposedly has with the heavyweight in the U.S.?
They haven't decided on anything. They haven't decided on anything to do with titles. They haven't decided on anything to do with titles yet. If it fits into their storyline plans, they'll keep titles on certain people. But if guys aren't signed, they're not going to sweat it, And I don't know that they're going to go in there and do a bunch of tournaments. I don't know that they're not. I mean, they're trying to lay down a front office and then find out who they got and who they don't have. And at that point, they're going to start making booking plans. So it's all premature to even.
The fact that they told those guys to show up at WrestleMania with their belts means that I think that anyone who had a belt that's going to be signed will probably have it for the first show.
That's not the case anymore.
Really?
It may turn out that way, but I actually talked to somebody about that a week ago, and they don't feel any need to continue any old storylines. They're going to start with whatever they want to do.
Even the world champion?
If they may not want a world champion in that group, that's been discussed as well.
Wow. Really? That'd be stupid.
Yeah. I don't know. If they don't have Booker T, what does it matter?
So I guess he just retire that belt, or
I don't know, or they may put in a
But
tournament.
what would
They may
everybody fight over if there's no championship?
maybe U.S. title is the main title. Again, this all has to be decided. I mean, if they sign Booker T, if they sign Booker T, I would expect
that is total ego if they do that, and that's stupid.
Yeah,
That's WWF, that's the real world title. Why have a title for WCW? We own the company, so who cares?
Yeah.
Why is one title more important than the other if you own both companies?
Well, we'll find out what they do.
Yeah,
but none of this has been decided yet. That's all.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Not too much.
I had a question. A few years ago at WrestleMania, they were selling a piece of the mat, and for some reason or another, I bought one. How much do you think that would go for today?
I've seen those actually. Is that the one that's on a plaque?
Yeah,
Is it framed?
12, I think it was.
Yeah, they've sold a couple of WrestleMania editions of where they cut the mat up and put it on a plaque and sell it. Those things are. I've seen it from anywhere between 125 to 150.
Wow, almost
What, for the actual mat of the Undertaker-Sid match?
Yeah.
And Dave, what do you think about the XPW opening up in Japan? I heard they might do that.
Really? Why?
Yeah. It was on their website a few months ago about Onita was
Why would
selling
you? I don't understand why you would. I mean, if you had a Japanese offshoot, I guess, but I mean, if the cost of going over there, I don't understand that.
Because I know they won the tag team titles in FMW, I think, a while back.
Yeah. They sent two of their guys who held the tag team titles for one tour, and then they lost them back. Yeah. Was it Homeless Jimmy and Supreme? Yeah.
And is that the last you heard about that?
I mean, they went over there. I don't know if they have a relationship with FMW anymore or not, because FMW's got their big show on May the 5th, and I don't think there's any XPW guys there
What's
on
the
that
main
lineup.
event for that
I'm
one
pretty
look
sure.
like?
What?
What's the main event for that show look like?
I think it's Hayabusa and Great Sasuke against Tetsuhiro Kuroda and Mr. Ganosuke and Tenryu against Koto Fuyuki.
Oh, all right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay.
How much could a person get for Jesse Barr's eyeball?
I don't know. Is enough to make Ming rich? This is from Sean Keys, who goes, "Today I was watching some old Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat stuff, and I really got sad. First, I wish studio wrestling could make it nowadays. Memphis was the last one, and it looks like it's not 100% done, but the general manager of the station doesn't want it. See, anyway, I was watching Flair and Wyndham against Eddie Gilbert and Ricky Steamboat. God, I remember that match, January 1989. That match was tremendous.
Yeah.
Because it was great stuff. I loved the studio setting. It was weird seeing Tony Schiavone and JR both being younger. Yeah, 12
And
years
thinner.
old. And working together and thinner. And the funniest part was Teddy Long was the referee of the match with the worst haircut you ever saw. So he still had hair then.
That's saying something.
Yeah, let's go to Dan in Chicago.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Really good.
Hey, I got a trivia question for you, and I got a comment about wrestling.
Okay.
In '97, what was the theme song for Raw's War?
I don't remember.
I can't
Marilyn
hardly
Manson.
hear you guys.
Marilyn Manson was the theme song for like 2 weeks until they got hit with that $60,000 bill. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Beautiful
The Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
That lasted like 2 weeks till the lawyers found out that they weren't supposed to do that.
Oh, really? So I was
Yeah.
watching the WrestleMania, and then I have Raw afterwards. And let me tell you, that was the Bret Hart speech. The wrestling on there, I just did not like it. I don't know what it was. I just did not like that show. When I was going back from now to then, I guess
The wrestling, the caliber of the wrestling in WWF is much better than it's ever been in the history of that company.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if I hear someone go like, "Oh, I remember the great wrestlers they had in the glory days in the '80s," you know, except for Steamboat and Savage and one or two other guys, none of those guys compare to these guys now.
Yeah, those epic battles between Jim Duggan and Honky Tonk Man. Yeah, I mean, I think the intensity has been really turned up a notch the last couple of years, and a lot of that is probably due to their pride. You know, I think a lot of guys like Austin and Triple H have a lot of pride in what they do when they go out there, and that kind of feeds to everybody else.
Yeah, I think the immediacy of the reviews and everything. Nobody wants to
have that worst match on the show.
Right.
Yeah, and except for Billy
That's
Gunn.
why China's still around.
Well, you guys really don't like Billy Gunn, do you?
That's why they brought those guys in for that battle royal, so China wouldn't have the worst match, but she still did.
She did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pathetic. That was such a disrespect for Ivory to have her a job like that. It was really, really horrible.
Yeah, what's up with her attitude?
China?
I think they're going to try to turn her heels. The only thing I can think of.
Her outfit was kind of hot though.
She looks like such
Really?
a
Glad you
stable
thought
in the
so.
making. I don't know.
Really? Oh, I don't know.
And two things. I'm not really buying the Austin heel thing because too many people are still cheering him. And
Not
two,
that
I'm
many
kinda,
now.
Huh?
But not as many.
Yeah, but he got a good pop when he was chasing Lita down the ramp.
Oh, that was awesome drama, though. There's something about that moment when he was coming down, and she was going up.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great moment.
Yeah,
Drama.
you guys like that?
Yeah.
I just thought, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh god, they're cheering him. I'm like, I don't know.
There's going to be people who are always going to cheer Austin. I mean, people just because they like him. Just
Kind of
because
like
the
the
nature
Hogan thing when he went bad.
Well, it's just not only that, but it's the nature
No,
of.
actually, not like that. But like Scott Hall, not like Scott Hall, because Scott Hall actually tried to get cheered, so that's not fair either.
Yeah, I mean, people are just in tune to cheer heels anyways.
Maybe like Flair when Flair
Austin
used to
the
go
first time
heel.
around.
Yeah, when Flair went heel against Dusty in the mid '80s.
Yeah.
The people just wouldn't, like that 50% of the people were always going to cheer Flair, even though, Flair did everything he could and was portrayed as like, the number one heel and Dusty's number one babyface. I remember there was a period where Dusty would not do an interview in the TV studio because the people would boo him so much, even though he booked himself as the total babyface.
Right.
And one last thing, and I'll let you guys go. I wish WCW, somebody would have stepped up and bought it, because now it's just like, for me, the state of wrestling is like, so it's like, there's only one thing to watch now. I used to like flipping back and forth, wondering what's up with WCW, and now it's just like there's only one thing to watch. When are things going to start to pick up? And
I don't know that they ever will as far as real competition, because you got one side so big. I mean, there'll be a million startups in the next couple of years, but unless you have tons of money behind you, the odds, not that none of them will make it, but the odds are greatly against any of them.
Yeah.
Someone may come up with a great concept and make it, but as far as like
Hogan, huh?
I don't think we've seen the last of those two.
No.
No. We certainly haven't seen the last of Bischoff. Matt Rats is it's a new concept. I mean, I don't know that it's
I like that idea.
I mean, I love the tape, and and I'll say that much. As far as but as far as like, there's plenty of wrestling. There's Tuesday nights, the gala. And
I don't have that though. I'm in Illinois, so.
Okay, well.
For me, like I said, all I got is WWF.
You got Windy City? Are they still? I don't even know if they're still around.
No, not on TV. Not as far as I know.
Okay, but I don't. Is anyone else on TV? I guess no one else is as far as national.
No, I don't think so. I guess I'm an optimist, but I think come June or July when they put WCW back on the air, I think it's going to reinvigorate a lot of people. I believe that they want this thing to be successful, and
well, obviously they want it to be.
Yeah, but not a lot of people are giving it that credit. I mean, talking that they wouldn't have a.
Well, JR did on Raw. You got to give that one when he said that. I'm going to go work for WCW. Things just don't shape up with Vince.
Right.
He's made out to be
but
good.
then they did that thing. Then they did that thing last night, and they made WCW look stupid again.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think in the end run, the whole thing is probably gonna be pretty successful.
Okay. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Okay. This is from Joel, who said, since you brought up Vern Gagne, why did he give the world title to Hulk Hogan? Not to Hulk Hogan, but to Otto Wanz. Didn't Otto buy it? Otto bought it for a few months just for his own publicity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and Hogan didn't buy it. There was political reasons why Hogan never got it, and the main one was
supposed to win it one night from Bockwinkel, and there's conflicting stories on why that didn't happen. But obviously
it was a Japanese deal. Vern had to deal with Baba, and Hogan had to deal with Inoki, and they couldn't settle that. They couldn't settle that problem.
Right.
Vern was getting paid by Baba for the AWA champion to go over there, and Hogan was getting paid $15,000 a week by New Japan Pro Wrestling, and he wasn't going to switch to Baba, so.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of at a stalemate, so that's ultimately what happened.
Yeah, people expected Hogan to win that title, and when he didn't, that's probably was the start of the end for Vern.
Well, yeah, I a little bit of that, but I mean, they were still strong until the day Hulk left. It was really, you know what I mean?
Oh, certainly, yeah. No, I mean they were strong afterwards. I mean, crowds.
Yeah, they were strong for several. You're right, they were strong for several. But when Hogan left, they never really. I shouldn't say that because there were some sellouts with Bruiser and Crusher and stuff after that when they, but generally speaking,
that was mainly
I think
because of the Road Warriors, but
yeah, with the Road. This is before the Road Warriors came in. But, with the Road Warriors and Brody, they had some decent years, even after that, but they never really hit the peak that, they never hit the peak that they did with Hogan, though.
Right. There was the fever that was around that territory when Hogan was there was, something that they never equaled.
Yeah. We are totally out of time. I want to thank you very much, Chris, for doing the show.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate your time.
You're very welcome. We're going to have Chris back on, I think, June the 8th, so his book will be out by then, and we can talk more about the book. And I want to remind everyone we will be back Monday talking about all the weekend news at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. And this is going to be a very special show today. We have, we're going to be talking about Johnny Valentine, who is one of the biggest stars in the history of this industry. He passed away at about 3 a.m. today. He'd been sick for a long, long time. Many people who had been following his, he'd just been in and out of the hospital. There were many times where they thought he didn't have much time left. He fought it for well over a year. We're going to have Red Bastien, who had visited him many times, who could probably, they both live in the Dallas area, and Red Bastien was one of Johnny Valentine's big rivals in Texas in the 70s. We're also going to have Ric Flair up, and we can also talk to Ric Flair about his current situation, and also Les Thatcher, who grew up watching Johnny Valentine, and Larry Matisic from St. Louis, who we've had on the show also many times in the past, who announced some of Johnny Valentine's greatest matches in the St. Louis area in the 70s. So this is going to be a memorable show. In fact, I would suggest that some of you who are older fans would probably want to get the tape recorders ready for this one, because I expect it to be really good. We've got, of course, Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here. And I also want to mention that Dan Severn, who was scheduled to be our guest, we're going to reschedule him just because of the Johnny Valentine situation. I thought it would be better to devote this show talking about him, and also for a lot of newer fans to basically learn a little bit about a guy who was not necessarily the most liked man in wrestling, but certainly someone that everyone from the 50s, 60s, and 70s certainly knew about Johnny Valentine's reputation. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
Okay, that's good. I think first thing we should do is talk a little bit about last night's television. Brian, what were your thoughts on the show?
I didn't think that Raw was I thought it was a decent show, but I think the whole thing with me again was it all came down to the main event, and there were a lot of things they could have done in that main event, and what they did was they had Steve Austin give Matt Hardy the stunner, and then Hunter pinned him. And right then I just thought, next week they can do the six-man with Hunter, Austin, and Ivory versus Hardy's and Lita. And Hunter can pin Lita and just make it a straight 3.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. There was something about the show. Obviously, the wrestling was really rushed, which I understand was not necessarily by design. It just worked out that way. They spent all this time building up the submissions for Benoit and Jericho against Regal and Angle, which actually was scheduled to be, at one point, the pay-per-view match. So they gave, instead of saving the submission match for a subsequent pay-per-view, they gave it away on TV and did a 2-minute match, and it was, it was just too rushed. There's no way and they were going in and out of submissions like 20 seconds in. The idea was to get submissions more over, but I really think that it almost, I don't know. It didn't, when they get them so easy, I don't think they mean anything.
Well, there were two things to me. The first one was, it seemed to me like they had a show, and of course Vince McMahon has a main event in his mind for the pay-per-view, and it's already been announced and everything like that, but there's only 1 week left because it took them so long to actually get everything in order. And it almost seemed like you had Undertaker and Kane come out in the opening segment, and then at the top of the hour, you had Hunter and Austin come out and do an angle. And then you had an angle in the main event as well. And it was like they had 3 weeks' worth of build-up that they had to cram down into one show because it took them so long to get to this point. Plus, they had to kind of build up the rest of the pay-per-view and ended up with every match being, really short. You had the submission match you were just talking about. That thing went 2 minutes, and then later on in the show, we had to watch Ivory and Trish have this match that was even longer, which served absolutely no purpose. And just a lot of things on the show, Big Show and Kai and Tai, and it's just like, why waste a show putting these things on the air when you have more important matches to build up? Plus, why does Vince always wait so long to book these main events and then get in this position where he has to rush and, do 3 angles on one show just to get over a main event that really nobody wants to see?
Well, hopefully somebody wants to see it. One of the things...
Well, I shouldn't say nobody wants to see it, but I don't.
I mean, they added 2 matches for the pay-per-view, both of which we pretty much, actually, in yesterday's show we pretty much talked about, which was the 3 Dudleys against the X Factor. God, those guys need new entrance music, don't they?
Oh, they do.
And Raven and Eddie Guerrero. Now, from a logical standpoint, the Raven, Eddie, again, it depends on what they're doing today, but on SmackDown. But there was no plan. I don't know how can I explain this. What they did last night on Raw may end up making sense a week from today. But when they did it last night, it made no sense because those things that to make it make sense haven't even been decided yet. If Raven is to win the European title on Sunday, then the fact that Eddie pinned him clean with an Oklahoma side roll last night, I guess one could say, okay, it sort of makes sense because Raven's getting the title anyway. But I mean, the idea of where the champion, who's a heel, beats the challenger, who's a face, clean in the middle on the last major TV, depending, of course, and they could do something on SmackDown that will make that inaccurate. But on the last Raw, before the title match, it's almost like telling people, the challenger's not going to win anyway. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Well, it doesn't really. I don't think it really matters because it's like a mid-card feud that's probably not going to sell any pay-per-views. I mean, if it were the main event and the heel went over the babyface clean, that would be one thing. But Raven and Eddie Guerrero doesn't really matter.
No, but at the same time, it doesn't really build. It doesn't build any more anticipation when the challenger, gets pinned clean in the middle, without even a screw job. But you're right. I mean,
I think Raven will probably just take the belt. I mean, I've seen him do that a lot of times before, where it doesn't really make sense for that to happen, but then the other guy ends up winning the title. So in the end, it does make sense. But as far as a build, that's not.
That wasn't the plan as of when they booked that finish, though.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know, which is one of the reasons why I found it really weird. The main event, actually, the finish was changed, and I think the original finish involved one of the young guys beating the old guys. Old being a term.
Big.
But whatever it was, the finish was clearly the finish that they did was, I don't want to say they may have had many different finishes, but the finish was changed the day of the show to the conventional conservative finish, which was Austin giving Matt the stunner and then Hunter pinning him, as opposed to a kind of a more daring finish to elevate someone. And I can understand, being that the 4 guys who are in the pay-per-view main event. Well, actually, I take that back. There are ways you could have done it. You could have done it differently. Well, you could have had somebody pin, like Jeff or Matt, pin Austin or Hunter.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter if one of those guys that's in the main event gets pinned.
If it's done where Undertaker sets it up, because you don't want to. If the Hardys were to actually do a move and beat Hunter or Austin, then they should be in the main event. It should be a 3-way. And since the decision was made not to do that and not to make the main event a 3-way, unless they changed it this morning because they had a booking meeting before SmackDown, then there is no point in confusing the issue.
Couldn't they have done something like? I guess that probably wouldn't work. It would take heat off the main event. But I was thinking something like, one of the Hardys gets a win, and then, the decision is made on TV, we'll put these guys in the main event, but instead, Hunter and Austin just absolutely destroy him again, and they miss the pay-per-view, but it sets up matches with those guys down the road.
That could be done. There's no reason not to.
Well,
it sets something up for after the pay-per-view, gives an injury angle, gives them a comeback, then they get the win if they get the win. But I think the idea is that they don't want Austin or Hunter doing a job, because I'm presuming one of them is going to do a job on Sunday, to lose the title, so doing a job for like a mid-card type of guys before they're doing the job for the main guys. If they were going to go over, and it's kind of a weird chess game, but I can understand not having the Hardys beat one of those guys on TV last night because of the pay-per-view and what the match is, since the Hardys are not in the pay-per-view main event. If they were going to make the pay-per-view a 3-way, then you could have done it, but that wasn't the decision. Anyway,
there were 2 spots about the main event last night that I really hated. The first one was when, Hunter and Austin are calling out Undertaker and Kane, and the Hardys come out, and they come out on the ramp, and, they're doing whatever, and it's like Hunter and Austin are looking at them like they're 2 mid-card geeks that they don't even care about. Like, what a threat. And then Undertaker and Kane come out, and they just look totally petrified.
And they run away.
Yeah, and they run away. And then later on in the match, which I don't even know why they did this, Jeff is like wrestling Christian or something, and Christian tags in Kane. And instead of being like the tough baby face who goes after the big guy, Jeff just runs away and tags in Undertaker. and or tags in whoever he was with. But it was just like, why have the babyface run away and look like, he's scared to death of the big guys, and then why have the heels look at these little guys like they're nothing, and then look at the big guys like, they're real threats. It's just another way of keeping these guys down.
Yeah. I didn't like the dynamic of those guys coming out. And, it would have been one thing if those guys were... When those guys started laughing, I sort of saw what I thought would be a good idea, where they're laughing, and then the Hardys go in there and actually kick their ass. But I was kind of going...
Like last week?
Yeah. But I was kind of thinking, that's not going to happen because they're not in the pay-per-view main event. So in that sense, it doesn't make sense to happen. But that at least would make sense for them to laugh at them, okay? But then when Undertaker and Kane come out for that angle... you're just kind of going to the, it's kind of like, it just makes them out to be such, second-rate guys, I guess is the term.
Yeah.
Yep. Real quick, let me go through the ratings. Raw did a 5-1, Heat did a 1-7, and Livewire and Superstars both did 1-1s. The Raw main event, the 8-man tag, did a 5-6, and that was slightly above, and when I say slightly, it's like 120,000 more viewers than the submission match, which did a 5-5. Pretty, nothing new on the ratings. The same numbers last week. Just about almost identical number, actually. And, let me see. Grew in the first hour. There's this interesting pattern now. It grows in the first hour, which it always did. And then it curtails in the second hour, which it used to not do. And this one went pretty far down. They dropped a lot. The Trish Stratus Ivory match was a big drop. They did not do well for the XFL recap feature, shock of shocks. And then they picked up to a 5-6 for the main event, so they did get a decent main event pickup. So, anyway, that's that. Let me just see if there's any other stuff to get to. It looks like the XFL game did a 1.9 rating. It's being this is the Fast Nationals. I don't have the final Nationals. They may come out. I think they probably did just come out, but I didn't get them. The NBC did a 2-1, but we talked about this yesterday, that the first 15 minutes of the 2 hours was the NBA game, and the NBA game did like not a big number, but a bigger number than the XFL. So it kind of brought the night up for NBC, but it looks like it did about a 1.9, so, whatever that is. Lex Luger was on a sports talk show this morning. They were talking about performance-enhancing drugs in sports, and they actually never talked to Lex about doing them, other than he said that it would be really stupid for kids to do steroids, or even for kids to lift weights, because he said that Dr. James Andrews, who fixes all the wrestlers when they fall apart, in Birmingham, told him that until you're fully grown, you should not do weight training, which is really interesting, because commonly, all high school athletes are doing weight training, aren't they, Brian?
I would think so.
Yeah, and he said
I was doing it when I was 14, but it may have stunted my growth.
Yeah, I probably started about.
I'll go for the whole 15. Deal about steroids will stunt the growth of a kid, but I don't think weight training will. Why would weight training stunt your growth?
I think if you did heavy squats while you were first growing, it might. I don't know. I think up and down.
I don't know how that would work.
When I was
muscle
a kid,
just gets so big that your bone is unable to grow.
No, that the pressure on the bone, the pressure of doing stuff when you're vertical. When I was a kid, we were always told that not to do military presses and heavy squats. Too young, because it would stunt your growth. I don't know if that was an old wives' tale, but that's what we were told.
I think a lot of it is like, a lot of people say, just look at gymnasts, look at how small they are when they do this their whole life, and they're working their muscles from the age of 5 or whatever.
But they're starving
I'm around them all the time, and there are a lot of very tall gymnasts that lift weights, and I don't think that has anything to do with it. It's just that the ones that make it to the top level are not 6'5".
Because of the natural, just as the people who make it to the top level of. Just as the people who make the top level of the NBA are not 5'3".
They're naturally just tiny human beings.
Yeah. Luger said that he once tried creatine, but all it did was bloat him. I thought that was quite amusing.
Yes.
Yes. Anyway, Lee Haney was on.
All that bloating.
Yeah. When he talked about his status, he said that he still got a year left on his Time Warner contract, and since the WWF is not offering big guarantees, he feels that it's in his best incentive to sit out the year and then wait for the WWF to call him when his contract is up, which is a nice way of saying what it is. Don't forget, tomorrow we're going to be live from the UPW show in Santa Ana, California. We're going to have a whole bunch of guests on throughout that show. I'm not sure who they will all be, but there's a lot of people I'm looking forward to talking to, and many of them will be on this show. And what other trying to think if there's anything else we should bring up as far as, I don't know, as far as the show last night. I didn't think there was no particularly great wrestling. Main event was okay. Conservative finish, as we talked about. The submission match was way too short. The Trish Stratus match with Ivory was pretty hideous. And everything else, Kai and Tai, everything went as expected. RTC is continuing their losing streak. And there was supposed to be a booking meeting today to finish up the pay-per-view lineup. Nothing more was announced last night that we pretty much didn't have figured already. Just trying to think if there's anything else. ESPN Classics is doing a special on Dan Gable. Stu Hart got out of the hospital yesterday. He needs an oxygen tank to help him with breathing, so he's in pretty rough shape. Anything else before we?
I think that's it.
Now this poll for yesterday, or today's or whatever, yesterday's poll was maybe the scariest results of a poll that I have seen. Brian, have you gotten these results yet?
No, I haven't gotten them.
Okay. With the demise of ECW and WCW, has your interest in wrestling declined greatly, 23%, declined a little, 48%. That means 71% of the people responded saying their interest in wrestling has declined literally in the last month. Increased a little, 3%. Increased a lot, 3%. Did not make a difference, 23%.
Increased a lot?
Hey,
how can your interest really increase with two less promotions?
I will say
I guess maybe interest in seeing what they're going to do with WCW.
Yeah.
If you didn't care about it before, and now there's a chance that WWF might be running it somewhat, with some competence.
Or you could say that because you're no longer watching these promotions, you're spending your time watching something else that's wrestling that you find that's better. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, EMLL logically is certainly a lot less frustrating than WCW. Mm-hmm. And stylistically, and the matches are better most of the time too. Not always.
AAA with the heel refs, though. I don't know about that.
I didn't say AAA. AAA is real tough.
I was getting so angry watching the Ray de Reyes or whatever.
Ray de Reyes.
King of Kings.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was watching the finals, and Tarantes is doing the heel ref bit. And I just hate the heel refs so much. It just drives me crazy. But they had the funniest spot. The fans were getting so angry at this guy that they're throwing garbage into the ring. And he started doing the spot where he dropped down to do a count, and he would stop at 1 to clear the garbage.
To clear the ring of garbage. I've seen him do that for years.
I thought that was so awesome.
Yeah, I know. The other thing about the Ray de Reyes is that six-sided ring. The wrestlers were uncomfortable in it, and you're just visually not used to seeing, a six-sided ring. Real quick, I want to mention that the poll question that's up today has to do with last night's Raw. It's what did you think of last night's Raw? A, excellent, B, good, C, average, D, bad, E, awful. Let me see who we got up. How many guys do we have up right now? We've got Ric Flair up. Okay, Ric Flair, how you doing today?
Good, man. How are you, Dave?
Hey, I'm doing really good. Rick, I wanted to bring you on here for a number of reasons. Of course, number one, to discuss Johnny Valentine, who I would think a lot of the listeners aren't really familiar with. A lot of the older listeners clearly are. And when you started in the business, he was, he certainly was one of the top guys.
He certainly was, and actually, I think he was probably held in as high of esteem as anybody. He was, one of the Buddy Rogers guys of that era, Pat O'Connor, Buddy Rogers, Vern Gagne, Bobo Brazil. There were a bunch of them that were big stars, Yukon Eric, and Johnny was one of them. And he, had huge notoriety in the Southwest, meaning Texas. He worked a lot in Florida for Eddie Graham. He worked a lot in New York for Vince McMahon Sr. And then somehow, and of course, he was a huge card in St. Louis with Sam Mushnick. And then I was fortunate enough to meet him when he came down south into the Carolinas for Jim Crockett, kind of towards the end of his career. Actually, probably not the end of his career, but he probably could have wrestled another 10 years. But kind of on a wind down. He'd been everywhere else except the South, and I was fortunate enough to be here at the same time that he came down. So it was a great experience for me.
How about Jim's measurements? Because I know he's listed as 6'4" and 250, tan, like a guy that could be a star pretty much in any era.
I would say he was 6'3", 250, maybe 6'3". He was tall. He was lean. He had really gotten himself in good shape. I'd only seen pictures of him over the years, but he'd gotten himself in real good shape because of a minor heart problem back then. Didn't stop him from having a good time, but he watched his diet, and he was, real conscious of his appearance. He was working out, and he looked great. He had that phenomenal look. Some of the guys have got it and some don't. Johnny Valentine had that look. His hair was the same. He was always kept it looking nice, and he and Ray Stevens and Buddy Rogers and guys of that era all had that same hair, and it looked great, and Johnny had a great appearance. I'm sorry, go ahead.
One thing, your style, I think maybe a lot of your style as far as the certain, believability and as far as the real hard hitting, which I guess you picked up in a lot with Wahoo and Johnny Valentine. Of course, you were telling me earlier today about when you first broke into the Carolinas, the Wahoo McDaniel, Johnny, even to this day, for the older fans, Wahoo McDaniel, Johnny Valentine matches everyone talks about, they just killed each other.
Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it anywhere from Japan to, wherever I've been, I've never seen anything. The battles between Wahoo and Valentine, I can still see them in my mind. I can visualize them, and they were unbelievable. Not only were they brutal, they were 35, 45, and 60 minutes long. They were just phenomenal matches, and the place was sold out, and nobody moved, and two guys were bleeding, and one guy was. It was just Wahoo had phenomenal timing. For a lot of the audience probably doesn't know Wahoo McDaniel, which is really sad. But aside from being a phenomenal football player, Wahoo was a tremendous performer in our business. And the one thing that Wahoo had was unlimited guts and a lot of heart, and he just wouldn't stop. That's what Valentine got out of a babyface. He made a babyface fight. Fight and fight and fight and fight. He just stayed on him. He was brutal. And but if a guy wasn't willing to stand up to John, because John smacked you across the back of the neck and across the chest. A lot of guys didn't like working with Johnny because he was so stiff. But he
was it more just stiff, or was he ever really dangerous, or just really everything in?
There's a huge difference between the word stiff and dangerous. Mm-hmm. He wasn't suplexing anybody on top of the head. He just beat him up. He had like a half rabbit punch, and he had that kidney punch in the back, but it was just his way of laying it in. He had a style. But I can tell you right now, Wahoo McDaniel hit him back just as hard. He could stand up to anything. He he never covered up. He stayed open, and that's what, once the people realized that, he was the kind of guy that made sure that everybody walked out of the building saying wrestling was real. And Wahoo was the same way. I've seen Wahoo do everything from cut his ear to cut his shoulder, to cut his chest. He was just Wahoo was a very believable guy. And when he wrestled Valentine, when the two of them got in place, man, it was impossible. That's why they enjoyed such huge success out in Texas. They just went from Dallas to Fort Worth to San Antonio to Houston and had huge matches in front of huge crowds. And Johnny, of course, was the epitome of a challenger for the world championship and a great bad guy. And when he was over, to the point where the people started to like him, he was a great good guy. It was just phenomenal. But he never changed his style. He didn't believe in being whipped across the ring. He didn't duck elbows and cross-body people. He didn't believe in any of that. I didn't learn anything about my work except intensity from Johnny Valentine. I was a Ray Stevens guy. It was a lot easier to go upside. It was a lot easier to go upside down than it was to get hit across the back of the neck. Valentine. He was just a big rugged guy.
We got a bunch of other people who are also on the line that I wanted to bring on with you, Rick. We got Red Bastine, Larry Matisic from St. Louis, and also Les Thatcher, who all have a lot of things to say about Johnny Valentine. And before we go on with everyone, I want to get this out of the way because you were in the plane crash that ended Johnny Valentine's career. In fact, were you sitting right behind him or something? What was?
I was sitting right behind Johnny. It was a 6-passenger plane. It was a Cessna 310, the 6-place plane, and we took off from Charlotte, headed for Wilmington, North Carolina. It was a sellout crowd, and as a matter of fact, I think Red was there in Wilmington that night, and Red Bastine. Can Red hear me now, Dave?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, Red Bastine, you're the man, buddy.
Well,
I had no idea you were going to be on the line tonight, but if anybody can tell Johnny Valentine stories, it'd be Red Bastine. And I want to go on record, ladies and gentlemen, as saying that Red Bastine is one of the greatest performers in the history of this business and a legend for a number of reasons.
Well, thank you. I emulated you all the time because you were always my idol. I remember you when I was a kid.
Well, wait, listen, we need to hook up one night and just tell them about Ray Stevens all night long.
Actually, we should probably do that sometime.
We need to.
It would be great.
Get more airtime, Dave. We talk about Ray for a night.
We should do that because
there's too many stories to tell in one night, or even.
Yeah.
Gosh, man, it's good to hear your voice, man.
It's good to hear from you, Rick. And listen, I want you to come to the Cauliflower Alley Club.
Well, I would love to come. I'm not retired yet, man. I'm going to have another run.
You don't have to.
I wrestled in The Rock at WrestleMania. You guys are not going to retire me yet, man.
See, that's the stigma that's attached to the Cauliflower Alley Club. Everyone thinks when you join it, you're retired, but that's not the case.
That's what Penny Manor tells me every time I see you. You're retired. Come out to the club.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I tell you, Red, when Dave asked me about Johnny Valentine, you're the first guy who came to mind. I can't tell the story, but it's one of the great stories of all time. And I can't tell either, but
I know the story.
We had some great trips, man. I was telling Dave that myself and you and some of the other guys would take Johnny to the towns, and he was completely immobilized at that time from the waist down, so he did it in a wheelchair or on crutches. But John loved the business, man. He just loved to travel with the guys, and he was a phenomenal man. But Red Bastille can tell you better than I can how stiff he was.
I'll tell you, you had to fight for your life. You had to fight for your life because he if there's no powder punches with him, because he laid them in, and boy, you better get ready, be up for it.
Red, you living in Texas had seen Johnny over the last year, and could you kind of detail to everyone, ever since in 1975, Johnny was in the plane crash with Ric Flair and never walked again after that plane crash. It ended his wrestling career, and at the time he was U.S. champion. He was the top draw in the Carolinas, and in the last couple of years, his health has really deteriorated. And could you kind of bring everyone up to date on what's been happening with Johnny?
Yeah, actually, he had some internal problems and everything. His colon balls were tied up and everything like that. Aside from the fact that he couldn't walk, and then he was still training and working out with his upper body and stuff like that, doing curls and some shoulder work and all that stuff. But, he got into some complicated stuff from internal things, and he went downhill. And Ray Stern and I went over to see him one day, and this has been about, a couple of months ago now, I would say. And he's not too far from us. I'm living in Dallas, as is Ray Stern, and it's about 30 miles over there to Fort Worth, which is where he was. So we went over there, and when we walked out, we're walking down the hall, and we both had tears in our eyes. We just couldn't believe that the guy was hanging on, and he hung on, and we got in the car, and Ray says, "I don't think we'll ever see him again." And he kept on after that, kept on, and he was just tough. He didn't want to give up, and he never did. I respect him so much because he set another precedent and took wrestling to another level. And I saw so many guys try to emulate him in my career watching other guys wrestle, but nobody could do it. They all tried, but they couldn't do it. Am I right, Rick?
No, you're totally right. He was so unique. I tell people this, and I don't think they believe me, but you take Valentine and Ray, and a lot of us have tried to duplicate all their stuff, but nobody could. Myself or anybody else. Those were a couple of guys, and they stand out in my mind big time as two guys that they were opposites totally in terms of their style of work, but they just were two guys that were never duplicated. A lot of guys tried, but it never really happened.
That reinforces that little saying that's often imitated but never duplicated.
Yeah. And, it's funny, in this day and age, Johnny's style of work would have been probably called unacceptable. He would have said he couldn't work, but he was, I guess, what you would call Ray or Red, the master of psychology, which is a word that's not used very much in our business. But Johnny would hang on to a guy and hold him down, and he'd tell him to kick his foot and move his leg and tell him to move his little finger, but if he didn't do it at the right time, Johnny just grab you and squeeze your head and just say, "Not yet," you know what I mean? And And he wanted that crowd to believe the guy was down. And I'll tell you what, 20 minutes later, if they weren't familiar with his style, they did believe it.
That's sort of the boys.
Is there anybody you could compare that style to today? Maybe like a Regal, just, working him over, pounding on him, a lot of mat work?
No, but I think Steve Regal, if he were, the problem is you can't wrestle like that on TV anymore. You can't wrestle like that in the arenas because they don't want you to. In terms of time, it took Johnny Valentine 20 minutes just to get, he'd look at his opponent sometimes for 10 minutes. He wouldn't even tie up. But when he tied up, he might grab the guy and not let him go for 20 minutes. I mean, Steve Regal has got the same psychology in terms of being physical. A little bit different, and Steve does a lot of fancy stuff that Johnny would never do. But I mean, Steve's a real physical, intense guy. But it's just hard to explain. Johnny just beat you up. I mean, he hits you as hard as he could.
You better be in shape.
The mouth or in the nose or the eyes, but he hits you in the back of the neck or that side punch. I mean, he just knocked the crap out of you. Literally, it's hard to explain. A lot of guys didn't like work with him. Am I saying that right, Red?
Oh, yeah. I can remember one time here in Dallas, he's pounding the hell out of me. And so I made a big, strong comeback, and I'm punching. I'm giving it everything I got. And I look up at him, and he's smiling. Yeah. He loved it. He loved it. He had goosebumps on his body. I said, Jesus Christ, what am I getting into here?
The bigger the goosebumps would get.
I want to bring on Larry Matisic from St. Louis, and of course Les Thatcher, who we both had on the show many times, who are very familiar, have seen Johnny wrestle countless times. Start with Larry. Larry, St. Louis, he was he was one of those top 5-10 headliners of that 60s and 70s era.
Oh, absolutely. And hey guys, great to be on with Red. And what a Hall of Fame gathering this is. Believe me. I grew up watching Johnny Valentine in the early 60s wrestle people like Buddy Rogers, Lou Thez, Fritz Von Erich, Dick the Bruiser, and Rick said something maybe about 5 minutes ago that was so true. If you ever had any doubt if wrestling was real, and remember, I was a teenage kid back then, and I wanted to believe, and I was arguing with all my classmates, hey, this stuff's real. Once they saw Valentine, nobody argued. Once he laid it in, everybody up in the top row of Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis knew Johnny had popped somebody. Yeah, he was just an incredible master of that crowd. And when I started doing ring announcing and doing the work with Sam Muchnick, I think I appreciated it even more how well he understood the psychology of what worked for Johnny Valentine, and he was awesome in there. I remember Red Bastien wrestling Buddy Austin here too, so don't get cocky now, Red.
I want to bring on Les because Les, in almost every time Les is on the show, has been on the show, he's brought up the name Johnny Valentine as kind of an example of timing, and also as an example of a guy when I guess Les was in the Carolinas at the time when Johnny first came, and they didn't understand what he did at the beginning, and he taught them what he did, and they learned to accept it, and he ended up being the biggest drawing card in the territory.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and he had, he was a smart guy, and I wouldn't have been able to say this when I first started in the business, but he was a smart guy. He came at the same time Wahoo did, because Johnny needed a guy he could beat up that could fight back, and Wahoo was the guy, and it worked out great for both of them because it got Wahoo. There weren't a lot of guys like this, that have Wahoo chopping the crap out of him either. I mean, the Wahoo wasn't shy about knocking you in the ground either.
Not at all.
Great for both of them. Am I saying that right, Red?
You got that right.
Can these guys hear me, David?
Yeah, we can all hear you, Les. Let's go.
Right, first of all, I want to, Nate, you're still the man, my friend.
Thanks, Les. How are you, buddy?
And I'm good, brother. And Redhead, I'd love to see you again.
Well, I'd love to see you come to the Cauliflower Alley Club,
I know.
my friend.
I got your message. David, I want to tell you about the Redhead. When I was a kid buying tickets, actually, I'm only 2 years younger than Red, but when I was buying tickets, he and Ray Stevens were like a tennis match. These were the original Flyers. Him and Ray would hit the ring in a tag match. Ray was Roy Shire's partner here in Cincinnati, and Red and Lou, and Red and Ray would just take to the air, man. They were quite a sight to see.
I've been grounded since then.
And Larry, of course, you're with one of the great classic promotions of all time. Well, appreciate it. Hey, it was I wish I knew then what I know now. Maybe I'd have been smarter and had more fun, because what a time it was. Seeing guys like Rick coming into the business, and I can still remember Rick's first matches in St. Louis, but seeing Valentine. And when you talked about Johnny working that crowd, I still remember him and Harley Race. They get in a front face lock for like 15 minutes, and after the show, you guys probably remember old Wild Bill Longson. who would sit back up on the stage with Sam. Bill coming over to me and he's saying, "Oh, Sam was having a heart attack. He wanted me to run down and see if they were okay. They were okay." But when Johnny finally broke free, that crowd was just ready to march. He could have taken 10,000 people right down Market Street to the Arch, and they'd all follow him.
That's the truth. I was telling some of the kids here that I trained today when I found out about this. We were talking about Johnny, and I had my first match with him here at old Channel 9 on TV, and I was just a young kid, jobber then, and of course had bought tickets to see him. And came back out. We stayed probably out there 5-6 minutes for a TV match. We came back, and Les Ruffin was the booker. Les came in, "Hey, kid, good job." And I said, "What did I do to make him mad?" He said, "Oh, no, kid, he's not mad. That's just the way he works." So that was my first run-in with Johnny. But they're right. I've been listening to Rick, and I mean, he laid him in. Rick, Red, you guys, what I've told David before was when George Scott first brought Johnny into the Carolinas, because it was such a predominantly a tag team territory, that the people were used to seeing all the high spots from the tag teams in the action. And when they first started getting Johnny over, you'd see some of the old fans getting up and leaving in the middle of his matches, because we all know he didn't even get warmed up till 20 minutes in.
That's right.
And but then a year later, he was selling out all those same venues, right?
Yeah, and those people that walked out were back.
And bringing their friends.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Larry, you ought to be me trying to walk around the dressing room now trying to tell the guys about St. Louis on a Friday night. You give me $5,000 after the main event and go down the landing and spending 10.
Yeah, I can't remember this. I remember you and me and Dickie Murdoch walking across Market Street in the blizzard one night, man.
I had to stay till Monday.
It was a different kind of town, and Les made a good point. I guess Paul Bosch, maybe in Houston.
It was a great time. You know what? It was a phenomenal time, and Johnny Valentine needs to be remembered as being one of the main guys that was part of that and helped develop it. And
yeah, Johnny was awesome. Johnny was,
and,
I grew up on him. So many people grew up on him right here.
Yeah. Oh, it was the greatest wrestling town in the world, and he was a big part of it.
Yeah, the thing that nobody's mentioned was during that time after the plane crash, when he was on those crutches, I know for a couple years thereafter, he would keep telling you he was coming back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there was no way in the world you could tell him he was done.
Yeah. He had that bulldog determination for sure.
Unbelievable.
But there's some things you can't overcome.
No.
Had the crash not occurred, how many years do you think he had left as like an active wrestler?
I think he could have wrestled for an unlimited period of time in the Carolinas until such time as Dusty started booking it, because Dusty booked a different style than Johnny Valentine. Mm-hmm. But I think under the George Scott era, he could have wrestled at least another 8-9 years. You know what I mean? I mean, he was over, and if Dusty had been smart, which he would have probably been at that time, he would have kept Johnny on, because by that time he would have been a huge attraction on the other side. I mean, whoever was the guy that they had to put him in the ring with, Johnny would have been the guy to match him up against, because he was. I think, Red, you were there that night that they had the U.S. tournament for his belt.
Yes.
I mean, and my God, I mean, nobody expected it. I think they stood and cheered for John Valentine for 15 minutes. I'm not sure if you were there or not, Les, but yes. I was not there, but I heard that the ovation they gave him was 15 minutes long in Greensboro, North Carolina. The night all the guys were there for the U.S. title match.
Wasn't that Red? Wasn't that when you first came into the territory that time?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And Johnny could have come back to St. Louis anytime. You know how they treated people like Gene Kaniski and Dick the Bruiser. Come in every 9-10 months, work one or two hot things, and he'd have lasted there for another 8-9 years. The loudest crowd I ever heard to this day goes back to like 71 or 72 when he won it was the Missouri State title from Harley Race then. And I mean, I was deafened as a ring announcer for like 2 days afterwards. I couldn't hear. I didn't know a crowd could be that loud.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a kind of heel then. I mean, you had to respect him. If he stayed in your territory long enough, the fans may boo him, but they had to respect what he was.
I just want to go through one thing which actually has to do with something that we talked about before these guys were on the show. This is from a guy named Kevin who goes, I'm a pre-med student, and according to all documented evidence I have come across, the skeletal structure is affected by large muscle growth in its developmental stage. So that's what he said. We got other people who wrote in and don't believe it, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. That's an interesting thought there. Let me just see.
Hey, Rick, does Reed do any weight training?
Beg pardon?
Does Reed do any weight training?
Yes. As a matter of fact, he's. This is the first year I've let him start doing some stuff with his lower back, like deadlifts and power cleans. But he's been doing bench presses, pull-ups, dips, curls, and light leg presses for about the last 2 years. So that's.
How big is he now?
Huh?
How big is he now?
He's 5'5.5", weighs 151 pounds.
Wow.
And what's his wrestling weight at right now?
Well, he started out the year at 135, but that was he weighed about 141 in December, and then broke his ankle. I think I told you about it, Dave. He broke his ankle, so it kind of laid him up for a while, and this is the slowest year we've had. I think it was really set him back, and he's going through that age right now where until he hits puberty, he's wrestling against kids that are 15 years old. So it was a tough year for him. He ended up, I think, 46-8, which was still a great year for him, but he never lost more than 2 matches in a year for the last 5 years. So it was hard for him, but he's growing and he's committed, and I think he understands that that he has to make a commitment one way or the other if he wants to be a Division I athlete. And he likes wrestling a lot. He likes football, so it'll play out for him. He enjoys it, and we really have a good time doing it together. So. And I used to, I probably pushed him a little bit too hard a couple of years ago, but it's nothing I don't think that he hasn't realized in terms of reward. So he's doing great and having a good time, and he's healthy. And to answer your question, he is weight training. And I didn't hear the part of the show, but if you were talking about doctors, I've talked to every orthopedic surgeon in the country that knows anything about it, and they all talk about protecting the growth cradle with kids, and they shouldn't be doing squats or deadlifts and stuff like that until they're big enough to do them, because that of course affects the growth cradle. But he's grown a lot in the last year, and not just due to weightlifting, but just the fact that he's growing up to be a young man. So yeah, the answer is yes, he is.
Before we go on with Johnny Valentine, I know everybody wants to ask the question is the status of Ric Flair right now as far as going to WWF. What you've heard from Time Warner, which actually hasn't been anything, I guess, and just where everything stands right now.
It's totally in limbo. It's a real strange time right now. Where they close the doors, and we had that last Nitro in Panama City, and I don't think, I can't say for sure, but I don't think any of the guys that are contracted with the kind of deal that I have, which is, we were all real fortunate to have those deals to begin with, but the no-cut contracts, I don't think anybody's heard from them. I think that they were hoping we'd all be calling, wanting to settle to go to WWF, which, I think probably, 5 years ago I would have settled, period, and just, hope for the best. But right now, because I'm not going to Cauliflower yet, no matter how bad Red wants me to come, I'm not going until I wrestle The Rock.
Well, listen, the Cauliflower Alley Club's been going for many, many years, Rick. We can wait.
No, I'd like to go, but I think, like myself and a few of the other guys, Goldberg, it's pretty hard to leave the money on the table just to go up and my ego and everything else is I want to be there. But number one, they haven't officially made me an offer. Number two, Time Warner is telling us we can't do anything. We're getting paid by them, so that's where we stand.
Now that also would rule out just like a Japan tour or working an independent program or anything like that. You basically can't do anything unless they schedule it, right?
I can do speaking appearances, and I can do autograph sessions like for car dealerships and stuff like that, which I'll continue to do. But I can't do anything wrestling wise.
How about charity shows?
Beg your pardon?
How about charity shows?
I don't think so. I think they're looking for any reason in the world, Les, to breach the. That's what I've been told. Breach the contract.
That's what I was afraid of, because Steamboat and I were conjuring up a Legends match for the next Pillman.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had you with Ricky in your corner against Bobby Eaton with Cornette in his corner.
Yeah, I would love to do that. And as a matter of fact, I'll be honest with you, if I thought that my whole thing was to sit here for 2 years and never be able to go to Vince McMahon, I would really seriously consider getting with the people that I've met in the last couple of years here in Charlotte and opening up Charlotte again. It's going to go, I think, unless another major company comes along, which is going to be difficult to establish any name recognition within the next 2 years, that the local territories, they wouldn't run it like they would in the late 80s, but you could draw 2,500, 3,000. I can name 10 towns right now you could draw those kind of numbers with Steamboat and 10 other guys that are all unemployed. You can't draw. I'm not saying 10,000 people, but 3,000 wouldn't be unrealistic at all in a lot of towns throughout the Southeast. So I think I'd do something like that, rather than venture off with a new company. I mean, there's been all kinds of opportunities right now that are out there, and that none of them are in writing yet. But I think a lot of guys are trying to explore. The guy that's promoting Australia, I think, did pretty well, didn't he, Dave? With Henning,
with the iGeneration guys.
Yeah, the guy that took Rodman and Henning and those guys, didn't they draw pretty well over there?
They did very well. They did very well in Australia, but they didn't do well in pay-per-view.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
in this country.
But the Pacific Rim is wide open, and there are people talking about running that, and
around the world, there is a market there for around the world, because the WWF is very popular on TV everywhere, and there are a lot of places where WCW. We look back, they probably could have done some real big business in Australia and England this year had they not shut down, and just cultivated new markets. But they just, for many reasons, they just didn't do it.
I think there's a lot of promoters see pay-per-view as this big cash cow, and it really isn't unless you're Vince.
Exactly. And you've got to have a built-in audience. I mean, Vince's whole pay-per-view, unless I'm wrong, is based on the numbers that he's drawn on Monday night and Wednesday night or Thursday night. That's the audience buying the shows. You just can't go out and invent an audience because you're running a pay-per-view. Unless I'm wrong, correct me. But he's got.
I totally agree that you need real strong TV now. And also the other thing is that you need stars that the general public knows, because new that are on TV. Not it's a tough. I think the business is the toughest it's ever been.
Production.
Yeah, people the expectation because of the production that also makes it's a more expensive business to run too.
Well, sure. Out of sight, out of mind is the greatest. That to me, that's the greatest expression of our business. If you're off TV for a year in this business right now, and I don't care who you are, you're going to lose some of the new fans that come in. I mean, I have people tell me that all the time, and it's funny because you think when you've been on TV forever. Up until a couple of years ago, I would have believed that, but now with the new wave of the new generation of people that watch our show, I'm sure there's always going to be the people that know who you are, but there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, I find that even here in Charlotte, as alarming as it might be. I can't get a free drink everywhere anymore, Red. It's terrible.
Hey, Nate, since Red's president of the Cauliflower Alley Club, that's like being a booker. He might book you a farewell tour.
I know. You know what? I want to go somewhere with Red Bastine one more time in my life for about 3 days.
Hey, the last time I took you for 3 days, I drove you to the ground. You and Greg Gagne.
That was the best. It's great hearing all these voices. I mean, I can tell you, Dave, and I won't take any more of your time like this, but with Larry Menezak, I have nothing but phenomenal memories, and the first class they ran St. Louis, and Sam, and I know Dusty and I were fortunate enough to work that show that night that Sam had his retirement match, and it was, just phenomenal. I mean, his retirement, we worked the title match at his retirement.
January 1st, 1982.
I worked with Brody there. I worked with Dick the Bruiser there. I mean, it's just a phenomenal time in my life that I really can't even, you can't convey those times to people that weren't there because they don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Especially the generation now. But the funny thing, it wasn't 50 years ago. It was just 20 years ago. That's the sad thing about it. It was 15 years ago. And, to have been fortunate enough to break into business when Red Bastine and Ray Stevens and Nick Bockwinkel and Dusty Rhodes and Dick Murdoch and Larry Henning were all in the same territory. Don Morocco, Jimmy Snuka, you tell me. I had a pretty good time, guys. It was a great business, but I had so much respect for those guys because actually the list of guys I just named, there's nobody in the business who work as good as those guys right now.
One thing that you brought up that just triggered something. I never knew this, but when Billy Graham first came from California to Minneapolis, you set up his gym in his house, didn't you?
I did, and my dad delivered his baby.
I didn't know that.
My dad delivered his wife's first child. Yeah,
wow.
It was just a great time. I mean, Wahoo was there. I mean, when I started, my eyes were bigger than Dallas, Texas. I mean, all these guys that I'd heard and seen and watched on TV, here I was, and they were all nice to me. I mean, Red and Red will laugh when I remember this story, but Red and I used to get on that plane that was 30 below zero from Flying Cloud Airport and fly up to Bismarck with Larry Heinemi, just following the road lights on the highway. I mean, remember that, Red?
Amazing, yes, of course. But let me tell you something. I just got back from Minnesota.
Wine and just hoping to land somewhere.
Rick, I just got back from Minnesota last night, and I left Bemidji, Minnesota. There was 8 inches of snow when I left there. They were spraying the plane down and everything like that. So I get out. I was up there visiting my father, who's still living. He's 95 now, and I couldn't believe it. When I got to Minneapolis, it was just raining, and I got back here to Dallas, and the sun is out and wonderful. What a difference!
You know, Red, I wanted to ask you something. What happened to your nephews that were Red had 2 nephews that were outstanding amateur wrestlers?
Well, yes, they were both Olympians, and one of them, the third brother, he would have been an Olympian himself, but he lost in the Olympic trials in 1 minute in overtime, and he lost the match. But however, now he is the assistant head coach at the University of Minnesota. And he's the one that goes out and recruits all the guys. And by the way, Rick, you being a little Minnesota boy, let me tell you that the Minnesota won the Nationals this year.
I know, and look, it's funny because I sponsored a guy the last 3 years, T.J. Jaworski, who lost to Kolot. You might know that name.
Yes, I do.
Kerry
Very well.
Yeah. He lost to Kerry in the U.S. Open, and then in Dallas at the Olympic trials this year, he finished first and lost to Kolot in the finals at the U.S. Open. He tore his ACL, but he was a 3-time national champion at Carolina.
I saw Rick. I was there. I went down and volunteered my services at the Olympic trials here in Dallas when they were here.
Oh, you're kidding. Actually, my dad passed away that weekend, or I'd have been right there. We would have seen each other.
Oh,
Red, so are you from Minnesota familiar as far as like Shelton Benjamin and Brock Lesnar? Because they're just starting in pro wrestling.
Yes, I'm familiar with those guys, of course.
Yeah. Any thoughts on them, 2 of them?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have any thoughts on the 2 of them?
Well, I know Locke Bressner. God, he's a dynamic guy, not only wrestling wise, but personally. I mean, he's a nice man. So I've been looking forward. I hope for good things for him.
Hey, Red, you ought to see him do a shooting star press off the top rope.
Oh God.
Yeah.
He's serious about that one.
Yeah. He's 290.
I thought I was a
290.
high flyer. I'm telling you. These guys are doing things now that I wouldn't even know. I don't even know the names of them. I have a great deal of respect for these guys that are working today. I want to tell you guys that because, first of all, they think that we're from a different era, and well, we are, but I certainly respect these guys because these guys are making life-threatening moves. Every time I look at TV and I see these guys doing something, and they're high risk takers, and their careers are shorter than ours was. I wrestled for 33 years, and I'm still in fairly good shape, considering, But these guys, some of these guys are not going to be able to work very long because they're doing such threatening moves. My goodness.
Red, I have the same respect and same soft pattern you do, but I'm a little different. I want to see him beat Briscoe or Hodge.
Yeah. Listen, I don't even want to shake hands with Hodge.
I take my little boy to all these tournaments in Oklahoma, and Danny, of course, is always one of the guest officials, and all these wrestling coaches, high school coaches from North Carolina that in the last couple of years, they've never heard of Danny Hodge, which is almost appalling anyway. And I always do that thing. Danny will grab him by the elbow, how he does, and grab their hand and say hi and about break them in 2. But guys, those are I just love remembering those memories, those great guys like that. God.
I want to ask all you guys because Red and Les, Larry and Les, we've actually never had Red on. This is the first time Red's ever been on our show, but Larry and Les have been on many times. We have not talked to either of you, and it hasn't been that long time-wise on the air, but it's an entirely different business. And what are Larry? Of course, we've talked a little bit personally, but what are your thoughts as far as the business today?
Go ahead, Les.
Go ahead. I dumped that on you.
You're on, Les.
Red, I can hear Red laughing. He said, "Yeah, go ahead, Thatcher. Put your foot in your mouth." I'll tell you the truth. I feel more comfortable with this situation than with what was proposed, with the Fusette Bischoff buy. And Dave, I've told you this. You and I talked off the air about this. Eric built Nitro and the NWO and the whole thing, and took WCW to its zenith. There's no two ways about that. But I always felt that some of his things were also created. He was the architect for the big loss last year, and I just didn't feel that, for whatever reason, it was a gut feeling, obviously, because I had nothing to found it on. but that those guys are going to be able to pull this thing out of the barrel and make it competitive again. And I think with Vince and Shane, Vince doesn't like to lose. He's proud of he's kind of got more the old school attitude that the four of us would have, and he takes pride in his product and pride in his craft. And I think in that respect, it's good for the industry. I think they will create something competitive, and they'll be able to approach it from an entirely different standpoint than we've ever been able to do before.
It's an interesting point, and lesson. And some of the people that have talked to me lately have actually been talking about the submission or shoot fighting stuff, and Dave and I have talked about this too, how in many ways that type of whatever competition is in some ways like wrestling was in the 70s, where you could almost build to a big show. The business part of it, though, man, some of these people are just. I'm talking to one guy, and I keep explaining to him, if you have a nut this big, and you only take in this much money, who's going to make up the difference? They don't seem to understand that. So I'm a little discouraged on that point of view. And as far as Rick said too, about individual towns trying to come back. God knows I keep thinking that dream again about St. Louis and recognizing how still in this town they recognize all these great names and kind of want to, in some cases, turn their heads at what wrestling is today. And Rick, you were on the shows that came to the TWA Dome, so you know. And I talked to Zane Bresloff before this, and maybe this is talking out of school, because I kind of gave Zane the tip to who to talk to at the TWA Dome, then they kind of ignored me, which is fine. That's cool. That's the way the business goes. But nonetheless, I told Dave at the time, they're going to come in the first time, they're going to draw a hell of a house. They're going to come in the second time, they're going to draw half a house, and the third time, they're going to die. What happened, Rick?
They died.
They died. Because they.
You know what was amazing when you bring that up? The first time, because the first time you guys went to Rick, you went to the TWA Dome.
Yeah.
There's like 30,000 people in the worst possible weather. I mean, it would have drawn a lot more. I mean, it was the worst. And you came in there and you talked about Sam Mushnick and Bruiser Brody, and the whole crowd reacted. And then you came back the third or fourth time. It was the one that drew really poorly, like 5,000 people at that big dome. And you talked about those same guys, and the crowd was quiet. And what it told me, and it told everyone, was all those people came out the first time, and they didn't get the product that they remembered. And, by the time you guys had come back, this was, during as the promotion was going down, your audience, the audience that was left was the younger fans. And it was really sad that, when the name Sam Mushnick was thrown around, and I think it was maybe in a program you did with Russo, I'm not sure, I don't remember offhand. And it was kind of like, wow, they didn't know the name so much.
Yeah, well, guys, the problem is I wish I could just isolate this conversation around St. Louis. Unfortunately, guys, I've seen it, and I'm not saying by any means that Charlotte and Greensboro were St. Louis or Atlanta was St. Louis.
But they were great towns, Rick.
I think the Crockett's felt that Greensboro was St. Louis. I think a lot of people that wrestled down here that never went to St. Louis felt like Greensboro was, because they held 16,000 people, and it was sold out, every week or every third week. And, the problem is we shot ourselves in the foot in every market we went to, because ultimately we had a lot of great names and some great players and some great talent, but we did not deliver the product. And the showbiz part of it, carried us for a long time. But, we got an attitude and we just didn't deliver. And it's, we all know, I'm talking to anybody that's in the business now, I'm talking to you guys, but, you've got to deliver at some point in time on what you're trying to bring to the table. If you don't, then you fall short. And we just, I don't know how we crossed our wires, because we were in a position to really stay, predominantly on top for a long time, or certainly compete. And it's funny, Vince cut down the showbiz and he started wrestling harder. And, to me, and I used to, when I was up there in 91, I said that he and Pat Patterson and I we used to not jokingly kid around. I said, Pat, Hogan's gone. You can't give him a 5-minute match anymore. If Bret Hart's going to be your champion or I'm going to be your champion, you got to wrestle 15, 20 minutes in these house shows. I laughed about it with Hogan. We've all talked about it. But, the business has got to change based around the talent that's available. And when you've got guys like Austin and Rock in that, I tell my son this all the time. When those kids are out there for 15 minutes, they're working their ass off. They don't slow down. They're in shape, number one. And number two, even though it might not be the style that Red Bastien and Ric Flair wrestle or Les Thatcher, they're working their ass off and they're giving them a wrestling match. And some of them are damn good matches. But they're doing it for 20 and 30 minutes. And that's where Vince got smart. He started giving the fans all the showbiz and good wrestling.
And Rick,
yeah, especially in the pay-per-views.
And don't you think, Rick, that
yes.
he also supported it? I mean, because Ross was able to call a match. I mean, when I called a match with you, I called it like I was calling the Cardinals versus the Cubs.
And that's what Ross says, basically. I mean,
that's what Ross does. Nothing different, but he's providing you
those kind of matches.
Yeah, and he's got the guys who can work, and he's trying to support what you're doing in the ring as opposed to going off to some other tangent.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a mix.
Talking about the main event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in time, you just got to deliver, and we were for a while, and I can't really pinpoint anything that turned it around, but we just stopped giving them what we promised them. And I mean, you could look at the two shows, and even though maybe at that point Steve Austin wasn't as big as Hulk Hogan, I mean, you could see that it wasn't because McMahon wasn't trying to get him there. I mean, week after week after, but they had him out there for 15 minutes wrestling every night. I mean, in tough, hard matches where the guys weren't stopping to grab their breaths. You know, they just kept rolling. And I mean, I watched this Rock. I told Arn Anderson, and I said, you watch. Everybody said when Austin went down, I said, this kid right here is going to carry the load. You watch. Arn said, nah, I never catch up to Austin. It was just a friendly, conversation because he hadn't seen The Rock that much. I was sitting home. That was during that lawsuit was when the company had me sitting home, and I'm watching this kid every week, and I'm thinking, and sure enough, man, he went to another level. But God, they have him out there making 4 or 5 comebacks, against 3 guys in 10 minutes. You got to be in shape to do that. Mm-hmm. And that's going back to the Valentine thing. He made the guys fight and fight and fight, and that's what those babyfaces are doing. Vince has surrounded himself with a lot of guys that can bump around for the babyfaces, and the babyfaces are in shape to give them the bumps, and they're wrestling their butt off. I mean, again, I'm not saying it's what Vern Gagne and Red Bastien would call a great wrestling match, or Ray Stevens, but to me, it's a great wrestling match because they're doing.
Well, it's a great. If the people react to it like it's a great match and the guys are busting their ass,
Yeah, exactly.
It's a different style.
It's not Jack and Dory, but it's great, and who cares? That's one thing I've learned. I can't compare myself in Steamboat, to The Rock and Austin because that's a different time. In Ric Flair's mind, I want to think that Steamboat and I had a better match, but you know what? We never drew 6 million people.
Different way to deliver the product at that time.
I got a question, Rick, as far as I wouldn't say that this is the turning point.
Those guys are due. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. I wouldn't say that this was the turning point, but I remember when this happened a little over a year ago. When we were doing the show. It was when Benoit Malenko and Saturn and Eddie Guerrero left, and I just thought in hindsight that was going to be a real big deal because it gave them a mid card and gave them Benoit goes out there on every pay-per-view and you get a great match, and even though he's been in 1 or 2 main events, but you always get that great match, and that was something with Malenko as well that you take away from your product, and all of a sudden you were down 2 good matches, they were up 2 good matches, and there was a certain balance of power when it came to the wrestling side of it that really shifted when those guys left.
No, I wasn't there, Dave. That's another time that I was off. Can't remember what the situation was then, but it was. I wasn't there that night, but it was a huge loss. I mean, I don't care. They can say about size or weight, or they're not going to be projected as being the main event guys. Those guys are 4 great workers. And when 4 great workers walked out the door, following Jericho, who'd already gone, that was made 5. And to me, Benoit wrestles as big as anybody does. I don't care whether he's 5'10" or 6'5". Benoit wrestles as big and tough as anybody. Benoit is as stiff as Valentine. Trust me.
That's a compliment too.
I've been in with him. He's got those little hands, man. He'll knock your shoulder off. But on top of that, he's a great worker, and to lose those kind of guys, it was just a huge, huge mistake. And it was something that could have been worked out had people, and this is one of the problems, that had people that know anything about wrestling, been running a situation. I mean, you just can't ask 10 different people for an opinion. You've got to be able to make a decision sometimes, in this business especially. That's what Vince does. I assure you, we all know that Vince has people around him that help make decisions. But ultimately, I would be very surprised if he doesn't close his eyes in a private moment and make important decisions based on what he thinks.
Rick, and it's a key thing, even back 30 years ago to Sam Muchnick. In the end, Pat O'Connor may have done this, or Harley may have done that.
Yeah.
In the end, there was a boss, and Dave and I have talked about this a lot privately, too. going back to '89, because Jim Hurd approached me back then about coming with them, coming with you guys. And I remember meeting with Hurd and Jack Petrick, and I asked them, I said, what do you guys want out of this? I mean, do you want a TV show? Do you want a wrestling promotion? I mean, there's two different things here. They couldn't give me an answer. And I don't think that anybody that followed up in the next 12 years really had that answer. And pretty soon there was no boss. There was no philosophy about the promotion.
Let me tell you guys,
it was just loose.
If my book ever gets published, I mean, I've been there since the day we walked in the door with Jack Petrick, and I flew out. I remember I took Jack Petrick to meet. I mean, I can tell a lot of stories. Not that it makes a difference, but I took Jack to meet Roddy Piper. I was trying to recruit Piper, who was kind of on the outs with Vince at that time, and I mean, there was just the door was there, but it was again. I know you've all heard the story with the Braves when they were run by the Turner people and Turner TV people for years, floundered. When they hired Bobby Cox, they became a baseball team.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened. I mean, with the exception of Bill, who came in, and Bill didn't understand that, Bill was just not the diplomat that he needed to be.
It's Bill Watts you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, Bill knew a lot about wrestling, but Bill, was Bill Watts, and he wasn't used to, Bill wanted to wear a Zubaz and a sweatshirt and come in the office down there, and I knew that wasn't going to happen in corporate America because I've been there. I mean, I think Bill is a wrestling guy, and I know for a fact he learned a lot about finishes from Eddie Graham. I think Red can agree with me on that.
I can verify that.
Good attitude, but Bill was used to running something about 1 millionth the size and having total control. And then Bill didn't want any input, and it just had to be a happy medium. I mean, I can go on, but they just have never been able to get the North and the South Tower on the same page, whether it be, from the management side to the marketing side to the wrestling side to the contract side. It's always been off balance. And as a result, it's something I think we all thought could happen, but never thought it would. And the reason it has is because Ted Turner personally is so far removed from the product now that, Ted has nothing to say about it. I'm sure, I've even heard twice now that if Ted had known about it, he would have tried to block it, but he didn't even know about it.
But Ted didn't. Ted, he's pretty much out of the loop too.
Yeah, totally. I mean, he's one of the reasons we've ever been. When Eric went trying to get Nitro put on TNT, everybody blocked it except Ted said, "Hey, we'll give it a try." But
Do you think Ted could have even saved it now if he'd wanted to, though?
I don't know.
The problem was with the AOL, and you know what? If the company didn't have such a bad money year, I think it would have been totally different. But it was it's a combination of things. It's like AOL comes in with no emotional ties to wrestling, and there are these businessmen who don't know that wrestling peaks and goes up and down, and also that the reason it lost so much money was because it was so horribly mismanaged. But it's not like it inherently has to lose that much money, and not that one or two big stars in a hot run, you can actually turn it around. 60 million is hard one to turn around, but you know what I'm saying. It was only 2 years away from being profitable in the other direction, but they didn't understand those ups and downs, and they just saw this is a money losing thing. We don't want it, and that was the timing. You had your bad year at the same time of the merger. And that was the story.
Well, in my opinion, Dave, the truth had ever been known, and I'm sure it's known now, but if the truth were ever known about the amount of money that went out those doors to people that never, ever performed 1 minute.
Rick, there's one thing, and you know most of those guys, and I know a lot of those guys, and I do have to say the one thing that used to bother me was there came a time there that the guys forgot what being a professional wrestler was, and I'm not saying all of them because there's huge exceptions to what I'm saying, but I know where guys would, think that going on the road was not a part of their job description. And that's, and then they would start coming up with excuses not to go on the road because the top guys would get away with not going. So then the middle guys would go, well, if they can, I can't. And then they would complain, I've got to go on the road 3 days this weekend. And I'm thinking, you're making $500,000 a year. You got to go on the road 3 days this weekend. That's part of the job description.
Yeah, but Dave, I agree with you in that respect. But the problem is, and everybody knows this, that buck stops at the management level. If the first guy doesn't show up, whenever it was, whatever day, if he gets fired, then that sends a message. If the first guy doesn't show up the first time, and the boss says, well, that's okay, it won't happen again,
I think the problem was you just had top guys doing it, and since it was in the middle of a wrestling war, you had people thinking, hey, if we fire this top guy, he'll just be on Vince's TV Monday.
Exactly.
And,
But you can't think
what
that
do we
way.
get out of that?
You can't think that way.
It's just, and I'll tell you something else, Bean. We just let it get to the point where we thought we were so high and so untouchable. I mean, when I say we, because I was part of it too, that they lost touch with reality. You know what I'm saying? We just lost touch with reality. McMahon, in turn, who was getting the crap beat out of him, and everybody knows how bad he did too. I mean, there were a lot of things going on in his life personally and business-wise. But if you've been around him, you know how smart he is. I could see what he was doing week after week after week. And instead of focusing on making our product better, well, I think we were just totally concerned all the time and trying to compete with his product. And when that, didn't make any sense.
Yeah, the other thing is, then you had everyone trying to play his game under his rules, and you can never win that way.
You can't be a copy of what's the original.
Yeah, you can't. That's it. I was going to say, we can all bleach our hair blonde and go woo, but we're not Ric Flair.
Exactly. Exactly. And not to make Sam a god here in St. Louis, but I mean, we knew in St. Louis that other towns ran differently than we did, and Sam didn't care. This is what we do. We believe in it. We do it the best way we can. And like Rick said, somewhere in there that got lost. Well, Vince did this, so we got to do that. No, just do what you're doing, what you do best with the talent you got, and let's have a boss who can make that decision, go that direction, stay the course, and you'll find your audience.
Yeah, I can remember Larry. You'll like this because I remember I probably asked Larry. The first night I ever wrestled Dick the Bruiser, I didn't even know Dick the Bruiser. But it was completely
He didn't know you either, Rick.
But you sure took care of him.
Everybody was there, and they kept saying, "Where's the Bruiser?" And Larry, I think it was Larry said to me, he'll probably be here about 10 minutes for the match.
Yeah.
But he was Dick the Bruiser. That was acceptable. I mean, he was such a commodity. Not only then, but had been such a big star throughout the years that, Sam allowed him to do what he wanted to do, and he didn't want to hang around the young guy. He came walking in, 10 minutes for the match, put his shoes on, and went, "Yeah, I'll do it." He just out the door he went. But that was Dick the Bruiser. But that was the exception because the guy was a superb. I mean, a huge draw, number one, and at that point, just a huge card in St. Louis.
And he never failed to deliver when it came time.
So,
but Rick, what you're saying about what just happened with WCW over the last few years, and I think Larry and Red would concur.
It's been happening for 11 years. It's just been happening since 1989. The problem is.
Yeah. No, what I was going to say is we've all seen it happen. All four of us have been involved, major or minor ways with booking, and I think you when you get to the top, and sometimes the booker thinks. Of course, it's always, can you top this? And obviously, at some point, you cannot. But I think sometimes the booker thinks he's on such a roll that he can't make a mistake. And I think we've all seen territories, do a complete turnaround on that note.
Yeah, well, I want to get to. We only have one free line because we have everyone up here. But I want to get to Travis, who's been holding for a long, long time. What's been going on?
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
Doing really good.
Yeah, I want to talk about Triple H today.
Okay.
Do you think Triple H is going to start beefing with Austin anytime soon and go for the world belt?
At some point, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, the timetable, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows the timetable exactly, although I think it would make sense for SummerSlam.
Yeah. And what's going on with Shawn Michaels?
Nothing. I mean, that's the truth.
You don't think he's going to come back anytime soon?
He had his chance, and, he had his chance, and he didn't show up in shape, and they don't even, I talk to people there all the time. I mean, the name Shawn Michaels, it comes up on this show. It never comes up in my conversations with anyone there. It's almost like he came, I mean, we talked about it a lot before he got there. Then after that thing happened, it's like no one brings it up. I mean, they may, Shawn Michaels, there'll come a day where he'll be brought back and they'll give him another chance just because of who he is, but it may not be that soon.
It'll be a while.
Yeah, I heard that Shawn Michaels and Triple H aren't friends anymore or something like that.
That I don't know. I mean, it's business. They're friends when they need to be friends, and I mean, they're not. I'm sure
didn't pick up for him or something and go.
Well, they were going to work a program, or maybe not necessarily a program, but they were going to work a match, and it took the match away, and so they had to change some things. So I'm sure that's going to lead to frustration. I mean, Triple H, the reason he lost clean at WrestleMania was because the Shawn Michaels finish he was supposed to be involved with got canceled because Shawn wasn't. They felt that Shawn disrespected their company by showing up
the way he did when he came in right before WrestleMania.
Yeah. Well, all right. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, you're very welcome.
All right, bye.
You know, one thing, Larry, I wanted to bring up, because Rick brought up a little bit earlier. There in St. Louis, this is so weird to say, and no one will really understand what we're talking about unless they grew up in that era. But, you know, you had, like, whatever it was, remember when Sam died, we talked about this, there was, like, 3 no-shows in the history of, like, 30 years of main events, as ridiculous as this sounds, and one of them was Johnny and Johnny Valentine. And could you tell a little bit about, I mean, it's like a no-show in the main event people wouldn't blink their eyes at, but what was the reaction like in the office, when you found out, I guess it was, like, probably a day or two before the big card, he was in the main event?
Found out the night, but it was March 16th, 1973. I looked it up, so don't think it's my memory. I did look it up because I figured it'd probably come up. March 16th, 1963, Johnny was supposed to work with Terry Funk for the Missouri title. They had a hot thing on TV, and the night before, Sam called like about 11 o'clock at night, and I guess Johnny had just been hospitalized in Houston. I guess it was when he first had the heart problems, and I mean, we went into panic. I mean, Sam got a hold of Gene Kiniski, I guess by around midnight. Gene was on a flight like at 1 a.m. out of Blaine, Washington to here. I was calling, literally I called 20 radio stations that night. I was on the air like constantly from midnight till 3 a.m. talking about this thing. Then we started all over again at 8 o'clock in the morning. We had signs up everywhere. It was in the Post-Dispatch, it was in the Globe Democrat. We still saw it sold out, and they bought it because one time that's really the only time when I worked for Sam that we ever had a change in main event. So that's one time in 20 years that we had a change in main event. But the thing, I
want to bring that up, that what you did, and the fact is that, anyone in that town, anyone in that city knew that you played fair with them, that you weren't hiding from them. It wasn't one of those things where you come to the building and all of a sudden, I'm not going to mention names, but you say, 3 or 4 of the top guys aren't there. There's no explanation given to the city. You know what I mean? In the ring, there's no suitable replacement. The matches just get canceled. Yeah, and that's what ended up happening at the end with WCW.
And that's exactly true, yeah, because I went in the ring that night. We offered refunds. We may have done, I don't remember the exact number, we may have refunded 6 tickets or something. I mean, and then the amazing thing of that all was, and you talk about also the dedication of the talent from that era, be it a Johnny Valentine or a Gene Kiniski or whomever. By the time I got to the office the next morning, which was around 9 a.m., Kiniski was sitting in the office waiting for me. And he hadn't left Blaine, Washington at like midnight, 1 a.m. his time. So you figure that one out. We didn't have to worry about the main event because Gene was there. And, yeah, it was just a different reaction to the product here in town. I mean, yeah, if we had a substitution, and Rick and Red, too, I'm sure before I was ever involved with Sam, Red Bastien can remember these days, and Les can, too, because he was at Wrestling at the Chase. If there ever had to be a substitution, Sam would have had a conniption fit.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Well, ask Red and Rick in their careers how many shows they never made other than because of a serious injury. And I bet you they'll tell you they made every damn one of them.
Probably with some serious injuries.
Yeah, always. Everybody worked.
Yeah, exactly.
We all had the reason is because if you didn't work, you didn't get paid.
Well, that's a good reason. And okay, that's a good question, and I throw it out to Rick because he was there. Did the guaranteed contracts hurt?
Well, I have to tell you honestly, guys, I think that I'm really in favor of the guaranteed contracts. When I was fortunate enough and am fortunate enough to be part of that, but you see, the guaranteed contracts are really one of the problems, and I wouldn't even bring this up, but it was such an issue in the late 70s and early 80s. Is we're the only athletes in the world, and I will always refer to us as athletes, that don't have health insurance. We don't have a retirement or a pension plan. We don't have any of the union benefits. Not that the union's the word, but we don't have anything like that in place, and that's one of the reasons I tell people all the time that this is the most insensitive business in the world. I mean, 5 or 6 guys have died in the last 3 years, and you know what? They play their name on TV on Monday or Wednesday. The next week they're forgotten, and that's just how this business is. True. And when you talk about it, the kid asked about friends and that. I mean, you're lucky if you have 4 or 5 acquaintances, period. And if you have a couple friends, it's really a miraculous deal because everybody wants to be the man. And there's no way that, of course, with the money that's available now, a lot more guys come out, in better shape financially at the end of their career. But it's an insensitive business, and the
no, we're losing Rick.
We ran out of battery.
Yeah, I think his cell phone ran out.
Okay.
You know, one thing.
Dave, let me interrupt here just for a minute. You're going to lose
ahead.
me too. You're going to lose me too because I got some things I have to do here. So,
okay, Red, I want to thank you so much, Red, for joining the show.
Yeah, so let me just mention one thing before I go, and it's pertaining again to the Cauliflower Alley Club. But you know, we're going to honor a young man this coming February in Las Vegas, and he's a national champion, and he has no feet.
Oh my God! I just wrote about him. I wrote a story about him last night.
Nick Ackerman, right?
Yeah, he won the Division III Nationals and he was with no feet. It's the most unbelievable story I think I've almost ever read in wrestling.
It's a phenomenal thing, and we're going to honor him. But I'd just like to read the last paragraph. There was an article in the USA Today on March the 29th, and he was being interviewed, and a reporter asked him about being disabled. This is his response. "Don't call me disabled." He was asked what he'd prefer. He says, "Well, I don't know. Call me national champ if you want." What a retort. I thought it was great. But anyway, I'm going to excuse myself, gentlemen. It's been nice talking to you guys again, and makes me feel good to think that someone remembered me for a change here.
You're a great tribute to the business, my friend. You're a class act.
All right, guys. Take care.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Red. We still got Les Thatcher and Larry Madison. Hopefully we can get Ric Flair back on. I'm going to
Dave, one quick thing on back what Rick was talking about, and Les would probably understand a lot of this stuff too. Rick was right about this being an incredibly insensitive business, and maybe I guess what I was referring to is more how people abused those contracts, as opposed to that there was a need to do something if guys were hurt, or if they had to have something, didn't they, Les? I mean, there had to be a middle ground in there somewhere.
There's a happy medium. You know, one of the things, I don't know that I blame it on the management and not the contracts. You know, a lot of people, because Vince did one thing and WCW did another thing, and Vince was more successful, therefore Vince's way is the only way, and that's not necessarily the case. And a couple of examples is that in the 80s, Crockett was the first one to do guaranteed contracts because he had to keep his talent from going to Vince, and Vince was paying them basically. No one had a guarantee except for maybe Hogan in the 80s in the WWF, although they made a lot of money because they had the opportunities working house shows and everything. The Crockett wrestlers in that era worked much harder than the McMahon wrestlers just because that was what the fans demanded and that's what the promotion demanded. Now, what happened, I think, with the WCW, and it was bad. I think it was bad management because we can look at Japan; those guys all get guaranteed contracts, and you don't see. I mean, those guys, if they break their finger, they wrestle because it's just how they're. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Mm-hmm. And I think another thing too is you got to look at the individual, because I think there's guys this era or our era, it doesn't matter, who you can give them $1 million a minute and they're still going out there and bust their hump because simply they take pride in what they do. And that's their mindset.
Like, Austin's a perfect example. Austin can get by doing half of what he does.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, he's over. He'll always be over. He's stone cold. But, I mean, I remember every pay-per-view when you watch him. I mean, he may not always have a great match. He usually does. But even when he doesn't, it's not because of lack of effort.
No, it's not. Yeah. Well, if you look at that whole top tier of guys in WWF currently.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And they would have made it in the 70s.
Work ethic. And I think that's part of it, too, because, we can talk about baseball or basketball. I mean, what's the average NBA player? $6 million or something? I mean, that's, and there are guys that are lackadaisical there, obviously, but there's also guys that go out there and kill themselves.
There are Johnny Valentines. There are Johnny Valentines who go out there and they're going to perform, like Les said, because they got pride and it matters to them.
Well, I think, and back to why we're on this particular show to begin with Valentine, I mentioned that, my first match with him, I was just I'd only been in the business a couple of years and was still just, strictly a jobber, or a carpenter, as they call him then. But, I mean, the point was, we talked about how rough he was. Well, if you thought he was rough, if you didn't fight back, just think how rough he might have gotten. Mm-hmm. Or if you didn't get up off your dead butt and move, then you were going to get even a heavier dose. I mean, you got out there and worked with those guys, or you got out of the way, one of the two.
I remember Dick Murdoch telling me once when he started out in the business, he said, man, I spent like 4 or 5 months up in Kansas City. He said, and I worked with Geigel and O'Connor every night. He says, I had no skin on my back. He says, I learned I had to move.
Yeah.
I had no skin left on my back because I was on it every night.
But, everybody talks about those guys, being tough on you, and they were if you didn't respond. Mm-hmm. But I remember working with Geigo as a young man too, and some of those guys. And if you were out there busting your hump and they believed you were sincere, they would help you.
Yeah.
And make you look good. I mean, I was surprised sometimes I'd work with guys of that caliber. I think, my God, I'm not this good. How did this happen? But
I want to start running, taking some calls, okay?
All right, go ahead.
We'll go with Hector first. Hector, what's up?
Hello, yes. Unfortunately, I never got to see Johnny Valentine wrestle, but I want to know, did Greg Valentine wrestle anything like his father?
Similar style.
Yeah.
How would you compare the two? Larry, you saw Greg and Johnny, and so did, actually, Les, you did too. As far as...
Yeah, Greg was similar, just not as, I would think, and of course Les was in the ring with him, so he could speak better to this than I could. Johnny was as tough as they come. Greg was tough, but Johnny was in a kind of a separate league. He was up there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Johnny was in a class all by himself. I mean, I think so. Kid, even Fez, if you read Hooker, mentions how tough and resilient Johnny Valentine was.
Hey, and don't forget, April 24th, this is Lou Thesz's birthday today.
Is that right?
Yep. This
Oh,
is
my
birthday.
goodness, great.
Wow, so it'd be 86? No,
Wow.
85. 85.
Dave,
wow.
One time you mentioned a story about Greg Valentine and his father that something about the name, I don't remember what it was, that they didn't want to be associated because Johnny Valentine...
Larry knows this one because Larry was in the middle of it when they brought Greg in as Johnny's son, and Johnny got upset.
When he first came in 71, we the first program, we billed Greg as Johnny's son, and the next day Sam called me in, and he's almost apologetic. He says, well, we're right. He says, but Johnny's put a lot of time in this business, and he's really sensitive to this, and we're going to call him Johnny's brother. So for about a year and a half, Johnny and Greg were brothers here. In fact, they won a battle royal together once, where in theory was the Valentine brothers won the battle royal here in St. Louis. Then sometime around after Johnny had the heart attack, he kind of acknowledged Greg. Of course, Greg was out of St. Louis. He wrestled here when he first started out, like 71, 72. Then he wasn't back again until 80, 81. By then, Johnny was out of the business.
Yeah, Les, could there be a possible memorial show for Valentine?
Well, we'll certainly, we're doing a filming show in August this year. We certainly will acknowledge Johnny. There's no two ways about that. I think what Ric Flair said earlier on the show is we all have to realize we need to respect this man, and it's true. He was quite a pioneer and quite a stand-up guy in this industry.
All right.
Let's go to Carlo. Carlo, you're up next. Hello. Carlo. Carlo, you up?
Yeah, how you doing?
Doing really good.
I didn't get a chance to, it was kind of before my time, Johnny Valentine, but, I was just wondering, what do you think he would be today if he was wrestling?
It's a totally different world, and it's a totally different style. I mean, his style is absolutely not what these guys do. I mean, would he have adapted? He was a big guy. He looked good. And it's a different kind of era anyway, but, he had a physical presence that would have carried over. I mean, as a kid, Johnny Valentine was, he was one of those guys that you saw on the cover of a magazine or you saw in an arena, and he had a certain look. He looked like a star. I mean, I was a little kid watching Johnny Valentine in Florida, and he had an aura that, I would say more than even Dusty Rhodes, more than anyone in that territory at the time, except for maybe Jack Briscoe, and only because Jack Briscoe had this certain thing where when you watch Jack Briscoe, you just knew that he was an athlete above the level of everybody else. Johnny was so that aspect of it he had. I mean, as far as the ring style, holding a guy in a hold for 15 minutes, that wouldn't fly today. But
you could see in Johnny's eyes how serious he was. You knew he was serious. And I think every fan knew that. Anybody who saw him going down the aisle and may have been thinking, hey, I'm going to go up and take a pop at that guy. When they got close, they looked at him and they said, nah, I don't think I am going to take a pop at that guy.
But, if we talk about, the physicalness and everything, it's Chris Benoit 5 inches taller.
I think physically he could have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's not to say he wouldn't have been, a bigger star and made tons more money now. You don't really know. Everything in wrestling, and one thing I've learned is it's all timing, being in the right place at the right time. And having the light shine on you. It's so much of it's luck. A lot of it's skill, but a lot of it's luck.
I remember reading on the internet that Greg Valentine and Ric Flair were a tag team, that they used a move similar to Demolition or the Midnight Express, and the guy said they invented that move. Is that true?
I don't know.
Guys, I was there.
Rick's not here.
What move were we talking about?
Is it like one guy holds the other guy and the other guy doesn't he drop off the top? Yeah, Les, you were around announcing it, or just around it.
They may have done that, but it doesn't jump out at me that they invented it or that was something that started there. I'd be hard pressed to tell you. There was, that was Rick's talking about good times in our lives. My God, that was one of the best. I think there was so much good talent in that territory, and if you couldn't learn in that environment, you would never learn. That was, but they were a good team together. I remember Greg trying to match Rick on the mic and trying to talk loud and everything. And I know he and I talking, and I said, just be Greg Valentine. The people have to shift gears and listen to you, because Rick is one style and you're another. And that was one of the things that I enjoyed most at that point, because I was doing a lot of those interviews, was watching these guys develop and grow as workers. Flair, Steamboat, Greg.
You had an incredible
young guys.
talent
Tony
roster.
Atlas was there at the time. Tiger Conway Jr., Steve Kern. A lot of young guys developed in that atmosphere. And like I say, there's no way not to. I mean, you had to be totally inept not to learn in that group of guys.
I believe Johnny was 72 years old, and he was an absolute legend in the business. I mean, I remember, we talked about this before. When I was a kid, it was, right up there with, your top 10 names, I guess, in the business. Ric Flair mentioned them, like with Bruno Sammartino, the Funks, Jack Briscoe, Johnny Valentine, Kaniski probably was up there still.
Buddy Rogers.
Buddy Rogers was a few years earlier.
Yeah.
But Buddy Rogers, of course.
Well, Valentine and Rogers did work against each other a lot in the late 50s and early 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, they helped turn St. Louis around when Sam kind of had a down period around 60, 61. He went to probably the first TV angle on Wrestling at the Chase might have been Valentine and Rogers. Remember Bill Dromo?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, Bill Dromo was supposedly Johnny's protege, and Rogers put him out with a figure-4 leg lock and kept it on after the match, and Johnny came to the ring, which they'd never seen before in St. Louis. And needless to say, I mean, they popped it. And I don't know if Valentine did a good interview or not. I was probably 11 or 12 years old watching this, but I know, boy, it had a tremendous impact, because when Valentine came down and he laid about 3, he probably hit Rogers 3 times, but that crowd just exploded. Valentine was an awesome figure.
Something I don't think anybody's mentioned about Johnny is his sense of humor. Of course, most of the father ribs you couldn't tell on the air.
I mean, I tell you, on the Johnny Valentine ribs, I mean, he was a feared guy, though. I mean, it was almost like a Dynamite Kid thing, where it's like, there's a dark side there.
Well, you mentioned Roger. Now, this is one that a couple of the old timers, I don't recall who now, told me, and this happened here in this territory when Johnny and Buddy were both working for Al Haft. The office was up in Reynoldsburg outside of Columbus. And what set this thing off was Valentine had a new tailor-made suit and had worn it to the matches, was bragging about it. He was in the main event. Rogers like the semifinal or whatever the case was. Anyway, he was on before Johnny. So anyway, while Johnny's in the ring, Buddy sits down with a razor blade and cuts most of the seams in the pants and the jacket. So that when Johnny comes out, gets a shower and starts to dress, his pants and his jacket start to come apart in his hands. So finally, I guess he figures out that it's Buddy. And, of course, Buddy obviously denies it. So a month or whatever goes by, and Johnny picks his spot. So they're down here in Cincinnati, as the story is told to me anyway, at the old music hall. And the roles are reversed. Rogers is on last. Valentine's in the semifinal. So I think Rogers, anticipating something, had one of the boys take his clothes, put it in their bag or whatever, and keep the bag out of the dressing room, or at least in their sights, or Johnny couldn't get to it. Well, Johnny found another way to do it. Rogers gets dressed and goes out to get his caddy to go back to Columbus, and the caddy's up on concrete blocks, and the rims and the tires are gone. And Valentine's throwing these in the trunk and taking them to Columbus with him. So Rogers had to buy all new rims and tires for his Cadillac so he could go home.
There was a certain rapport between the guys, though, because, if you saw those two guys in the ring, it was just an awesome match.
Oh, yeah.
Just an awesome match. But they respected each other enough to do those things and still do something just totally different when they were wrestling. I mean, it was just a different era. And I guess maybe today that's probably not fair, because I'm sure among the top guys there's got to be tremendous respect between Austin and Rock and Triple
I would
H.
think, yeah. And now Rogers was my childhood idol. And I look back and think, I couldn't have hardly picked a better one in terms of psychology and the whole 9 yards there. But yeah, I agree with you, Larry. I think there was a hell of a mutual respect between the two.
Let's go to the calls. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
First time caller. Man, y'all are really bringing up some memories. I grew up on the Mid-Atlantic area in the 70s and 80s. I remember a thing about, I'm sorry to hear about Johnny Valentine's passing. I remember one time he had a match with Tim Woods, the story, and he put the figure 4 on him, I believe, and he wouldn't let it go, and he ended up, the angle was he broke Woods' leg. And the announcer asked him, well, why did you do that? He said, I went temporarily deaf. I'll tell you another thing. You know, Johnny would take 6 or 8, maybe even 10 punches to get one in on you. I remember watching him. He like you always told, he just hammered it home. I tell you another thing. Now I talk to Les for a minute.
Okay.
All right, Les.
Yes.
I really enjoyed your special you had on MTV about wrestling last
Thank
year.
You, sir.
That was really good. Your segments were the highlight of it. I liked to deal with the kids.
Didn't you like when he told that guy off?
Yes, I loved it. It was.
We all did.
He was going around telling everybody he was a wrestler. He said, "I got to tell you, you're not a wrestler." Yeah, he thought he was cool. I tell you, go back a little ways with Les. Les, I remember you doing a show. I don't know if it was Crockett doing, but I believe it was called Southern Wrestling in the early '80s.
That would have been that was in part it was because that was when Ric Flair, Blackjack Mulligan, and Jimmy Crockett Jr. bought the Knoxville territory from Jim Barnett. And I was I'd been in Pensacola actually with Ron Fuller in Southeastern, and they had called me and asked me to come back and produce their TV. So. Yeah, that was what was called Southern Wrestling at that time.
Yeah, that was before Barry Windham was Barry Windham. He was Blackjack Mulligan Jr. then.
And a reed-thin young man, exactly.
Yeah, he was. And I tell you, I really enjoyed you on Smoky Mountain Wrestling, too.
Thank you, sir.
That was just, I think if that company had the backing that it needed, that could have been it could have been a major force in wrestling.
I was telling somebody today, we started calling WWF at one point Smoky North. Because the best talent was up there.
Well, I tell you, Les, how did you like working for the Crockett's?
I enjoyed it. I really did. Jim Crockett Sr. was a class gentleman. I mean, I had no problem with the whole family. I worked, of course, the kids, Jimmy Jr. and I were about the same age, and Jackie and I socialized a little bit together. But worked with the sister as well in the office doing the magazine in the '70s. But Mr. Crockett Sr., a good businessman. He took care of his talent. Now, we were talking about insurance and that sort of thing. I came down with hepatitis in '72 in that territory. And he would call me at least twice a week and say, hey, baby, everything okay? Yes, Jim. What's the doctor say? Well, I'm trying. No, take your time. Don't be in a rush to get back. How are things? Car payment made? Yes, sir. Everything's fine. And he would send either Klondike Bill or Big Boy Brown, who lived over with me, in with a check every week. And then he'd call afterwards, and he'd say, well, how's it? I said, no, I got the check, Jim. No. He said, that's just for incidentals.
Right.
If you need something, you call me.
Man, that's class act.
Yeah. And the other thing was, he always closed down, depending on what day Christmas fell on, he always closed down usually a week, at least a week before Christmas, because he would tell you, he said, I know most of my people are employed by me are from out of state and from out of town, and I want you all to go home, have Christmas with your families and come back and we'll go again.
Man, I didn't know that. That was really nice of him.
He was a good gentleman.
I tell you, how did you like working with Rip Hawk? Did you ever work with him?
Oh, sure. Rip was good. Well, Rip gave Ric Flair a good education.
Oh yeah, I used to love to watch Rip. I liked the heels because they were they give them better interviews and everything.
Yeah, Rip was a good heel interview, very good.
And then he used to always say, "Get the profile, get the profile."
Right, exactly.
All right, y'all have a good one here.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. Okay, thanks a bunch.
Les, MTV's doing like a follow-up on that previous special, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to. They haven't gotten back to me. They haven't set a date for production yet, but yeah, they're planning on doing one.
So it would be like catching up on like Roy Fox and things?
That actually could be the hottest deal in this business, at least on a short run, right?
Les, didn't you work wrestling at the Chase? Weren't you in the chorus stand room early in your career?
The what?
The chorus stand room at the Chase Hotel in St. Louis, early in your career?
Yeah.
I want to somehow it sticks in my head that you came in with Dennis Hall.
Right.
Okay, was Roger Kirby in that bunch too?
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of remember that. And when the gentleman mentioned Rip Hawk, of course, Hawk when Wrestling at the Chase came into St. Louis when television came back in 1959, Hawk may have been the first TV star of 1959, 1960 in St. Louis.
You know what I remember, Larry? One of the why it jumps out of my mind, I don't know exactly, but Bobby Bruns was the booker the first time I worked there.
Yeah, Bobby was there.
And I remember this because I remembered not to make a mistake. We're talking about old school guys here. I remember hearing Bobby lay finish out to this guy, and he said, "Now you throw 2 drop kicks, and then he's going to sidestep you on the third one, and he's going to kick tap your feet. I need you to land." I don't know what he said, just a foot from the ropes and a parallel to the ropes, laying his finish out. And the kid threw 1 drop kick and went to miss the second one, and landed farther than a foot parallel from the ropes. And got his butt chewed out.
Bruns apparently was a pretty good performer in his day, too. Now, I think he went to, right about 69, Pat O'Connor came in as a booker. That's about the time I started working for Sam when I was in college.
Right.
And Bruns went to Buffalo with Pedro Martinez, I think.
I'll tell you who was carrying jackets around St. Louis. It was Bobby Shane.
Bobby Shane I knew real well. Very good friend of mine.
And his dad was refereeing.
Yep. Yeah, Bobby.
I didn't know that Bobby Shane's father was Joe Schoenberger.
Yeah.
Well, no, Joe's not father. The father was Lee, but Joe was some sort of relation.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was it, uncle or something?
Something like that, yeah. But Bobby, that's right, yeah, Bobby was the second. That's how he started out, and Joe Millich was probably beating him up down at the YMCA every day.
Yeah, I remember him telling me about Joe. I remember Joe Millich, but I remember Bobby telling me about working out with him.
Yeah.
It's funny. Bobby Heenan carried my jacket when he was a ring boy in Indianapolis, and Bobby Shane in St. Louis.
Good grief. Now, Bobby Shane, if he hadn't been killed in a plane crash, I wonder, Bobby was a hustler.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was a great heel with great psychology.
Of course, he grew up in the St. Louis thing, seeing all that psychology. Even though Bobby was not big, he would be a small guy, I guess, as they would say, about a Benoit type, different style, obviously.
Right.
But Bobby was smart.
during the promotional war in Atlanta, the NWA Gunkel thing, Bobby and Bill Watts were one of our top heel teams.
That's right.
And their chemistry was just so edgy. I mean, there was never any plan to turn one against the other and switch one babyface, but it was always there. Bobby'd sit on the edge of the desk and blow cigar smoke in Bill's face, and Bill would and he'd call him Willie, and Bill would chastise him. I mean, it was great stuff. Gordon and I just sit there and, it was stuff they played off the top of their head. It wasn't, that they'd sat in the back and worked it out.
Bobby had a great mind for it. He would have been a terrific booker, I think.
Larry, the ironic thing of that whole, of him dying in that plane crash was the 2 things. Bobby hated to fly in small crafts, and he was afraid of water.
I didn't realize about the water. I knew he hated to fly.
Yeah. Wow. We got to wrap this thing up, unfortunately. I want to thank both of you guys for coming in on short notice, and I wish it was under better circumstances, obviously. Tomorrow on this show, we're going to be at Santa Ana, California. There's going to be a UPW show, and Edge and Kristian are going to be there. Tommy Dreamer are going to be there. We're going to have a lot of the guys from that show, including Prototype, Mike Modest, on the air. I'm not sure who else we'll have on the air, but we'll have a full lineup of people, and we'll see you tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We're here in Santa Ana, California, where tonight Ultimate Pro Wrestling is going to be right here at the Galaxy Theater doing a live show. In fact, it's going to be available on web at www.upw.com. It's Edge and Kristian are going to be in the main event against Nova and Frankie Kazarian. We're going to have several of the local wrestlers on, during the show, including Prototype will be up in probably about 20 minutes. We, of course, have Brian Alvarez here. We'll be talking about current wrestling news as well. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good. Brian, how'd the issue go? I guess we should start with that.
That went pretty good. I was up really late. I had to do the Johnny Valentine thing, and it took a lot longer than I expected it to. But, overall, I got it done and managed to get some stuff up for the website today. So we got some news updates up there, SmackDown results, which we'll go over here in a second, and everything turned out pretty well.
Okay, good. I've been, out of the loop kind of since this morning. So, why don't you start with the news? Well, I guess is there anything we should start with before SmackDown, or?
We can start with SmackDown first, get into the news after that.
Okay.
Hey, is Jim Ross there, by the way?
But he's not here right now. I can tell you that. As far as if he's going to be here, he may be here.
Okay.
They're expecting him, but I don't know that it's confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with the SmackDown Sunday Night Heat stuff like that, then we'll get into some other news. Sunday Night Heat, Lita beat Molly Holly in a women's match. Billy Gunn beat Saturn clean. In fact, all these matches on Heat were clean, so you can kind of see where some of these guys are on the card. Raven beat Just Incredible, and the Hollies beat the APA, which I thought was kind of surprising because they were talking about giving Bradshaw the big push, but apparently that big push is not coming.
No,
yet.
I think that they may be, and I don't know this, they may be beating them
to break them up.
Farouk, and then they break them up, and Bradshaw goes as a single, and Farouk kind of it's going to be tough for him when they break up. I don't know where he's going to fit in.
I think Holly pinned Bradshaw though.
Oh, well, then that surprises me.
We'll see. I think Bradshaw's going to turn heel.
Could be. Yeah, they could.
For the SmackDown show, opened up with Steve Regal coming out, and he was in his full wrestling gear, and he said that the following match was going to be a tag team match under the Duchess of Queensberry rules, and he did not bother to explain what the rules were. Ended up being Regal and Kurt Angle versus Benoit and Jericho. And,
by the way, do you know why he didn't explain what the rules were?
Because they cheated?
No.
Or did he forget and they had to do it afterwards? He did explain it after the match, so they may edit it together. Or
well, I was told that they haven't come up with the rules yet.
Oh, that's good.
No, they did come up with they did a gimmick where at the end of the match they explained the rules. Okay, when they did double submission on Jericho, right?
Yeah.
Finish. Okay, so one did like the Regal stretch and then angle
and the ankle lock
and the ankle lock. So he explained that the deal there is that you have to both use your submissions to win.
But that makes no sense in a singles match.
But it makes no sense in a singles match. So exactly. So they have to refigure exactly what they're doing, and that was the last TV. So.
And by the way, I guess that was like 10 or 15 minutes or something like that. So they got a lot of time after Monday.
After Monday,
I guess
yes.
People were complaining about that one. And then he had.
Give him credit when people complain. They do listen and they do try to rectify it really quick.
Oh, by the way, you'll like this. There's a editorial up on WWF.com that I'm going to send to you that is written by somebody who's basically going off about people on the internet who are complaining about the booking. So they may rectify some things, but it's kind of weird because I remember they used to do this in WCW when people would complain about the booking. They'd have these editorials on the website, and I never understood why they did it, but they did, and now WWF is doing it as well, so they'll get a kick out of it. It's a good one.
But that's the first sign of you know what.
Yep. It's classic. Then they cut to Vince, Helmsley, and Stephanie backstage, and Vince said that when Austin shows up, he's going to announce his major plans for the evening. And ends up with Austin showing up, and he basically says that it's going to be Kane versus Edge and Christian in a handicap match, and Undertaker versus RTC in a handicap match, and that if Undertaker or Kane interfere in, I guess, their other brothers' match, then the World and Intercontinental titles will no longer be on the line for the Backlash show, which, of course, does not happen. Then he also signs Austin and Triple H versus a tag team, an unnamed tag team, in the main event. And Austin and Hunter act like they're angry about it, but ends up being a swerve. Lots of swerves here, by the way. Then we had Matt Hardy beating Eddie Guerrero to win the European title. Lita basically gives Eddie Guerrero a Frankensteiner, and then Matt hits Twist of Fate. So that's that. And it basically changes the lineup for the pay-per-view. It's now going to be Matt, Christian, and Eddie Guerrero in a triple threat for the European title. And then Raven will be facing Rhino for the Hardcore title. Kane beat Edge and Christian in a handicap match. It was basically DQ, so he didn't squash them. But they both used the double chair shot to the head, and so they got disqualified. They did a skip backstage with Deborah and Stephanie, where they're arguing about who will be the lackey to go get coffee for the guys. And Deborah ends up losing the war. She has to go get coffee, and then she's bringing it back. She accidentally spills it all over Steve Austin. And he goes crazy and tells her to wait in the trunk. No. I don't know what they're teasing there, but
I don't want to hear it.
I know. Then it's Rhino versus Test for the Hardcore title. Rhino gores him and gets the win. Then we had some skit with Grandmaster Sexay and Steve Blackman, which even this person did not understand, so I guess we'll just have to watch it. X Factor cuts a promo. Just Incredible pretty much says he was the one that got rid of the Dudleys from ECW, so they're doing the interpromotional, I guess, angles, or bringing up angles from other promotions. Anyway, Dudleys came out and destroyed X Factor, so that sets up the pay-per-view match. Undertaker's handicap match was against RTC, and he destroyed them. They teased Ascension again, and I guess Godfather and Bull Buchanan just watched as Undertaker killed Stevie with the last ride. And in the main event, Austin and Hunter came out for their unnamed opponents, which ended up being Kai and Tai. And Kai and Tai came out with Avalanche jerseys, stood on the ramp, and pretty much just talked back and forth. And the gimmick was they distracted them, so Undertaker and Kane came through the crowd, beat up Hunter and Austin, and the show went off the air. So the main event was RTC versus Undertaker, and the big angle set up the pay-per-view. So that was pretty much it for SmackDown.
Well, we'll be watching that show tomorrow night. What else is going on in the news?
Well, China has been sued by her former talent agency, Braverman Bloom.
Oh, and this one I didn't know. Okay, tell me about this one. I got another one for you after this one.
Okay, basically, they're claiming that
Braverman and Bloom, that's, of course, Barry Bloom. Wow.
Yeah, yep. And they're claiming she is skipping out on outstanding balances and commissions, which she has earned since leaving the company. And they claim that they got her roles on shows like Pacific Blue, Third Rock from the Sun, the appearance in Playboy, the fitness video, the autobiography, and, this is the scariest one of all, a TV project that she's working on, which is entitled Longings of Lolly, which sounds like a TV show that I have absolutely no desire to see, especially with China, as Lolly, longing for somebody. And they claim that she's owed between $150,000, or they're owed between $150,000 and $250,000. And they've called her. She has not responded. They've called her agent at Endeavor. She has not responded. And so they're very angry about that. But
wow,
what's the other lawsuit you were talking about?
Okay, I don't know if this has been filed, but I do know that, Mick Foley's book, of course, if you watch TV, it's coming out on May the 8th. And, and anyway, they went over his book, the legal department, with a fine-tooth comb. In fact, it was really, the first book when he came out, they, I don't know they did change some names of certain people from his, and I think he mentioned that on the show, like some of the girls' names were actually changed, but all the stories are real. This one, they were far more sticky about, like, things and stuff that he said that could get people upset. And I guess the reason is that there are some people who are portrayed in a certain way in the China book who claim that those stories, and apparently this is not, it's not Killer Kowalski, and it's not anyone, I was told it was not anyone that I know, but it was some of the people of earlier in her life, not family members either, by the way, that were portrayed in a certain way that they think, basically there's certain threats from China's book, and now everyone's, before I guess they figured, whatever you say about wrestlers and wrestling, no one's ever going to sue. But now I guess, because China's book was a big hit, and I guess that's not the reason. Probably, I could imagine a lot of people that she knew reading that book not being particularly thrilled. So
how about everybody that was mentioned in the book just files a class action lawsuit?
Everyone except for Hunter, Vince, and was there anyone? Mick Foley, actually, right?
Yeah,
I think nobody else. Almost nobody. Shawn Michaels, I think, and X-Pac. I think everybody else. No one else came off looking all that good.
Everyone else got off easy.
Yeah.
There's also an article on MSNBC, I think he emailed me about this last night, with News Corp wanting to buy UPN. Oh, yeah. And according to the article,
it's getting
serious, may be done in May.
Wow. Okay, right now that's actually a huge story because the News Corp owns Fox. And they may buy like 50% of UPN, or they may even buy all of UPN because the FCC ruling will allow, CBS or Viacom can keep it. But the upfront ad sales are weak because aside from SmackDown, which actually the WWF is in charge of the advertising of, so they don't really they make money on it, but they could make more money on other shows. And, it's one of those things where, it could make more money than it does. And their upfront ad sales, because of the weak ad market and the fact that they haven't really gotten any other shows with huge numbers, are slow for UPN. And but if News Corp were to buy it, I think that would really lessen any chance, if there is any chance, there may not be any chance anyway, of a Fox wrestling company. They're probably, hey, they had their shot with WCW.
How would like the WWF's contract be structured for Viacom? Because if they can only provide programming for Viacom, and Viacom no longer owns UPN, what would that mean for SmackDown? Done?
I think that
or would the contract be transferable?
I think that what it would be is that they would only. I think that probably the way. It's actually a really interesting point. I would guess that because they already have an existing contract with UPN, that probably your contract's going in
you can't cancel them. So I think that they would stay on UPN, and it would just be they couldn't go on any other cable station. I think that could be,
or until the contract's up.
That's it, or until the contract's up. They'd probably have to honor it until the end of the contract. But I think what's interesting, if Fox does buy UPN, UPN just acquired the rights
to
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I knew you'd bring that up. I mentioned in the article as well.
No, there's a reason. The thought process is why this being done is that they knew this deal was going to go through,
right?
And it was News Corp that funded the money for them to steal Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
And the WB originally thought that Fox was just going to buy it and put it on Fox stations, and Fox said no, we had no intention of doing that. We're not going to take our own programming and put it on. We're not going to parcel it out and then take it back and put it on our own stations. We'll put it on another station. But if they turn around and buy UPN, well, isn't that the same thing? I mean, they're claiming that they would have made the deal with UPN in regards to Buffy, regardless, of what's going on. But I tend to disagree on that one.
Okay. Any other news, Brian?
Yeah, they announced today officially at a press conference that it's going to be Kazuyuki Fujita versus Yoshihiro Takayama for the IWGP title at the Pride Show.
For the title? Oh, I didn't know that they announced for the title.
Well, actually, I was just listening to the Eddie's show, and
oh my God,
Tanaka was on there, and he said IWGP title was on the line, so I'm assuming that it is. But I'm not sure at the press conference if they actually announced it or not.
Eddie must be just thrilled.
You should have heard the end of the conversation.
What did he say? I didn't hear it. Oh my God.
Oh, he's just talking about, why is there a pro wrestling title on the line in, a mixed martial arts event? And I'm just wondering, what are they going to do? Is it going to be a worked fight? If it's going to be a worked fight, then why can't Vegeta work the May 5th show?
Well, I emailed you about that last night. There's actually,
yeah, but I mean, if it's a legit fight. Why would Inoki have a legit fight with the IWGP title on the line? Because if someone with that belt loses in a shoot fight, that's just going to kill a belt.
Okay, but if he lose, first of all, Takayama is not a big risk, although in a shoot, anything's
Yeah, but look
at
Lennox Lewis.
No, as I say, you're right. But, the whole thing, but if he loses to Takayama, they could always do some business with it afterwards. And actually it'd be good for business. It could be interesting for business.
Yeah, you bring Takayama in as the IWGP champion or whatever.
Yeah, and it creates a Noah New Japan or Noah Inoki's guys rivalry. It creates new programs. If it's done that way, work or shoot. Nevertheless, I would have to think it's going to be a work match. I don't know. You never know. Mm-hmm. I would think.
I just don't understand why pull him from a show on May 5th. If he's going to do a work match at the end of the month. I can understand if it's going to be a shoot because you need to train and you don't want to go in there and, do a work wrestling match and risk getting injured. But, if they're both going to be works.
Not that other people haven't done that regularly. I mean, Murahama was doing topes before his fight with Hoyler Gracie, and so was Otsuka. Otsuka worked the same day as one of his shoot fights.
Yes, he did.
I think it was with Bo Shanshin, too. I think that he worked an afternoon wrestling show and then went with Bo Shanshin. That night, I forget who it was. Someone. Unfortunately, we can't take emails today, but we can take phone calls. So, someone you can email us.
No emails on the laptop either.
We don't have a laptop here, or do we? Al, what's going on? Al, tell us technically what's happening.
Yeah, actually, we do, but we only have one phone line, so that's the biggest problem that we have hooking up a laptop.
Okay.
We're kind of doing this skeleton-wise, but it's actually working much better than the last time we were here, right?
The first time when we started 20 minutes late, had one of our best shows.
Right.
Our guest for this segment is going to be John Cena, prototype from UPW, and I was not joking when I said, by the way, between meals.
Yes.
Because we were just eating right before the show.
Indeed. Some excellent Samoan barbecue.
Yeah, it really was.
Yes.
Yeah. And you mentioned to me you got some big news coming up as far as your career goes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, a week from now I'll be taking off for Ohio Valley Wrestling to work down there with Danny Davis and Jim Cornette. That's a move that hopefully will be a big step in the career because that's usually the next step before TV for WWF. So I'm very excited.
You've been. They brought you to some TVs a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I had the chance to work in Anaheim and Los Angeles, and then I flew out to the East Coast to work Boston and Philadelphia. I thought the matches went for the most part pretty good. We got cut short in LA, so it was kind of iffy, but for the most part they were all right.
How was it working with Devin Storm in Philadelphia?
It was excellent. He is one hell of a guy. And the same thing with the night before, Chris Chetty in Boston. Both those guys are excellent. They took care of me very much. I'm still a rookie in there, and those guys are seasoned. So they planned it so they still got their stuff in, but they didn't do anything I really didn't know how to do. So, I mean, they both got over, and I was fortunate enough to be put over both nights. So, I mean, I was happy, very happy.
Now, you worked heel. Was that the first time you've worked heel?
In front of a WWF crowd, yes.
Okay, but you worked it here or no?
I started out as a heel, so basically that was the first time I'd be able to work heel. Yeah. Pretty much.
And I noticed you doing that also at the APW show last week.
I have a lot of fun up there. Their fans are excellent up there, and they fuel me to go even more over the top. I really have fun working up there.
Yeah. You did. I mean, I mentioned this before the show, but you did a really good job in the APW as far as heel mannerisms. Because I know you had worked. I don't know what percentage, but 80-90% of your matches as babyface.
Yeah.
And I was real impressed with just. You didn't pause and you didn't think, you were reacting natural and
Yeah, I mean that's and a lot of that has to attribute to the crowd. I mean they kept the match going and it was really good. But I've been trying to watch as much as I can. I mean, we still keep up the practice schedule and I'm in the ring the same amount of time, but I'm trying to watch the great heels of the past and watch some great matches, like even a lot of old school stuff, and just see how those guys were, because they didn't do much spot-wise, but they had to fill time with the little things. So I'm trying to watch a lot of the little things.
What type of stuff?
What's the busiest wrestling schedule you've ever had to work, as far as just actual house shows?
As a typical UPW week is practice on Tuesday, practice on Wednesday. Those practices are 2 to 3 hours. Day off Thursday. Practice on Friday, another 2.5-hour practice. A show on Friday night in front of a house crowd. 2 practices on Saturday. A show on Saturday night, and Sunday and Monday off.
So you're doing pretty easy transition, Ohio Valley.
Oh yeah. I'm actually looking forward to it. They do much more shows out there, so I'm actually looking forward to even working in front of a crowd even more, which would be good.
And also you'd be working with different people.
A different roster of guys, hopefully. I mean, we do have a new crowd here at UPW, so hopefully a lot more experienced guys, which would be really fun. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot.
Now, originally you were going to be wrestling Mikey Henderson, but you don't have a match tonight.
I don't have a match due to some unfortunate circumstances. Our hearts are with Mikey Henderson. His grandfather passed away, and I believe he's in Oklahoma. But tonight they're gonna give me like a farewell promo, I guess, and something rotten happens after that for the prototype. So they're still working it out, but we will find out what goes on.
Also, as far as like
the name prototype.
You know what? Me and my friends were sitting around and we tooled around with like a cyborg and like genetic project, and then I actually attributed it to Chris Bell. He used to help us write the shows over here. He's Smelly's brother, and it just popped out of his mouth. He's like, "How about prototype?" And everybody just looked around and said, "That's the one. We're going with it."
Now, you're going also this weekend. You're going to Massachusetts again, right?
Yep, I'm going back to Somerville, Massachusetts to work for Sheldon Goldberg in New England Championship Wrestling. I get the fortunate privilege of wrestling Frankie Kazarian, so it's going to be a really good time back there. My dad has only seen me wrestle once, and he's already got like 200 tickets for the show sold. So
my God!
It's going to be a good crowd. Very, very easy to work, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be good.
So, a lot of people don't. You grew up in Springfield, Massachusetts, is that right?
I grew up in West Newbury. I went to college in Springfield, Massachusetts, so I'm definitely from the East Coast, and I lived there 22 years of my life, so it's going to be fun to go back.
Now, Frankie Kazarian's also from that area, or
he's from California, but he went to Kowalski School for, I believe, either 2.5 or 3 years, so he also made a little foothold in there. That's pretty much where he got started.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering what the thing was there.
Yeah.
As far as you were talking about some of the old school guys and things like that.
Yeah.
What type of guys have you watched, and who do you really like now?
The guy I like to watch the most, bar none, is the $1 Million Man.
Really?
I really enjoy watching DiBiase. Towards the end of his career, he kind of let up a little bit, but some of his earlier matches, man, he does a lot of the little things. Like in a day where they didn't really bump around that much, he does like the extra stuff during his bumps, and just his facial expressions. All that's really good. I try to watch as much of him as I can. That's basically it. Just a lot of old school WWF and a lot of old school NWA, like some of the Flair Steamboat matches from the late 80s, and just most, like WrestleMania 3, WrestleMania 4, just stuff I got kicking around the house. But I really try to focus in on DiBiase. I think he works really well as a heel.
Well, you'll get plenty of matches once you get to Ohio Valley.
Yeah.
Now, when you go there, is there any thing as far as going as a heel, going as a babyface, or?
I have no idea what they're going to do with anything. I don't know if I'll be the prototype. I don't know if I'll be a heel or a face or what plans they have for me. I'm just looking forward to going there and trying to make a better part of the program.
Have you seen any of the tapes of their shows?
I haven't seen any of the tapes. I've been on the website as much as I can. It looks like they got some big boys down there, and it looks like they got some good talent, so I'll be ready to...
Yeah, a couple of those guys are big.
Leviathan,
are huge guys.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty big, so I'll be looking forward to it, definitely.
Yeah. As far as training, you don't anticipate any problems. I mean, you have a pretty thick schedule, and you still get all your training in here.
Yeah.
The weight training and everything.
Yeah, and the weight training is fine. I mean, there's enough hours in a day where if you want to wake up early enough, you can get to the gym, or if you want to stay up a few extra hours after the show, you can find a gym. I mean, that's just about putting in the extra effort. I don't see any problems happen with training in road time.
Now, do you go in once a day, or how many days a week do you go in?
I've cut it down actually now because of the schedule. I've cut it down to I can do a minimum of 4 days and a maximum of about 6, but each workout's only about a half an hour.
Really?
So I'm really trying to just cut to the chase. I get in, do what I got to do.
Now, what do you in that half an hour? I mean, you're doing like
absolutely no rest. I go from
so medium weights or stuff.
The strength is definitely down, but it's 100% effort. Like I go until failure for every set. So I may not be pressing, half a Volkswagen, but the work that I do, I am completely exhausted by the time that I leave the gym.
Is there what's the reason for cutting down? Do you have a strategy for that?
It's also a form of cardio. So if I don't have the time to go to the gym twice a day, it mixes one within the other. It shortens up the time that you're in the gym. Instead of an hour and a half, it's a half an hour. So you have a chance to get on the road if you have to drive 6 hours somewhere, or you just have a chance to plan the rest of your day. And it just cuts down on the bull that goes into the gym. You don't talk to anybody. I put my headphones on. I go in. I do what I got to do. If I want to socialize, I do it afterwards. So it keeps me focused.
Now, has there been anything? Because I remember one time WWF asked you to lose 10 pounds or so.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I've cut it down to a half an hour workout. I don't need to lift to be 280 pounds. I'm at 240 right now. They're happy with me at 240. I'm kind of eating like a supermodel. I just enjoyed myself out there.
Oh, really?
That was my one cheat out there. But I've really been eating less and watching the diet, so they're happy with me at 240. It's a more athletic build, maybe a little bit more marketable. They don't have to market me as a big guy. So I'm just doing what I can to stay within their liking.
Agility-wise, do you think it helps you a lot?
I'm much more agile at 240, but I don't have any much more of the strength. I feel a lot happier at 260. I'm eating like a supermodel right now.
How about your win in the ring?
Actually, it's much, much better. Being the weight that I am, everything is better, except the fact that I can't, go to the hostess rack every once in a while and eat some ice cream and have some steaks and stuff like that.
Now, as far as on your joints, you're young. I mean, do you have any little joint problems or anything?
No, I've always had bad knees. I mean, my knees look like a horror show. But I try to protect myself in there. As you've seen, I really don't do anything fancy. I mean, I'm still trying to work on my in-ring work, so I just try to take care of myself, leave the big bumps up to the veterans, and they usually put me through stuff that I can handle.
The last couple times you've been to WWF, I mean, what's been your feeling as far as especially going out east, going?
Those guys are great. I'm in a situation where I'm the new guy, trying to do what I can. They could easily come in and just totally turn their shoulders to me, but I try to be a people person, and if you're polite to them, they will give you nothing but positive feedback. Every single person back there has been nothing but a friend. It's a family atmosphere. Not only have they welcomed me in, but they've also been the first to give me feedback, like this looks good, this looks like crap, you should do more of this, concentrate on this. I've learned more from the 4 to 6 times that I've been in the WWF from the experienced guys than I learned in the ring with UPW.
Who are the guys after your matches that come up to you the most? Is there anyone in particular?
Of course, the road agents, Tony Gurria, JR, Bruce Pritchard, Tom Pritchard will give me some feedback. Kevin Kelly has been really good with feedback, and just the guys none of the guys are standing there watching the monitors, but maybe one night Triple H will see your match, so he'll tell you what you can switch and what you can't. Taz was very, very good on giving me some good constructive criticism. Billy Gunn, Bull Buchanan, Big Boss Man. I mean, everybody has their little 2 cents, and if you add up all that money, you get a lot to learn, so it's good.
Okay. Now, I don't know that... Yeah, what are the names of the callers? Because we're going to start with the phone calls right now. Okay, let's go to Sean first.
Hey, guys.
Sean, how's it going?
How you doing?
Hey. It's going good.
Hey, Prototype, don't be listening to too much Billy Gunn, I say to you. But I just have a couple quick points before I get to my booking idea for Prototype. First off, I see on a lot of other websites and stuff that a lot of people seem to dog Heyman, and I just think that it's been a couple weeks now. I think Heyman is just doing such an awesome job, and I'm down here in Nashville, and I love Lawler more than anyone, but I just think Heyman's just, I don't know, it's kind of like a more serious, you know what I'm saying?
It's more serious and it's more technical wrestling oriented. It's just a different thing. I I like Lawler's comedy. Sometimes I didn't, but I'd say most of the time I did. Heyman, I mean, he's more nuts and bolts wrestling. Sometimes he's a little stronger. They're totally different.
Yeah.
They're totally different.
Well, the guys I like to watch the Jericho, Angle, and Benoit, so I really love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's his thing, too, because that's what he loves.
Yep. And, this weekend really made me realize why I love pro wrestling, because I'm a huge fan of just, the fight scene in general, boxing, mixed martial arts. And after Lewis, it just made me realize why I love pro wrestling, because if this was a shoot, we could have Grandmaster Sexay beat Austin or something,
Well, maybe not.
Jeff
But
Hardy beat
you know what I mean.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, there'd be unpredictable things. But that boxing was. Did you watch it?
I didn't get a chance to see it.
Oh, it was just you're watching a fight that you think is going to be an easy match for Lewis, and unfortunately so did he. And he wasn't in his best shape, and you could see it in the second round, and then he just got caught.
Yeah.
And Dave, you know a lot more than I do, but as far as like Leviathan, is that his name? What's the name over in
Leviathan.
Yeah, Leviathan, and how like in Brock Lesnar and Prototype, how are those like guys? Are they about the same level as far as being ready, or? Because I was thinking, I've only seen Brock Lesnar. I saw him at SmackDown Dark Match last week or so, and God, he was so impressive. And it
really depends on who you listen to as far as Lesnar, because there's some people that go, people are just blown away when they see the shooting star press, and it kind of blinds them to his actual ability in the ring. But I've never seen him, so I can't tell you.
At the dark match, it was nothing great, but him and Sheldon Benjamin, no one gives dark match guys any chance, but people were popping for him. People really took to him, and I don't know. I've only seen pictures of Prototype, and I was just thinking, I'd bring in, him and Brock Lesnar or even Leviathan as a tag team, because they're scary looking, and I bring him in as a Goldberg tag team, just make them unstoppable and just kill everybody.
Brock Lesnar's, Brock Lesnar's a pretty big guy, and his power moves, his suplexes are real impressive. I think Prototype's further advanced than Brock Lesnar. Leviathan, again, it's like I've only seen him do the Monster Man stuff, so I don't know exactly. I know that he trains the same way everyone else does. He's a huge guy. I don't know if you.
Oh no, I've seen pictures and he looks jacked to the gills.
He's like 6'6", 290.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
And with an unusually small waist at that.
Yep.
At that, so
he looks scary big.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a great physical look.
Yeah. Yep.
But like John here is a lot shorter.
Yeah.
Than either of those two guys.
I'm 6 feet. Just barely 6 feet. 240. I actually wouldn't like to work the unstoppable gimmick. I actually like the wrestling. I like the entertainment of it. I mean, for the big guys, I think it works. For a guy like me, I really don't think it would work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, and hey guys, I enjoyed the show yesterday. And Dave, you have to get Flair on soon, man.
Oh, we'll get Flair on again. Don't worry.
And
we're going to do the Ray Stevens thing in the next, with Flair and Nick Bockwinkel and Heenan. Maybe we're going to try to get them all together on one show.
I can't wait for that. And
hey,
Prototype,
I can't either.
Good luck, man.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Okay, who's up next? Terry, North
Carolina?
Dan, okay, let's go to Dan. Let's go to Dan. Dan, what's up?
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going really good.
I just wanted to compliment Prototype on his match at APW. I was there at both shows in Vallejo, and I thought they were great.
Hey, thank you very much. Thanks.
And that was the guys in the front row, me and my friend, the only people cheering for UPW.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. It's good to see a smiling face in that crowd. That crowd is tough.
You guys came up to us and shook our hands. It was really cool.
Cool, man. Cool.
Rick Dustman blew his nose on my APW shirt. And
awesome.
That's not the best souvenir for some reason.
I was wondering if after that thing with Max Justice where he sided with you, if you guys are going to follow up with the UPW-APW angle.
In my case, I definitely won't be able to follow up with it because I'm going to be gone. But if you're an APW fan, they're going to milk that for as much as we can get out of it. We got a whole crew of guys that hopefully we're going to send up there. And I mean, I've been to 2 of their shows, and that's a great feud. I mean, the fans really get into it. So if they can keep carrying it, I think it'll be something interesting to watch.
How do you like working with those guys from APW?
Awesome. Those guys. I've worked with Donovan before, and he's always great. Working with Vinny and Max, obviously, I think the whole Max gimmick that made the match. I think that was great.
Yeah, the Max thing was good because you worked real well with him, because you always kind of been the power thing. And then when you backed off of him every time.
I thought that was great. I thought that whole angle worked very well. But no, those guys are really great. Those guys are awesome, and they can do some phenomenal stuff. There's no doubt about it.
How do you like, as far as watching those guys doing a lot of different moves, especially Vinny. Vinny's,
He does some real innovative stuff. Again, I just think those guys are up there for the wrestling. They really do, they wrestle their asses off, and they're really lenient on what moves they'll take and what moves they won't. A lot of Vinny's stuff I just wouldn't take because I'd be worried about my health. I mean, he does a lot of dropping on the neck type moves and stuff like that, which are awesome to look at, but even as a guy in the back, I'm cringing away going, ooh, he's not going to make it out of that one. So, I mean, really innovative stuff, but at the same time, if he wants to bring it to the next level, he's got to ask himself if everybody in the line is going to take it.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things with a lot of guys on independence that do a lot of really, really great moves, and Brian, can talk about this also. When they go to the top, you got to remember that a lot of the guys at the top, they're not going to take these moves right on their head.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
And the brass won't allow it either. The higher ups definitely won't allow it either. So I mean, they got to totally change their style. So I mean, it's great to watch, but at the same time, I'm sure Vinny can work a different style where as if he needed to put it on a match with just regular style bumps, he could.
Okay, John, I want to thank you very much for being here. We're going to
It's always a pleasure, my man.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon. Hey,
you got it.
Good luck in Louisville.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you.
We're going to have John back on May 23rd. We're going to do a whole 90 minutes with him.
I'll be looking forward to it.
Great.
That'll be great, and we can talk about the first couple weeks in Louisville.
Talk to you guys on the 23rd.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Good luck, John. In the booth now, we have Frankie Kazarian, Frankie the Future Kazarian, and we also have Nova, who we had on the show just a couple of weeks ago, who's been halfway around the world since we last talked to him. And they're going to be wrestling Edge and Christian tonight in the main event of the show here in Santa Ana. And Frankie, we've never talked to you on the show before. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Pleasure to be here, first of all. Thanks for having me. I've been wrestling a little bit over 3 years. I was trained by the legendary Killer Kowalski in Malden, Massachusetts. Was training over there when Prince Albert was training, when he first got signed to his deal. I've been out in California for the last 3 years. Wrestled all over pretty much every independent in California, the Southern California area. I've been with UPW for the last year, and I'm pretty much religious here. Now,
did you grow up here, or where did you grow up?
Actually, yeah, I grew up in a town called Yucca Valley, California, which is about 30 minutes north of Palm Springs. And what I did is I worked all year. I saved up my money, and I was told to go to Kowalski School. I was recommended. I came highly recommended, actually. So what I did is I just packed everything I had in my car, drove across country, paid the money, and got trained. About 6 months later, when times got tough, couldn't really afford too much, I came back out here, hooked up with a few local promoters, started, I was able to start working constantly, and then eventually landed myself in UPW.
And how did you
work for?
In Southern California?
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody, right?
Yeah, I've worked Jesse Hernandez, Bill Anderson, EWF, IWC. I've recently been doing the things with APW, which have been great. Pretty much UIWA, pretty much, you name a promotion in Southern California, I've done it.
Nova, we want to talk to you. You just got back from England.
Yeah, thanks again for having me. Last time was a blast doing the show. I had a great time. Yeah, it was cool. England was awesome. I gotta admit, I didn't know what to expect. I thought their style of wrestling was a little bit different. They're totally into, I guess if you want to call it the American style. It's been Americanized a little bit more. British wrestling for a long time was considered to be done with rounds. There's a lot more
rounds and the kind of like the Regal style.
Yeah, more mat based.
Any Duchess of Queensbury matches?
No Duchess of Queensbury. We were outside of Manchester, right near there. So, for FWA, run by John Farr, and class act. Everybody was fantastic. The people were totally into everything we did, and I actually didn't know what to expect going out there. I didn't know because they'd only been really seeing ECW the last year or so. But they were up on everybody. I got asked questions about everybody in ECW and what was going on. So it was a very warm response, and I had a blast. I would definitely go back again.
How would you compare your time now with your time in ECW as far as just traveling and how much fun you're having? And I'm sure you miss ECW, but
I do. I miss ECW. I mean, you got to remember, I spent more time with those people than my own family, and I still see a lot of I still see Chris Chetty all the time. I see Dreamer a lot. Some of the other guys I was real close to. But now I've been doing a lot more worldwide travel and stuff. I got to go to Mexico, and I'm going to Japan next week. So I just want to try to go fight as many different styles and learn them, whether it be lucha or catch and strong style as I can, because that's the only way I'm ever going to get to be a better wrestler is by adapting to as many things as I can.
Frankie, as far as stylistically and everything like that, what type of styles do you like to watch, and what type of stuff Have you tried to pick up from different styles?
So that's one thing I do try. I claim to be the chameleon in professional wrestling, which is I can adapt and do any style, whether it's catch can, aerial, mat, groundwork, pretty much anything. I was always a real big fan of hold-to-hold chain wrestling. I think that's a lost art, and I try to bring that back a lot. But like I said, I try to get all kinds of wrestling involved in a match because I think that's what the fans want to see. That's going to entertain them.
One thing when you wrestled at that APW show a little over a week ago, you did. I guess the match was about 30 minutes long.
Yeah, the 6-man.
And usually when you're wrestling here, the matches are quite a bit shorter. Mm-hmm. What's the pluses and minuses in your mind of going into a long match versus a short match?
Well, as far as going up there, we did have about 30 minutes, and we were, of course, the heels were invading, and in that type of situation, what you can do is you can have a lot of fun with the psychological aspect of it. I could spend 10 minutes selling and just drawing all kinds of heat. Whereas here, I'm set to a certain specific time limit, and I have to get my stuff done. Whereas there, you can draw stuff out a lot more. I like a quick-paced match. I think the fans do too, because nobody wants to see anybody go too long. But I also like going 30 minutes. And when you're with two other guys in your corner, you're not going to blow up or anything. So that's a big advantage right there.
What's your thoughts as far as, going in there, if you work a WWF tryout match, you're going to get 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Or as opposed to, a match with Rob Van Dam where you're going to go as long as he wants to go.
Yeah, truthfully, I like to the longer, because, be honest with you, when I was a lot more out of shape and couldn't do anything, the shorter the better. You just want to get it over with. But especially when you're a singles wrestler, if you have to go long for a purpose, for a reason for the match to go longer, then it's cool. If you're just going out there and doing nothing and just stalling and killing time and it's boring, then you got to wrap it up. But if things are flowing, look at some of the All Japan and New Japan matches. You're talking 25, 30 minutes. Those people are just as hot at that at the end as when they started. So if you can do it correctly, look at some of Hunter's matches. He goes a long time, but his stuff is so good that there's a reason for it to go a long time. So if there's a reason, I'm into it. But if not, if it's got to be short and to the point, and if you're looking for a desired effect, then you need to go shorter, then that's what you got to do. It's the name of the game. Some night could be 4 minutes, the next you got to be ready to do whatever you got to do.
I got a question for you. As far as, is it easier for you, as far as the conditioning and the physique and everything, to maintain, or was it easier because you could see your improvement comes much more rapid when you're first starting. When you come down from 260 to 195, every week you probably look like a new person.
Yeah.
Now you're pretty much, I haven't seen you, so I don't know if this is what you've looked like for 2 months, or if you're continuing to improve. But mentally, how is this?
Mentally, I will never be satisfied with where I'm at, ever. I come walking in here today, and some other guys, they saw me last month, like, wow, no, we look even leaner and bigger than we did last time.
Really?
Yeah. So be it. My goal is that I'll never be happy. Unless this could sound stupid, but unless I was sitting on a stage and won the Olympia trophy or something, I don't think I could ever. You know what I mean? Honestly, I'll never be content, because content breeds laziness. And if you're never at the opposite end of the spectrum, really fat or out of shape, then you just don't know what it's like to be totally different. So
how long have you been doing the strict dieting now? Has it been
well over a year? And it's to the point now where I don't even mind it anymore. I stood with Dreamer last night, and he thought I was crazy because we went to the restaurant and I had some low-cal sugar-free syrup that I brought me on the road, and he's like, dude, why you do that? And I was like, because this is how I have to do it.
You don't have the perfect metabolism.
Yeah, exactly.
Some guys can get away with it. Right,
yep.
Can you get away with it, or?
Actually, no, I can't. I was one of those guys. I was on the other end of the spectrum. I was the little tiny guy, and I could never gain weight. When I did gain weight, it turned into fat. But pretty much now I'm pretty much in the same boat as Nova, and I've been dieting for so long it doesn't even bother me anymore.
You can always go better. That's my goal.
Absolutely crazy.
What's that? I'm sorry.
You ever have a day where you just go absolutely crazy?
Well, usually what I do is sometimes I'm on a diet where I eat, strict 6 days a week. On the 7th day, I indulge, and that kind of helps me from not going crazy.
And even to the point that Frankie's probably the same way, even my day when it's crazy, it's still better than most people's best.
Yeah.
To me, you're not eating like candy all day or nothing like that.
No, to me, a treat, a treat, like tonight after the show, I might have some sugar-free yogurt or something like that, or I might eat a little bit later than I normally would. That's a treat to me.
Or a cheeseburger or a pizza or something.
Yeah, that doesn't. I don't even miss those. I do miss sometimes a cookie or two, but if you want it, you want it. I'm not a genetic freak like Prototypes, though.
Man, he gets to work hard for it too.
Oh yeah, he does. The guy busts his ass. He puts some weight away. That's the thing. Everybody always says, "Oh, this guy does this. That's why he looks like." No, you gotta. You could take whatever. You could put toxic waste in your body. You ain't gonna get no results unless you put some time in the gym. You have to do it. It's the only way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go to the callers. We're gonna start with Terry in North Carolina. Terry, what's going on? Terry.
Terry,
you're not there?
Terry.
Let's go to Scott.
Why you bug?
Hey, on the line.
Hey, what's going on? Is this Scott?
Hey,
Is this Scott?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
Scott, what's going on?
Nova, are you gonna be in Mount Vernon, New York this Saturday?
No, I will be in the one on Friday night, Middletown. I was originally going to try to be in Mount Vernon, but I'll probably be at the Mount Vernon one on the 18th. But go out and check it out because there's going to be a lot of cool people there.
Yeah, I was gonna check out that one. I thought I saw your name on the website, so I thought I'd
Yeah.
be sure, but so I guess not. And then Dave, I had a question for you. You always talk about how I guess you get a satellite feed for watching wrestling. What are the benefits?
I don't have I have a dish to watch as far as the direct TV, but I don't have a satellite feed like the guys who. The KU band, I mean, the guys who actually watch SmackDown live and they can see the Raw Dark matches and things like that. Yeah, I don't have that.
I mean, because getting like something like direct TV or something, are there any real benefits to it as far as like watching stuff that is more than just WWF wrestling?
The only stuff is the Tuesday night 3-hour block of Lucha, and you can get Ultimate Fight and Pride on pay-per-view. Aside from that, there isn't any difference than regular TV as far as wrestling goes. It's not like, there was a time when you had a dish and you could get all those regional companies and stuff like that. Now they really don't. There really isn't a lot of regional. There's no regional stuff hardly on TV.
Yeah, so there's no way you can get the channels where you can see OVW or something.
Oh, no. The Memphis, I believe if you have a KU band, I think the WMC goes up because I know one of our listeners who's in Edmonton, watches the Memphis show religiously, so I know you can get that. And I know if you have a KU band, you can get like the SmackDowns on Tuesday Night Live.
Mm-hmm. And you guys are always, talking about this When Worlds Collide pay-per-view, it's like God's gift to pay-per-views and stuff like that. And I've looked for as long as I've heard about it to find it, and I just can't.
There got to be tape dealers who have that one. I mean,
check out. I think BobBarnett.com has probably got it. In fact,
was that the Lucha one?
Yeah, that was
awesome. Yeah, that was a hell of a show. That's R-Par was on it, and Eddie Louis Piccoli was Madonna's. Yeah, that was a hell of a show.
Yeah, it's one of the best pay-per-views
I thought it was groundbreaking for AAA as a whole. I thought it took a huge step with that. I really did.
And they never followed up.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably know more than I did. What happened behind
WCW?
Typical disorganization. It was a little bit WCW and a lot of AAA as far as disorganization and follow-up. But, for a first show, it was a super
I thought it was the start of something. I definitely did.
Yeah, so did I.
And I had one more question for you guys. I know about the, UPW and, Memphis and Ohio Valley are like farm promotions for WWF. I just thought it was weird that they don't have one up in the Northeast where they're based.
I've often wondered that too.
I've often wondered that too.
There's not one up in the Massachusetts, New York area because there's a lot of talented guys up there.
Who knows? Who could be? I think everything's getting restructured now and reshuffled.
Really?
I know some guys are going down to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's a foothold too now.
They're just starting it. Puerto Rico's business really picked up in the last 4 months.
They're kicking ass. Yeah, Kionis has done a great job over there. So I don't know. Maybe we'll put one in the Northeast. Who knows?
Yeah, but you guys have no idea why they don't have one.
Who would they send people to up there? Are there any good? What's the best promotion up there?
Well, I think in theory being they'd have to start something. That's
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see anyone now. I mean, I think they need some, backing as far as paying talent.
Right. I see what you're saying though too, because they're based out of Connecticut and nowhere really close. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do stuff with Jim Kettner. I mean, a lot of their developmental guys do Jim Kettner shows.
They do some developmental stuff, but a lot of those guys who do the Kettners, they already knew Kettner before in the past. But Kettner does a great job. His shows are very well family oriented, and it's definitely a learning experience. Kevin Kelly's associated, and Kevin's a great guy, so he goes down there and he knows good stuff when he sees it. So,
do they send scouts to local shows?
That I don't know. I always wrestle with the theory that on any given night anybody could be in the audience, and honestly, I don't think they would come up and say, "Hey, listen, tonight's the night. So and so's here, so you got to go." I think it would put too much pressure on them. So you never know who's looking. You got to be ready to go.
A couple months ago, there was a show here in Stamford, actually, right about maybe 10 minutes away from Titan Towers, right? And I noticed 2 days later, about 5 guys off the show were doing jack matches.
Well, they saw them, so
yeah. You never know who's looking.
Nova, who are some of the guys that you've seen running around on indies that you think that that you've noticed, and frankly, even down here, guys that like regular listeners wouldn't know. Who are some of the guys you've seen that think have a lot of potential?
Well, of course, I'll say that the Chris Daniels, that's been said.
Everyone knows that, yeah.
Absolutely. Prototype is a hell of a future in front of him. That guy, I've known him the last year, and his work ethic is far surpasses anyone I've seen down here. Very good. Samoa Joe, who, on top of throwing a good barbecue, can really work in the ring, and the intensity that guy has is amazing, and he's been in the business such a short time, and he's so many levels above most of the guys here. But there's a lot of talented guys down here. I could go on and on. But.
No, but Northeast, I truly enjoy. I think the Backseat Boys have a good future. I like, the aerial stuff. I like what Rick Blade does. There are some guys who are getting stuck in the mindset that wrestling, especially in Northeast and Jersey too, they're getting stuck in the mindset that wrestling is all about hitting each other with weapons and blood. There's a couple groups that, they're taking some big chances. So I don't want to see these guys get conditioned to that. But there are those that go to those groups and wrestle on the shows. Yeah, well, they use the show for what it is. Mm-hmm. And they're constantly striving to improve. But there's some guys that are, Ace Darling I always thought was really good. He just never got that big break. So, Rick Ratchet was always my perennial favorite, too.
What about in England? Anybody there?
England, hands down, Doug Williams.
Really?
Doug Williams, the anarchist, he's the guy I fought over there. He is over there considered to be like what Chris Daniels is over here, the best independent wrestler. In Britain, it's not really, if you're a wrestler, that's your job, is how you make your living. There's not so much where there's fringe groups or outlaws. You just go anywhere and work. Doug Williams, he hands down was a very capable hand, great guy, and a total gentleman. Good talent.
Hey, Dave, have you heard anything about anyone having interest in C.W. Anderson?
I haven't. Have you guys heard anything about that?
I don't know. I unfortunately, the CW, I saw him when he was here last time. He had a great showing against Prototype. I never really talked to CW a whole lot. And I don't have a bat phone. Nobody calls me and tells me the hotlines. I listen to Dave Meltzer or the Pro Wrestling Torch or OneWrestling.com. I know those guys. So I believe half of what I hear and none of what I see. So,
I believe most of what I see, but about half of what I hear.
Yeah. I think he's a great talent. It's just the problem is he's maybe his look isn't up to par with WWF.
It's maybe like Nova. Nova changed his look. Not everyone can have. Yeah, not everyone can have the best physique in the world, but.
Well, not so much physique as far as just look and.
I know though Arn Anderson, but Arn Anderson made a lot of money with his look.
If there was a spot that required somebody to be just like C.W. Anderson to do it, then he'll get it. You know what I mean? It's if right place, right time, and you have to be needed to do what's needed to have that spot filled. I guess if they needed a green alien from Mars, if there was one on Earth, they'd put him in that spot before they put somebody else. So
yeah. It's tough. It's tough though. Right now the business, the number of jobs and everything like that. It's a tough period, especially you're running around all over the world. How is it as far as for both of you guys as far as making a living and everything like that?
Well, it's for me, I still work 2 regular jobs, and
so it's tough.
Oh, it is tough, and I live pretty much about 2.5 hours closest to the nearest. I'm about 2 hours away from here.
Oh wow!
So anytime I wrestle, I got a 2-hour trip, and most shows aren't in this area, so that is real hard. But this is what I've dedicated my life to, so that doesn't bother me. I got my schedule tight at work. I work Monday through Friday, pretty much 9 to 5, and I have my weekends free so I can work. But it does get trying after a while, being on the road, But that's what I love. I'm all about that.
I've been pretty lucky. I take 1 or 2 independent days a week. I really I only lend myself to ones that are pretty good. I enjoy Gateway Championship Wrestling, WrestleZone, UPW. I like traveling overseas, and the rest of the time I just spend in the gym. And I've been pretty lucky where I've been able to make a decent amount since ECW. Their problems, but it hasn't been the easiest thing in the world. But you got to take some ups and some downs. For every good day, there's a bad day. So you get out of this what you put into it. So hopefully things will work out.
I want to ask you this, Frankie, and also if you have any overseas stuff coming up besides we know about the FMW, and also have you done anything or thought about ever doing anything, say, Tijuana, since it's not all that far from here?
Yeah, that is something I'm definitely looking into in the near future. I'd love to go down to Mexico. I'd love to go to Japan eventually. I'm keeping my options open. I'd pretty much love to do it all.
I am going to Japan for FMW's Kawasaki show. There's a chance I might go to Mexico for the next XLAW 120. I don't know yet. And then I haven't gotten to Australia yet. I'd like to take a swing in Puerto Rico. But eventually, I wouldn't mind doing a tour if they thought I was worthy enough to do it of New Japan. I know they have their junior tournament coming up. I'll miss that day because I'll be back here. But I would love to be honored to even be considered to go to New Japan and do a tour over there.
Okay, let's go to is Carlo there?
Hey, how you doing, guys? How you doing, Dave?
Doing good.
I have a question about WCW. I heard now, I think it was Bob Ryder that said that he heard there's a possibility that they might not even do it. They'll just use it as an angle. They'll just bring in the guys from WCW, because it's like they're not sure what to do right now, and it's like really expensive and stuff like that. Have you heard anything about that? Or
it's really expensive, and I know that there's a lot that they're feeling a lot of pressure because of the XFL. They don't want 2 failures in a row. I know that there's a meeting. It's actually tomorrow. They're having a big meeting on what they're going to do. I mean, everything is a possibility. I mean, I mean, I don't know where their mindset is right now. Yeah, I guess there is a possibility. Maybe they'll just do the angle and that's it. Everything I have been told, and this information is probably 5 days old, and in wrestling, 5-day-old information is sometimes totally obsolete. Yeah, exactly. And that's the last time I talked to anyone there at length about the WCW project. I mean, at that point, they were looking at doing it, but they didn't have a start date. They were hopeful of June, maybe July, doing the Wednesdays. I mean, they were still committed to doing it as something separate, doing a separate TV show. But, and there's been no major meeting since then, so it's not like anything big would have changed. But, they're going to go in there tomorrow.
A lot of people looking at the fact that the 2 shows have been pushed back and just thinking, if they've been pushed back twice so far, maybe, it'll just fall through. And I think that they've just been pushed back because they're not ready yet.
I mean, they don't want to stay. We talked about it a lot, I mean, that 11 o'clock to 1 a.m. time slot on a Saturday night, you may be able to hook a lot of people the first week as a curiosity, but you better give them a good show, because if you give them a really bad show the first time out, a lot of people will just go, they're going to go out on Saturday night and just forget about it real quick. You guys have any thoughts on this?
I personally, I hope that they do run it as a separate company, because there's so many talented guys out there, and I think they can make it go. I hope they don't do it as an angle, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, potentially, if it's done right, it could be a monster angle.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think it'll take off. I mean, sometimes people almost just want to be totally pessimistic. Oh, they're not going to do it. They're not. Give them a chance. This is a huge undertaking, a huge restructuring. It's a big deal. It ain't going to be done half-assed. Everything's
it can't be done half-assed. It can't be done half-assed.
Yeah, look what happened. Yeah. So I mean, WWF touches stuff. It usually turns to gold. So they want to do it right. So I think they will. Yeah, I think they'll do it. I think they'll do it. Yeah.
Even if they don't do it, they're still definitely Vince is still definitely going to keep the WCW name, right?
Well, I mean, as far as marketing videos, as far as, I'm sure he'll do it for an angle with Shane as a worst case scenario. Yeah. But I mean, as far as how long they would keep that name going if they didn't run a separate show, I mean, that'd run its course pretty. I don't know. I mean, I don't think you could drag that out more than 6-9 months. Maybe not even.
They're not selling the name though.
Yeah. No, they're not going to sell the name to somebody else, no. Okay?
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot, Dave.
Okay. Yep. All right. We got Tommy Dreamer here. Tommy, how are you today?
Not bad. How are you, sir?
We're doing very, very good. We're here at, of course, in Santa Ana. We got Brian Alvarez, Figure 4 Weekly here as well. Tommy, where's everything stand? I mean, I'm sure you get this question like 5 times a day. How's everything stand with you as far as what you're doing these days?
I'm doing like I always been doing. I'm just wrestling, doing a lot of indies, and just waiting to see what happens with WWF, WCW. I'm good friends with Paul. I've spoken to Jim Ross and spoken to them, and they just tell me to wait, and they tell me to wait. That's what I do.
What are some of the places you've been? I know I saw you you wrestled in Ontario the other day.
I have been everywhere. I'm becoming rapidly the king of the indies, and I'm enjoying every single one of them because I'm meeting a lot of people, seeing a lot of talent out there. I've been everywhere. I was just saying I was just talking to Joey Matthews, who's down in I think Louisville or Ohio Valley. Joey Matthews.
He's in Memphis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said I'm working more than if we were working full time in ECW. I'm working like 4 or 5 times a week. So I'm having a good time. That's all.
How are you feeling physically?
I'm physically feeling good. I'm 255 pounds. Still have love handles and a big butt, but I'll always have those, so that's okay. As long as I fall on my butt or my head, I'll be fine. So that's about it.
I mean, physically, are your joints and everything like that? Do you feel better than when you were in ECW, or?
Yeah. I kind of say I wish I was Tommy Dreamer all the time, because when I was Tommy Dreamer, I never felt anything when I was in the ring, with the adrenaline. But when Tom Laughlin would come out, sometimes I would be pretty banged up the next day. But whenever I'm wrestling, I don't feel anything. And lately, I feel great. And I've wrestled in some really bad rings, and I've wrestled in some really good rings. But I've been fine for a while. It was really a shame what happened, with ECW, because, I was, pretty much getting body-wise and, with my back and my neck in the best shape that way. And now I'm getting in better shape, because I've lost about 15 pounds. I want to lose about another 10, 15. So I'm happy around, being around 240. So that's about it.
What's, with the whole thing that happened with ECW, and the fact that it was sort of like almost a prolonged thing, Mentally you were so, everyone knows that you were so dedicated to that company,
Right.
and you were like Paul's right-hand man. Was it tough for you mentally as the thing was going down?
I walk around with a broken heart, basically, because everyone looks at wrestling as one way, but I have a lot of friends, and I know their wives, I know their girlfriends, I know their children, and everyone's lives get affected with this, and we had about 40 people who were affected with all this, and I know Paul tried his best to, try to save it, but, you couldn't do it. We were fighting a losing battle. There's a lot of reasons why ECW went down. But, you just got to look at it as it was a great place to work. It was a great time in my life and a great time for a lot of guys' lives. And you just got to, now hope to, you work for the WWF. There's only really one place to work now. And, WWF or WCW. And I think they'll do a good job with everything because you can't argue with their success. But I walk around with a broken heart because, I loved ECW and I loved all my friends who were there. And, you would see these people every single week, and now you don't see them anymore. You talk to them on the phone, but, it's still not the same. And I don't think a lot of people, UPW is a lot different. It's a lot more professional. But, I've wrestled some very unprofessional places, and then you also hear a lot of horror stories about other guys. And a lot of guys who stuck by ECW at the end, don't deserve to be doing those right now. They deserve to be in, WWF or WCW. So we just hope and wait, and time will tell.
Now when did you pretty much know that it was over? Did you actually have to see the bankruptcy filing, or was there a point where you just kind of went, whatever people say, I just know that it's over?
No, I don't want to sound like a mark, but I'm a fighter, and I knew what I did, and there was a lot of meetings going down towards the end that I was very, very privy to, but it was just there's a lot of things about the demise of the empire, how I like to call it, but one day when I write a book, because that's what I'm a wrestler, I have to write a book, right? That'll be in my book, so I don't want to give away, because right now probably it's one of the better chapters in my life with professional wrestling, because this will be the sad point. If this was a E behind the stories, this would be the point where, the band broke up, or I was on drugs. This is the down point, now I got to look for my second comeback or something, so that's how I look at it.
Tommy, I know that, probably except for Paul Heyman, you were in there at those meetings, and know how close, what would you say looking back, how close were you to being able to pull it out, and is there anything that you could say that went wrong, or was it one of those things where, God, we came so close but we didn't make it, or was it timing?
There was a lot of things. I know I was privy to 2 meetings because I brought 2 people to the table, and one meeting they could have saved the company, but ECW they didn't have financial records. It was, I always describe ECW as like a mom and pop's deli that was bought out by Subway, but it was still trying to be run like a mom and pop's deli, and we didn't have financial records. And when you're dealing with bankers and everything, that you can't just say, well, we make this much money. They want to see proof. And just the hard thing with the company is we always needed liquid cash. We had a lot of money supposed to be coming us with pay-per-views, but it didn't work out. And you look at .com companies right now. It's business. It sucks, but it's business.
Yeah, so many businesses. Wrestling's really showing it in the last 6 months with WCW and everything too.
WCW I think was a different story. They had the golden egg, but they destroyed it. From what I never worked there, but from all accounts of what I'm being told, they destroyed it themselves. ECW, Paul fought for it, myself fought for it, Ron Buffone, Charlie Braziz, Steve Carroll, everyone, they fought for it. We had help from WWF. It was a great place to work, and the one thing I do wish we had would be a chance for myself and a lot of the wrestlers and just put on one last show, like a goodbye show, because we never really got to say goodbye because we were always just hanging on, hoping and hoping. So,
is there a chance that somebody could do that, say in Philadelphia, at the building, and just bring most of the guys back together? Because I'm sure, if you could get WWF to agree to let the guys on, one day to do it on a Friday night, because they usually don't work Friday nights anyway, and most of the other guys, I'm sure that live in the area and all, would want to do it for the one last time.
I don't know. Yeah, it sounds great.
Yeah,
book it, Dave. Run your first show.
So basically, as far as outside of wrestling and everything, how's your life changed without the ECW structurally?
Well, right before the whole bad times, I bought a house, so that was a bad time to buy a house, and I have a very large mortgage, but I hopefully everything will prevail. My life, I kind of had a revelation during everything, because I gave up a lot for the business and a lot of my own personal self, and like I don't have a whole lot to show for it. So I just I'm enjoying playing with my niece and my nephew. I mean, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids, and I'm enjoying spending time with my family, and I'm doing things that I used to miss a lot of family parties, or just because I'd be in the studio with Paul, or I just but there's a lot of little things in life that I missed out on, and I'm 30 years old now, and
you're not that old.
I know, but still. But I missed out on a lot of things, and now I'm just fixing up my house, and that's really about it.
Tell us a little bit about, a lot of people don't know about it except for maybe the brief clips they saw on Beyond the Mat or something like that, but the ECW, as far as TV, TV production night. I mean, were you out there with the Chinese food and everything like that?
Yes.
What would?
That's why my butt got so big. Paul has single-handedly destroyed me, but.
No. What's what were those nights like? I mean, because you're basically up there, all night, 24 hours or however long. How long did usually those putting together those TVs take?
Well, let's see. I comprise a list. I have a top 10 of the top craziest people I ever met in the wrestling industry, and Paul is number one, and that's not a slight on him. I tell him all the time, he's a crazy man. And if Paul would tell you he'd be at the studio at 2 o'clock, just like if he tells you I'll call you back, he would sometimes show up at 10 at night, because he'd be bogged down and doing stuff. And if he was there, I remember one time it took 12 hours to do the November to Remember video, or just to do a video, or he liked the show, would watch the show, and then just say, you know what, I don't like the show, and restart it. Ron Buffone, he would probably go in around maybe 10 o'clock in the morning and do his own stuff, and then just sit around, wait for Paul. If Paul did show up on time, they would go into the studio on Monday and probably leave Wednesday. And then the other guy, Charlie, would come in, go to Dubs, because we had to send out all the tapes to all the different markets. A lot of times the shows, especially when we were on TNN, when they had to do 2 shows, they would work from Monday to Friday, and then, Saturday go in and shoot television, wherever we were. Ron and Charlie were also the backbone of the company, because they did all the production, and they were so understaffed, and they had to deal with Paul on a constant basis, and Paul had his own stuff or had to be in meetings, so it was, it was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's how I lived my life. That's how they lived it, and Charlie has children, Ron, has a wife and kids, and it's just everyone's lives so devoted, towards, the wrestling business, and that's why I was saying these, guys like them deserve to be, in the wrestling business because of all of what they put out for it.
Now, you were in there for, 7 years or so?
I was there from the beginning, yeah. I walked in, and I showed up with Taz with my bags, and he put me in a match against him, and Paul always said 3 people gave me a standing ovation, and I got a job. So that was it.
Now, give us a little bit about your background before ECW. Were you with Mario Savoldi for a while?
Yeah, I was with the Savoldis. I was trained by Johnny Rods, who trained a lot of guys who have made it in the business. He trained Taz, Devon Dudley, Big Dick Dudley, Big Sal Graziano, Angel the Baldies, Hugh Morris, Big Vito. And I just did, a lot of indies on the East Coast. And then, I hooked up with ECW, and I stayed there ever since.
You were pretty big into bodybuilding for a while, weren't you?
I don't know about bodybuilding, but I always work out. A lot of people don't give me credit for how much I work out, but it was also hard, the whole broken neck thing, the whole broken back thing, being beat up every day and then going to the gym. But one of the better things, I bought a fitness machine, what are they, elliptical machines?
I don't know.
Yeah, I bought one of those. It cost me about $4,000, but it's...
you know what it is? Okay, I don't.
It was well worth it, because I wake up, I do that every day. I mean, I work out 4 or 5 days a week, and I could be as heavy as 290, I could be as light as 240. So I was I was into fitness, and I still am. I mean, that's why I love being out here. I'm just working out, going to the beach, and, working out. That's the way of life of a wrestler should be. Then come to work, wrestle, and then go back, wake up, and do it again.
Yeah. How do you like, is this your second time here? Or
No, it's my first time.
First time here? Okay.
First time being here for UPW. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I've heard so much good things about it, and Nova was the one who hooked me up with it.
Okay, we're going to start with phone calls.
Ben.
Oh, what's up, guys? I didn't hear you call my name.
Ben, this is Tommy Dreamer. You're on the air. What's up?
Tommy? Where
yes,
did
sir.
You get the idea to do the military rope climb to a hot tag?
Oh, yeah.
Raven would call it the, I don't know, what would he call it? When you, shimmy across a clothesline. I don't know. I just did it. And, the balance of my big butt would perfectly hold me in force, and I just would pull myself. The zip line, that's what he would call it. No, I did it. Actually, I was watching. I mean, I'm the biggest mark in the business, bigger than you, Dave. I'm telling you, I'm the biggest fan. I will outmark anyone in the business, and I dare callers to call in and try to outmark me.
Don't do that.
I watched Mark Lewin. He was. I used to watch him take all these crazy bumps, and he used to do one where you just would hang on the ropes, and like I just decided maybe if I could make a hot tag for it, and it was the whole trying to do things first. I'm big into that, and so that's how I got the idea.
Okay. Where are you hanging the green suspenders?
Where am I? What?
Where are the green suspenders?
Well, soon you'll be able to purchase them on eBay. No, they're at my house. I keep everything.
Okay. And I heard on our video, I think it was you or Taz told like a story about you guys confronting Green Day in a hotel room or hotel.
Wow. Yes, sir. That was a long time ago.
I don't know this story.
Yes. Taz and I were in a hotel room, and I was trying to hook up with the lady at the front desk, and I was doing a hell of a job with it. And then they came in. It was late at night. They were a little messed up. They got a little rude, and then they got very rude with the girl at the front desk, and she was supposed to be my girlfriend for the evening, and I kind of had to defend that honor because I knew her for about a whole 30 minutes, and so we got a little bit of a push-shove, but they just backed away because Taz was ready to go and I was ready to go, but they had security. It was nothing, but at the time it was something because there were nobody bands, and they made it bigger, but it was kind of like, they were just messed up, and we were just like show a little respect. 'Cause they were cursing and this, that, and the other thing. But they're rock stars and they could do that. I'm sorry?
Have you talked to them since that incident?
Green Day? I don't think they knew who we were, and you know what? I didn't know who they were. I like their songs.
It's a tremendous story.
Anything else? Yeah, that is a good story.
That'll be in my book. Have a positively rock bottom day. That'll be the name of my book.
Well, going back with all those years at ECW and everything,
yes.
One of the things you got to be really good friends with Terry Funk.
Yes.
And did he give going back, do you consider yourself really fortunate as far as being able to hook up with him, being kind of a tag team partner of him, and and all the contributions? Really, I thought that like in the growing period of ECW, he made a lot of contributions to that company in little ways that people will look at it and see he put a lot of guys over and watch the tapes. But I mean, when you go back, all of those guys, whether it was you or Sabu or all of them, Public Enemy, really the period they got over was when they were Shane Douglas,
yeah,
even Mick Foley, all of them, was when they were working with or against Terry Funk.
Terry. I look at myself as being very, very fortunate just in the wrestling business alone because I've gotten a chance to be with the guys I idolized growing up. And Terry Funk did more for ECW in the beginning days, and when he would come back and make his cameos, because that's what Terry Funk does. And I was very, very fortunate just to hear him talk, to me. And he pulled me aside one time because I was giving my generic, so I'm Tommy Dreamer and blah 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 promo, and he just said, stop yelling and stop cutting a wrestling promo and just be Tommy, be yourself. And that's what I did, and it kind of worked. And but Terry was Terry, and he's a great guy. I wish I talked to him more, and for what he's done for the business, he's Terry Funk. He's a legend. He's an icon, and that's why I kind of pattern myself after him. I mean, if you think about it, my last match in the ECW arena, I put over an unknown named Easy Money, who became Jason Jett, and that's what I did in ECW, and that's why I wanted to pattern myself like that, like be the guy whose career would just get other guys to become stars. Because if you think about being a professional wrestler, that's what we do. We're supposed to make our opponent, and the greats did that. Not saying that I'm a great, but Ric Flair and Terry Funk, and they made guys go out there and look great, and that's what I want to do.
This is an interesting thing because there's guys, and I think of like Terry Funk, Ric Flair, you in your situation, because you mostly were putting guys over. Right. A lot of people may not even remember that, but it was C.W. Anderson and all of them. I mean, I know when Paulie was ready to elevate a guy, the big thing was
the first. If you think about it, in '97. The first feud Rob Van Dam had was against me, and then he went on to be, Mr. Monday Night, and that's kind of was like my role, and that was the role I wanted to be in.
The Raven feud, you always put him over.
You worked with me, and then you moved on to bigger and better things, and I found a new project. Whether it be you moved on to work with Sandman, or if you moved on to work with Van Dam, that's how it was in ECW. I mean, I did it for Just Incredible. And, you know, I'd do it for anybody. You know, that's how I like it.
I honestly thought that one of the best matches that I ever saw you in, and I remember this because a friend and I watched this at like 2 o'clock in the morning on MSG, with you and Raven when you got choke slammed through 10 tables at the ECW arena. And Joey Styles...
It was 4, actually.
Well,
I held the world record. I did it before Cactus took that big bump off the cage, too.
But the way Joey Styles reacted and the crowd, and he's just, oh my God. And
that became the catchphrase.
Oh, that was, but no, I know it did, but that right there said to me, this guy is unbelievable dreamer. I mean, it just...
That's because I had my big butt. It just cracked all the tables. Actually, that night I only went through 2 tables because the other 2 buckled. And if you watch the tape, there was a Formica table, and I took that out with my shin, and I didn't have no feeling in my left shin for the rest of my life. So I'm hardcore, though. That's all that matters.
What do you, looking back on the other end, that's right. What, as far as like all of the injuries and everything like that, I mean, you know, you did that interview with Christian York and Joey Matthews towards the end of ECW.
Right.
And you did a lot of memorable interviews. I was going to bring up
Thank you.
the other one that, for whatever reason, pops into my head that I remember the best is the one. I think it was like some Japanese footage, and you were talking about Terry Funk, and
Yes.
that's the other one I was going to bring up. But the one with York and Matthews, how much of that was a shoot, and how much of that was just to kind of tell a story?
No, it was all kind of shoot. I mean, I was looking at it. I was looking at my life, and like I saw these 2 guys because basically in the beginning of ECW, the only reason why I didn't get over was because I was a good-looking kid, and Paul said, you know what, you need to grow a beard. And he said, get a little fat. So I got a lot fat, and, I still kept my beard. And Joey and Christian were 2 really good-looking kids with good bodies and could get over anywhere. And the fans accepted them, but some fans were just knocking them for, because they're good-looking guys. And meanwhile, that they could go in the ring. And I was just like, the whole angle was just basically like, you don't want to end up like me. And you proved you're hardcore, and you don't have to do that for the fans because, like, we're just trying to make it different, but it didn't come to total fruition. But, yeah, I mean, it was kind of a shoot. I mean, I being on the indies now, I watch a lot of things. Like, I mean, I've been to, like, some places where they've done, like, no-rope barbed wire matches, and there's 60 people there. And I say to myself, God, I think me and Paul ruined the business, But then you look at WWF, and they have, like, 68,000 at WrestleMania. And you say, wow, maybe we helped the business, because it's kind of a catch-22. A lot of people always told me, well, what are you doing that for, this, that, and the other thing. A lot of times I say I should have listened, but in hindsight, if I had to do my life over, I never would because I don't regret a thing just for the simple fact of, I've lived my dream and, I have no regrets.
Sometimes when I look at ECW and the influence of ECW, a lot of the concepts that Paul came up with, went to WCW, and WCW had its greatest success ever, and then they squandered it. WWF then, a little while later, took a lot of those same things, and WWF has become the biggest wrestling company that there's ever been. And yet a lot of other things have gotten things to the extreme. When we talked about in the break, some of the stuff like the Combat Zone match. And I'll watch that, and I go, man, I'm really scared.
Yes.
You were talking about, no rope barbed wire match in front of 60 people.
Right. I work for the CCW, and some of those guys are great wrestlers, and that whole locker room is pretty much, they're a bunch of great guys, but they like to do things, they feel they have to push the envelope every show, and they don't have to, push the envelope every show. They did something with fluorescent light bulbs, and that's poisonous, that's poisonous toxic gas inside, and one guy got cut up. Maybe, instead of using 30 fluorescent light bulbs a show, maybe you just do 1 and build up to, that's, if you think about the whole thing we did with the tables, we went through 1 table, and then you go to 2, then 3, and then 4, and then we kind of went away from it for the simple fact of, because the fans, I can't go through 10 tables, because you just go higher and higher, and, to me, ECW we had some of the greatest wrestlers. We had some great brawls. We gave the fans the most for their money. And I mean, you look at WrestleMania. WrestleMania did the same thing. WrestleMania and WWF does that. Raw's a great show. But I mean, WrestleMania had some great brawls. It had women's matches. It had everything. Rock and roll music. It came like the Vince and Shane match came. All the stories finished and closed. I mean, it was a great show. And I mean, ECW just did that on a small level and on house shows. And then so. It is, you don't want to see, you see so many, there's a lot of guys also that aren't trained properly, and that's also what I'm scared about, because you see guys breaking their necks, or getting hurt, or, a few indie wrestlers are dying because people are just, letting anybody in the ring, and that's not how it should be, and, people are diving off the top of ladders, and trust me, you get hurt.
Oh, the other thing is what if whenever you take a risk off of a ladder or something like that, and I mean, was the guy in Mexico where the ladder just slipped and he went head first right to the floor.
I mean, and especially when you play with fire, it's an old saying, but you get burned because fire is uncontrollable, and just like glass, you don't know how glass is going to cut you, and it's not fake glass, you don't know how it's just going to break. So I mean, you take that risk, and if you want to take that risk, then God bless you, but you don't have to take those risks every night, and at least. If you're going to do it, build up for it if you have a TV or if, you have, a lot of people that pay. But, that's how I look at it.
If you go back in hindsight over the last 4 or 5 years of ECW, what would you say you're the proudest of? And also, what would you say if you could go back and go, okay, this is one thing, one direction or one something I wish we didn't do?
I don't know. Again, I have no regrets what we did in ECW. Paul did everything, for a reason. I liked most of the stuff that, I know I put together. I know he got a lot of heat when he did the thing with Chris and Tammy. I didn't like it on TNN, but at the time it got us a rating, and they wanted it. They were willing to do it, and it told an interesting story, and, that was that. Some of the greatest things, how I look at it, in my own personal, standpoint. I look at, when the Dudleys, wrestle, and I put the Dudleys together. When I see Justin Credible out there, Justin Credible, in Paul's mind was finished at 23 years old. He had left WWF, and I saw something in him, and I wanted to do it. I know I got a lot of slack, for the angle I did with my grandfather with him, but that basically made him. But I did that because my grandfather was one of the most special people in my life, and it made him a part of my life that way. And, I mean, my grandfather on a 100% shoot hit the ring my second match on Hugh Morris. He was my second match, and my grandfather hit the ring on him and had to, fight security. And, it was great. Ask Hugh Morris. He's terrified of my family because then they wanted to put a hit on him. It was, to me, it's just my whole life, again, has always revolved around the business. But, you look at Raven. Raven came to ECW, and I have to say this because I know Raven always listens to these shows. Raven came to ECW, and our early matches, it was always Johnny Polo or Scotty the Body. And I know Raven wants to take credit for everything, but, me and him together created the Raven character, And I'm sure my cell phone should be ringing shortly. So,
and mine too. Let's go to Seth. Seth, you're up.
Hello?
Hey, how are you, Seth?
Seth,
hey.
You're on the air. How are you, sir?
Hey, Tommy Dreamer. I just want to say that you are great, and I think Dreamer Raven was the greatest feud ever, better than Austin.
Al thinks that too.
Better than NWO.
That's Al's favorite feud is Tommy Dreamer and Raven.
Thank you. We had some magic.
Yeah, it was great, and I just wanted to ask you, did you come up with, not come up with, but were you the one who decided to use the Dreamer driver? I mean,
actually, I stole the Dreamer driver from Misawa.
Misawa, yeah.
I'm the innovator of stealing, but I have come up with a lot of things. And if you once you read my book, which will never come out, I just, I like being creative, and that's what I do. I've been a fan forever. I'm a huge baseball fan, but you can't think of different ways to catch a baseball, But in wrestling, you could just think of a whole lot of different ways. I can't. When Edge and Christian said they got the double boot stomp when they pulled the guy upside down. And they step on the guy's manly area. They got that from me. The double chair concerto, the Dudley boys did that to me. I had Beulah do a moonsault before Alita, and Frankensteiner, because it was just a girl doing it, just, to be different. And
you came up with the Tommy Hawk, right?
Yes, I did. That is my proud invention.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yes. Thank you. And I know how to hit a guy with a frying pan if I tape it to my foot in an enziguri, but...
Yeah, and I remember... One of the funniest things is when
when I danced or yes.
You beat up
see? When I danced.
Vince McMahon's nephew guy.
Who?
I don't remember this.
And you hit him in the balls with the bowling
Lance
ball.
Wright with the bowling ball.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
And you danced and you stole Hawaiian guy's hat.
Yes. Thank you very much.
That was the funniest thing.
That's what it's all about, having fun.
And those things will live forever when they finally do the 24-hour wrestling channel and they fill it up with all the old footage.
Yes, so you see me hitting men with bowling balls and cheese graters and all sorts of crap. I was the first person to bring out a kitchen sink, though. Killer Carl Cox did that.
I remember that when I was a kid. Killer Carl Cox in the kitchen sink.
I told you I'd outmark you. Thank you, Seth.
Yep, I just wanted to say you're great.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the years.
Well, I'll keep trying for you, pal.
Let's go to Adam. Adam, what's up?
Hey guys, what's up?
Nothing.
Adam, how are you, sir?
Hey Tommy, you're the
What's
man.
going
man.
on?
You are
Thank
the
you.
man.
That's what Seth said.
Hey Brian. Hey Brian.
Brian's the man too.
Is Brian there?
I'm
Brian's
here.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
I love the show, Dave. I love the show, Brian. I'm the first time caller here, but I listen to the show every night. And Brian,
great.
I'm thinking about ordering the Figure 4 Weekly because it's some funny stuff.
You should. I give it my. I tell you, I give it my
He
highest.
gives it a
recommendation.
5-star recommendation.
Man, that thing is so funny. I mean,
Well, he makes me laugh enough on the show. I'm gonna have to order it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You have any questions for me? You could talk to these guys every night. What about me? It's my first time ever doing
For you,
it.
man.
I'm the man, Raven,
When you guys were
what?
up in Canada in Mississauga, I met you there, and that was a real big privilege.
Thank you very much. I
It was a real
unfortunately
big
didn't get a
privilege
chance to wrestle that night because I had gotten hurt 2 nights
Yeah, I
before.
know. I almost grabbed your shoulder, and you told me not to.
Well, because my bicep, pec, and shoulder were hanging out, and you're probably hanging on it. But,
yeah, I was.
but I'll be back in Ontario for Border City Wrestling on June, I think it was June 6th on a Wednesday night. So you should check that out because they got a lot of good guys, and there's a lot of cool. So there's a plug for my friend Scott Demore.
Yeah, he's pretty cool guy.
Cool, even though he just beat me for the belt, but that's okay.
Yeah. I'd like to ask you a question too.
Yes.
Okay, we've heard the stories about Barely Legal, what it was like backstage, and we've seen like the little footage that was on Beyond the Mat. What was the atmosphere really like backstage that night?
Well, an atmosphere like anything, except for I hear he's different now with Paul, is everything is the last minute, I mean, we would change stuff, and we were all just very, very nervous, and, I probably single-handedly won the worst commentator of all time award that night, because that's all I did was the commentary. But it was very, very hectic, but at the end it was a great relief, and it was just, hey, we accomplished something that we never thought we could accomplish.
Didn't the generator blow 20 seconds after the
right
show?
Before, and we had no. I mean, people were crying. It was great. ECW was a hell of an emotional
ride.
ride.
Show that you guys ever did?
No.
Well, what would you say would be your favorite show?
My favorite pay-per-view was Anarchy Rules because I did the whole pay-per-view. I did every match. I booked everything up into it. And the night where Jerry Lynn won the belt, that was my entire show from top to bottom. And, Paul just sat back and he was like, just do it. But that's how Paul was, And to me, that was my proudest moment just because, I was hurt and I couldn't wrestle. And I was just like, wow, look what all my friends have done for me. That's how I look at stuff, My own personal, I don't know. I don't have my own personal favorite match. Again, this is all I've ever wanted to do in my life. So, tonight will probably be one of my favorite nights because I'm in the ring wrestling.
Now, do you, we got to run over a break right in just a second, but I want to ask you, do you have a certain point where you think was a turning point as far as on the ascension of ECW? A lot of people talk about the night the line was crossed with Rio, Terry Funk, Shane, and
You're talking about myself or for the company?
For the company itself.
Yeah, the night the line was crossed was where you could just, after everything, there was a big buzz and people were just, standing after watching guys work for an hour. And at the time, no one was doing that, And, again, we had... I've said this on so many interviews. I mean, I wrestled in ECW in front of 25, 50 people. And then, after that, every house was just jammed every time we went to the arena. And then we started expanding more and more. I think that was a fitting night,
Okay, we're here with Shane and Shannon, the Ballard twins. And you guys, for those of you who haven't seen them, they do Slapshot.
Yeah,
Hanson
that's right.
Brothers. Okay, the Hanson Brothers, yeah. Where did you watch that movie when you were kids, or?
Yeah, actually, we grew up playing hockey. Was what we did before wrestling. So we kind of wanted to mix hockey and wrestling in the same,
You come out with the hockey jerseys and the stick and the old Hanson Brothers gimmick and everything like that.
We have seen that movie probably about 100 times.
Really?
About that many.
I would think I've seen that movie about 7 times, but not in the last 15 years. I used to go to that movie all the time. That movie was hilarious. I think I was too young to even understand it when I saw it. The plot and anything. I just liked the gags and everything. The Hanson twins when they were doing the stick to everyone. Brian, did you ever see that movie?
Actually, you won't believe this, but I have it sitting right here in front of me.
See how that goes?
What? What'd you say?
That's true. Someone sent it to me to watch.
Oh, the movie's great. Great. How did you guys? You mentioned to me in the break that you guys got your start actually doing Lucha Libre.
Yeah, we were trained Lucha Libre about maybe 3.5 years ago, and we didn't start doing American wrestling until probably about 2. Yeah, we probably it took us a while actually even to get used to doing the American wrestling because it is a little bit different than Lucha Libre. So I would say American wrestling we've been doing about 2.5 years or so. We were called
What do you think are the biggest differences between the two styles?
Yeah, for you guys to work it.
Oh wow,
I think Vampiro was talking. He was on and he said, when I first came to WCW, I didn't even know how to take a flat back bump.
Yeah, I've heard him say that too. It is a lot different, it's a lot more situated more the right side, than the left side. Right, as far as, a lot of flips and actually you get the people with the Lucha Libre, they used to be afraid to wrestle us because they think that we're actually out to hurt them. So they a lot of times people would come in with their bags, they found out they were wrestling Los Rojos Locos and they'd actually end up leaving. So it was tough, actually getting trained because we didn't speak Spanish and the guy didn't speak English, so we just kind of had to go by feel.
So now, so why did you hook up with a Lucha Libre style first? Because a lot of people with a Mexican background or some Americans. Actually, I knew a lot of Americans who trained in lucha because they were big fans of that growing up and weren't necessarily as big of fans of American style. Was that the case with you or?
No, actually, we were big on the American wrestling, but at the time there wasn't a UPW or there was no place to really train. So we actually hooked up with Alex Knight, who was one of the medics of Mexico, and he liked us so much he trained us for free. So. Also, back then when we were starting out, there weren't as many leagues as there are now as far as American wrestling. The Lucha Libre League we're in ran every Sunday, and it's called WPW.
Anaheim, right?
Yeah, and they continue to run every Sunday. We haven't done a show in quite some time for them, but that's how really every week we had a chance to wrestle, a chance to work a match, whereas at the time for American wrestling, no one knew who we were, so nobody wanted to book us.
Now, what's happened lately? I've seen your names around. You've been all over the West Coast and up in Canada as well.
Just got back from Canada. We went to Pennsylvania for the Giorgio Foods tournament, and we did that. That was in November. Yeah, November of last year.
What's it like as far as getting bookings as far as out of California?
Actually, we like to travel because it's how often do you get to actually see the world and wrestle and go on that route. So it's nice. Actually, the phone, sometimes I get calls from people. I don't even know how they got my number, but, I'll get these calls, and they'll be like, hey, we want to book you guys, and we've heard of you. And we're like, oh, okay.
Well, word travels in that regard. I think partially the Internet and gets names out. Word travels a lot faster in wrestling because, years ago, a lot of the guys who would be wrestling here, if they would be wrestling this style, outside of the city, literally nobody would know who they are. And now a lot of people, they may not be able to put a face and a style to the name, but they do know the name.
Yeah, actually, when we were in Canada, a couple of people asked me, how Looney Lane looked up close, and if I knew the prototype, because I guess they saw the special on the Discovery Channel.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, nowadays I notice too, people, if you're wrestling a show, let's say back east or in Canada, or basically anywhere in the world, people can see a picture of you, actually download a match. People could know you without ever even seeing you live, whereas back in the 70s, unless you went through their town and they saw you live, they would never...
Or on local television.
Yeah, or on local television. They would never even know who you are. So, yeah, that does help a lot as far as, bookings go and as far as people getting your name out, because that has helped us a lot. A lot of people have said that they've heard of us over the Internet, and that was one of the ways that they did hear a lot of good things about us that way.
Now, how did you guys get hooked up? You've done quite a few WWF Dark matches. How did that? Was the first one up in the Bay Area? Because I remember
San Jose, yeah.
Yeah, the San Jose show was the first time I'd seen you guys. I think it might have been the first time I've actually seen you guys wrestle live was the San Jose show against, was it Hardcore Kid?
Yeah,
that would have
Just Insane.
Yeah, and Just Insane, yeah.
Rick Bassman, that's how we got Rick Bassman got us the dark match there for WWF. We'd hope in the future that we could get another one. I thought we did fairly well. It was different, being in front of that many people, and the first time we've ever done a dark match. So I think we did learn a lot, and hopefully we will, be able to improve, the next time we do a dark match.
What's as far as stylistically and everything like that? I noticed when you did the match, you were doing a lot of dives and things like that. Is this from the lucha background, or was it just kind of? What kind of pressure? You're going out there in front of a crowd who doesn't know who you are, and in front of agents and people that are looking at you for the first time. Is there a feeling like we got to get our moves in because you've got to do something to make them stand out because they're going to watch 50 wrestlers that night anyway?
Oh yeah, we base a lot of our things. What helps us a lot is a lot of our double team moves are kind of innovative, and that's one of the things. A lot of people stealing them though these days. That's what we want to try to get across is the twin thing. We're basically twins. You could switch in and out of the ring, and there's really no distinguishing the two. When we're out there wrestling, and just basically that type of thing, trying to get our bigger moves across, so we get what we're trying to do on a WWF match is we want to get that heat from the crowd. If we're for the crowd to really get into it. I've seen a lot of dark matches when people never have heard of the person before. Where
you go for popcorn.
Yeah, or
it's tough.
Yeah, you can hear a pin drop, and basically we just want a reaction when we go out there.
Well, I mean, the one thing, the appearance and everything like that, you don't look like typical wrestlers just because of the hockey getup and the sticks and everything, and people go, slap shot,
Yeah, actually, in the airport on the way back, someone from L.A. actually went to San Jose and saw that match, and they were yelling, "Those are the Hanson brothers that wrestled last night," while we were running through the airport. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. So you guys actually bring like the sticks and everything down for the dark matches?
Yeah, we bring them everywhere. Southwest doesn't like us bringing them, but we still bring them.
Now, the nurse Melissa, does she travel with you guys all the time?
Cheerleader, yeah. Melissa, actually, she outside of UPW, she's like our main valet.
Actually, she's a nurse. She's a cheerleader.
Yeah.
Melissa. Yeah.
So it goes along with the gimmick a little bit, even though there's really no cheerleaders in hockey, but we'll bring out the first.
Well, we'll just have to make it work somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, did she train with you or?
No, actually, we actually used to have a coach that came out with us and two cheerleaders, and then the coach and the other cheerleader kind of failed, and she was actually growing up like her father was in the business. So
who's your father?
Doug Anderson. He used to team with Bill Anderson.
Okay, in Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay, I just vaguely remember, but.
And so she kind of grew up in the business, so that's why she knows the business and everything. So it's good to have her with us because she, we don't have to like explain everything to her again and again.
Now, where did she train, and how did you guys hook up?
She trained actually with Bill Anderson, and I actually did a show for her father in Palmdale one night. It was just me. My brother didn't go, and I was talking to her, and her dad told me, yeah, she's training, to wrestle, and then I figured I'd help him out by bringing her out as a cheerleader, and then she kept getting better and better, and now she's like really does all the high-risk moves, so it's good to bring her with us.
What? You guys running around the independent scene and everything. Do you have any like horror stories or anything like that of like nights that, you know what I mean? Like whether it's just a bad
didn't
ring
get
or
paid,
horrible
ring.
That would be Mexicali.
They forgot the ring.
We went to Mexicali one time, and there were posters all over the city that the Rojos Locos were coming down. And actually, it was a good night for the crowd. There was a big crowd there, but we didn't know where the place was. We got into there, and it was all dirt roads. A promoter was supposed to meet us at a bus station, and he didn't speak English. No one there spoke English. So while we were waiting, I went out to use the phone, and like 6 or 7 guys surrounded me, and they like wanted to rob me.
Oh God!
So I pushed my way through them and made it in the car. Or I yelled for the police. There were 2 police there. Yeah, they looked at me and they laughed and they rode away. And so I got in the car and I told Shane, I was like, "Let's go, let's get out of here." I don't care. Right then the promoter pulled up. When we got there, they were explaining everything to us, but it was in Spanish, and we didn't understand what they wanted, and the people got crazy, and then they wrote all over our car with dirt rocks. So.
They actually wrote such vicious things that they stopped us at the border because they asked us what we were doing in Mexico, and we said, well, we just came back from a wrestling match. We were wrestling, and they said, well, for somebody to write something that vicious on your car, it can't be from wrestling. It's got to be a bad drug deal. So they actually pulled us out of the car.
Detained us.
Yeah, searched the car for over an hour, got the mirrors out, went through every crack in this car.
Yeah.
It was, quite embarrassing. The ring was, I would have rather took a bump on the outside.
Yeah, the ring was, it was a plywood. There was tires under there, no spring, and carpet. There was no padding. The carpet was the padding. And the guy did a Frankensteiner from the top rope onto me, and I hit that, and I was like, oh.
One of the things, a lot of people when they watch Lucha Libre for the first time, because people take the bumps so totally different.
Oh, it's the rings, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people will look at that and they'll go, God, that's just so, so, because when your eyes are used to a certain style, someone even wrote in and just goes, oh, I started watching the Tuesday because of no WCW, and it's terrible. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, I remember as a kid, a lot of the Lucha fans used to go to me and go, this stuff is great, this stuff is awesome. And and I don't know if you were like this, Brian, but the first time I watched, I was going like, this stuff is terrible. And then when I started watching it week after week, I actually understood that, once your eyes get adapted to it, it isn't terrible anymore, but because it's not that it's terrible, it's different. They're going on the other side.
It's just something you got to get used to.
Yeah, like when they start taking the holds on the other side, you're going like, there's something wrong with this picture. Is this did they film it backwards or something?
When I was a kid and I first started watching Lucha Libre, I could not understand if there was different rules.
The rules,
People were 3 falls, were being pinned at the same time, and it was just completely
3
different.
3 people piling up on one guy.
Yeah. And then the tags, that one guy goes flying out of the ring, so there's no tag, the other guy goes in. Yeah. 3 guys are beating up on the one guy in the ring, and the other 2 don't even go in the ring, to help him out. They're just watching, so.
You know what scared me about that was the first time I talked to not an American that wrestled in Mexico, but a Mexican who knew English, and I just was going like, okay, now I understand the rules in the United States. Now explain the rules in Mexico to me, and he couldn't do it. He says we just do it, and we just go in there and beat this guy up, and then the other guy comes in. So.
But during Lucha Libre was an experience, but now that we've been booked for so many American shows, I don't even know if I could do it again. Yeah. It would be quite a difference, because we used to train that all the time, train Lucha Libre, but now it just seems like it's a whole different style, a whole different world now, even though we have done it.
When we talk about the bumps and everything, the reason that those guys learned to take bumps in a different way is because, I mean, traditionally, and I don't know if it's changed in the last couple of years, but, back certainly, years ago, the rings in Mexico, they were like boxing rings, and they were left cemented. You couldn't take regular bumps like they do in the United States.
That's why they do the little rolls for the hip tosses and all that.
Yeah. I mean, what was it like as far as adapting to, American-style bumps and American-style rings when you started wrestling this style here?
Actually, it was really easy because we've always liked taking big bumps. I mean, that was like our thing. And since we were used to such a hard ring, it was a lot easier when we actually took the bumps in the American ring. And I mean, now we've adapted to the style a lot better to where, like my brother said, it's like I don't think we could go back to Lucha Libre. I don't think we'd want to, but that would be the only difference. Is when you're taking the big bumps, it's just like you feel a little more comfortable now. Rather than when you take them on a Lucha Libre ring, you just don't know if you're going to get up or not.
Now, schedule-wise, what kind of stuff do you guys have coming up?
We're going back to Canada, I think, in July. And June, we've got a Colorado show. We've got a lot of Arizona shows. And actually, we're going to go to the East Coast probably in July as well. We're trying to get some Maryland Championship Wrestling shows booked, and then we're going to ECCW, which is in Vancouver, and that'll probably be end of June.
Any short-term, long-term goals for wrestling?
Well, like everybody, we want to do WWF, but right now our short term is we just want to be the best. Actually, I mean, we want everyone to know who we are and what we can do, and we want to get the name out as much as possible. We made a name on the West Coast. Now we want to go to the East Coast and make a big impression down there, kind of like Chris Daniels did.
Who, as far as independent guys that you've worked with, anyone stand out? You mentioned Chris Daniels' name.
Definitely Chris Daniels. He taught us actually a lot about working and booking shows. I think Frankie Kazarian is very talented, and the Cubanitos. As far as other promotions go than the UPW, I would say West Side Players from APW, and all those guys, they were trained properly. Donovan Morgan, Mike Modest.
Yeah.
And Holy Rollers actually were really good. They're from Maryland Championship Wrestling. And we'd like to work actually with Christian York and Joey Matthews. I think that'd be a really good match.
We are totally out of time. I want to thank you guys for dropping by, and good luck tonight. And
thanks.
We'll be seeing you down the road, okay?
Thank you. It was a pleasure doing the show.
Okay, you're very welcome. Brian, thanks very much for being here. And tomorrow we'll be back in San Jose, and we'll be catching up on the news. And we're also going to have Don Callis. So it'll be like one of those shows because Don, of course, totally keeps up on everything going on. So we'll be talking about the current news and as well as Don himself. So we want to talk about news and everything like that, which we really haven't had a chance much to do this week, except for on Monday. Tomorrow's a real good day for that, and Friday, Superstar Billy Graham. And we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here. We're going to have Rick Bassman of Ultimate Pro Wrestling up in just a couple of minutes. And we also have Don Callis, who's going to be up in about a half an hour. We'll be talking to him. And this is going to be one of those days where we talk mainly about the news. We're going to be concentrating on phone calls. You can call us at 1-877-392-3299. In about a half an hour, we'll start taking, maybe about 40 minutes, we'll start taking phone calls and emails and things like that. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay, let's go to Rick first, because Rick is up right now. Rick, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Doing really good. Just got home, so.
All right, good having you out at the show last night.
Oh, yeah, it was a fun show. Good show.
What'd you think? Anything you like?
We talked about last night. Nathan Jones got a ton of potential. We'll talk more about that during the show. He looked really good. The tag team GAY got over his baby faces, which kind of surprised me. But they were very talented and good showmen and people like that. And overall, it was a good show. I liked it. I think that the younger guys are improving a lot as workers, and also they're not taking as many unnecessary risks. I mean, I thought everybody was. I don't think anyone did anything that. Not that nobody missed a spot, but I don't think anyone did anything like above their level.
Yeah, we're real big on in the instruction side about making sure guys aren't taking risks that they just shouldn't be taking.
Yeah,
no point. You can put on a good show and entertain everybody without getting too wacky.
Yeah, I was very impressed with that aspect of the show, and just a lot of things, clean finishes. The guys who did, the mic work was real good. I mean, for independent level, one of the problems on a lot of independent shows is guys will start doing 15-minute interviews because they think by watching Raw that's what they should do.
Right.
And you guys, nobody was out there too long, and everyone who talked was a good talker.
Yeah, except for me, but we're real hardcore on keeping to the times. We also are pretty stringent about our promo classes, and we teach promos in class. And
how often do you do just the promo class?
Pardon me?
How often do you do just the promo class?
It's a 2-hour class every Saturday. Okay. And it's by invite. The guys and the girls, believe it or not, are actually given homework, and a lot of it's written homework. So we know if they're doing it and practicing during the week by what they come back with the following week. So it's a pretty serious study. And the guys and girls you see cutting promos on our show are only the people that go to the classes get those spots on the shows. And that's with the exception, of course, of visiting talent, WWF guys or whatnot.
Now, where did Adam Pearce and Josh Wilcox how did that idea come in? Because before, I'll let everyone know a little bit about it. They did an angle to build up to a match on the next show.
Yeah, it actually worked out pretty well, I thought.
Their mic work was real good, especially Adam Pearce. And I was almost afraid for Josh Wilcox because Adam Pearce's mic work was so good, but Wilcox came back and hung with him.
Yeah, they were both. I don't want to say surprisingly impressive. They're both just impressive. Adam came to us just about 3 months ago from Chicago on the recommendation of Chris Daniels and Kevin Quinn, and he's been a pretty strong addition pretty quickly, teaming with Aaron Aguilera, who signed to WWF. And Aaron is going in for surgery on May the 1st. It's going to put him out for about 3 months. So we're looking for a singles role for Adam in the meantime. And Josh Wilcox from the LA Extreme has been around looking for something to do with us when the season ended, and just they both sort of came up at the same time. So it seemed natural to put them together.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And Edge and Christian and Frankie Kazarian and Nova had a good main event. That was the best match on the show, I thought. I thought that I was very impressed though as far as Nathan Jones and was Johnny Heidenreich.
Big John Heidenreich, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been with us for just about 6 months now. So for having stepped in a ring just a half year ago, for guys that size, I think they're pretty darn amazing pretty quickly. And I think so much of that's a testament to the training that they're going through with Tom Howard, for instance, who works very, very closely with them. And these guys are just hard workers. They're serious. They're dedicated. I mean, Nathan Jones moved all the way from Australia at his own expense to train with us without any contract. So obviously the guy's serious about it. John Heidenreich did the same thing from New Orleans, and as a matter of fact, actually paid to go to school in the beginning terms. So they're both serious guys. They're good guys. They're working hard, and they hopefully should be a force pretty quickly.
I think Jones is going to make it. And the other thing about and make it big too. And the other thing with Jones that I was impressed with is, and I know he has an acting background, so maybe I should shouldn't surprise me. But I mean, for a guy, I mean, how many matches has he had? And plus, he went out there, and I mean, he did a quality interview. You know, the interview that you did before his match.
Yep. He's always a theatrical guy, and he studies real hard at that stuff. He's a standout in the promo classes. So he's natural. Facial expressions. Geez, the guy. What I like about Nathan is he's like a scary heel. There's not a lot of guys out there that actually can scare anybody anymore, if you know what I mean. And I think Nathan, by the eyes and the facials, can do that, and convincingly. So I think he'll really get over that way.
And also with the size. The other thing you could do is, I talked to him about this last night, is if you could do some, because, you know, a few people know it, but he's legitimately one of the strongest men in the world. And if you could do some sort of strongman stunts with him, that you know what I mean, that people could relate to, whether it's ripping a phone book's too old school, but something. You know what I mean? Where how
about the way he killed his opponents? That was pretty strong. But I know what you're saying, though. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I was just, so anyway.
To answer your question, though, Nathan and John have had about 10 matches each now.
Wow. Now they've practiced a lot with those two guys that they worked with, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, that match was spotted out, you know, admittedly.
Yeah.
Tom Howard constructed that match and worked with those guys real closely on it. I mean, the funny thing about the guys they worked with, and the reason I was happy to see that and see those guys get over that way, is that you saw them, Dave. They're small guys. Even for small guys, they don't have good bodies.
No.
Neither guy has any look whatsoever. These are two guys you'd look at in a wrestling class and say, well, obviously these guys are hobbyists. You know, they're not going to really do anything. And we get pigeonholed a lot as, you know, wanting to favor the big guys, and that's natural in this business. But it was nice for me, and I think for instructors, to see two guys who look very, very average, or even less than average, go out there and actually get over that way. I thought that was great. One of the guys has been training for about 5 months. The dark hair.
Really?
Brand new.
Really?
That's pretty cool, I think, when you can get new guys out there like that and get it over.
You know, they basically, for the listeners who aren't familiar, they did basically a gay gimmick, G-A-Y, was it Gorgeous and Young or something?
Exactly.
Yeah. Gorgeous and Young. And at the beginning, I was just like, I've seen those things for 30 years, but there was something very entertaining about it. And then at the end, this was really amazing to me, was the fans started chanting G-A-Y, G-A-Y at them as a babyface response, not as a heel response. It wasn't meant as taunting. I mean, it was almost like a standing ovation.
Yeah, it was. It was spontaneous, and it was huge. I mean, it was, as I was talking with Tom Howard about this morning, probably the biggest single response we ever got for somebody in one of our shows, not counting a Triple H. Pretty amazing.
You're an Edge and Christian or something like that.
They're very entertaining. I don't know what it is. It's just one of those things.
Yeah. So so tell us a little bit about the upcoming plans. What's anything big going on?
Yeah, I mean, there's big things going on and small things going on. But some of the stuff that's definitely happening is we've got a major video deal in place now through a very strong distributor called Mars Entertainment. We're out in Walmart and Best Buy and everywhere else. So people that have heard about us can now check us out on video. Some of the unusual things that we're working on that are very close, and I don't mind saying because the word is out, we're going to be doing our own network reality show this summer with Buda Murray, the people that do The Real World and Road Rules for MTV and Making the Band for ABC. So it's kind of an extension of what you guys saw in the Discovery deal last year.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be a half-hour network starting in the end of this summer, which is exciting.
Start filming at the end of the summer? Or is it like as a pilot, or what's the...
No, it's going to be a half-hour series.
And how's it going to be structured? Is it going to be training school? I think we talked about this a little bit before.
Yeah, it's going to be, it'll be the school. It'll be brand new people coming in and seeing how they develop. It'll be following guys and girls that we already have here that are in various levels as they get ready to do their first shows at the Galaxy. Guys on another level getting ready to do WWF Dark stuff. So it'd actually be following guys and girls on all different levels concurrently. I mean, a lot of the structure still needs to be put in place, but I think the structure will be found as the show progresses. So
as far as time
exciting.
slot and start date, do you have that?
I don't have the exact date, no, but it'll start this summer. And the thing that's cool about it is we're never in a million years going to try to, quote unquote, compete with WWF. It's just not possible in this environment. At least I don't think it is. They're doing wrestling television and touring behind it, obviously, and doing their pay-per-views. We don't have plans to try to do any of those things. Our goals are to continue to create great content and to find different ways to roll it out, i.e. the reality series, a virtual reality wrestling program we're working on, which looks very, very cool so far. It's just different stuff. So we hope to be able to bring a new type of product to the wrestling fans and to do it with the support of the WWF, which looks very, very likely. So those are some of the goals.
So now, are you looking? You mentioned is this going to be like a prime time thing or a weekend show, or do you even know?
I'm told it's going to be network prime time.
Really?
Yeah.
Like a summer replacement type of a thing?
If it's summer, I guess you'd have to call it replacement. Although if the writers strike does happen, there'd be a lot of new shows debuting also, and obviously a lot of that stuff's going to be reality programming. It would have to be, since the writers will not be ready.
Yeah.
So a lot of that's up in the air. I think and I hate to say this, but I think we're one of the few people out there actually, in a strange way, kind of rooting for the writers' strike, because it increases our chances of getting on a lot faster and going a lot further with the concept. So we'll see how it goes. But I think it's going to be unique. It's going to allow wrestling fans and non-wrestling fans to really get to know our characters in a much different way than they've gotten to know wrestling characters in the past. And Dave, you've been to a couple other shows now, so I think we've got some pretty interesting guys and girls.
Oh yeah.
With the prototypes and the sadists and the Rio Storms and the Ballards and so on and so forth. It should be pretty compelling programming.
Yeah, a lot of interesting people, a lot of photogenic people, people who are improving as workers every time I see them.
Yeah. The group's working hard. Our trainers, Tom Howard and Chris Daniels and Kevin Quinn and the guys that come in and help out. Our trainers are phenomenal. They're dedicated. We're running rowing school 6 days a week now. The classes are better attended all the time. People are getting more serious. So I think a byproduct is obviously the work rate's going up, thankfully.
Yeah. Everyone pretty much belongs. I really, you did the three-way with the Cubanitos and who were the other guys? Diamond Prodigy.
Yeah, High Impact. And then the Manila Thrillers. The
Manila Thrillers, right. And those guys, I think that pretty much those same guys do a match in December. And they were flying around and everything, but this time I just thought that there was a noticeable improvement in what they did in their poise, and also they weren't hurting each other, which the first time I saw them, I don't think they were necessarily hurting each other, they were probably hurting themselves by trying to, just do so many dives in the match and get all of these things in.
Yeah, I think a turning point was we did a show in San Diego where the Cubanitos, who were pretty good for their age, actually worked with two DJs. It was a gimmick show. And the DJs, not only had they never been in a ring before, they were both horribly out of shape. And it actually turned out probably being the best match the Cubanitos ever had. Just because it worked. The audience got into it. The psychology was structured properly. We put the match together. And then they finally realized through that, we've been trying to point out for ages, which was you don't have to go out there and kill yourself with spots to get over in a match. And that was a turning point for our smaller guys, I think, psychologically speaking. And it's something we've been trying to drive home to everybody for the past half years, the psychology of putting a match together and telling a story without just doing ridiculous spot fests. And everyone's starting to get it.
There's another thing on the show that I thought was real interesting, and that it impressed me as far as knowledge of the audience, because there was a spot, it was Samoa Joe was wrestling Tommy Dreamer.
Mm-hmm.
And Samoa Joe, for those of you who don't know of him, is, total heel character right now. In fact, just turned about, 2 months ago?
Yeah, about 2-3 months ago, yeah.
Right, so he did the turn. Dreamer, of course, came in as, big-time babyface, and everyone knew who he was and all that, obviously. And during the match, at one point, Samoa Joe, it's a really weird spot, Brian, with it. Samoa Joe picks up a chair,
and he's about to hit Dreamer. Dreamer's covering up, and he puts the chair down and doesn't hit him. And by not hitting him, the whole place turned. It made him it was like
they got more angry.
They got really angry that he didn't hit him with the chair than if he had actually hit him with the chair.
Mm-hmm.
It was a very interesting psychological thing. And obviously, he did the right thing because it actually probably got the biggest heel pop of that entire match.
Yeah, that was a trippy spot. I was wondering where he was going with it, and I think you're right. It became apparent. It raised the heat level. Match was rough. Definitely a rough match.
Yeah, and the other thing with it, when he put the chair down, he gave that smirk to the crowd. It wasn't just you know what I mean. He projected to the crowd what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rick, anything else because we're gonna go run down the news, which we haven't talked about on the show yet.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I appreciate your support, Dave. Look for us to expand our school presence into several major markets this year. Should be something new for the business and pretty dynamic. Again, hoping to do that with WWF support. If you guys want to check out what the school's about, you go to our website, upw.com. We have out right now what I'm sure is the best training series ever put out in pro wrestling. You may want to check that out. It's also in Tower Records and pretty much everywhere they sell video. That's it. I'm done pitching you for the day. Dave, thanks very much. I appreciate it. And I hope to see you at our next show, man.
Okay, great.
Take care, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, Brian, what's going on with the news?
Actually, it was a pretty slow news day. Actually, I think the biggest news was the Big Show conference call. I'll get to that in a second. Only other real news today, Court TV was scheduled to air the Lionel Tate murder trial today, but it got postponed till Monday. So if anybody Monday sees a show, because I don't have Court TV, I think Dave does, so I guess you could watch it, Dave. But if anyone wants to send me a report, I'd appreciate it. But that is this Monday, Court TV, the Lionel Tate murder trial. Big Show today was just basically the WWF TNN conference call. He talked about the word goofs, which he says the honest-to-God truth is that he said the word goofs, and that the problem was that he always talks like he's got a mouthful of spit, and he also blamed that on the acromegaly, but he said that the people that were doing the pre-tape knew that he said goofs, but apparently the people in the truck did not, and they freaked out, so that's why it aired, and he said he really wished they had not bleeped it out because it just made it sound worse than it actually was. And, he went on and on about how it's, he would never say something like that on TV, and it's not cool and that sort of thing. So, probably did say goofs, and, if it was a pre-tape, then, if he said goofs, I'm sure if he hadn't said that, they would have, just had him tape it over again. So, I'm pretty sure that's what he said, but that was like there was really nothing groundbreaking in the whole thing. Talked about Ohio Valley, said that it was the greatest thing that had ever happened to him in his wrestling career, and he told a story that I don't find hard to believe, but I'd never heard it before, and he was talking about how old school Jim Cornette was, and he said in Ohio Valley, if the babyface and heels were found eating dinner together in a public place, Jim Cornette would actually fine them, and I had never heard that story before. And he also talked about how when he first started in World Championship Wrestling, one of the biggest problems was he immediately started working on top as, his first match was with Hulk Hogan for the world title. And he said the interesting thing was that when he was the world champion in WCW, Mark Mero, of all people, who was working as Johnny B. Bad, was making, he claimed, 5 times what he was making. So, I thought that was pretty interesting.
I don't think that one's true.
I don't think it's true as far as like the 5 times, but I think he was probably making a little bit more.
He might have been making more, but
yeah.
If Mark Mero was making 300 in WCW, I just don't see that he was making 60 as world champion.
Yeah.
And that one kind of difficult to believe.
Yeah, but, he said WWF was very smart, sent him Ohio Valley, and that was pretty much it. Only other major thing from the conference call, David Schwartz came on before the thing and said that no news from TNN's side regarding WCW or the future of the XFL. He said that Mick Foley's book would be coming out Tuesday, May 8th, and that the first signing would be at WWF New York on May 10th at 5 o'clock p.m. And for those of you with the KU band, Insurrection will be airing at WWF New York, so apparently you should be able to get that. I don't know exactly how that works, but... And then Howard Stern tomorrow will be at WWF New York doing a show live with Hunter and Steve Austin. As far as Tough Enough, it'll be wrapped up in about 3 weeks, and will begin airing sometime in June. And no further news as far as what's going on with WCW. So that was pretty much it for the conference call, and that was basically all the news for the day.
Okay. I actually have some news about the WCW thing. Jim Ross was in Los Angeles yesterday. He was at the UPW show last night, and he was having meetings with a lot of the Southern California-based
WCW wrestlers, or former WCW wrestlers. I don't know if he met with Bill Goldberg, but I do know that Bill Goldberg is now considered, I would say, 95% a dead issue. It's just one of those things where it's not going to happen. So I think the decision's been made. As far as, not starting a WCW, I mean, certainly that's not the plan is, the plan is 100% in the direction of starting it up as a singular as an organization, as opposed to just doing, bringing 10 guys in or something to do a feud right away. The plan's 100% in that direction right now. Of course, things can change. It hasn't started. There is no start date. But there's really nothing else new about it. And I think that they are looking at probably debuting a lot of the Ohio Valley and Memphis guys as part of that company, just because there's more open spots and things like that. But the main thing was I'm presuming that he's spoken with Bill Goldberg in the if it wasn't yesterday, in the last couple of days, and that it was just like, God, he's just got so much money that he's owed, that he's due. It might be like $6 or $7 million, and in total over the length of the contract. And it was basically it was at his age. At his age, it's just too much money to walk away from. Yeah. So that's basically the situation.
Any news on the other big names like Flair or Page?
No. Hopefully, I'll have more. By certainly by Monday's show. Flair's the same situation. Flair hasn't even heard from Time Warner yet as far as any conditions of a buyout. But I'd say with Flair, it's very, very doubtful. He was on the show. He would like to work with The Rock. Don't get your hopes up of things like that happening. It's like he would love to do it. Yeah, well, anyway, he'd love to do this on Monday night just to do it. But he'd love to do it. But he can't. At his age, he's a lot older than Bill Goldberg. He can't walk away from that kind of money either, unless Time Warner's going to offer him like 80 cents on the dollar buyout or something like that, and then they'll go to the WWF. But and it wouldn't be in their worst interest to do it. It's not like they're running shows or anything, but there's been no movement in that direction whatsoever.
It's almost a game either way, because Time Warner, if there's absolutely no interest in Goldberg and like a year goes by and it's clear that WWF is not going to take him, they may offer him 80 cents or 90 cents just to save that 10 cents.
Yeah, if they do, then he can go to WWF. And maybe it's a whole game that they're playing because they feel that they're holding the contracts to all the valuable guys, and they want WWF to buy some of those contracts, which WWF isn't willing to do. And that's really the game that's going on. Everyone's going like, not understanding it. That's the game. It does make sense, and they're both maneuvering. The Time Warner side feels that if they start this company up on television without any big stars, it's going to flop. So therefore, they're going to have to pick up more of the contracts. And their feeling is we don't got to pick up more of the contracts. We can just start it. We'll call it WCW. We don't need any of the top guys and any of the big contracts. So, one of them will be proven right at some point in time. We got Don Callis on the line. Don, how are you doing today?
Very good, Dave. How are you?
Doing really, really good. You're another one who's, we talked about this a couple days ago. Your life situation totally changed. Some people are aware of it. I think it's kind of out now. That you pretty much were going to be in. Was me as an announcer or manager? Do you even know with if Eric Bischoff had gotten the company?
I certainly think that initially it was as a color commentator. I suspect Joey Styles and myself, although I don't know that because I haven't talked to Joey about it. But when the Lawler thing broke, I kind of thought, well, maybe I'll end up going there as a manager. Not that I felt that I couldn't compete with Jerry Lawler. It's just from a name value standpoint. I would have put Lawler ahead of me, whether he's better or not, based on the fact that it would have looked somewhat like a steal. So whether I would have ended up as a manager or doing some writing or what, I have no idea. But my indication was that I had a deal to go there.
So now that that's fallen through, I know you're helping as Tony Condello do some independent stuff in Winnipeg. What else is as far as your career is going? What are you doing, and what are your thoughts?
It's interesting because, of course, it's an odd business when you kind of go from feast to famine, and literally, I had a call I guess about 36 hours before it came out that the deal was dead, I had a call telling me the deal was done and that it was okay. And so I was kind of in the mood to celebrate. And as I say, 36 hours later, it kind of crashed down. And, you know, you really go, and the other thing was that, you know, you kind of went from December, January, where I still believed and hoped that ECW would survive. I mean, because I was exceedingly happy there. You know, you kind of go from having 3 options to 1 option almost overnight, in a sense. So yeah, it's been difficult, but and you know, if I stop and actually think about, well, you know, how much money am I out, or you know, how much would I have made? I mean, you drive yourself crazy. So you just have to go on, and I mean, something may break for me in wrestling. One thing I did learn was that I don't ever want to be in the situation where, you know, I'm kind of in this situation again. So what I've done is tried to focus on things outside of wrestling, because one thing that happened to me the last 3 years, because I mean, I had a good life with both the WWF and ECW, but I became lazy. Not lazy about wrestling related stuff, but lazy about doing other things. I mean, I was home 5-6 days a week. I could have been doing all sorts of things, but I just didn't do it because I didn't have to. So right now I'm studying. I'm hoping to do my MBA next year, so that if I do get back into wrestling in some form or fashion, that it won't be all eggs in one basket, and then you can't be hurt by, you know, shifts in the industry or what have you. I'm still involved in wrestling. I still write my newspaper columns, and I help actually a couple of different promoters up here with booking and things like that. So I'm still involved, and you know, I still talk to a lot of my friends who are still involved. So it's something I certainly would like to get back into at some point, but I don't want to be in a situation where it's the be-all and end-all for me.
What would you consider your status with the WWF? Because a lot of people put it different ways, everything from, like, having heat with the office to just, you know, leaving on bad terms, or, you know, what would you consider it?
You know, you hear all sorts of things, and I mean, I've read some things online and whatnot that are so totally false, like how I used to, you know, berate Kurgan in front of the boys, and, you know, treat him, and Giant Silva too. I mean, you know, Kurgan was at the time probably my best friend in the company. We traveled together, and we still talk all the time, call each other on holidays. So the thought that I would do that to him is ridiculous, and I never even did that to him in private. We used to joke around all the time, but then everybody does that. And the thought that someone's giving me credit for being a little braver than I am to say that I would berate Giant Silva about anything, I was scared to death of that guy. So, you know, what it was is I have no idea. You know, that was one of the reasons I was given for my release, and I think at the end of the day, I was never told with who or anything like that, and how much heat. I think at the end of the day, you know, they were paying me a salary, and you know, they didn't have a spot for me at the time. So it becomes a business decision, I think, when you look at it and say, well, we're paying this guy, we don't know what to do with him. You know, it's a business decision. They release you, and you know, I was told when I was released the door was open to come back, which was really nice. But in my mind, I thought I need to get out there and do something. So I called Lance Storm, who talked to Paul Heyman for me, and got me into ECW. And in one sense, I don't see the release from the WWF as this big disaster that happened to me. At the time, I certainly did, because my goal in life was always to get to the World Wrestling Federation was my dream. So when it happened, I was very upset. But it really worked out well that they did release me, because it forced me to go out and find something else. And the opportunity that I got in ECW, you know, to be in the mix on top and to show what I could do, I might not have got that opportunity had I just stayed under contract with WWF, just because of the sheer number of guys and the fact that they weren't sure what to do with me. So although I would have gladly stayed there and done nothing at the time, because I just wanted to be in the company, going to ECW turned out to be a good thing, because they needed some talent, and Paul allowed me to go out and get over and do whatever I did. And I never would have had that opportunity had they not released me. So it worked out well in that sense.
Okay, I want to hit a couple of emails. We're going to head to a break, and we're going to start taking phone calls after the break, so you can call in at 1-877-392-3299. We can talk to Don Callis pretty much about anything going on in the world of wrestling, and us as well. We're going to concentrate a lot on the news today, since we haven't been doing that with the guests and everything the last couple of days. This is first from Mike, who is asking about the No Holds Barred book by Clyde Gentry, if there's any plans to review it in the Observer. And I didn't know that book, is that, and Al's not here, I didn't know that book was out, although I have talked to Clyde Gentry in the past, and I saw him at the last UFC, and I knew it was coming out. So If that book is out, let me know, and I will try to get it and look through it and write a little bit about it. As a matter of fact, let's see what we have here. This is someone from the UK who mentions, in the United Kingdom, WWF pay-per-views air live in the United Kingdom starting at 1 a.m. He goes, the main event has to be really good to make me stay up or go to bed and then wake up to watch the main event. The last several main events have been really good, but this one at Backlash is terrible. It's the worst one since King of the Ring of 2000. Second, on the website, I saw a petition to get Legion of Doom back in WWF. I hope this is a joke. There's petitions for everything. What can I say? Let's see. With a lack of competition for WWF, I have a bad feeling this rush booking is going to catch up with them. That's one thing that is clear is you can tell from watching WWF, and certainly, and I heard SmackDown, by the way, was better than Raw, so we'll see that later tonight. But one of the things when you watch WWF each day, you can see that that they're booking day to day. I mean, it's not like these are long. Like when they're out of the last pay-per-view, it's not like they're keeping these matches on the next pay-per-view a secret until the last week. I mean, they're literally
they just don't know what they are.
Yeah, they don't know what they are. And the perfect example was Tuesday morning. We were talking about Raven and Eddie Guerrero and how that finish made no sense. And funny thing is that they felt the same thing. I don't know why they booked the finish, but they actually then rechanged the card, put Matt Hardy over for the European title. And, now they've got Matt Hardy, Christian, and Eddie Guerrero in a three-way for the European title. And they've moved Raven in with Rhino. So they've changed the thing. Anyway, he actually writes about this. It just goes, having Matt Hardy win the European title with no build-up, and after they've already been building up the Raven Eddie Guerrero match and changing it a few days before the pay-per-view makes little or no sense. Eddie will probably win the belt back anyway, so what purpose does it have for Matt to win the title and then lose it? Now, I don't know. I don't even know what's going to...
What's Matt?
I don't think it mattered. I mean, it's just the European title. I think that they were just looking for a good match with three good people. I think a three-way, unfortunately, gets three guys on the show, and they want to get... You know what I mean? I think it's almost like that. Well, let's see. We've got all these talented guys.
The indie
really
booking.
Don't have what?
The indie booking. Oh, we got an extra guy here. Let's just make it a three-way.
Yeah, we have all these talented guys, and we want to get them all on the show. And this is a good. Hey, look at it on paper: Matt Hardy, Eddie Guerrero, and Christian. This looks like a good match, and probably will be really good. He goes, I feel bad for the Hardys because they have the talent and ability to go far, but their mic skills are not great. Still, they get a good pop at the arena and have a future. Hey, what are they? 23 and 27? Is that their ages? 26, something like that? I mean, I know Jeff's 23. What?
I think Matt's around my age, so 25, 26.
Yeah. So, yeah, they have a future. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Just because they're not 6'8" and 300 doesn't mean there's not a spot for them above the mid-card level. I can understand why Triple H would manipulate the situation of one company being on top to his advantage in order to keep his top spot. It's not just him. That is part of the game that's going to be in wrestling. Everyone, I don't want to say everyone in that position is going to do it, but the majority are going to, anyone. Don, you could relate to this too. If you have power, certainly, even if it's subconscious, and you're just booking, you're always going to come up with better ideas for yourself, and ideas. If you're going to come up with ideas for yourself that put yourself in with the top guys. It's pretty much if you've got an active performer, and not that he's a booker because he's not, but he does have Vince's ear. If you're an active performer and you have a hand in the booking. Unless you really have no ego and you're like a guy who's on the, the end of your career and know you're at the end of your career and you're just kind of like working the undercard just to keep in shape, it's almost always going to happen. I mean, we see, a million examples of it in the history of wrestling.
Well, I think also, as a performer, you know your own character and the things that you can do better than even the booker or the boss does. And you should. And as a result, you're always going to come up with better material for yourself. When that starts to, it starts to become a conflict in some senses, but in some senses it's also unavoidable. If you offer up an idea which you're encouraged to do, the chances are it's going to be something that you think you can do, which is going to benefit you.
And I also want to real quick go through this poll question. We don't have a new one up just because I literally walked in the door just minutes before the show started. But for Raw, and we will have one on SmackDown for tomorrow, but what did you think of Raw? 5% excellent, 20% good, 48% average, 18% bad, 9% awful. So it was pretty much a consensus that it was an average show, which kind of agreed. Don, one thing I was going to ask you about, as it relates to the current situation in wrestling and everything. Long term, short term, what are your thoughts as far as the WCW aspect within WWF and going? I mean, and I'm thinking more of a fan standpoint. What do you think the fans are going to need from that show for that show to be successful, especially in light of the fact that its time slot, looks to be Saturday 11 to 1, which is a different slot, and also that, the Bill Goldbergs and the Ric Flairs at this point don't look likely to be on the show?
Well, I think it's been stated many times that what they obviously need is for some top WWF talent, like a Triple H, an Undertaker, or a Rock, or someone of that ilk, to make the crossover to establish it. They're especially going to need that if you don't have guys like Bill Goldberg, guys who are, and Ric Flair, who are very much associated with that WCW product. They're going to need that first and foremost. I think that they need to do something with Scott Steiner. I think I've been a big proponent of them using him in that spot. I mean, the pop that he got when I think it was Vince mentioned his name on television is indicative of the type of performer that he can be. And I think that at the end of the day, the best characters in wrestling always are the ones that are believable. And I think Scott Steiner is a guy who's very believable. So I think they need to get him into the game somehow, maybe using him to cross over in between the two. You've got to give the impression, I think, on the WCW show that, you're going to have to tune in at that late night hour because you're going to see something you're not going to see in WWF. And you're going to see something, I mean, it's almost like the old DX thing where they show up at the WCW arena and whatnot. You're going to have things like that in order to draw people to go into that time slot and watch that show.
I think, I agree that they're going to have to do certain practical jokes, and also, at least at the beginning, you can balance out later. At the beginning, I think that they have to make WCW outsmart WWF a few times so people take it, but not in a heelish way.
Yeah, I think.
So people, because right now the perception of WCW in everyone's mind is, pretty negative.
I think you've got to establish them as the kind of cool maverick promotion, almost the old ECW gimmick. And, I think that can be done, obviously, with Shane. Shane kind of fits into that role. He's rebelling against the father and for the purposes of the storyline. I think you need to make WCW cool and the maverick thing. And to do that, you need to also portray WWF as kind of the big, corporate entity. And of course, I mean, WWF figuratively is going to have to sell for WCW in order to get WCW over.
Okay,
I just hope they do that because I just look at it as like everybody now knows that WCW is a separate organization, or it's supposedly supposed to be a separate organization, but in reality, Vince owns both companies. And I just see like perhaps an ego with Vince where he still looks at WCW as like this lesser organization and doesn't want to let it get over, when in reality there's no reason to not let WCW, get some wins over the WWF. I mean, they own both companies.
Well, and I think both sides can kind of be taken care of if you let them get the wins. And then at the end of the day, whenever the end of the day is with this thing, it could be a year from now and it could be 20 years from now, the WWF ends up coming out on top. Art imitates real life, so to speak. And I think Vince is smart enough, obviously, to know that, I mean, there's no egos involved here anymore. I mean, it's the business is his, and I mean, this is his future in terms of pay-per-view and whatnot, and he'll be smart about it.
Well, the one thing is that the business of wrestling in North America, largely, I'm not saying it largely depends on the success of the World Wrestling Federation at this point, because it's the only major player, at least until somebody else gets that level. And the success, not that the World Wrestling Federation will fail, but a huge upswing is only going to come if this feud is done right. Because if this feud is done wrong, it's going to lead to, if the feud doesn't work in some form or fashion, I think that it will lead to a decline in popularity. If the feud works really well, it's going to lead to a big upswing in popularity of the entire business in North America.
I mean, I think that's right.
Yeah. Let's go to Randy in Indiana. Randy, you're first up.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
It's so awesome to hear Don Callis with the volume turned down. That's so awesome. Guys, real quick, I just wanted to say Backlash on Sunday, two matches The first one, Vince and Shane, and I'll try to be brief as possible. It was mentioned on the Wrestling Observer.
It's Shane and Show.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shane and Show. My fault. Shane and Show. It was mentioned on the Observer website a few days ago that Shane getting chokeslammed and destroyed on SmackDown last Thursday was really bad, and it really makes him look like a weak character. I totally agree. I totally disagree, because the way the storyline's been going right now, Shane's character has been getting the last laugh in a lot of these things. Shane's character got the last laugh over Vince's in getting WCW. Shane's character got the victory at WrestleMania. I think it's just natural. A typical storyline shows that the other character gets the last laugh every once in a while, if you guys understand what I'm saying. And so I just think that's a natural storyline. And as far as the main event, some guy in your email had said it's going to be the worst main event in quite a while. Maybe, but you've got 4 guys there in the main event that when pay-per-views come around, these guys give it their all, especially Triple H, who has not had a bad pay-per-view out of the 3 pay-per-views he's wrestled. So I'm going to tell you, 4 guys that really turn it up a notch when it comes to
But everyone in the company does, though. I mean, they don't have lazy main eventers.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be like a bad main event. I just think when you look back at the string of great main events that they've had, this one won't be able to touch it.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be horrible.
No. I think it's going to be interesting.
Oh, it'll be well above average. I would seriously. I mean, you got Austin and Triple H, them just by themselves with their work rate, and I mean the other guys are going to work as hard as they can too. I mean, I would think that you're pretty much going to have a good match unless both Austin and Triple H get a really bad injury in the first 2 minutes of the match.
Yeah. Like I said, and all 4 guys can tell an incredible story in the ring, so that's really important. Hey, thanks, guys.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's go to Alex in Puerto Rico. Alex, what's up?
Yes, can I talk to Don Callis real quick?
You certainly can.
I read in a local newspaper here in Puerto Rico a couple months ago, ECW was on a local channel, but when I turned it on, for the time that ECW will come on, it didn't come on.
Yeah. I don't know if Don's going to know about that.
How long ago was this that you read this?
October of last year.
Okay. I thought this was like recently, because the company no longer exists.
I mean like last year, because a lot of fans started calling a local channel here in Puerto Rico to start carrying ECW. They actually had it listed on the programming schedule and the newspapers, and when it came on time to watch ECW, it didn't come on.
Oh do you ever hear anything about a Puerto Rico TV deal?
I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I never had heard anything about it either.
Maybe it was a typo.
WCW and they printed an E or something? No.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But like I was saying, how is WCW going to have book tickets for the new Nitro?
What do you mean?
Like Nitro's coming on what, June 16th? Right?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
How's it going to get people to come to see Nitro in the arena if there's no tickets for sale and no venue?
There'll be tickets for sale. There will be tickets for sale long before the first show. I promise that.
Well, they don't have to put tickets on sale because they don't have any shows yet, so they don't have to worry about getting people to the arenas that are not booked.
And it's
the day they officially announce the arenas, I have a feeling the tickets will go on sale very shortly after that.
Like I was saying, you think that first show WCW will have will be in Madison Square Garden?
Absolutely
no
not.
Way.
Absolutely not. They're gonna be smart and they're gonna go to a place that probably holds 5,000 to 7,000 people. They go into some place that holds 20,000 people and they will not. No, absolutely not.
Okay, I saw IWA this Sunday. The big guy that came in,
Russ McCullough.
Russ McCullough?
He looked like Kevin Nash and the Big Show put together into one.
I think we always used to say that. He's got to find his own identity, badly, because he can't come in looking like either of those guys or everyone's going to go, he looks too much like those two
When
guys.
Jim Ross makes fun of you saying you need to find your own identity, that should send you a message right there.
Yeah, like on Thunder and Lightning in the WWC, they look like rip-offs of Kane.
Of who? Of Kane?
Thunder and Lightning in the WWC, they look like they borrowed their outfits from Kane.
Oh, and then wasn't there like legal action about that at one point? Like early on when Thunder and Lightning first came out, that they looked so much like Kane that McDivitt sent them a nasty letter. I think that happened. It seems.
Did they have the masks and everything?
Yeah, they look like the same outfit as Kane, but in a different color, blue.
Yeah. At the beginning, I think at the beginning it was like almost it was too close.
Okay, like I was saying, how many cable companies are signing on to get TNN?
Almost all of them in this country. They're in 81 million homes now.
How about in Puerto Rico?
I have no idea about Puerto Rico. I don't know.
And also one thing, is WCW going to start having like after Nitro more like their syndicated show again?
No, that's not in the cards right now. It's just one TV, which would be a Nitro taping, or another name for 2 hours that they would be doing. There may, if it's popular, they may start syndication at some point down the road. But right now, that's not the plan.
So, Don, can I talk to Don Callis?
Go ahead.
Yes, you can.
Excuse me, Cyrus, or you want to call yourself Don?
Whatever.
Why did you sign on with TNN? You should have signed on with Fox or ABC. Would have kept half the money.
Yeah, that's
He's
exactly
got you there.
I was enjoying ECW. You even bought a pay-per-view from you people. And yet you let TNN take your money to buy the WWF, the rights to air Raw.
It wasn't exactly like that, but maybe it looks that way from the outside.
They stole ECW's money, thus ECW went out of business.
Those bastards.
I also want to make mention, we got a lot of emails when I got home about Tommy Dreamer, and we're really going to try to get him on again. Everybody really liked him yesterday. He got a really good response. So, told some funny stories about Green Day. I never heard that story before. Don, did you ever hear that story?
About what?
When Tommy Dreamer met Green Day before they were famous?
No.
Oh, I guess they were insulting some girl that he was with, and he didn't know who they were.
He was
and
trying to
they didn't know who
get with. They had a hotel.
He was
She was like the front desk lady. He was trying to hook up with her. And Green Day insulted the lady, and so they almost got in a fight.
Called her a lot of nasty words, and he felt compelled to defend her, and anyway, that was the story.
Well, Tommy's a good guy.
Yeah.
And a nice guy.
Yeah, he is. He's really good. This is from Jason, who goes, can you ask Don what the deal is with his website? I haven't been able to access it for a while.
I think we've been a victim of the kind of crashing internet economy, and the server or whatever that we were on had some financial difficulties. So we're currently making a switch. In fact, I may switch over with the law. I'm just kind of, been revamping and rethinking it. Obviously, things have changed business-wise for me, so we've just been kind of taking the time to look at a different way to approach the website. But we'll probably end up on the law.
Okay, we're going to go to Rick in Maryland. Rick, what's going on?
Dave.
Hey.
How you doing?
Rick.
Yeah, that's me. I was calling to talk about Kai and Tai. I just think the way the WWF treats them is absolutely appalling. These guys are top workers from Japan, and they're put over as comedic heels, and I just don't get it.
That's always how guys that size are probably going to be treated there.
They're treated like they're 50s Japanese workers, though. I mean, the mannerisms, the bowing when they come out, it's almost like Mr. Saito or something like that from the
Well, you have to look at it
AWA.
as like that's what Vince watched. Vince doesn't get like Michinoku Pro tapes or watch New Japan or
But
watch the
when Taka
Gala
first came out,
Vision.
they were bargaining for him. They were NWGP and I said that wrong. I'm sorry. And WCW. They were all in a bargaining war over Taka Michinoku, and now they got him and they treat him like absolute dirt. I mean, they're pushing.
Well, you know, him good for about 2 weeks.
What's
yeah,
that?
You got to remember. We talk about this on the show all the time. When you're around people, your perspective of them is so different than when you watch them on television. On television, size matters a little bit, but when you're around someone live, I mean, Don, perfect example. When you're around really big guys, I mean, just last night I was with Nathan Jones. Okay. They impress you so much because they're just so big, especially if they're big and agile.
Yep.
But sometimes to a TV person, you're watching on TV and you just see talent. But something just, again, and plus the natural inclination that big guys will draw more money, which all things being equal, they will. But of course, all things aren't equal. And then you're a guy who's, Vince McMahon size. And then you see guys the size of Taka and Funaki. And, your natural inclination is that, I can beat them up, so how seriously can we make them? It's just one of those things that I don't think it's ever going to go away when you've got a real big, strong, not necessarily, just a big promoter and little guys, and also he always, his father always promoted big guys. And it's just that mentality of the McMahon wrestling has always been, good-sized guys, and we always talk about the deception and everything. I mean, one of Don's friends last night, one thing people don't realize is Edge and Christian. They're really, they're not like monster guys. They're not like 6'6" or nothing, but they're a lot bigger guys than you. They're bigger than you think. Take my word for it.
I just feel that they're promoting Japanese workers and WWF the same way they promoted them in the 50s. If they did that with African American or any other race, I think that people would be appalled. But because they're using a comedic sense, it's funny. If the Big Show did call them what they say, that's because the WWF treats them like that.
Don, let Don say something real quick.
I was just going to say, I think to flip what the caller's saying another way, his initial comment, I would say that in some ways having them do that is showing them a different side of the business that they're never going to learn working in Japan or Mexico. They're getting some acting ability. I mean, when I had Ultimo Dragon up here in '96, he showed exactly what kind of a professional he was. He immediately adapted to the American style up here, hamming it up to the crowd, facials, things like that. These guys are getting some acting kind of lessons, if you want to call it that, and they're getting to show a whole different side. Everyone knows they can work. But, I mean, in WWF, you need to have some charisma in order to get over and in order to get put on that television, and they're getting an opportunity to show that.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt that stereotyping in wrestling exists and to a big-time degree. And, but again, I don't know how, unless you take the smaller guys and you keep them apart from the bigger guys and you have them do their own division, and then the size isn't as much of an issue. It's real hard to book those guys, and they really are small against the rest of those guys who really are big without some sort of comedy involved. Not that I agree with necessarily all the comedy, but I mean, when you have them in there with any of those, even Goodfather and Bull Buchanan, those are two other guys. Those are huge men.
Humongous.
You don't even realize how big. I mean, I grew up with Goodfather, and even though we weren't friends or anything, but I mean, we were trained at the same gym, and you don't even think of him as a monster. When he was in the gym, that man was a monster. He's a 6'6", 300-pound guy.
Do you think they'll do the
I mean, the whole thing, it just makes me so mad when I see guys that don't really have the ability getting the big push just because they're big. When the fans at home, they really have no idea, because I always looked at, like, Mike Sanders. And when Mike Sanders debuted, he debuted with the Thrillers. And he looked like a small guy, because these Thrillers were just these absolutely enormous people. And then they put him in matches with, like, Chavo, and you realize what a big guy Mike Sanders really was.
Well,
and, like,
also,
the whole
Chavo's also not that big. That's another thing.
Yeah, it's all illusion. And, if you just book it correctly, it doesn't matter how big a person is. And to give a person a push just because they're big when you see them in the airport or in the locker room, it's just, I don't get it.
Well, look, Brian, I mean, I debuted in WWF with the three of the biggest guys in that company at the time, Kurgan, Luke Poirier, and Bull Buchanan. And, my friends who saw me on TV said, my God, you look like a little midget. And, I mean, I'm 6'2". But, I mean, I look like a midget. And it was, I think it was almost that perception of Vince seeing that on television saying, well, maybe we should think about making this guy a manager. I was probably in the lower echelon size-wise in that company, but I wasn't as small as I looked either. It's just these guys are massive. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
ECW just seems to promote, and same with WCW, promote these Japanese workers a lot better than I think WWF does. I mean, they had no problems with Tajiri. They had no problems with Yado and Gato.
ECW definitely did better, but Paul has, I don't know how to explain it. Paul has a lot of confidence in his ability and adaptability to get different type of people over, whereas I think that with Vince McMahon, when it comes to certain guys, they may have the mentality, more of an old school mentality of that, because this and this and this exists, we can't get him over. I mean, if it was believe me, WCW could not have gotten Masato Tanaka over, and Yoshihiro Tajiri would have been just like every excellent Mexican wrestler that they had. That they did nothing with, like Silver King and all of them, as great a worker as he is, because they would not have just gotten him over.
And another thing is, like, Eric and Paul both, they're willing to try new things, and Eric was willing to bring these guys in and let them do what they wanted to do. But then when it became time to, maybe elevate him or whatever, he had the old school guys like Hogan in his ear telling him, you can't bring these guys up. They won't draw, whatever. Same thing that Vince has.
They don't speak English. They're too short. Blah blah blah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, if those guys had surrounded Eric the whole time, some of those guys might have gotten a shot because he was willing at least to bring him in and give him a chance.
Yeah, but with Paul, nobody was in his ear. The people who were in Paul's ear for whatever reason were going like, God, that Masato Tanaka, Yoshihiro Tajiri, these guys are great workers. That was what was in Paul's ear, and Paul saw it himself. So Paul was, okay, I'm going to figure out a way to get these guys over, and especially with Tajiri. I mean, Don, you were there. He ended up being one of the most over guys in the company.
And again, I mean, that had a lot to do. Here's a guy who had such tremendous facials. That you know, him going down there and doing a facial in the close-up shot with the camera was almost like someone else going out and doing a promo. He was just so expressive. But I mean, Paul would be backstage producing those promos, and I mean, and I would do stuff with Jerry from time to time, and we would try to do things where just his reactions would kind of speak louder than words, and of course his work spoke for itself. So, I mean, he had the talent, as you say. I mean, Paul has been you know, paramount in the business in terms of being able to get guys over and play on guys' strengths, hide their weaknesses. I mean, no one ever looked at Tajiri on ECW TV and said, wow, that guy's not very tall. They just said, wow, that guy's a killer. He's a buzzsaw, you know.
What a great worker. Well, you know, the perfect example is Crazy. And I mean, you know, Crazy was in WWF. Nobody gave him a second look. Tajiri was in WWF. Nobody gave him a second look. Crazy was offered to WCW how many times, and they didn't even bite on him. And then he went to ECW, and, you know, Crazy ended up for a period there. I mean, he was really, for a while there on TV, I thought Crazy was, you know, one of the probably top 5, 6 most entertaining guys on television in the United States as far as just pure bell to bell.
Yeah. Well, to go back to what you were saying before, Dave, I mean, to see Crazy walking around the back in street clothes, you might not even think that he was one of the boys, you know. So to judge him, you know, based on that, but then, or to put him out in a match, for example, and say, okay, well, you've only got 3 minutes, go out there and do this. Whereas with Paul put him out there and said, you know, okay, like, but that was one thing about Paul. Paul always gave people a lot of time to get their stuff over, and Paul put the guy out there and let him get over.
Anything else?
That's it. Thanks for listening to me, guys.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's go to Wes. Wes, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Really good.
I wanted to ask Don a two-part question about Lance Storm. I'd heard maybe that you had mentioned in your column that he was writing a book. If you had any more information on that. And also, where do you think his role will be with the new WCW? Do you think he'll get a legitimate shot, you know, near the top of the card?
Yeah, to answer your second question, I think he definitely will get a legitimate shot. I think you know, Vince and Jim Ross have a really good eye for talent. Lance, to me, from a work rate standpoint, one of the most talented guys out there. He's a guy who can do everything athletically, but is smart enough to realize he doesn't have to, and has turned into a really, really fine heel. And also, I mean, Paul Heyman was a guy who really kind of let Lance blossom in ECW and started to drag some decent promos out of him. So I think Paul will have a hand, too, in that. And I think Lance will get a good push, and I think that he'll be very, very successful because he's a phenomenal worker. In terms of his book, I used to joke with Lance that, you know, what kind of a book can a guy who never goes out and stays in the hotel room and plays crib all night write about professional wrestling? But apparently he's writing one, and I joke with him that I should get some royalties because I think I'm in every chapter, so we'll see.
Anything else, Wes?
Yeah, I also wanted to ask Don about, I heard through the Observer that maybe you're going to be part of the new WCW. Where do you think maybe Eric was going with it? I think he was going to go to the, it looked like they were shaping up with the old philosophy of 96, 97 with having great undercard matches, but, you know, kind of crummy matches towards the top. But did you, you know, maybe if you heard any ideas where they were going to go with that?
I don't know if his plan was crummy matches at the top, but it ended up that way.
I don't know exactly what he was going to do. I mean, you know, the brief discussions that I had with Eric, we certainly didn't get into that, and I was just more worried about how I was going to fit in and how I was going to be able to contribute. But I think obviously, you know, you had and you still have a large amount of talent in that company, and I don't think it's going to be rocket science necessarily to put on a good show. There's a lot of talented guys, and you know, I'm sure Eric would have strove to have a good match every segment. Whether that would have happened or not, who knows? And I think that those guys that perhaps were underutilized in the past, they are going to get an opportunity now, because that's one thing about Vince. I mean, Vince puts you out there, and if you know, he lets you get over if you're going to get over. And I think at the end of the day, and this is one thing I always said to Paul Heyman, I mean, Paul let me go out there and either succeed or fail on my own merits. And I think at the end of the day in this business, that's all you can ask for. So I think those guys are going to get that opportunity.
Also, my last question for you, Don. Have you heard anything maybe about the Matt Rats promotion? It's up there in Calgary. Have you heard anything about that?
No, I haven't. I just heard that Eric was involved creatively and in a marketing standpoint. it's almost like the whole Menudo thing, right? I mean, it's like at a certain age they're gonna kick you out, I presume, or you start.
Actually, I think they're not going to.
I think that was the plan, but it's now guys that are a little bit older getting in there.
You think I?
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the guys is like 31.
Really?
Yeah. I'm 32. You think I could maybe get in there?
Maybe.
Yeah, I could be like a luchador, El Rest Holdio or something.
Also, Dave, did you hear how much money do you think they're willing to spend on talent? I mean, would they go out for a Kidman or somebody like that, or is that way out of their limits?
Certainly at the beginning, that's not what they're looking at doing. I mean, if they got ultra successful and Billy Kidman's not working in WWF, why not? But, I mean, with the guys now, I know they did a taping, they paid the guys like $200. So, I mean, it's not like, you're Billy Kidman and if there's one taping a month and you're getting $200 versus, even working as a regular on the indie scene, he could make a lot more than that, working several times a month. And obviously he's going to end up in WWF, I would think, once his WCW situation straightened out in some form.
When was that taping?
Gosh, the one that Bischoff went at was at, so that's like probably 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay, guys, that's all I had. Appreciate the comments.
We have plenty of emails today on Pride coming up, as a matter of fact, if we can get to them as things go. I guess that Green Day was on Howard Stern this morning. It's from Don Cleveland, and said, told the fight story. As Tommy Dreamer related, the members still to this day, so they didn't know who Tommy Dreamer and Taz were this morning either. They still don't know. They just know they were two wrestlers. But they were and still are scared. The funniest part of the story was the lead singer saying how the rest of the bandmates just backed down and abandoned him when it looked like there was going to be a fight. It's from Morton, who goes to...
Does that confirm they don't listen to this show?
Yeah, I guess Green Day missed the show. And obviously they didn't watch ECW on TV either. So... That's from Morton, who says, did Kai and Tai used to compete in Pride? Actually, no, they never did. But Taka Michinoku did do one match for Pancrase, believe it or not. Let's see. Do you see Flash in the new WCW? Possibly. I certainly haven't heard that as something that anyone else has thought about, but I thought about it.
I think Flash is going to have a problem, just, the whole physique thing. I mean, look what happened to Big Show. This guy was making $1 million. Jim Ross makes fun of it. Well, I shouldn't say makes fun of him, but talks about the physique and the Ross report. This guy gets sent to Ohio Valley, and, Flash is right in there. Jim Ross talks about him. He's got a great heart, this and that, but he just doesn't have the body that makes you turn your head. And I think when you hear that from Jim Ross and the Ross report, that's, I don't want to say that's a sign, but it's a sign.
No, you know what it is a sign? It's a sign that you got to go to the gym and start lifting weights.
Yeah.
And watching your diet. Although he's certainly not fat, but it's a sign. I think that's what it is him kind of saying like, look, telling the whole world at the same time, look, we recognize that you're a really talented guy now. If you get your physique up to the level, we'll consider you, but until you do,
it's so cosmetic, especially now with one company.
But Dave, do you really think now anyone in this business needs to be told to go to the gym? I mean,
apparently someone does.
Well, yes, it's hot that you shouldn't be. It should be obvious, but they do, because I've seen it here with the indie guys, and I know Brian, you have too, where you have guys, and I mean they'll spend their whole lives learning moves and things like that, and yet they won't go to the gym, and it takes someone saying.
Clearly, genetically, I mean, you would know this better than I would, Dave, but I mean, genetically. Some guys can spend all the time in the gym and diet all they want, and they're still not going to look like anything.
Yes, there are some guys like that, but anyone can improve. And you're right, there are some guys who are, and
anybody can get a tan.
Take a guy like Nova. I mean, he's a great example of a guy who, over the course of a year, literally, I mean, metamorphosized into looking like Shawn Michaels body-wise in his prime. And I mean, great timing for Nova, given the current situation in the business. I mean, he's a great example to independent guys everywhere. He went from looking like he had kind of the prototypical kind of independent guy body that you're talking about into having a real big time look to match, his work.
Yeah, and he was really, he sure took it seriously. I mean, he takes it real seriously.
Fanatic about it, yeah. And I think,
he probably has to be because he doesn't have the genetics.
No.
You know, I mean, he's overcome his genetics by being, you know, an absolute stickler on. I mean, he was.
That's why it's such a good story too, because there's a guy that, you know, didn't have the genetic gifts and he did it. So what's everyone else's excuse?
Yeah, I mean, he's out there, I mean, weighing his food, you know, timing his meals. I mean, it's real hard to do it, but you know, he does it, and you know, he looks good too. And I don't think, you know, I saw him last night. I don't think he's doing any steroids either, because I mean, I've seen guys, and granted, they have a lot better genetics, but I've seen guys with physiques like that that, you know, don't diet as much as he does. And so I think that, you know, he's had to overcome a lot to get that look, but he's done it. He's in great shape.
Yep.
Let's see. Here's one, Don. Whatever happened to the other Steve Regal, the one that wrestled with Jimmy Garvin? Because I don't know the answer to that.
That's interesting. You know, I haven't heard his name. We used to get him a lot here up with the old AWA, and but no, I haven't heard his name for years.
Let's go to Todd. Todd, what's going on?
Not much. How are you doing, Dave?
Doing really good.
How are you doing, Brian?
Hey.
I have 3 questions. Actually, first of all, I'll ask my question for you, Dave. I was planning on going to an AWA indie show here in New York tomorrow, and they're advertising Bret Hart, and I was wondering if you could verify who's going to be there.
He's going to be. He's not going to wrestle, but yeah, he's going to be there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They seem like a reputable group, but you just never know, considering it's like New York. It's sort of a random place for him to be. Hi, Don. I have a question for you. I'm actually a big fan of you, perhaps more than most people are. I sort of see you as one of the last sort of managers that came along with the charisma and being one of the sort of legitimate mouthpieces trying to get over guys that really weren't going to get over otherwise. You know, sort of in the Bobby Heenan, Jimmy Hart, that sort of a mold. Do you see that sort of a role being one that's going to continue in pro wrestling, or do you think that with such an emphasis now from the earlier levels of getting mic skills from the very beginning, that's going to sort of become something that isn't going to be very important in the future of the business?
I think it hasn't been very important the last few years. I mean, you know, the WWF when I was there weren't, I mean, really putting a lot of focus on male managers. I mean, there's obviously been a trend industry-wide towards you know, having good-looking women out there. So I think that it hasn't really been a strong thing. I always saw, having grown up watching Bobby Heenan come through Winnipeg with the AWA and having more heel heat than anybody, and working with Nick Bockwinkel, who could cut a promo, but still Bobby, you know, helped Nick, even though Nick was one of the best promos in the business at the time. So I've seen how a guy like a Bobby Heenan, who could talk and who knows the art of managing while you're at the ring, a guy like that can be the biggest star in a company. I mean, Vince McMahon was a top heel in wrestling for the last, 3 years anyway, for sure, maybe longer. And what Vince does is almost, it's not a manager, but it's almost that type of a role.
You've said that, you know, I think the manager role isn't dead. What happened is that the owners of the company took the manager spots, and you know what I mean? Because Vince and Shane and Stephanie are like the lead managers. Eric Bischoff was the lead manager on the other side, so they did push managers. Just they were owners, you know, in their role.
Yeah, and in a sense, but they're not. I mean, it's like what I did with Paul with the TNN gimmick. At the start of it, I really wasn't managing anyone, and I don't know. Even though I had all these guys in my group, I didn't come out when they wrestled. You know, they're almost more henchmen. And I mean, I would have liked to have come out when they'd wrestled, because I would have been able to polish my skills as a manager. But it's almost evolved into the fact where, in one sense, the management thing has been degraded to a lower level of importance, but in another sense, it's been elevated because now the managers have become talent unto themselves and not just dependent upon talking about their own talent. The greatest line I ever heard for prospective managers was Bobby Heenan, who said, you know, you need to manage like a wrestler and wrestle like a manager. And I think Bobby, who was an excellent worker in his day, myself, I was, you know, not a great worker at all, but I mean, having come from wrestling and gone into managing, I always remember what Bobby said about that, because I think when you're managing and you're at ringside, you need to sell everything that happens to your guy, and of course when you're in the ring, you need to wrestle like a manager. So I mean, I think that there's definitely a role for that. Will it happen again? I think it will, because I think if a new national promotion opens up, I think it's going to be more back to kind of that 80s, early 90s style of wrestling with more traditional characters, and I think they will get back to those types of managerial roles.
Well, I mean, you know, there's almost a circle, too, because, you know, like the women, I don't want to say they've run their course, but they've passed their peak. I mean, like, there hasn't been a woman character, you know, who's really been like a phenomenon like Sable was, for whatever reason we can all debate, but, I mean, the fact is she really moved the ratings like crazy, which few people were able to do at that time, or this day, no one's able to do. And now there's a lot of women out there that are eye candy, but you could lose every one of them, including China. I mean, even Lita, who is pretty over, but you could lose any one of them, and I don't think anyone would really miss them that much right now.
Yeah, you can sort of sense when someone special has come along. I don't think I'm in the majority in this opinion, just in terms of how highly I think of Don. But when I first saw Don on there, I thought there was just this discernible charisma and presence about him that I just saw from the very beginning and thought, like, this guy is going to be a gigantic star. Like, the first time I saw Tammy Sitch in Smoky Mountain is the parallel I make there, just sort of this real star charisma. I hope to see you around again in National Network again. At some point or another.
Well, thanks so much.
You're welcome. And I have another question for you guys, just generally speaking. Sort of overlooked in the death of ECW and the death of WCW is the death of Randy Hills and the end of sort of the studio system. And I was wondering, all you guys, what your opinion of the studio system and whether it would ever come back again, where you have TV shows coming back from a studio as opposed to an arena.
I think there are just certain things in wrestling that won't come back for various reasons, and I think the studio is one of them. It's the whole thing we talk about. It's just like all of indies. The WWF right now is setting the standard that, I mean, you can have a semi-successful, I think, local TV show. Because like a lot of local TV shows, like Shawn Michaels' group, they did better ratings than the SmackDown on UPN that was running in, I think it was like midnight for SmackDown and like 1 a.m. for, I can't remember what the time was, but, it did fairly well, but I mean, as far as like something that can become really big and go farther than just the local UPN affiliate, I just don't think it's possible to do anymore.
A lot of it's economics. I mean, what killed the Memphis show was, just a question of the whole economic thing. And Todd, I actually wrote about it in this week's Observer. It's not even, and they actually didn't lose money on the show. It's just that they could make more money, and there was insurance liabilities that just came up. And,
the fire curtain.
Yeah, things like that. I mean, Memphis was unique because I think with the studio and everything like that, and also the station paying for it, was because it was such a historical part of that culture. It was that Saturday morning wrestling forever. Those kind of shows that last, 15, 20 years, they're harder to cancel than like a show that lasted, that's only been on for 13 weeks or something. I could see, like a small company doing something in a studio. Yeah, but I mean, as far as like, the whole business going back to studio, no, because...
Well, what do you think about this, like 5 years down the road? If there's still only one company, you're going to have like a lot of guys that used to be big stars that are just gone because there's only so many spots at the top and new guys have to hopefully be brought up. And, what about these guys that were huge stars in the WWF today in 5 years going back and being like the centerpiece of a local promotion?
I don't know.
There's not going to really be another big two to go to be a national star. I mean, look at how big Lawler was in Memphis. I mean, what if Hunter 5 years down the road?
But no one could be like Lawler was in Memphis today because the guy who's like Lawler in Memphis is The Rock and Steve Austin, and whether it's Memphis or San Antonio or San Francisco, I mean, like, the kids growing up, I mean, it's The Rock and Steve Austin in every city in this country, as long as WWF.
Yeah, but Michaels helped his local promotion a lot just, by being Shawn Michaels and being there. What about these other guys, like, just trying to think of somebody in 5 years.
Oh, you could, I know what you're, okay, but then, you're talking about Shawn Michaels. I mean, like, if Steve Austin, theoretically, were to want to stop wrestling and say, I just want to go back home to San Antonio, and Steve Austin does a wrestling show, and he's actually going to appear on it, I mean, you know what? I mean, a name that big, maybe they could do something if they really wanted to. I don't know that he would want to. I don't know that any of these other guys would want to, and you're talking about, guys used to making millions of dollars a year going back to something where you're really going to struggle. I don't know if they want to do it.
But see, the whole thing is with only one company, some of these guys, they're not going to have an option, They're not going to be able to make $1 million a year, so what are their other options? You either go to the mid-card, and if they get rid of you, you have nowhere else to go.
There may, 5 years from now, I mean, who knows? There may be a whole bunch of companies. There may not be any companies. I mean, who knows about wrestling in 3 months? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't. Yep. So as far as like, yeah, I mean, I could see a local promotion, taping in a TV studio, like, I don't see any reason why not, as opposed to like a small arena. I mean, like some of those small promotions, they tape it at buildings so small that they might as well be TV studios anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like the WWF doing a TV studio show, I just don't see that at all. I don't know, Todd, what do you think?
Unfortunately, I think a lot of it comes from the product that you grow up with. So, you tend to romanticize what you grow up with. And the first time I saw the studio show was the USWA, which wasn't a particularly good product. I've seen tapes back from, Memphis at its peak, but the electricity was never there. I never saw the appeal in it myself. But again, it sort of depends on your localized territories. And a lot of what Brian's saying, like, the future of wrestling, I think, if it's going to take off again, is going to be the people that the WWF cast aside, starting up their own little things and getting things sort of started up in different places. Because I don't think you're going to be able to start off on a national network and have enough success to truly compete with the WWF and succeed.
Dave, you were
the key then is if you're going to do something local, and Don knows about this because he does stuff local, is that you can't get carried away and think that you're the big time, because if you do, you're going to run through a lot of money really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, you were saying that you're not going to have a situation where you get another guy like Lawler who's that big, kind of on that kind of local level. What about if Bret Hart were to start working for Stampede Wrestling? Don't you think that could be achieved there?
No, if you took like an existing star today, and he were to go back, but I'm saying that you couldn't grassroots somebody like, say, Teddy Hart in
like
Calgary.
Create somebody that has not been a national star.
or Josh Wilcox in Portland, Oregon. I'm just throwing a name out because he went to college there and had a little bit of a name in football. Like let's say Roddy Piper who's going to run a show next month, decides I'm going to start a promotion. I want to start a promotion, and whoever it is, Matt Bourne if he had a son, or some local name that he goes, I'm going to make him the top babyface. I don't think you can make him into a Jerry Lawler just because. The people will not see it as their main guy. The main guy is The Rock. Right. But, like if Bret Hart were to wrestle in Calgary and do something on a small level, I mean, of course he could.
Or even Piper, like being the focal point of a Portland promotion.
Yeah, an existing star of that level, they could be really big. I'm just saying like a guy like Lawler who started out at the age of 20 and by the time he was 22 was the top star and stayed there for, until he was, in his 40s. That one I don't see happening. But, someone who already made a name. Even Hulk Hogan in Orlando, if he decided, he could be really big on that local level, sure, because he already has a name.
Yeah, but the one problem with the scenario though is that it's a lot tougher to get a new guy over, even if you have an older star. The old system you could put a younger guy over an older star, and that would make him the newest star. But I think the modern mindset isn't so much beating someone, but being seen on a national level. So, if Terry Funk's in Amarillo and he puts over, one of Shawn Michaels' guys over there in Texas, like, I don't think that would get them over to an extent enough that he would be a draw on his own, even, if Terry Funk put him over for 2 years.
I agree with you there. It's like, and that is what's completely, the winning of a match, like even though we talk about it and it is important that, they put the young guys over, you've got to really accentuate it, the win.
It's not really a single win itself. It's like, the whole picture of it. We talk about Hulk Hogan jobs all the time, where Hogan beats the guy up the whole match, does a job, and
but we're talking about the guy. We're talking about like in the situation if the star did the job the right way. I don't know. This is interesting. Do you think? Ric Flair made Sting in one match. Not that Sting didn't have some appeal going in, but he really, in that thing in '88 or whatever it was, I think it was '88. He really did make him in one match, and I don't know. Could Hunter, let's just say, have made Jericho in one? Yeah, if it was the right match at the right time.
If you look back, like the 10-minute title change or whatever with the fast count. I think that if they really would have done that, Jericho was so over. If Hunter would have put him over clean and they would have built it up as like this gigantic thing, I think he could have made him.
I'm thinking
in that one match.
But I think back at that time because the pop was so big and people. But it
people
had to be
wanted that so
people,
bad, and they gave it to him. But they gave him the
ready.
fast count, and they immediately took it off him, and that was the end of it.
With Sting, just an example, Sting did not have that kind of momentum going into the Flair match, but within that 45 minutes, somewhere about 20 minutes into that match, he did.
Yeah.
Because I remember when Sting and Flair had that first Clash match. Sting was a guy being thrown to Ric Flair. And then obviously the promotion decided to make him, and he did show potential at the time. But it was, he was not the star Luger was, in the eyes of the people at that point in time. Now, somewhere in the middle of that match, he became a much bigger star than Luger. So, they did it in, I don't know. That was, I don't know. Don, do you think you could do it in one match now?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think in the right situation, yeah, you can, and I think the Jericho Triple H example is probably a good one. I think if it's done right, and if all the parties involved want it to work out well, which is usually the case, then I think that yeah, sure, it can be done with the right guys.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope. You guys take care.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a bunch, Todd. This is from someone who's from Wyman Lamb, who says, I heard what Don said about Kai and Tai, and the problem is that they are not letting him talk at all. I know that Taka can speak English okay. Using him in a non-speaking role makes him look like a fool each and every week. The problem is that it's easy to do and less risky. I don't know how to class this as racist, xenophobic, or just lazy, but I still class their role up from the Young Dragons since Yang was an American, so his ability of speaking English was not a problem. I would say that the Young Dragons, as far as certainly if you were Japanese, you would not find, I don't know, would you find anything about the Young Dragons characters demeaning? I certainly think you would regarding
the fact that Jamie-san was white.
And that Yang was actually from the United States, even though he was of Oriental descent? Oh, okay. Maybe. Oh, well. Let's go to Chris. Chris, what's going on?
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Hey.
Quick compliment and a quick question for Don Callis.
Good.
I appreciate your weekly commentary. I try to check it out online, the Winnipeg Sun, every week.
Love that.
That's the compliment. The question is a storyline reference that I may never have a chance to figure out again, and I'm hoping that you can tell me because you're probably the only person that can. Why did the Jackal put Farouk and Bradshaw together?
And why are they still the acolytes?
Come on, help me out, Don.
Because I was sitting at home and Vince Russo called me and said that was what was happening.
Oh, Vince Russo.
That's what I was afraid of.
And at the time, I did whatever Vince Russo said. So there you go.
That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Let's go to Mark. Mark, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing really good.
One quick question for Dave and then a quick one for Don. Dave, I just came in on the show. What was Rick Mason's big announcement?
I guess the big announcement was that they're trying to do some sort of a reality television show as a summer show for ABC.
Okay.
And he talked of it like it's a done deal, that they're going to be on ABC doing a summer, some sort of a primetime show, which, if they were to get a primetime show on ABC, I mean, that's going to be watched by more people than watch SmackDown or Raw, unless it's a total flop. I mean, like an average rated show on that network is, watched by millions and millions of people.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can. Don, question for you.
Go ahead.
Are you still involved in the Wrestling Essentials with Bad News Allen and all those guys?
Yeah. I'm one of the people that's, I guess, termed a consultant. And Bad News is, I haven't actually done a lot for them. I'm just kind of on that list. Bad News is a real good friend of mine. Pardon me. I've traveled the world with him, and he, taught me a lot of stuff about the business and try to teach me how to shoot, but all that happened was I found out that I didn't like pain very much, so instead I became a manager, so there you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, this is from Kevin Donlin, who goes, how skilled was Paul Heyman? This is for Don. Okay, how skilled was Paul Heyman at letting the crew develop their matches, but not losing the sense of the card? I guess what he means is that, he was talking, Kevin, who wrote this, mentioned that, he saw, I guess, either the tape or was it there's a CCW show, the one that everyone's talking about from about a week and a half ago. And they did the most gory match in the history of wrestling, with the fluorescent light tubes and all that. And then they came back with the next match, and it was a barbed wire match. And it was like after seeing that, it's like, you know what I mean? It's just.
How does it compare?
Yeah, I mean, and it's like with Paul giving guys in each match a lot of leeway, there still has to be that foundation of the whole card, so like, you're not doing the same finish as the match before type of thing.
I always thought that Paul had a real strong sense of that, and I mean, I learned a lot about booking from Paul in terms of, I was amazed sometimes coming to the building, and Paul would, when I booked a card up here, I would lock myself in a room. Paul would be sitting out amongst the boys before the show, and people coming up to him every 5 minutes, and he would, from that, this insanity, he would put together a card that was, really tremendous. And the other thing that Paul was really good at in terms of leeway was, he'd let you go out there and he'd give you a general idea of what he wanted, but he wouldn't, at least with me, he would never script me. In fact, I used to beg Paul, I'd say, please tell me what to do, tell me what I'm doing wrong, and Paul just almost always would say, trust your heel instincts. and as a result, you end up getting to be very, very creative in an environment like that. But, never really did it happen, or never that I saw where, there'd be too much leeway where, someone's match overlapped another or interfered with another. So I think it was a good balance with Paul in that respect.
I have a question for you. From a political standpoint, from Tajiri, Tajiri, when this is actually a question that was sent in, at that time when ECW was going down, and WWF and WCW both had interest in him, and he went with WWF, do you think he was lucky to make that move? And if he hadn't made that move, I guess timing-wise, at the time I thought he made the wrong move. Now he probably made the right move.
Yeah, well, I think that who knows what would have happened. The cream rises to the top, as they say, and he might have ended up with a job. But a lot of guys left Paul. Justin and Jerry Lynn were two, and went straight to Vince. And really, didn't, I don't think, really fleshed out at all what their WCW options were too much. And it's obviously looking like a real smart move right now.
When did you first come to the realization that ECW was pretty much finished? I asked Dreamer this yesterday. Was it like the day you saw the lawsuit file or the bankruptcy filing, or was it the final show that they ran?
Paul, the last pay-per-view that I did in January, I sat and talked with Paul for quite a long time in the dressing room after the show, and Paul was very upbeat and looked very relaxed, which I wasn't sure if it was because he realized he had come to terms with things being over, or whether he just felt like he had things under control. I honestly was someone who never worried about a lot of that stuff, because in my mind I always had a real sense that if there was any chance of saving that company, Paul was going to do it. And if it didn't happen, it meant that there was no way it could be done. So I didn't tend to worry about it, and I didn't tend to think about it. And I was out of the country for 2 weeks right after that pay-per-view in Thailand, and I was totally, incommunicado about wrestling. I hadn't heard anything, and I came back, and you'd still hear, ECW was, not running shows and things like that. I don't know when it hit me. I think, maybe when he was on Raw. I think that was a fairly odd.
Well, that was a good sign.
That's a good sign. I think logically, maybe I knew earlier than that, but the part of me that absolutely loved going to work every week for Paul didn't want to believe it, and still held on, to the hope that he'd pull it out. And up until when the bankruptcy statement was filed, I still, when I would send Paul an email or whatever, would say, I hope I'm coming back to work for you soon. You're in a situation that's something so special, which was that company, and you want to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you can delude yourself, and maybe that's okay.
It's interesting, and I sensed this with Dreamer yesterday, that it's almost like, and I think with him, no matter what he does in wrestling, I think that's always going to be the best part of his career, in his mind.
Well, I think so. And if you talk to Raven even about the whole Raven Dreamer thing several years ago, that was obviously a huge thing, and they see it as that. And you even got the sense. And at that time, it was like they were part of this cutting edge thing that not a lot of people knew about. It kind of exploded on a minor level at that time, and then into something much bigger. And I think that's something that I could look back and say, well, geez, no matter what happens, I may never get the push that Paul gave me last year. But you can't. I don't think you can dwell on it. I think for all of us, you got to go forward, and you can never lose sight of the fact that at the end of the day, we all have bills to pay, and that this is a business. And if Tommy Dreamer, I think Tommy Dreamer can be a huge star in the WWF if they want him to be, and if he wants to be. But there's a million other ways Tommy Dreamer can contribute to a company. He's a very smart guy. So at the end of the day, the glory in front of the camera and being over is great, but you also got to pay bills.
This is from John, who says, starting next month with only one pay-per-view being offered, could there be an emergence of pay-per-view shows with independent wrestlers such as Cruiserweight or Deathmatch tournaments?
Oh, God, I hope not.
I would say...
Haven't people learned yet that those don't work?
Yeah, I mean, the
the
reality
thing that
is-
really struck me was I was doing like the independent section. I was writing about the Turnbuckle show a couple of weeks ago that drew 200 fans. I'm sitting there going, why would you even say that there's even a hint of a possibility that you would run a pay-per-view drawing 200 fans? I mean, it just doesn't work.
I think that first of all, I think because I think that you got to look at the reality of pay-per-view, and that is that ECW clearly, I think that the economics of ECW when this bankruptcy came in showed that the buy rates of those pay-per-views was not really that good over the last year, and that's one of the reasons why the company didn't make money. And WCW, we know the buy rates of that were not good over the last year. WWF's buy rates and revenue from pay-per-views through the roof. So I mean, what it tells you is that yes, if you're the WWF, you can make tons of money on pay-per-view, but everyone, I mean, look at like those guys that did the Rodman pay-per-view, iGeneration. Wow. What was it? Heroes of Wrestling. No, I mean, even granted, Heroes of Wrestling was a terrible show, but on the internet, just as an example, everybody was talking about that show, and the show was a total financial. I mean, it was a flop in the ring, but it was a total financial flop. Nobody has really done big business on pay-per-view except for the WWF, and since ECW and WCW we're going back over a year. So you think about it. You need exposure, and you need guys that are over on a national basis to make money on pay-per-view. The idea that you can do it with a fringe wrestling show, no way, not today. There may have been a day you could, but
that's another good thing too. You're just talking about the internet. I remember when Heroes of Wrestling came out. That thing was all over the internet. It was everywhere. I mean, I got a press release on it. All my friends knew about it, but it didn't mean a thing. So to think you can run a pay-per-view and use like people that are popular on the internet and stars that, the grassroots fans love, it just won't work.
This is from someone who's bringing up Nathan Jones. We talked about at the beginning of the show. He just goes, I agree Nathan Jones has a lot of potential, but his age, he's 30, is working against him, considering he won't be ready for the big time for 3 or 4 years. Hopefully for him, it'll be a little bit quicker, but start at 30. Don, what do you think? I mean, guys have done it. Bad News started at, 35, 36, and had a long career, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in Bad News' body had already taken a lot of abuse from all the judo training. And I think, Nathan Jones might be 30, but in bump years, how old is he? I mean, I was joking with Jericho about this the other day. I mean, bump years are almost like dog years, right? I mean, I'm 33, or 32, and I haven't taken a bump hardly in 4 years because, the offices I work for decided they wanted to use me in a speaking role. So, I think you have to look at it like that. Now, the problem he has is one of a learning curve in terms of the psychology and how fast he picks things up in the ring. And, I mean, we saw that a little bit, too, with Glenn Kulka, who we had up here in Winnipeg, for a while, and he was a good friend of mine. I mean, he's a guy who had all the talent in the world, but, I mean, you start learning mentally this business at 30, 32, 33, and it's a steep learning curve.
Well, the one thing with Glenn Kulka now, as compared to Nathan Jones, is football is a really rough sport, whereas, not that Nathan Jones, he did acting, and he did, strongman contests can wear on your body too, but I don't think it's as tough on your body as playing, 8 seasons of football or whatever it was that Glenn Kulka was, playing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think for Glenn it wasn't so much a case of physical. I mean, I think, what Glenn struggled with, if he struggled with anything, was the mental aspect of the business, thinking in the ring and remembering spots and things like that, which, I mean, people don't think of it that are outside this business, but it's a huge, important part.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap this up in just a second. I'm going to get through about a couple of emails, and then we're going to get out of here. This is another Pride one. It says, I recently purchased a tape of Pride 10, and I was wondering, what was wrong with Ken Shamrock? You want to answer that one?
We've been waiting for Ken Shamrock to come on the show and answer that question, and for some reason he never shows up.
No, Henzo dislocated, I think, his elbow. As far as Ken, from what Ken said to me was that he just ran out of gas. I mean, it was the strangest fight. He just beat the hell out of Fujita for 4 minutes, kind of beat him up a little bit more for 2 minutes, and then he said, Pete, throw in the towel. And he just said he was totally out of gas. Let's see. This is also for Don. He goes, what was the angle at the end? Where was the angle at the end with you and Jerry Lynn going to go?
I don't know where it was going to go exactly. In my own mind, one of the many things that I'm sad about ECW going this way, I never got to go on with Jerry Lynn. I think Jerry Lynn would have become the top heel in that company. I think Jerry Lynn is one of the greatest workers I've ever seen live or otherwise. And I think he would have gone on to be the top heel in the company, and I think eventually turned back babyface. And I mean, there's a guy who could have even carried me to a good match.
Okay, this is one other.
Shawn Michaels in the Hall of Fame, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
I
wanted
agree.
to know.
See if there's anything else. Here, why isn't Big Show? Okay, we were talking about. Is there a special place for the Hall of Fame guys? You know, like, I mean, is it like an actual Hall of Fame? I guess is there an actual Hall of Fame? No. Let me see what else. Have you ever heard of Grand Prix Wrestling or Real Action Wrestling in Canada?
Yes.
Okay, you worked Grand Prix, didn't you?
Wrestling.
Yeah. That's Grand Prix Wrestling's in Newfoundland?
Grand Prix is in New Brunswick. It runs all over the Maritimes. Neil Dupree's a promoter. He's been around forever. They run 7 nights a week. You know, it's actually Rick Martel and I and Edge and Kristian were all there right before, you know, the WWF run. And it's a great place to go for young guys because you get 7 nights a week work for like 4 months.
Now, is he still running every year or no?
He's still running, and Real Action Wrestling is running in opposition. So.
Aren't they doing opposition this year, this summer?
Pardon me?
Aren't they doing opposition this summer?
Yeah. I mean, but they're running now. Kurgan's working for Real Action. And then you got a few of the guys from Emil are now working for them as well in opposition. The money's terrible out there, but it's a great place to polish up.
Okay, Don, I want to thank you very much for joining us, and I want to remind everyone that tomorrow we'll be back here with superstar Billy Graham.